Hello, everybody. Welcome. We've got ourselves a fantastic day of Dota 2 coming your way. It is the International 2022. I'm Gods. Joining me is Gareth. Gareth, are you with me? Oh, hold on a second. We'll get Gareth back up in just a second. I believe I've just lost him. So, anyways, guys, we've got a great day of Dota 2. We've got OG versus Boom Esports coming your way. I'm going to see if I can get Gareth back in just a second. Yeah, this is best of two. We've got a group stage. This is 20 teams at this TI. We've upped our game. We've leveled up, gone from 18 to 20, and of the two groups of 10 teams, 8 of those teams from each group will advance for the upper bracket, for the lower bracket. And today is a day, well, the next 4 days is the group stage. We've got lots of BO2s. Looks like Gareth should be hopping back in just a second. I think his internet just popped out for a second, so it will just be me for the time being, but we should be getting things underway with this first series of the day. And it's going to be, yeah, as mentioned, Boom Esports versus OG. And yeah, I've just got the instructions. We'll be just going ahead as Gareth will be hopping back in once he's ready. But yeah, OG, two-time TI champions, not these players, but the org. They're carrying that weight. They've had a fantastic DPC season. This team has, yeah, they've been dominating. They've won several tournaments throughout the year. The big thing is some of those tournaments they won was with Seb as a stand, and this time they've got the full squad. They've got Misha with them in Singapore, so we'll see how they fare with Misha finally getting to kind of join the team up at a big LAN. I think that's great for the team that they actually get to have him there. On the other side, you got Boom Esports, a team from SEA who started the season pretty strong and then kind of tapered off a bit. They didn't quite get the results they were hoping for from some of those from the majors they went to. They did great during the tour. Dominated the actual online DPC leagues as well as that Tour 1 regional finals. But covering them, they're a team I think a lot of people from SEA are like, hey, these guys are going to be great. They're the best team in SEA right now. They look like, maybe they've overtaken Fnatic, overtaken T1, and we're going to see Boom Esports, really like represent SEA on the international level, but it just didn't quite happen. But yeah, so we're going to see if Boom Esports can kind of, change that story, show up here at TI in Singapore. They're over there in Singapore. We're doing some casting out here remotely for these group stages, and then we'll have the casters at the main event. But it is going to be a fantastic group stage. Lots of Dota, 5 streams of action. As yes, we'll take a look at those attending teams that I mentioned. We're going to take a look at some of these graphics here. Here's your 20 attending teams. I don't think I'm going to read them all off. That's a few too many teams, and I'm going to have to save some of my voice potentially, depending on if and when Gareth is going to be coming back in. But yes, this is we're covering Group A at the moment. So yeah, these are the teams coming here. A couple of the big names to look out for, I would say. Teams like PSG, LGD, reigning champions, Team Spirit, the 2 teams in the finals. Amazing True Sight, where we got to kind of see those teams, their story of their grand finals and the kind of mental battle, the draft battles between the 2 of them. OG is mentioned, a huge name when it comes to their org and their history, the only 2-time TI champions as far as their org goes. And then there's a lot of kind of dark horses, I feel. You've got teams like EG, teams like Entity, teams like Boom Esports, who are going to be playing up here in a second, who, have the potential to really make some waves. I'd look at other teams like Aster coming out of China. They looked really good at the Arlington Major as well. So there's a lot of strength coming into this TI, a lot of teams that can kind of make waves and kind of figure out how we get to that point, how we go to this group stage. We'll take a look at that format. I kind of touched upon it a bit earlier. We'll have a graphic showing this format. It is 2 groups, 10 teams in each. And there you see it. Round robin, best of 2. Top 4 teams advance to the playoffs upper bracket. 5th through 8th advance to the playoffs lower bracket. And the bottom 2 eliminate. So this is the same group stage format as every year. The big difference, we've gone from 9 teams to 10 teams in each group. More teams, more regions being represented. We've got more teams from South America, more teams from SEA, even more teams from NA in some ways. And it's great. It's great to see TI grow, get some more teams in. But yeah, it does mean that more teams are going to have their hearts broken in this group stage because 2 of those teams are getting eliminated. So, in the past, 1 out of those 9 teams eliminated. Now it's 2 out of 10. So it's a bit tougher. Here's the schedule for today. Here's where we're getting things off. It's 4 days of groups, 5 streams on at once. Be sure to, get your all your monitors up, follow all the different streams, the actions, hop around, find the games you want to watch, the teams you want to follow. OG versus Boom, Talon versus TSM, Gaimin Gladiators versus OG, Tundra versus TSM, Boom versus RNG. It's a great day of Dota here. Couple of Boom games, couple of OG games. We've got a couple of TSM games. Really curious to see how the NA boys can do. And I know the other streams all have a ton of amazing games as well. I think there's an OG versus EG game for those of you who love your drama, love your storylines. Those two teams going way back a few years back, having all their TI drama between, obviously the Fly and No-Tail stuff. They're going to be battling it out. But honestly, some of the series to look out for. I'm excited to see some of the Entity games. OG versus Boom, this opening series, honestly, is probably the game I'm almost most hyped out of any series today because, following Boom throughout the SEA DPC all year long, this is an amazing team, a fun team. They're just so explosive to watch. Yopaj in the mid lane was, hyped up and really is he's a real big he's a big deal. He's, as far as SEA goes, he's the new wave of mid laners. He's been just dominating all year long, especially the start of the season. I think he kind of tapered off a bit, didn't continue that same dominance, particularly when we talk about the mid laners who performed at some of these majors. I think Yopaj didn't quite deliver the same results as some of his online performances. So we'll be getting things underway. We're a bit behind schedule today. I think a lot of people are probably wondering where these games are, but we should be getting underway soon. Obviously, things just getting sorted out. I need to rejoin a lobby, so hold on a second. But yeah, this game should be getting underway fairly soon. OG versus Boom to start things off. As far as those upcoming series, Talon playing. We've got more SEA Dota coming your way up against North America. Always good. I mean, that's always a big thing with these international tournaments is having that cross-region Dota. It's something that, we had the kind of online era of Dota during the COVID pandemic, and now LANs are back. International competition is back. It's not just TI, it's the majors and things. So we're getting to see these teams from different regions play against each other more often. And obviously, TI. It's a special time. It's the best Dota of the year. It's the hypest time, and these teams competing for millions and millions of dollars. So yes, for Boom versus OG, a lot of TI newcomers as well. Something Gareth was mentioning earlier to me, 8 of these 10 players are playing at their first TI. This entire TI has a lot of players playing at their very first international. So
yeah, good morning.
Hey Gareth. I was just are you back? How are we doing?
I am back. Yeah, good. Rejoined, and you were talking about me. Perfect timing.
Yeah, only saying the nice things. Chat can confirm. I was only saying nice things about you.
Beautiful stuff. Right, what have we covered already?
Everything. We went through all the graphics, the schedule, yada yada yada. We're good. Your job's done, so you can pack it up and go home already.
Very good. Right, I'll quickly get myself into the lobby, and hopefully everything will be good again. What a time for me to lose internet. Like literally, the countdown is 20 seconds to go, and then I'm out of there. Right, I'm in the lobby. I'm good. I'm causing issues for TI the first series of the day. But yeah, it's going to be an absolutely hype one. Hopefully everyone's ready, hydrated. It's a long day of Dota 2 ahead of all of us. There's just thousands of games to be watching across, five streams? We go to E this time.
Usually, I'd say usually it's 4 streams on once. Like I think the group stage at TI is sometimes some of the most fun because it's just there's Dota nonstop. You got to have all your screens up. You're trying to frantically follow the results from other games to see, what did this team pick? You just hear all the little mumblings this team did a mid techies or something crazy over there, and then you're trying to go check out a replay quickly or see how things did. So it's chaos. It's a lot of fun. And for the coaches, it's the hardest part of TI, I feel in some ways, because you have to be soaking in all this information, all this data, and scouting out 9 different opponents.
Yeah, I mean, you've got 30 tabs open in Chrome, right, with all the Dota buff draft pages. You've got spectral.gg open for all your little stats and stuff as well. My Chrome gets mega overloaded during the group stage. Yeah. As yeah, you were talking about the first timers, right? We've got 36 first timers here at TI. So is it everyone bar Tiger and Tim's in this game? It's their first TI, first showing.
Yeah, and I think when players in the past have talked about nerves and things like that, there are players who just don't who perform on the big stage throughout the year, but everyone always says TI is different. It hits different. I think particularly for the main event, maybe a bit less so the group stage. You often see some of these teams come in. I think a good example is the VGJ Storm, the now the Quincy Crew team. They do well in the group stage, but then come main event, those nerves hit kind of different there. And there's a few teams like, the old OGs, for example, that really shined on the main stage, but a lot of teams just don't play their best Dota when it comes to main stage TI Dota.
Yeah, you've got a couple of those teams from like Southeast Asia and South America as well, it feels like, where we've seen, TI 6, 7, Fnatic and TNC having those kind of lower bracket runs and knocking some of the really big gatekeeping teams out there. Beast Coast, I'd probably throw in there as well. They've hit like, top 6 to 8 in the past couple of majors and looked pretty good when it comes to playoff time. Yep. It's always a fear, though. The Beast Coast fans, they've got their hearts in their mouths and they're scared during group stage because they're always like one game away from being knocked out before they reach playoffs even.
Yeah, it's not fun being a Beast Coast fan. I mean, you get some highs. I mean, you talk about like their results this season. It's been fantastic for, I think, Beast Coast Dota. But that's some of the other teams we're about to be getting ourselves into this game. I know you guys watching have been waiting patiently. OG versus Boom Esports should be coming up soon. What are you looking forward to in this series, Gareth?
I think just to see the way OG plays, because it felt like pre-Arlington and during Arlington, they were the team that really set that meta of offlane equals real carry. Yeah. Amar is incredibly greedy, and a lot of teams tried to replicate that in some regard, whereas you had other teams with 2 offlaners playing the complete opposite. I think honestly the real aggression that OG brings and the behind the scenes work that that Seb and NoTail do to kind of captain and lead these players, it's been an exceptional journey from them.
Yeah, and I feel like when it comes to OG, like mental strength, they just seem to have an edge over almost everyone. I'm curious to see it because obviously you talked about all these tournaments and the great results OG. It's something I touched upon a bit earlier when I was by myself. This is they're playing with Misha actually. All these majors that they did really well at. They won a major. It was with Seb. So obviously for them that's like an upgrade. At least that's how they obviously are going to see it. They've got their actual roster playing, not a stand-in. But for viewers and fans, it's kind of like it's like finally we get to see the full OG. Are they going to be the same team though?
Yeah, I mean they had that ESL buff, right? They won Stockholm. They did very well. Winning ESL in Malaysia as well. Looking incredibly good. Definitely interested to see where they head with it. As I just love watching the player cams getting themselves prepped. You've got Uragi with his knees up. Some of the postures here from the players maybe needs a little bit of work, but
yeah,
probably the least of their concerns.
On the other side, we've got Boom Esports, who are honestly the team that's been dominating the SEA region. There's, there've been challenges to Boom in the region, like 2 or 3. You had Talon kind of coming up, almost, contesting for that #1 slot in SEA. They had to play a tiebreaker, but throughout the entire year, Boom had been on top of the SEA region, just championing every single league. But they have not had the good results in the majors. When it comes to the majors, I think people look to them like this is a team that can compete on the international level. We didn't really get to see that.
I think it's, what was it, the tournament in Dubai they did very well at, and then I remember them talking about they wanted to kind of replicate what Tundra were doing. I think it may have been Kezu talking about this, or in an interview, one of Boom's captains or players, but they saw what Tundra were doing, they really liked that, and they kind of shifted their play style after that event and started looking worse. And it feels like they need to go back to their roots, go back to comfort, really have FBZ, this position 3 playmaker, be on his heroes. I think that's going to be the key thing, right? His Mars, his Pango, stuff like that, where he is active and enabled.
Yeah. Well, we're going to see if we get to see I think that anything this patch change, I think, is good for Boom, because to me, they're a team that's excelled with FBZ playing these big team fights, these initiators. We're going to be getting into a draft soon, and we've kind of gone at least. I mean, if you want to, it seems like we've gone away from that carry offlane meta. Like, you don't have to play these offlane carries as much. Although I expect with OG, we're still going to be seeing it because it is kind of their bread and butter. But, heroes like Primal Beast and things are becoming kind of, popular. These big tanky offlaners, they are playable once again.
Absolutely are. I mean, OG will always have that flexibility, right? It's always the threat in their draft of, hey, we're heading into last pick. What are they going to do? We don't know any of their 3 core lanes or matchups. It can be a struggle to get those counter picks in there. As draft for game 1 here in the group stage, OG up against Boom. It looks like it's ready and underway, and no real surprises coming out apart from maybe Undying being missing from the opening picks.
Yeah, no Undying. I think Boom going for this first pick, Primal Beast, Makes a lot of sense with the way they want to play, with the way, FBZ. It just feels like a hero that's going to suit him well. And OG, one of the things, like a lot of teams have stopped playing Razor, but Amar has still been spamming Razor in pubs. If you check the pro tracker games, I was getting some info, and yeah, he still spams the Razor. They still believe in this hero despite nerfs and whatnot. Despite most teams kind of dropping Razor, it's still coming out.
Yes, that's a curious one. I guess when the innate ability of Razor just to be ready to go at the drop of a hat, his skill set just allows him to continually fight, and his first item's pretty much going to be BKB no matter what. It's always this platform of, hey, we've got building blocks in our draft, Razor's going to be ready, 15 to 20 minutes in with a BKB, and we can build off of that very nicely.
Yep. So, opener for OG, the Cloak with the Razor, and yeah, the Snapfire for Boom. I think this is just like, let's get a support to go that Primal Beast. It's kind of flexible, and, they're going to be looking to reveal a little bit less. The hard thing with Razor is always like, what do you want to lane into it? If it is going to be that off-lane Razor, like a Clockwork Razor lane or something, it's like, what do you want to play? What actually works there?
Yeah.
So, curious to see what kind of carry they get for Jackie.
That's the difficult one, right? PA always comes to mind because you can kind of jump away from Link, jump out of Cogs, but I don't know, heroes like PA, you want to be picking last, or you want to build your draft around her with kind of steroids and build up. That random assassin pretty big, as it looks like we're having a little issue, so we're going to come back to our beautiful faces, Gary and Gods, the gorgeous guys here on your cams. Yeah, we can kind of do a bit of a radio broadcast of the picks already. Like you mentioned, Primal Beast first pick, the responding duo of Razor Clockwork for Boom, and then OG respectively. Snapfire for Boom, and the bands already out here are Earthshaker, Shadow Fiend, Bat Rider, Monkey King, Marcy, Morphling, Beastmaster, and Naga Siren. And Naga's a hero that's kind of been rising in popularity, hasn't she?
Yeah, she's looked good during the last chance qualifiers. I've seen some people like compendium predictions putting a decent amount of Naga into, your classic Naga, like most last hit averages and stuff. It does feel like we're going to be seeing Naga from time to time, particularly against some of these offlaners that don't deal well with illusions, or if you have a draft that doesn't address Naga and split push and shut her down, or have much magic damage. The Naga is just, to me, a problem hero for a lot of teams right now.
Yeah, because it was what Extreme Gaming were picking her a lot in response to like a Terrorblade, but I think primarily the fact that if you've got a semi-push draft or the ability to play tempo in the first 15 minutes around, say, a DP or a Razor, having that Naga is an incredible threat just to cutting waves and closing that map in around your opponents. But nevertheless, she's gone, and we can see the draft on our screens now as we're into that fourth ban from OG. As Boom have banned the Silencer, another support or another hero that has been rising in popularity and success, contending a lot with these Enigmas and the like, because Enigma has been left in the pool, funnily enough. Another one of these big heroes.
I mean, it was like the contested hero of the last chance quals, so it's going to be interesting to see how much these teams going to take away from LCQs. Now we get the Enigma ban coming into the second phase, but OG just have their they have their eyes set on different heroes. They're not going. I mean, this is classic OG. They're going to draft for themselves. They're going to play their own and create their own meta. They're not looking to just follow what other teams are doing, and we're seeing it a bit here. Razor picked up Oracle coming out of nowhere. Oracle's obviously a great pairing to go with the Razor, a hero that wants to just kind of run in, put his body on the line. So having that safe behind a Razor always feels nice.
Yeah, I'm kind of wondering what. Usually you see Oracle against Bat Rider or something that you can dispel. Is this a hero they've kind of picked up to like dispel Uproar or something? Like I'm looking at the tooltip and I can't see if you can actually get rid of any of that bonus from the Primal Beast.
Yeah, I'm curious. I mean, it's somebody you get this Primal Beast who kind of pops off and does feel like the Oracle does give you some defensive plays against him, particularly a BKB Primal Beast, but. I just haven't seen enough Oracle to really say like what this hero, how good of a laner it is anymore. I think this is going to be a bit of a, learning experience for me to just see how Oracle plays in the Primal Beast. This is my first game I've ever seen this lane personally.
Yeah, right. Our expectations always being broken down by pro players. Usually you'd see Oracle and you think, right, he's going to be sitting behind his carry ready to save him. And that might be the case still against like a Pulverize. You just false promise the target.
So this is interesting. The Death Prophet. This maybe means Primal Beast isn't going into that off lane. We've had the occasional mid Primal Beast game, but Death Prophet, Primal Beast, so both heroes flex between mid and off lane. And I would say with Boom, like they love their off lane Death Prophet. This was, I mean, SEA as a region has were the ones who I would say really spammed it the most and kind of pioneered the off lane Death Prophet meta. So possibly that's an FBZ hero. It's something he's played a ton of. So curious to see where they go. Since, Yopaj is usually playing these more playmaking, these, flashier, the kill heroes. So if anything, the Primal Beast suits him more than the Death Prophet.
Yeah, to go in, get stuff done, create a bit of chaos, play in, play out.
Yep.
That definitely works out for him. OG, just quickly back to the Oracle topic. I always think Huskar. I see this here, and it's like in the back of my head, Amar Huskar is always a possibility. Maybe not now, but it could come out a little bit later on, depending on how they want to shift these heroes around. Like you were saying, this Razor could be 3, could be 1. Hell, it could even go back into the mid lane if you really want that. They've got the 2 supports that are, Clockwork Oracle's not too bad as like a support duo in terms of saving or killing. They've got teamfight disruption, but they've got a lot of damage between them.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I mean, I think both teams just have good, solid support duos. A lot of these, well, not a lot, but some of the time in these drafts, you'll just see a support duo and you're like, oh, these two heroes don't really synergize as well. But I think Tusk Snap, same with the Oracle Clock, just heroes that mesh well together. And here's OG. They tip their hands. They're going to go down the hard carry, late game Dota approach. They pick up a TB to go with the Razor. It's a lot of greed. It's a lot of farming, but they feel like they can get away with it. And Boom have already got Death Prophet, so they have ways to push the tempo. If anything, I think, like, if I'm Boom and I see this, I'm like, okay, this kind of plays a little bit into our hands, but it does put a lot more pressure on you, because before they're probably thinking, maybe we can scale a bit as well. But now that this TB comes out, I think if you're Boom, you're like, okay, all out aggression, let's play fast, let's take Roches, let's take early towers, because going late game against TB Razor doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, this kind of reminds me of that Vici Gaming draft. It was us casting, right, against Team Liquid, where they had Undying, Primal Beast, Tusk, DP, Jug, and they had 5 unkillable heroes. And if you just don't have the damage to nuke one of these down or heal through that consistent damage, you can get run over. Like Vici Gaming, they destroyed Liquid. It was a 40-minute game, but it was over in 20.
Yeah. Yeah, and that's the kind of carry I think would suit Boom's draft really well. Like, get the Jug type heroes, get something that's going to play fast. You don't, at this point, it's like, what carry do you want that counters a TB? It's like maybe like a PL or something, which is kind of off meta and not particularly strong. I think, PL is good against Razor and TB. Maybe it just gets banned as well, but to me, it's like not the best way to approach this game. I think you're better off picking something more aggressive.
Yeah, and maybe look to ban out this Invoker for OG, kind of feeling that for the mid lane for BZM, something with a bit of tempo. Because you need someone to play the map with your Clock, Oracle, Razor while TB's farming, right? You need someone active for BZM here.
Yeah. I think his hero could depend a bit on what the last pick is too. So he's maybe going to be like, okay, what's their carry? What's it not play well into? So, he could be going for some of the Spirit heroes. He could be, like you say, going for an Invoker type hero. Something that runs around with the Clockwork and Oracle and really plays around the Razor. I think that's the key thing. You have this Amar offlane that gets so strong so early because he's such a lane dominator. You want a mid hero that rotates to the offlane.
And you kind of want someone that also scales as well, right? You don't want that dead weight when it gets to late game.
Yeah.
You want someone who can actually play into there, like the Spirits or Invoker, yeah.
And I think the Lesh ban is really smart because it's this mid hero that rotates to these side lanes and pushes towers. Like, you look at if TP's going to be farming and playing catch up in the jungle, OG's draft doesn't really take objectives. So having a mid laner that can rotate to the Razor's lane and not just get kills but push towers makes a lot of sense. So the Leshrac would have been a really nice last pick.
Oh, the CK ban. That's a clever one. Jackie CK. Yeah. That would have been an absolute monster. OG looking back at that Vici Gaming draft and thinking, no tanky heroes, please.
Yeah. I think it's kind of like there's 2 roads they go down. They get the tempo carry, the Juggernaut type hero, or they get the late game and try and beat TB Razor late game with a PL. Problem is you pick a PL and it's good against TB Razor, and then they pick Zeus or something. Maybe they are planning to do that because they banned Leshrac, which is a PL counter here. But it's just there we go. They go PL. I mean, this just feels like PL into Zeus or something like that. But
or a Necro or something. Or the
that
Ember.
works. Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, OG baited this PL. They literally left it in the pool like they're going to pick PL because it's good against TB Razor, and we're going to have our mid lane is going to have a free game. And the issue with this is I feel like Boomer, they had this tempo draft with Death Prophet Primal Beast cores, and then they picked like a slow pace carry. It can still work, but it just feels a bit asynergistic.
Yeah, and I don't know how I do know how I felt about Phantom Lance, so I've not felt good about PL the past year or so. He's on my shit list, gods. I'm not gonna lie. He's one of those heroes I see in a draft and I think, yeah, it looks okay, but you know, with all the changes like Diffusal Blade, the fact that he needs 3 items, he needs 30 minutes of solid farming, that I just don't know how he fits in here in terms of meta.
If this was MLP, you'd be calling the hero trash. Yeah, like this hero is trash. You can't win with PL. Yeah, it's a tough one. I also think PL just has it's good against Razor, but not in the lane necessarily. Like I feel like picking PL into Amar is probably thrilled about this pick in some ways. Like he's guaranteed a good early game and laning stage now. So I'm liking OG here in game 1. I do think there is, some risk that, like, especially if PL gets like a fast, like, Yasha Diffusal or whatever his build is, like, get the early fighting items and plays with the team. Like, I don't think this PL can, like, try and play for late game. Like, get early items, fight as much as possible, and use these exorcisms as actively as possible. Like, I think FBZ is kind of the key player hero to really, carry Boom this game.
Yeah, and then you have that Yopaj Primal Beast as well, right? You're talking about him being able to get active, play as well into these side lanes, get involved, and getting level 6 on your supports. I mean, Snapfire in particular feels incredibly important here because you need that magic damage, that team fight capability to actually lift the spirits of your squad and get things done in the early game. As we head ourselves into game 1 of this best of 2 group stage here for TI, of course, plenty of matches ahead of us. So we'll start out calm and easy with a long 70-minute game here with Terrorblade on OG's side.
And PL on Boom's side. And first thing I noticed, Jackie is a level 29 PL, so he's played a lot of PL. Couldn't quite get the level 30 before TI. That's a bit of a mistake. Hopefully he gets it before the main stage. But yeah, we'll be hopping in and seeing how things unravel. I do feel like the one thing maybe Boom have going for them can also be this Primal Beast. Like, Primal Beast playing mid lane into another melee hero in the Ember Spirit. I mean, again, another lane I haven't really seen before, but I do feel like Primal Beast should do pretty well here.
Yeah, I mean, his trample's magical, right? So there's maybe the potential. Oh, Tiger just walks up high ground, sharded up, Fortune's End placed on him, and he's pretty speedy with the Windlace. I don't know if he's going to spend his Tangos and Fairy Fire to try and survive. That other Lance is there, sure, but Tiger still seems perfectly fine just to walk off all the damage.
Yeah, that would have been a really nice start for Boom to get a first blood there, but like you say, casual Windlace and he's out of there, so... OG with the ward on the other side of the river. We'll see if they stick around and contest this one. But not necessarily a situation where I think we're going to see any kind of... Well, maybe we're going to see a big 4v4 here. There's a lot of heroes still lingering around. Yeah,
they're all sticking around here. They've both got vision, right? Dire has that high ground obs. And Radiant see across the river from the mid lane itself.
It's gonna be fine.
Tiger trying to set the chat wheel meta already.
Yeah. What's it gonna be? Every year there's like, especially OG, they'll pick their own like unique one that they like to spam, one that's a bit off meta. They're going for the lyrical ones, the PMA.
Yeah, because last year it was the Alvo one, right? They pulled that out and everyone started copying them.
The Ratata one.
Yeah, the Ratatatata. Yeah, they're absolutely a team. I mean, I think it was No-Tail saying like one of the most important prep for the matches of TI is going through the talent compendium. Because, not just the English talent, but the Russian, Chinese, whatever as well, to make sure you've got the best voice lines. Unlock them all. Yeah.
I mean, they were changing their like sprays and banners based on which team they were playing and stuff. They were masters of the BM. And now that those guys are coaching, they're probably giving some ideas. Like, okay, we think this could be good. No-Tail and Seb don't have to worry about practicing and playing Dota. They can focus on the more important stuff like sprays.
Oh yeah, the BM mind games. That's the meta they've got to set. There's also a bunch of Brazilian and Spanish voice lines out there that are incredible as well. The 3-2-1 adios.
Yeah.
The rampage. Beautiful stuff. Right, here we are. Get ourselves into the laying stage, get ourselves into the mindset of TI as BZM and Yopaj facing off in that mid lane as Ember against the Primal Beast, and already 3 denies for Yopaj.
Looking at this, yeah, Primal Beast, he goes level 1 upper, actually. It's a lot of bonus damage you can get out of this for the last hitting, and Primal Beast just has more base damage, so good job, you know, thinking out of the box. I feel like usually the offlane Primal Beast, you're looking at Onslaught and Trample as your key spells here, but just the value point in Uproar, giving Yopaj an edge.
Yes, it's pretty handy when you're like contesting runes and stuff as well. Try and chase down BZM. So far, so good there for Yopaj. BZM trying to catch up a little bit where he can. As we see in these side lanes as well, Tiger getting in there, having a battle with Skem Snapfire. Probably the scariest lane here for Boom. Phantom Lancer will be able to doppelganger out of cogs and get away from danger, but you're still going to have this Razor and Clock on top of Snap at any given moment. So
Yeah.
It's one of those fears you have when you have a carry who's good at escaping from the danger, but then a support who maybe could suffer. You know, you're gonna have Cookie, but spooky times.
Yeah, I think that's, I guess, the good why they picked this PL as well as the Snapfire is like you've got multiple heroes that make Clockwork's game really hard to kind of, you know, do anything. Tiger, anyone he goes on can get cookied out of a cogs. PL has always been a Clockwork counter, so it's not just these 2 cores that PL really counts. It's heroes like Clockwork, Oracle as well. So other than Ember, it's 4 heroes who hate playing against PL. The problem is this is, you know, 2022 PL. This isn't 2017 PL.
Yeah, because I think one of the things I felt weirdest about the Phantom Lancer is when Diffusal Blade got nerfed, it felt like heroes like Nagasaran as a key example, I think, just stopped buying it. Straight up stopped buying Diff Blade, went like Manta Skadi. And I don't know, I kind of feel like Phantom Lancer might start doing the same thing as well, because it feels bad to buy Diffusal Blade and then sell it later on for a bigger item.
Yeah.
But is it just like so key to the hero as well at the same time?
It kind of feels like it in some ways, but I think it's maybe going to become more game dependent. Against TB, I think you still get it because it stops the Sunder. So I think based on matchup, maybe PLs are going to start reconsidering, or at least perhaps should be because of the Diffusal nerf. But, you know, against the heroes I'm seeing here, I think Diffusal still makes a lot of sense.
Yeah, Sunder's a great point.
It's kind of where PL became the TB counter, because Sunder used to be 0 mana cost, and the second it got given a mana cost, suddenly PL was way better against TB. It was already decent because TB doesn't deal with the illusions that well, but stopping Sunder just made the matchup so good for PL.
Yeah, incredible. No kills yet. They're attempting top. Tim's and FBZ on the Terrorblade and some good shards on Yuragi. Pops his stick, but that's not going to be enough. The final touch from Tim's claims first blood for Boom.
Yeah, if there's a player who's going to have a big TI for Boom in order for them to do well, I look at Tim's. This guy's always been one of the best 4 positions in SEA, a region stacked with 4 position players. Like DJ's also playing a TI and stuff, but he's the guy that makes Yopaj look good generally. Like he's kind of this 4 position that every mid laner loves to play with because of how active he gets and how good he is at kind of securing runes, securing the mid lane.
Yeah, and he's done decently at TI previously, right? He was on that Rave team that did pretty well in like 2016. He's done well on TNC as well. Now on Boom, looking to try and continue that trend.
We'll see. He's the TI veteran when it comes to this Boom team. 4 newcomers and Tims. So we'll see if he can help bring back some of that, you know, that stability. He's been there before, at least.
And Tiger yet again slipping away from danger with a sliver of HP remaining. Quite a fair amount of damage from Skem with this maxed out Scatter Blast build going for all the nukes.
Touched upon it already, but tough game for Tiger. You're playing Clockwork into these heroes where you just don't really feel like you can easily set up or find kills, but the key goal here for bottom lane is just outfarm them. If you can't get kills with Clock Razor, just win the CS battle. And this is kind of what I touched upon. Like, yeah, PL is a good hero matchup against Razor, but this lane is Razor favored. And right now, 25-6 to the 15-5.
Yeah, 2 waves ahead. Amar's going to be hitting his timing that a little bit faster. Like we were saying during the draft, it's such a good platform to have this Razor 20 minutes in. And getting level 11, getting up to that BKB, just running around, causing issues. And tying in with the Ember Spirit's timings as well. We'd like to see him go for that phase Maelstrom. Skem, gonna cook you away, yeah. Out
it's
of there
just-
once more. Oh, mid lane. The trample into pulverize. Yopaj has hit 6 before the Ember does. The fairy fire and the chains, though. Oh, BZM just about gets out of the grasps of Yopaj.
Yeah, I wonder if BZM's played this matchup before and knew he'd be fine there. Dota players, so much of Dota is a game of feel, particularly for mid laners there. So knowing like the exact amount of damage he's going to take there from the pulverized trample to survive and get that off. And there's a chase now into the jungle. They've caught Misha. That's going to be first blood. Yopaj, yeah, he onslaughted in, dove across like the cliff, and Tims was there to set up the kill. So first blood goes their way.
Or second blood even.
Yeah, sorry, second blood. Yeah.
Yeah, 2 kills in the first 6 minutes. It's been a reasonably slow one, but both of them going the way of Boom. And you're right, the fact that Ember Spirit went for this magic wand, not something that we always see or even often see. Bottle plus wand, and he knew that he needed that little bit more to get away from the Primal Beast, who is consistently spamming his all 3 of his spells to clear out waves and do the damage.
Yep.
Radiant's middle tower is under
Does feel like, despite these kills, very even lane stage between the two teams. All OG cores are getting farm or doing well in their lanes. If anything, there's a slight edge for OG when it comes to the CS and the laning stage, but that's been made up for by these 2 kills that Boom got. Particularly first blood money being a nice little kind of bonus, but yeah, around mid lane, OG's got 3 heroes kind of in this Radiant jungle, getting a bit of farm, and also just being in the Radiant jungle means you can threaten to rotate on both mid and bottom. Playing around the Razor's the big thing I kind of mentioned earlier on. Amara's going to be one of the strongest heroes here in the early game, so having the threat of Ember and Razor linking up is very scary, particularly for Jackie, who, he can always doppelganger out of stuff, but he wants to be farming. He doesn't want to just be surviving down here.
Yeah, it's kind of cool to see BZM just jump into that camp. It hits 7 minutes. And it's, okay, neutral items time. Let's see what we can get.
But Exorcism committed, so tier 1 top tower going to go down, so good use of the first Exo. This is just something OG give up. The big question is, will second Exorcism be able to take the tier 1 mid tower from me? Because that's going to be the one where if you give up that tier 1 mid early on, you're giving up a lot of ground and you let Boom kind of have full access into your jungle and to kind of control such a large area of the map.
Yeah, that shuts down TB's farm by extension. And he's done well, Uragi. 51 last hits. Treads Bracer.
Dire's top tower is
Boom
under
Still
kind
that
of-
DP top of the net worth.
Yeah, they're kind of sacking Jackie for now. Like, his PL's being tasked with defending bottom against, like, 2 to 3 heroes, so, and playing into this Razor. So they're not actually trying to get Jackie mega farm, which I actually think is good, because Death Prophet and Primal Beast are going to be the heroes that they want to, set the tempo and own in the mid game. So as long as PL's getting some farm, you don't mind that he's not top net worth. And, he's 6 on net worth. He's having the worst time when it comes to the cores.
I'm not sure who was trapped in there with whom, Tiger. The Beast gets caged, looking to kill off the Clockwork. He's got heals on him from that Purifying Flames, but he's blasted down as Yopaj and Jackie kill off both of OG's supports. BZM does get the trade back as Amar looking to fight, but under the tag team and trapped in the shards. Well, he's actually going to get a lot of damage on the Scam. Turns and battles into him. Tims with a snowball back.
Nice
and there's
snowball.
Yopaj with the trample. Beautifully done to set up for another kill.
He was trapped on the low ground and just got brought up by Tims with a snowball. Yopaj touched upon how good of a game he can have, and 2-0-1 already. His mid-primal beast is making a name already. Jackie gives up on this bomb. I like this. You've taken this top tier 1 tower. There's no reason for Death Prophet to play in the top part of the map. Give this lane to PL, and PL can farm top, plus farm the jungle, and basically ignore this game of Dota right now. He's going to play PvE while the rest of the team prioritizes basically team fighting and this mid tier 1 tower.
Yeah. I mean, Amar. Look at that damage from Yopaj. Destroyed from the tree line as the beast just comes charging on through.
He's everywhere. He's
looking
wreaking havoc.
for more as well.
Yeah.
Misha getting chased back into his Ancients area. BZM's here farming, but
He's got spells in 3
Tims.
seconds.
Yopaj going straight, go in for the pulverize. Misha gets off his Fate's Edict, and Yopaj going to dive across with the onslaught back towards BZM instead. Remnant to safety, and Tims will survive.
The raindrop.
Barely.
Raindrop saving his life there from the Fire Remnant, but next section, it's not the tier 1 mid, surprisingly. They actually go bottom. I think deciding this is an easier tower to claim. But Tower OG, we'll see if they defend this one. It does look like they are making some moves down there with Amar, and Ember is already down there as well, so they're ready to take a fight.
Yeah, they're coming in. BZM, he wants to battle. He's got his javelin.
Boom only have 2 heroes.
If they get a slight
This is a
change,
2v4.
two of them get clipped by it. FBZ looks like he's
No
all
hook
right
shot.
after popping his wand. And yeah, level 4 clock means no initiation from OG.
I mean, that's kind of good for Boom. You don't take the tower, but 2 heroes, like 4 OG members rotate down there to defend a 2-man push. Yeah, it's 2 cores, but the fact they do it this early, and this kind of goes back to Tiger having a rough game. He's only level 4. If that's a level 6 clockwork, it's at least 1 kill, maybe 2 kills. So, you know, good job applying pressure and knowing that they can't really be punished there.
look at Yopaj as well. Oh, the silence! The value point in the silence! It allows them to get the kill, something that BZM wasn't really respecting.
Yeah, they're doing this with like this FBZ Yopaj duo. Like, I mean, Tibbs will join the fun now, but and they're not done getting kills. Misha's next in the firing line.
Oh yeah, boom! They all washed their face this morning. No yawning, no messing around. They are ready to fight.
Yep. No jet lag either.
It.
They're playing in their own time zone.
That's true. They've got the C buff.
Yep.
We're so close to level 6 on clock. He needs 1 creep and then he'll have hook shot. One silver lining here for OG is that TB is still farming away, but a tremendous first 10 minutes from Boom has put them in a great position.
And this is all this aggression. This is what games of Dota with like a 4 protect 1 you love them to look like. The 4 heroes going around making stuff happen. I mean, Skem's not really been involved. He's just been stacking and defending mid. But the 3 heroes do all this while PL just free farms elsewhere on the map. He's not farming as fast as TB. You know, TB's just had a better lane and has more jungle farm to play around. But like they're kind of controlling the map while their carry get some of these early game items. He has gone for the faster fusel, so Jackie can now look to join up with his team if he wants to.
We'll see if he decides to, because right now BZM shoving him out of the lane. Might just come back to the Ancients, farm back through them.
Oh, kisses. They're
Catch
gonna get
onto
Amar
Amar.
here. That's
Yeah, they absolutely are.
just easy kill. This Razor's 0-3 Amar. I mean, talk about how he's still been spamming this hero and has a lot of faith in it. We're kind of seeing some of the weaknesses here. He did have a good lane, but it's kind of that offlane Razor, offlane Viper kind of effect. Win your lane, but then you just get ganked and you have no escape mechanism. You just kind of feed pre-BKB is what we're kind of seeing.
Yeah, he desperately needs it. We need these item timings for OG. It's only 13 minutes in. But we're gonna get... What did he do?
That just took the tower from his core.
Oh.
he was like literally timing the last hit. FBZ is like just auto attacking this tower, and Tim's just like, mine, I'll take that.
Oh yeah, that's blink money.
Yep.
FBC, you've got your 4 staff. You don't need any more items, and I kind of like that force against the clockwork. So now they've got so many ways to get out of the cogs.
Yeah, I mean, good luck. Yeah, I mean Razor too. Like 4 stuff's amazing. TB Yonakai, it's so much pressure on BZM to kind of guarantee and secure some of these kills.
Boom. They're thinking about walking straight towards that mid-tier 1, but they've gone for a bit of a wraparound and getting a deep obs ward first. I think OG knows this is going on, though. Yeah, BZM playing that right-hand side of the tower, understands there's plenty of heroes missing, so the rest of his squad are going to play bottom instead.
They're just so much weaker. And, oh boy, Ember needs to be careful not to get caught here. He gets onslaughted, but no pulverized follow-up, so we let go, but doesn't look like OG can defend this one.
Oh, nice deny. And the rest of OG, they smoked in from bottom, straight onto Tim's. Snowball to the creep's going to buy him a little bit of time here as he does get pushed around by the cogs. Goes for the punch and the cookie back, not enough to save him, but in comes the beast. Great trample back onto the 2, and both Oracle with the Razor die, while Tiger, can I keep on chasing him? He's got an uproar there, Yopaj. The hook shot to safety gets him across the BZM.
He's out, but Boom continued to get kill after kill. 11-2. Only the 1k gold lead to go with it. So OG, I mean, the story there is that they're still getting farmed. So they're not completely out of it. They've still got the late game. They've still got the TB. And they are just waiting for some of these BKBs to come up, particularly the Razors, before they can really fight. But the fact Boom are getting all of this, and now they've taken all these tier 1 towers, which will potentially open up Roshan, means they're in a great position to just keep playing this aggressive style of Dota that's really working well for them.
Yeah, and this is where the 2 supports really comes into play. The Tusk and Snap, right now they're paired up or teamed up with the Funnel Beast. Straight in we go. Scam's not even going to spend his kisses. They know they can blow up Misha without it, so they can stick around and wait for another target to show.
Yeah, they came close to catching Amar there. He's the one they really wanted, but Misha just in the right place to kind of pop the smoke and perhaps save Amar's life there. He's BKB 1,000 gold away. Until then, he's just trying to farm somewhere. Anywhere he can get a scrap of gold that's away from these boom heroes that just keep on hunting him down.
And Primal Beast has his BKB. It's coming on Courier. 16 minutes in. I mean, we've seen Yopaj play aggressively and just dive in towards his enemies as he gets hook-shotted now.
His BKB's arrived.
Cookie, it's there to save him. Yopaj, he's just going to
use
drop.
it.
Didn't use BKB or the wand. Had 12 charges, and BZM using this opportunity to dive tier 1. They've got Metro up from Yoragi and a lot of nuke damage out of Misha. Will unlock the tier 1 tower for them.
Great fight for OG.
There.
Yeah. I mean, I think the BKB just arrived too late, where even if he popped it, the TB was going to just right-click him down, so... But at the same time, yeah, 12 one-charges BKB. Looked like he had a window to maybe pop those, and given the benefit of the doubt, maybe just didn't feel like he... Maybe either couldn't or just didn't feel like it was going to save his life there, because OG, that's a huge turnaround for them, considering that everything up until now has just been going Boom's way. To get a tier 1 tower and get a great team fight around the TB meta is just perfect for them.
And it was well done by Tiger as well to hold on to the cogs. You know, you saw Scam having to cookie early to get the beast away from the hook shot. Tiger still had those cogs to play around with just in case, but looks like Boom are going to respawn, get straight back out onto the map, and keep that pressure on OG. So much emphasis put on warding around this top jungle. They see BZM perfectly. He doesn't have a remnant out as a safety mechanism, so wow, the chains right on time. If Yopaj catches him there, he probably dies.
This Boom Vision is just designed to find all these kills. They've got such aggressive wards in this dire jungle. 2 very deep wards, 1 on the cliff around the Roshan pit. They're doing a great job with the Vision game. That's going to guarantee them probably an uncontested Roshan. It's getting scouted out. The Scam plus Rocket Flare, but Exus isn't being used. We'll see if OG take this fight here. They're smoked up. They want to make a play on this. They've got Hookshot to go for the snipe. Scam in position to pop the smoke. And they do this.
Roshan dying so quickly. And Jackie, his first real mark on the game, is going to be taking Aegis. Grabs it before OG can really mount a defense of the area, even with their high ground ward here. OG struggling to find a position to fight while Yopaj dives straight on into the back lines. Damage being drained.
Oh, the hookshot misses!
Oh, Yopaj allowed to TP home, but BZM gonna go back in and then back out again. OG poking and prodding for another form of initiation, but things will reset again.
Yeah, a little bit overly aggressive there from Yopaj. He just dived in by himself thinking, oh, I've got, BKB equals invincibility, but you're playing against Razor TB. These are heroes that will chunk you down through that BKB. And he got, immediately static linked. His initiation was on the Oracle, who doesn't instantly die. So the rest of Boom did not want to fight. That's the Death Prophet lineups, when they take Roshan, sometimes they're a little bit in danger, even once they get the Aegis, of losing a fight because Exorcism's on cooldown. So I think good decision for Boom just to disengage.
Yeah, smart stuff. Keep Jackie farming. 1,000 gold till Manta. And it's down in that bottom jungle. Clockwork was out on a bit of a scouting mission here, getting a deep observer ward down, but does lose his life in the process. Well, it looks like Boom want to make a play on top.
Yeah. Not sure there's much you can do to BZM's Ember here. He's a bit low on mana. This it is kind of PL time. He's almost got the Manta. This is, just classic old school PL. Jackie, he's not exactly... He's kind of newer gen player, but he's been around a little while and going for that classic Diffusal Manta.
Yeah, nothing wrong with it when you've got an Aegis in your hands.
Nope.
Actually seeing Ember Spirit pick up the full Yule Scepter now, so a way to get around the control and teamfight damage and even the silence coming out of DP.
Yeah. Seems like a good pickup. Yules is always one of these items that just has so much utility it brings to the table.
And I guess looking at their draft, they don't have that many ways of TP cancelling or stunning. Yeah, they've got a Hookshot to initiate, Fortune's End, Chains, nice little bits of roots, but
yeah.
You kind of need that one bonus thing to stop a TP out in front of your face.
I think a lot of it's going to be like, let's, you know, try and mitigate as much of the TB's damage as possible. Burn all his mana so he can't keep making illusions and can't get Sunder off. The Primal Beast is going for Shiva's Guard, so it's less like they're less trying to kill the TB and more just trying to, you know, mitigate what he can do.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Well, BZM doing a good job pushing out one extra wave top. But back in the bottom jungle, Deja Vu strikes for Tiger.
Yeah, I've seen
exact
this
same
one before.
spot again.
Hey, maybe he'll live this time.
Maybe with a hook shot to creeps and a TP home.
The creep.
The creeps are killing him though.
Okay.
Oh!
All right,
Scrapes away.
well done, Tiger.
Oh, and Timms has walked into Uragi. And that fight finishes very quickly. Don't want to get into a brawl there with the Tuskman himself. This feels pretty good for OG though, dragging this out and wasting out the timer of the Aegis. And Boom would love to go and take these tier 2s and kind of collapse in towards OG's side of the map and get across the river. And this is a lot of room for Terrorblade and the Ember Spirit. I guess the Razor as well. It's a tri-core lineup against what feels like a single core. We've seen
Yeah.
DP and Primal Beast kind of struggle to break through that mid game.
Particularly with the way they're itemizing. DP's gone like full, let's, you know, not build for late game. Let's get all these utility items. Lotus, 4-staff, Primal Beast going BKB into Shiva's God. These are not cores that are going to take this game particularly well into the late game. And they're behind on gold. They've got this Aegis. PL's got Diffusal Manta, but they need to make all these plays now. Like, they can't afford to just sit around and not apply pressure here because this game's just going to look worse and worse for them the longer it goes. Like, right now, I'm liking OG's position.
Yeah, kill score aside, everything looks peachy for them. And tier 2 top's going to drop to Jackie. So outpost time for Boom. Incredibly important around that top area of the map for the Radiant, especially with that Roshan timer just under 4 minutes to start thinking about him. And they're going to TP down to bottom. OG are ready and waiting though. They've got the high ground, they've got the vision advantage, and they've got the jump straight in towards Skem Snapfire. Amar and Tiger quickly pair up to kill her off. Yopaj is going to onslaught back towards his base. Don't want to entertain an extended team fight here.
And all of this is happening while Boom have Aegis. It just doesn't feel like they're, you know, playing around in Aegis because of how effective OG is at playing the map. I mean, Tiger's death to get that ward down and then the subsequent escape was so crucial for them to get all of this info and vision down bottom and is allowing these plays here. It helped set up this Snapfire kill. They get a tier 2 tower. Now they're going to get outpost control down bottom. All of this is set up by that vision, and it's just pulling Boom apart. They're not getting to play like the 5-man Dota that they want to play with an Aegis.
Yeah, it's like OG are playing tennis with them, right? You know, they're pushing this ball from one edge of the court to the other.
Yeah.
Really wearing out Boom, getting their legs tired.
Yeah, making them run, you know. It's one of those annoying players that they're not smashing winners, but they're pulling you from side to side, hitting a drop shot, then lobbing you. And Boom are not getting to play the way they'd like to play right now. But
And they're not. I mean, we've got Gem on the Razor. He's going into Yasha, Sanjin Yasha there, so it looks like he's really intending to scale as hard as he can on Amar's Razor.
Radiant are scanning.
Boom do not deal well with this like frontline Razor with BKB. They haven't got any real damage or way to threaten him through the BKB outside of like, I guess, Exorcism, but it does feel like this Razor can just kind of run in very freely and unafraid.
Oh, there's a DD rune though.
Okay.
Yopaj, he's eyeing it up. They are smoked up still for another 5 seconds. They were trying to edge forward to see if it would break. It'll wear off though now as OG, they've managed to get away from that smoke attempt. Scouting with TB illusions, very, very important here from Uragi to see where Boom are.
Yep. And that, again, those wards down bottom, it kind of reveals the fact that Boom aren't in that area. So even when they're smoked up and you don't see them, you have a pretty good idea of where they are on the map. And Boom just unable to find these kills. They decide, okay, let's just back off, farm top lane. They send FBZ top. Now they have to get out of this area of the map. OG's going to look to hunt them down. They see this Death Prophet who just TP'd bottom. Boom cannot really defend this bottom area of the map here. They're going to have to give it up to OG.
Yeah, they've got no vision anymore. This gem has removed every observer of Boom's. Amar just playing forward and trying to scan up onto these high ground spots. They've got one obs ward still in the bottom right corner of the map, but I don't think that's going to really help them too much here. Yep. And OG very, very clearly move into that bottom jungle knowing exactly what Boom are up to.
Yeah. Good news is they had PL and Boom. So they left the Manta Illusions bottom. They pushed the wave pretty far out. So they're not really... Like, there's no farm they're missing out on. I mean, obviously, the jungle creeps. But I think the fact they're swapping from bottom side to top side here, it's just about making sure you're being as efficient as possible. Like, they pushed out bottom lane. So for Boom, it's not the end of the world, but they need to get a good team fight soon. Particularly around this next Roshan, which is respawning sometime in the next 3-ish minutes. So... And you got to imagine this time around OG is not going to be letting it go for free. So very curious to see how things unravel and how both teams play around this Roshan number 2.
Yeah, especially with buybacks, right? Because OG were one of the squads that kind of pioneered this buyback meta where people were defending Roshan with multiple heroes respawning. Right now, they've got both of their supports having it, none of their cores do, while Boom have 4 buybacks available and 5 seconds until Rosh spawns. I'd say Boom in a pretty good position here to fight around Roshan.
Yeah, well, they scouted out. It's such a fast respawn. They've got an Arcane Rune on Death Prophet too, which is really nice, but not sure they're going to get a chance to check it. They're not going into the pit here, probably just assuming it's going to be a bit longer. It's been scouted by the Clockwork. Even if they scout it, it's not really the right time to go into the pit. They need to address this bottom lane. They haven't got Yopaj with them, so it is fine that they're kind of addressing the lanes a bit first before they prioritize Roshan. Come on, G.
It feels like Boom need that surprise move as well with Tusk and Snap to start the team fight. But it's OG with a sneaky smoke preempting this potential Roshan. Tim's straight onto the Tusk here with Tiger and Amar. Quickly remove the Tusk. He does have buyback, but we'll see how this progresses.
Well, they go into the pit here. With the Tusk dead, they may chance it and try and force that buyback, but it does seem like OG feel like it's not a high priority enough kill to actually go for Roshan here. They draft, I mean, it kills Rosh okay if TB's there, like, but at the same time, it maybe requires, like, you don't want to use meta for Rosh or anything, so. And without static link damage, your Razor's not really hitting Rosh that hard, so OG take the pick off and back off, and are going to settle just for the vision that they're getting around the pit off of that smoke gate.
Yeah, I mean, they get a tier 1 top, BZM split pushing out these waves. And Radiant even scanning in onto him, kind of expecting BZM to hide in the trees, which he will do now.
Oh, they caught him.
Get on top of the Ember here with Yopaj and Jackie trying to burn his mana down, and that's the kill they needed. A huge one onto the Ember Spirit. Now, how quickly can they move?
Well, it should be free Roshan, I think. Like, and I don't think it's hard if you're OG. Like, do you buy back Ember here? How crippling is giving Boom a free Roshan? They're going to keep scanning it out. Maybe someone like Tiger is just tasked with trying to go for a Roshan steal. They're posturing around the pit here. Maybe they'll try and force this fight here with an Ember buyback.
Yeah, trying to keep vision over there and hook shotting up onto Tim's. I guess he's down to low ground now. Gets back across with a force staff from FBZ. And Yopaj, he onslaught straight in towards Yuragi, but the Scard is slow and the damage drained. Amar, he walks the dog and chases the Primal Beast away from this. As that's delayed Roshan now and bought time for BZM to potentially respawn.
Yeah, and they didn't want to use Exorcism to take Roshan, so it does look like OG's done the perfect job delaying it. Boom tried to take the fight and get an initiation. Like, okay, it's 5v4, we want a Rosh, but they're gonna stall it out, so we gotta jump them. But OG just with better positioning and some great Clockwork play. Tiger just kind of baiting them in. Yeah, he gets himself trapped, but it was almost by intention, like with the jetpack out. And also just going on Tim's. The only way you die there if you're OG is if Tim's gets like this Blink Warriors punch off, so jumping Tim's Tusk there is just a really heads-up move from Tiger.
And it felt like no one was really under threat from dying there, but we do still hold those ultis, like you say, and they've got Exo, Kisses from Snapfire still ready, and Boom gonna smoke up, try and utilize these. Well, OG are 5 alive again. BZM in such a nice groove here, able to quickly move down bottom, push out these side lanes while Amar, well, he's been scouted. Jump in from Tim's, but the Fortune's End and maybe a save onto Amar's Razor. They've got the false promise to buy some
silence on Oracle.
Kisses landing, and the stars is a good one. FBZ gonna shred through the Razor now. There's no surviving that. While Yuragi and Misha, they're sticking around to try and fight this. BZM from the right-hand side. The slide comes back across towards the Tusk. But in comes the big Primal Beast onslaught. Tries to sunder, but he's low HP. Yuragi about to die. The Ghost, the final touches here will kill him off. FBZ with a double kill, and boom, the Yules. There's a self one from the Ember Spirit. Have they got any control for him? He's got a remnant, but that big onslaught. Yopaj with a 2-man hit. Pummels through, in onto OG, and the PL still alive. Barely survives, kills him off while BZM buys back.
Oh, he's been caught though.
Spirit.
Silence on Ember.
The silence again from the Death Prophet, and back comes Yopaj. Pulverize in 1 second. 1 second, he's not got it though. The chains. BZM gets out of danger. Oh, a close fought battle. A buyback from the Ember, and now a catch onto FBZ. Death Prophet slide chains again while Amar has been given time to respawn. Back across to their Ancients, and there's no escape for this Death Prophet now. Gleipnir, and the static link will make short work of her in the end.
Ooh, that's the fight you're looking for if you're Boom, though. That's about as good as it gets. An Ember buyback, too. We'll take another look here. You've been asking for it. Like, they need to make that big surprise play, the smoke, and a perfect initiation on Amar. They get the false promise off, but the big thing, a great silence meant that there weren't really any heals coming out on top of the false promise. FBZ hit multiple heroes, hit the high ground Oracle, and his Death Prophet just chasing everybody down here. Yuragi, you know, he dished out too much damage for his own good. He didn't actually have a good Sunder target. I think he Sundered like a PL illusion, if I'm seeing correctly. And it only healed him up a very small amount. So just no real way for OG to take that fight, particularly without, you know, no metamorphosis. Like, that was TB without meta. But they're in Roshan now. Boom are ready to fight this.
That was a big team fight for Boom, but Tiger buying time with his aggression here up to high ground, allowing Yuragi to chase on forward. Tims is the first to die. Tiger buys back now as well, as Yuragi still mattered up here, thinking about returning to the pit, because it was a 2,500 gold swing towards Boom, but OG are the ones inside Roche.
Exo's back. It's already back up. They're using the kisses to delay. TB's dying.
Oh my god, you kill Roshan, you turn and fight the false promise, and the Sunder comes out Yuragi. Aegis is about to be on the floor, but in comes the onslaught. The Primal Beast will be able to take the Aegis well away from OG, and Boom, aiming a bar while FBZ taking a lot of damage, but they've got the control onto the Razor they needed. TB and Razor dead.
So clutch. Like, Boom just stalling out the Roshan, waiting for that Exorcism to come back up, and OG, they got distracted. I mean, rightfully so. They're like trying to Rosh, and then they see Boom coming over, and they're like, we can't just force this Rosh. We need to fight them first. They don't have Exo. You know, we should be strong enough, but they just couldn't quite get these key kills, and Boom just kiting them out and biding their time until they were strong enough and had everybody come in, notably the PL who came in. He didn't have the full Heart of Tarrasque, but had the Reavers, so he's pretty damn unkillable at this point, and now they get to push forward with Aegis in hand.
Yeah, it's so incredibly irritating when Jackie is just sending Manta illusions, doppelganger illusions, scouting you and burning your mana to, like you said, just draw things out. And
even though TB BKB, so the kisses don't kill him, it's like suddenly the team fight happens and he doesn't have BKB for the actual team fight. So it was just like a series of plays that just kind of favored Boom there, even though, TB survives but doesn't have BKB. The meta's kind of wearing off towards the end of the Rosh, and Boom's able to get in to get like multiple heroes on top of Roshan to guarantee they get the Aegis. Even if they don't get the Aegis there, I think they just kill Yuragi twice. It was a great fight regardless for Boom, with or without the Aegis.
Yeah, but now you're looking at 3 minutes. All that Aegis on Yopaj with, I think he's got Kaya Sanj, fully completed. Coming out on the courier on top of his Shiva's BKB. So it feels like that mid-game kind of difficulty that Primal Beast has had previously being overcome here by Yopaj. 35 minutes in, looks incredibly strong.
An impressive thing from OG is they're still very close when it comes to the overall net worth of their heroes. So 3k gold lead only. TB has just farmed so much this game. But this is where the hero matchup kind of comes into play. You got the PL, who's really good against Razor and TB in these late game scenarios. Tims gets sniped on the side of the map by Ember, but things like this, I mean, may delay a bit of this Aegis push. Both teams just trying to hunt down these pesky fours.
Keep them out of these team fights.
TP on the fountain, the waterfall.
Off the map and back to home. And OG are just always so good at controlling the map. They're immediately back down towards bottom. They pushed in mid. Yep. So it's again, Boom, the ones that are kind of looking to smoke and find that initiation play.
feel like OG is one of the most farming efficient teams in Dota these days. I mean, when you have such a farm heavy carry off laner, like you have to be amazing when it comes to your efficiency as a team. And they're highlighting here again. They're down 21-10. They're smoking in. They want to make a move here, but there's nobody there at the triangle. OG trying to use all this farmer there to fight into an Aegis.
Yeah, all they see are PL illusions.
Yeah. Radiance Ember, so that it's his job to answer the PL. Gleipnir Radiance does come at the cost of not having that defensive items. We've seen multiple deaths on BZM as a result of not having a BKB. But at the same time, they just feel like they need all the damage they can get against the PL. So willing to put his life a bit on the line just to guarantee they have some way of answering all these illusions.
Clear the army as best you can. DP loses her courier. She's going Shiver's Guard as well as the Primal Beast, just trying to stack up armor.
Her shard can be pretty nice. That fear can always come at the most pesky of times where you don't expect it.
Is under attack.
You sure can. Yeah, I don't mind the double Shiver's Guard here, honestly. Like, you need armor against the TB Ember Spirit, and on just being able to honestly clear through TB illusions with a bit of damage it gives. The vision is super nice against heroes like Clock and Oracle, who often play from fog. We'll see how they can utilize it, but right now, boom. Get straight up onto high ground. Tier 3, half health already. And OG, you've got to do something about this. Your buildings falling very quickly to Jackie. Gleipnir dodged out with a doppelganger and a manta. Zamar trying to get back in on top of them as OG hold their barracks, and Tiger. He's in towards the back line. Slight chains there, catching
from
Skim.
Tiger.
But in from the left, Yopaj. Oh, the Yule's dodge gets away from the trample onslaught and trying to fight back into the Primal Beast, but Tiger pulverized. And OG lose the one while the War's Punch blink initiation from the Tusk. It tries to catch the Terror Blade, but Yuragi saved up a little by Misha and allowing the retreat for OG to return to their high ground.
I mean, I think they want to disengage and not fight into the Metamorphosis, but at the same time, it means they're not going to have Exorcism for any kind of a push here, but they may feel like they can just keep pushing. Like, PL is kind of at that point where it's like, how do you actually beat PL? And Metamorphosis, I think, is one of the kind of key ways to actually have the damage, and Boom are just kind of chilling for the time being, keeping both bottom and mid lane pushed out, ignoring the top lane, and it does seem like they want to go for this high ground, this lane of Rax.
Yeah, just keep on going. Bulldoze your way towards victory. There's no real way here for OG to split push. It would be nice for them if BZM was already out on one of these side lanes to... Oh, the cookie on the illusion.
No silence.
2 heroes silence. Again, the Yule attempted to dodge the Primal Beast initiation, though. Pulverize. And that uproar. That's going to dispel off. Oh, that was close. He still gets the punch and the pulverize, though. False promise needed. As Misha saves the Ember Spirit, and Jackie is going to send these illusions forward with the Beast. Then onto Yuragi. Faint Edict, a bit of immunity there with his BKB, and Yopaj getting turned on. Needs the cookie to disengage. Amar, though, draining so much damage, and that hookshot initiation gets BZM a killing spree. They're taking them down. 3 heroes gone. Jackie trying to 1v5 now.
1v5, yeah.
Phantom Lance, what can he do? You got DP behind you. But Tiger, in yet
They're dropping items.
Jetpack across from his own cogs as his man is being burnt by these illusions, and a buyback from the Snapfire. But OG, they are holding their high ground again.
Yeah. Just overly aggressive from Yopaj. He kind of dove in a bit too far there. And it was a similar story to what we saw happen once before early in the game, where he kind of onslaughts in. He's like, oh, I've got BKB, but he doesn't connect with his initiation because of some good defensive Yules, like BZM kept self-Yulesing. And if you don't connect with your BKB initiation, suddenly Razor turns on you, he just static links you, walks you down, drains all this damage, and just actually kills you through your BKB. So he went in a bit overly aggressive and paid the price for it. His whole team did.
Yeah, because they don't even really get any damage on the barracks. They're being pinged out now with both at full HP. And OG, they can come back out and start dewarding this Ancients area. There's a couple of observer wards left by Boom. Do they still have the gem? Do they... Yeah, Clockwork still has it, so Tiger can come across and find all the vision.
Okay. Snapfire managed to claim one of Misha's gem, perhaps an old one they just had sitting at the fountain. So both teams with a gem here, both teams playing that vision game. No Roshan for at least 20 seconds here, and we'll See what Boom can do. It does feel like they need to play around this frontline Death Prophet. FBZ's Death Prophet plus 400 health from the level 20 is just massive at this point, and with an Arcane Rune, they'd love to find a way to take a fight with this Exorcism here.
And they're running on their
Roche.
own vision.
Roche is already back. It was like a... Oh, sorry, that wasn't the other... No, it's a minute 20. Okay, so it's going to be a little bit longer.
A minute, not too long to wait. I know, really nice to see them guarding this high ground obs as well. Like, they play forward up to high ground to make sure that they can take the fight if need be. Grab the outpost, close in around OG.
For OG, they've got decent ward on the other side of the Roshan pit, but that's not getting them... I mean, it's telling them that Boom's kind of taken over their side of the map, so they're going to have to go for another smoke or some kind of a play. Oracle does have a smoke here to kind of play around, and we'll see if OG get a chance to get a good jump off.
Some pretty big tier 4 neutral items. Got Trickster Cloak on the Terrorblade, so now he becomes increasingly tanky. And it looks like the Radiant have got a bunch unused right now. Telescope, Flicker still in the stash.
Got it.
And Telescope here for like the Snapfire or something would be nice, but currently she's holding the Philosopher's Stone, so need that money incoming.
Ninja gear too, like smoke's so important. Having solo smokes on someone could be really nice.
Tiger. He's found a target again.
Yeah.
And Scam, he bought back previously, didn't he? Yeah, 80 seconds without your Snapfire now as BZM trying to play forward into the 4 of them, remnanting away for now. As OG, the ones looking to unleash their potential, getting another chains onto the Phantom Lancer, the real one in fact. But it looks like that's going to be a move back, tentatively. Playing with the idea of fighting there, OG.
Yep. And that was their gem too, so we're going to have to buy a new one or just play without for now. They've still got some good vision up, but they're being hunted down.
Yeah, this
Tiger's got a hook
huge.
shot in 5 seconds.
Radiant's Gleipnir, get the catch onto the PL, needs the low soul buff to save him as FBZ already at half health.
PL's lost
just
all
being
his damage.
Annihilated by the Terrorblade, gets the full staff to low ground, but he's still so close to death. The hook shot! Tiger perfectly lines it up, and Jackie dead to BZM and Amar. Their heals will come through onto the false promise to keep that Razor up and running. So OG, with his meta still running, they can go for tier 2s now.
Yep, nobody's got buyback, and that's the one thing Razor has going for him in this Razor PL matchup is you get that static link off of the real PL, and all of a sudden this PL has to just run away from you. If you can keep up, it sticks on him, and Amar did a great job of just locking in and chasing down PL, letting the Ember help finish him off too, and TB well and truly online here. But yeah, that fight, Amar the one dishing out the most damage. It was him who killed off the PL.
And how this game has turned. It was not even 10 minutes ago we were looking at Boom really in a strong, dominant position, taking Aegis, looking for high ground. They took that tier 3 bottom not long ago, and now OG with buyback advantages get the mid laner racks, the first buildings to really fall in one of these bases, even pushing bottom with TB Illusions and another wave coming in, while Roshan did spawn pretty quickly. They could get in there and take it.
OG's just, they're such a tough team to play. It just feels like they're never out of these games. They're so good at punishing these late game mistakes and finding ways to claw back in, and we're seeing it here because yeah, Boom are the ones kind of going high ground. PL was looking pretty damn unstoppable at some point, but it was almost just like a very momentary like just lapse in like mental focus there, because they just got picked off one by one. Like it started with Scam, then it was the next hero getting picked off, and then PL getting chased down. It was like this indecision for Boom where it's like they should just let Scam die and everybody else get the hell out of there. But they kind of trickled in one by one and end up kind of chain feeding, and OG now with all the Roche goodies are in a fantastic spot.
Yeah, now it's a matter of finding targets, and if you can pick up this PL, that would be huge for OG. They see the real one, and Tiger not able to get there fast enough. Too distant to get forwards with the hook shot.
It's a Razor with the refresher shot in backpack for now. We'll see if Amar looks to play around it or not. Could swap out the Wraith Band, but we'll see what he's got in mind.
He's got his shard, AC. Incredibly tanky here on the Razor. Honestly, this is the thing. Going late game against a Tricore like this from OG, it was always going to be an uphill battle for Boom if they didn't get that momentum transferred into actual objectives. Gathering bottom though, Boom. Looks like they want to try and get some high ground vision down. Play around some of these observer wards because they need that initiation factor. They need to find the Oracle.
And it's hard to do so. Misha's positioning in trees, playing around the Aeon Disc and Force Staff, so he's got mobility, he's got the save. Now your high ground's being pressured. You're on the front lines with an Aegis. What's your answer for a TB? Metamorphosis, and they don't have the best AoE clear when it comes to the Boom draft.
Yeah, they're not coming to play under your ward. They're coming to play under your base. Another lane destroyed as BZM is just solo zoning the entirety of Boom right now.
But this Oracle sitting behind him, so he can just play so aggressive as long as Oracle's near enough to cast some spells on him. And Oracle with a ninja gear gets to play around this free smoke as well, so it's so much harder to find Misha's Oracle.
Yeah, with Aeon Disc and Force Staff as Tusk. He tries to go in.
That's the target you want.
Out again. Tiger with a two-man hook shot. That's the initiation OG needed, and FBZ going to get opened up on here by Yuragi. Throws out the reflection and aiming for Jackie, who's very low and about to die to BZM. Ember Spirit finds the kill. Oh, the Phantom Lancer's dead for a minute and a half. Diving tier 4s now. BZM, Amar, they're hunting the fountain. They're diving fountain. BZM just in there, annihilating the Death Prophet. This is gonna need multiple buybacks from Boom just to hold on to this match.
Desperation Kisses may find Misha here, but that's not really enough. You've got TB on the front lines now. Metamorphosis still going. That is just perhaps the end of this game here. I don't think Boom had the answers. No PL buyback. I think it's over.
It looks like it, yeah. You've got this Demon Zeal out Yuragi just wailing away at buildings, and Mega Creep's going to start coming. Amar is also looking into this bottom jungle to try and find Tim, so with the Tusk gone, he'll have to buy back as well. 40 seconds with no PL. Boom. It all went wrong so very quickly for them. OG striking back, getting into their stride in the late game and looking for tier 4s and the game finishing blow now. BZM has been pivotal in this. Such a huge performance out of his Ember Spirit. FBZ and Yopaj trying to defend their tier 4s, but Tiger's in. Good cookie away from the clockwork. Does give the Primal Beast a bit of space now. And 10 seconds they have to wait for the Phantom Lancer.
It's still Mega Creep, so it's going to be such an uphill battle. Even Noji's just going to get out. They're going to wait for next Metamorphosis, I imagine here. Aegis kind of expiring a little bit soon too. TB out of mana, so if you're OG, you're thinking, opening game of TI, let's not pull off any mega throws here. Let's just guarantee the win. Back off, play things safe and slow and steady. Late game Dota-wise, this is what they've been playing for. They've been trying to drag this game out to a point where they have this big late game advantage. 3 scaling cores up against really just 1 in the PL. And PL's, you said in the draft, not a very good hero in this meta. This PL is just not the carry he used to be, so OG have got to feel very confident here in the late game.
And you can see Jackie right now kind of scrambling to try and get buyback money. 800 gold away from it, because if he dies without buyback, it is pretty much game over.
Yeah. He just kind of melted in the last fight. There was just so much damage coming out from TB and Ember onto him. All the AoE damage. This time it wasn't the Razor with the static link. It was just, PL melting.
It's like Daedalus, Reflection, got this Radiance burning him. There's so much noise on the map for the PL to try and contend with.
And you're right, 40k net worth TB, 6 slotted and some. Not playing with the boots. The Manta in the backpack has a Moon Shard queued up to eat. Surprised to not see the... I think TB Ags is pretty good. There's like an extra kind of mini Metamorphosis even. But whatever he gets, at this point, he's pretty beastly.
Well, Tim's. He's in. And this is going to be a commitment from Boom. Jackie Yopaj there with Tiger backstabbing with a great hook shot. Lines it up to allow Yuragi to get the damage forward. Jackie, doppelgangers off to the left. FBZ about to die though as Amar comes in. Static links and drains down the DP while the PL's caught. Rooted up by the chains. Finished off by BZM. He does have buyback on the Phantom Lancer. But at this point, I just don't see what they can do as Boom, because they've got the Tim's Tusk caught out and killed. No buyback from him. And BZM beautifully done to find these pickoffs.
BZM? Is he? Going for the throw. Playing it safe. GG's called. OG having some fun to win this one.
Pops his refresher orb in the end to dive fountain for the 3rd time this game. BZM Ember Spirit, gorgeous stuff here in game one of this group stage best of two. And a game one victory for OG after, boom, they were the dominant team throughout the first, 25, 30 minutes of play. It looked like this game was theirs. It
did. I mean, it never looked like they were like fully past the finish line. But in the same time, and when you know it's OG, it's always like, okay, they're just, if you don't break their high ground, like OG is going to come back, particularly with a draft like this. But the way Boom were playing was honestly amazing for the first 25 to 30 minutes. And it was just that, it just felt like a slip where they kind of got picked off one by one. And some of those buybacks being on cooldown, Skem starts by getting picked off, and then a couple others. The PL, they finally got to a point where they had the damage to kill the PL, and I feel like that's often the case in so many PL games, is PL hits this mid-game timing, similar to Naga, where you get your Heart of Tarrasque, and nobody can touch you. You've got Manta, Diffusal, Heart, and the other team doesn't have damage. But then 10 minutes goes by, 15, 20 minutes go by, and suddenly TB's got 6 slots of items. Ember's got 4 or 5 big items. You've got the Radiance go with the Gleipnir. Razor's got 4 or 5 big items. And suddenly they do have the damage to kill the PL. And PL doesn't really scale beyond that Heart of Tarrasque very well. PL doesn't dish out damage. He's got this tanky illusion core, so they just, Boom had their timings, and they just couldn't quite win the game during it.
Yeah, and we saw some of the troubles that the Primal Beast can have as well, right, in terms of scaling. Started out as 505, was destroying people, but then you have similar problems to, back in the day when we always saw Blink Mars or Blink Tide or even the Clockwork position 3, you are a hero that commits. Once you're in, you're kind of in as the beast. And if you don't, like you said, if you don't land these pulverizers, that you will dodged or slight dodged or TB gets saved by a false promise, all of a sudden your team fight is kind of just over. Like here in this replay, Yopaj goes in and immediately has to run away again.
Yeah, there are a lot of fights where he and his team don't jump in with him, because it's Death Prophet. Death Prophet runs in pretty fast, but it's not like this insta follow up. It's not like an Ember type follow up or some kind of blink carry. So they don't have the insta follow up. It's again the story of so many of these fights is kind of Yopaj charging in, maybe popping his BKB, but if he doesn't kill the target he goes on, he's in a really awkward situation. So it's a very tough hero to play, I think, in that 2-position role, because there's so much more expectation for him to not just initiate but also dish out damage.
Yeah, another story of this game, those BZM's damage values. I just opened up the scoreboard, I was looking through, okay, Skem did 13,000, PL did 25,000. Oh yeah, Amar, nice, 40,000 damage. Wait, BZM has 80,000 damage. Absolutely insane numbers, quadrupling up on his opponent counterpart's damage values.
Yeah, it's fun showing, playing an Ember with getting to go for Gleipnir and Radiance. He's screw that, BKB can come later. I don't need that, at least not for the time being. But there's the winning draft. OG, it is a best of 2. So we'll see if Boom can come back, but it was a good draft from OG game 1. There was definitely moments where it felt like things might slip away from them, but in classic OG fashion, they clung on.
Yeah, it's like you said, they just kind of wanted to wait things out. They baited the PL pick, and none of us really feel like PL's in a good spot as a hero, even if it seemed like a good PL game. That Ember Spirit undid all of his potential there. As the scoreboard on your screen shows, Iragi, the master farmer, 40,000 net worth at the end. BZM, not too shabby himself, 32,272. Tons of items. They did just so many little moves from OG when they were playing bottom lane, right? Tiger with his couple of deaths there, the deja vu moment, as we see at BZM MVP, no surprises. But that playing bottom meant kind of Aegis was wasted, Roche was controlled. Boom were always responding to OG's macro play.
Oh yeah, absolutely. And OG, I think that's really how they kept this game. It's a lot of teams in their position will be okay, we just go stall and go late game, and we may win late game, but the way that they played it was they were aggressively making moves while stalling the game, playing in that enemy jungle, and just getting all this farm and efficiency to go their way. So honestly, hats off to OG, playing aggressive while being on the back foot.
Well, it's day 1 of the group stage, so it's time to move on. Game 2 coming up in a little bit. We'll see if Boom can keep their spirits up and battle up against OG, as Game 2 is right around the corner.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, everyone. Here we are with our second game. We're into the group stage here for TI 2022 as we've got Boom taking on OG Gods. Game one was interesting.
It was a lot of fun. Great kind of, I think, sign of what's to come for these two teams. OG, at least so far, maybe sticking with some of their more late game Dota strats. And Boom Esports wanting to play aggressive, a mid-primal beast. It was, it's fun to see. Teams do play a lot of games, though. Group stage is long, 9 best of 2, so a lot of room for teams to kind of mix it up as well.
And it's going to be interesting to see how, through regional qualifiers, last chance qualifiers, the meta of TI is already developing. Then we have these, kind of within best of 2s and best of 3s, team-specific draft metas build as well. As Marcy, a hero that I don't think we ever cast during last chance qualifier because she was banned every first phase, makes her way through here.
Marcy. Oh, no. Yeah, she dominated last chance quals. I saw like maybe 1 or 2, maybe it was with Breaky, but yeah, Marcy's pretty scary at what she does.
Yeah, because I remember all the stats. Panel was talking about how she's 77% win rate with like 10 games or whatever, banned 90% of the time. I just want to see a Marcy game. Come on, let me have it. OG here going to be in the hands of Tiger very likely, and they've got BZM Invoker to go along with it as well.
Usually these like first pick supports, even like the OP ones, still only ever get like a 55 to 60% win rate. Because end of the day, they're still supports. They can't win you the game by themselves, but Marcy seems to be on a different level maybe when it comes to that. But Boom themselves, Undying Snapper, I don't mind this response.
5 seconds
remaining. And it's like everyone's picking them as well, right? So that kind of brings the win rate down with your clocks and your tusks. Everyone's taking them. But the fact, Marcy is such a high win rate, obviously, indicator of how strong she is right now. Yeah, this Undying Snapfire. Boom, wanting to keep the aggression going.
Yeah, strong lanes, good early game, good mid game. Maybe lack a bit of scaling, but it's your supports. They don't have maybe that insta-stun, but probably we see that from maybe one of their either mid lane or off lane or somewhere. Curious to see where they go as far as answering this Invoker, though. OG picking in that slot where you get last pick of the first phase, and now you get to ban out the heroes you don't want to play against. So Kunkka, good lane matchup. Ember, a hero that gets on top of Invoker, and also a Yopaj classic. So we'll see what Yopaj gets to play this game.
Yeah, I'm curious to see what Boom now starts to opt to ban out, because it feels like OG had a pretty good grasp heading into late game last time. So is this a spot where you say, hey, respect the TB, ban that out, get rid of the Razor?
They're respecting Amar so far. Razor, Viper bans.
Yeah.
They're just like, yeah, let's just go back to what everyone used to do against this team and ban out the Amar heroes. But then they pivot. I mean, there were 2 big ones that banned, but he's got plenty of others. Morphling taken out. So Morphling looked like one of the best carries alongside, I think, Shadow Fiend during last chance qualifiers. So no surprise to see it banned. I think it was actually banned out in the first phase in game 1. So just a bit lower priority this time around.
And we'll see what happens there. I mean, a lot of people are even banning AA to cover that Morphling. And removed here. Make sure you don't get your hands on it. And OG, if you're looking at these 2 supports, you don't really need to be banning out anymore. Look for some of these core heroes that can contend with the Marcy or the Invoker. Ember Spirit, definitely one of them. As this Marcy hero, I'd also be interested to see what Boom ban against her in terms of combinations. Because I think during Arlington, or even during Riyadh, we had LGD and OG both playing these Batrider, Lone Druid, Marcy kind of trios that went around together, you know, with overcharged tether giving you spell amp for bat, or attack speed with a shard, or giving Lone Druid a sidekick to build things up. Oh, Io was another hero there that I should have mentioned as well. They've got these really sick combos, and you add in like an alacrity from the Invoker, which you already have. You've got so many buffs just being placed on this one hero. I'd be really afraid about that one hero right now as Boom.
Yeah, and there's so many, like you say, there's so many things it could be. For now, Boom, just pick up Pengalier. FBZ loves his Pengo. They sometimes flex at mid for Yopaj as well, so there is that option. But Pengalier, if you go way back to the start of the DPC League, they played so much of this. And Strange, you know, when you brought like, what do you play into Marcy? I was like, okay, let's just see on Dota buff what counts Marcy. And Pengalier is actually the fourth best counter on Dota buff according to you know, the stats there. It's not like a huge percent swing. It's like 2.6% win rate change when you have Pengalier against the Marcy. Troll is number one, surprisingly. Still has a losing win rate, but it's just, you know, does better than it usually does. But yeah, I don't know. I don't think they're necessarily picking the Pengo because they see Marcy, but I think it is nice to have these more elusive cores that, you know, can farm a lane quickly and then get out, because Marcy is just so good at catching heroes that are trying to split push or farm the map.
Incredibly good at just initiating into people. I guess Pango with his chaos out of the Rolling Thunder. Swashbuckle have the disarms, pretty handy.
Yeah.
Because usually you have this kind of agi carry that's getting sidekicked up that you want to be disarming and dealing with.
So Naga Siren for OG. We touched upon how, you know, this does feel like this could be one of the big heroes as far as, you know, coming into the meta, and also just seems to be winning a lot of games. So they get Naga and Jakiro to go with it. So Naga this game picked into Pengalier. If anything, usually I think Pengo's kind of considered at least good against these illusion carries, but that kind of really goes to show like how much confidence OG have in Naga as a hero that they're willing to pick it after seeing Pengalier.
Yeah, it was one of these old school counters against heroes like Lifestealer or Phoenix or Undying, right? Because you can song around this big teamfight ulti or a Magic Community hero, which Pango has through like Rolling Thunder, and kind of counteract that. Kill Tombstone with your hero and your illusions. I think all round it's a pretty nice Naga pick on top of what you were saying about her rising in strength and pick priority for a lot of these teams. And then you've also got combos like Song and Snare into Macropire.
Yeah. And the Jakiro, I think, was always considered one of the best kind of Naga pairings. The Ice Path gets set up also by the Song. You can kind of line up usually at least two heroes, often three, with the Ice Path out of the Song. You mentioned, yeah, the disengage from a Tombstone is really nice. Like if they force a fight around the Pengo roll plus Tombstone, you're just like, okay, Song, get out of here. Maybe you can even focus down the Pengo, though you don't really have much right-click damage now to play around. It does feel like something really strong for OG to build a team fight and just a late game drop. Like we saw last game. TB plus Razor, let's just go late game, and it feels like a bit of the same here.
Does Amar play Darkseer? It doesn't strike me as a hero he plays for, but I see these four heroes from OG, and I think Darkseer.
Yeah, I'm sure he can. I feel like he's one of these players who just spams and plays so much Dota in pubs that he can play those heroes, but, you know, does he want to play Darkseer? He's like, does this hero carry? Yeah, not really.
Does it hit creeps?
Yeah. He may want to play
so
something
much.
that sets up the Sunstrike as well. Like you've got Naga Jakiro, like the Ensnare kind of, but like early game, it's like kind of just the Marcy sort of. So having some kind of stunning offlaner. I mean, you've got a Marcy lane too, so like the Marcy pairings, the like Batrider type heroes sometimes feel good with Marcy, but he will have to pick his hero blind, not knowing what the carry is, which I think is smart for Boom. Like you want to make sure that Jackie gets a good lane matchup, something that they didn't really have last game in the PL, even though it was good for the game, it wasn't good for the lane.
It doesn't look like he has played it on OG. The last time OG had Darkseer was literally last TI, where Seb played it twice.
Wow.
So yeah, not something that they've been going towards. And there's Boom banning out Huskar, respecting the Amar hero pool yet again.
Nope. It's, you know, when you play against OG, you're not banning the meta, you're banning OG. And in more cases than not, you're banning Amar. So Huskar gets taken out, and we'll see what he gets his hands on instead. I mean,
Like
the
Underlord?
range. Yeah, Underlord is, he loves his Underlord. Range heroes often feel better with the Marcy, but there's also, potential to swap up the lanes. Tiger's actually been playing some Jakiro in his pub games, so I don't know. Marcy 5 not the best. I feel like putting Tiger on the Marcy makes the most sense, but we'll see where OG end up depending on what the lane might be for a Mar +1.
Yeah, I guess if you, like you say, if it's blind, you're picking underlorders like Ursa and stuff like that could come out and ruin your day. And boom, what do they still need? I guess Lesh is still technically flexible along with the Pango, so you're not entirely sure what their lane setups are going to be, but it's probably 3 Pango and mid Lesh, right?
Yeah, probably. The Leshrac should do fine against the Invoker at mid. They ban Mars, that's another Mar hero. I mean, he's got a big hero pool. Like, I think there's a 2 or 3 heroes that he's most known for and that he just spammed because OG had this, like, drafting formula where they would just first phase his hero for a while when it was in the pool. But there was, like, a good 6, 7, 8 other heroes that he played to a very high level. So when you ban out his Viper, Razor, Timber, all of a sudden he would pull out his Underlord, his Mars, his Bloodseeker type heroes.
Or Slaughter.
Yeah, there's another one of his.
A Mask of Madness Slaughter for Amar. Always something beautiful to watch.
So the carries you want to play into Slardar.
Well, now do you want to put Lesh safe lane and think about your mid?
Yeah, I think I guess depends what they see as an option against Invoker. Like maybe there's like the Pucks, Yopaj Puck, or a TA type hero.
You mentioned. Oh, I guess Kunka's gone already. Never mind.
Yeah, Kunka would have been great. I think that's like a perfect hero for them. Yeah, not sure what's going to be. Troll Waller, which was banned. Lifestealer would have not been good, but I think maybe OG banned Lifestealer thinking that they were going to Mars, and then the Mars gets banned, so we'll see what Boom answered. They're going to use up all their reserve time. I don't think there's any immediate answer that feels great to them, or they would have picked it already. Mushi and Ahai are going to be thinking hard on this one.
That's a difficult choice to make. Terrorblade is going to be their answer. So again, a bit of that late game security, the illusion carry for them. But it feels like we've quite often seen this Naga Siren picked into Terrorblade to deal with him. Again, with the song and your ability just to send illusions on him, get that minus armor going. You've got a decent minus armor strat plus buffs with Corrosive Haze, with Bashes, Mask of Madness Slardar, Naga with Alacrity and Sidekick on you. I mean, OG have some serious, again, mid to late game power spikes that they can hit pretty hard.
Oh, yeah. I think the one thing Boom have done is, match the late game, though. They have Leshrac and the TB to scale. And I do think the TB, at some point with enough items. I think the key thing for TB to succeed in, late game Dota, as far as out-carrying the other team, is always, having teammates that force fights and lock people down. And I think heroes like Pengalier do a really good job of that, creating this this control and this arena of team fighting where you can just dish out a ton of damage during metamorphosis. So we'll see if Boom can get there, but there's going to be a lot of pressure on them, I think, even from the early game this time around. Invoker, Slardar, these heroes want to fight a lot early on, and Jackie's going to be under a lot of pressure.
Yeah, because they need their 6 on Tim Snapfire. Great to have this Yopaj Leshrac, though, to deal with Naga illusions, have a decent lane against the BZM Invoker, and maybe even rotate in with Tims to look for some kills in that early laning stage. It does feel like Boom need those choke point team fights, especially around high ground spots for your Tombstone, because their forms of initiation here, I mean, it's basically Pango roll and Cookie, right? Undying's decent at breaking vision and moving forward, but he's not a catch hero. Whereas OG, they've got Slardar, they've got Marcy, Invis Invoker, with his Quaswax build, he'll have Tornado EMP. Lots of ways to break vision and really begin fights here for OG.
Yeah, I think that's a good point. I think the counter argument FBC would be like, have you seen my Pengo games? Like this guy, I've seen so many games where he's the only stun on their entire team, and it feels like he's constantly 5-man ravaging the enemy team with his Rolling Thunders. So if there's somebody who can make a draft work when they're the sole initiation on Pengo and the majority of the lockdown, I think FBZ is the guy you want playing Pengo.
Yeah, there's some of those players that thrive under pressure, right? And there's been so many times I've looked at a draft and thought, hey, they've got no stuns or they've got this one stun, but I just have this memory committed to the back of my brain of Kuroki being asked in an interview after winning a series, and he was asked about his drafts. How do they win games with literally no stuns? They're picking their their IO Venomancers and stuff like that. And he's like, there's more than one way to play Dota 2. You know, you don't necessarily need stuns if you've got the macro game or you've got this power spike around BKBs or overwhelming damage in team fight or diving capabilities. There's always ways to make things happen in Dota. You don't necessarily need a ton of stuns.
Yeah. It makes, can make life harder, but they're, like you say, it's not the end-all be-all of Dota 2 drafting. And if you've got good lanes or good other, if your draft excels elsewhere, you can make up for it. And we'll see. Boom. And they've got very strong lanes here. Like, that's a lot of the strength they got out of the, first pick Undying, 6 Mango Undying. This safe lane for TB should be secured.
Well, Tiger did this exact same move last game. Walks up that high ground staircase. Gets away yet again. Scam and Tims were both waiting for him. It looks like OG going to get the better of this trade, though, with 3 bounty runes going their way.
Yeah, that's a beefy Undying, just with the early decays and just having all those heroes run at him. So not really a fight that OG wanted to kind of force, but they were more than happy just to secure the runes off of it, and we'll see how some of these lanes unravel.
Yeah, so there we go. Looks that Sunstrike from BZM. Looks like he's going Exort early, trying to secure last hits with the Sunstrike.
I think that's where the Slaughter pick feels nice too. It gives you some like additional kill threat to play around for this Exort Invoker, where you've got a Sunstrike setup coming in from the Slaughter. The problem's going to be is like, can Slaughter play aggressive into Undying TB? Because that's a pretty scary strong lane.
Especially with Scam doing this wave dragging. One hit on the courier kills it off as well. Where's he heading? He's dragged his guy away. He's trying to
them, I guess.
Yeah.
Not sure. He's
looks
trying
like
to
it.
catch up to Tiger, it looks like.
Get back here with my creep wave. Oh,
okay.
got the range creep. Tiger realizes needs to come back and try and secure it. But
Tiger. Oh, now the waves me. Okay. Usually this happens like behind that bottom tier 1 tower, but this is just a new, the 4th lane of Dota. Sometimes you're just going to open, your 3rd eye and suddenly a 4th lane appears.
Yeah, the jungle lane. There it is. I guess this is what OG have to do, right? Playing double strength into Undying, and it's real nasty stuff. Even just Tiger here getting battered away by decays.
Yeah.
Will get himself some experience, though, as those creeps will finally die.
In the grand scheme of things, like, you're taking away a lane from a TP as well as a Slaughter, and TP needs the farm more than anyone. So, these supports get a bit out of it. Scam's going to be happy about getting some last hits, but it's farm being taken away from TP nonetheless.
Hey, he's kept a couple of them alive to drag back as well, but yeah, there's 4 lanes in Dota. We can take a peek into some of the other ones as Yopaj has his bottle, gets a water rune, doing decently here against that Invoker.
Yep. BZM doing a good job sidestepping some of these stuns, but nonetheless, a lane that currently is being a bit of a farm trade, favoring the Invoker up top. Tims and FBZ. Pengalier's like, I think one of the reasons it stopped getting picked and played is laning stage is very weak. I think the good news is you're up against a kind of weak lane as well with the Naga.
And you can often... Oh, Scam.
He's got another decay. He may get Tiger as well.
Hey, he's got Soul Rip back in 2 seconds and 2 mangoes, but it looks like he's just going to give up on it. Might lose his courier as well. Unfortunate for Scam there, even after getting first blood. Tiger gets something back for OG.
Yeah, the Mango Man. He had 6 mangoes. He's already used 5 of those 6 mangoes. So he's just, chewing his way through them. Had another one coming out on the courier, which couldn't quite arrive. But this is your job. You're playing 5 position Dota. You just do everything you can to trade your resources, your regen for the enemy offlane and supports. Another courier could get sniped.
He could do. I mean, Amara level 2. 13 denies on Jackie. And with that wave drag, there's so much being done by this Terrorblade here to shut down the Slardar early on.
Yeah.
Jump in. Try and catch Scam with a bash. Has the crush available as well. Trying to really time this to perfection to get another bash in there. Very well executed by OG.
Yep. They saw the TB kind of, elsewhere, and they get the kill. It's not going to fully swing the tempo back in OG's way. It's not really going to do that at all. If anything, Undying now gets to come back with his boots, with full mana, full health, and be a whole lot scarier, but it's nice nonetheless. Amar just wants whatever he can get here.
Yeah, drag that wave away. try and get himself to level 3. Invoker, 21-7, starting to get a real handle on this lane with the Exort. So much damage that Yopaj really can't handle. Forge Spirits, Cold Snap, I mean, it's level 5 Invoker already.
And any kind of rotation is pretty scary as well. If Taiga starts going missing on the map, there's a lot of kill threat into someone like a Leshrac.
I guess BZM just going to rush the Hand of Midas in this game.
Yeah, that's what he's got queued up. I mean, whoa, okay. Yeah, no boots, nothing else, just straight Midas, and he's going to get it at such a good time. Get a lot of early Exalt points, so his potential damage up on the map, getting the double Forward Spirits going, throwing these Sunstrikes to side lanes is going to be something really hard for Boom to deal with, and this does a lot to kind of secure and guarantee the late game for OG. He's the one who has to kind of answer the TB. And a high-level Invoker is great for doing that.
Some real old-school stuff. We've not seen too much of this recently. It's mainly been the Quas Wex. And this, we used to see like the Bassi or Ring of Aquila into Hand of Midas Invoker from the mid lane quite often. Right now, just the stick, the mantle. That's going to really be nicely timing things up together with the Naga as well. Once you've got your points up on Invoker, you've got this ability to Song, Ice Path, and get those Invoker spells down onto people.
We haven't seen too much from it. I don't think we will see too much action. Is that top lane where, Naga just doing what she can to farm, get the jungle to him because, as mentioned, Pengalier, not the strongest laner. He's just looking for his level 6. There's not a whole lot that can happen there. But down bottom, the aggression continues. Here's the Sunstrike. It's going to be off the mark. Skem still going to go down here, though. This is the kill lane. Like, even though you can get destroyed in lane, Slaughter and Marcy still have that constant kill threat.
Yeah, just break down the lane, roam into the jungle. And Marcy now off the map. Oh, Leshrac very low on the mana and kind of wants this 6-minute rune.
Not going to happen. Gets the bottle refill, though. Skem making value out of his death, even.
Tiger's still lurking, though. Looking for the jump in with a rebound. Catching out Yopaj. There's a lot of damage out of the Pulse Nova and a good stun there. Comes in with a decaying soul rip from Skem. Kill off the aggression from OG, but a turn from BZM. Cold Snap, Sunstrike, dodged by Yopaj yet again. So many little moves here. Both mid players pirouetting around to dodge these skill shots out of Split Earth and Sunstrike.
Yeah. Great recognition from Yopaj. I could just straight up kill Tiger there. The soul rip kill secure, I think maybe even needed because he was hasted, but really well done. And they're doing all this while TB's free farming. So things are looking pretty good for them, although this Invoker has just been absolute heaven in this mid lane. Complete uncontested free farm. Midas up before 7 minutes, and BZM is having a dream game.
Yes, perfection.
Sunstrike.
Sunstrike bottom, focusing TB.
Oh, he got
but
Sunder.
the Sunder comes from Jackie, and BZM's dying in the mid lane in the meantime. Invoker gone. Tiger destroyed by Jackie's turnaround, and Skem chasing into Amara as well. 3 gone, and Skem gets a double kill.
Yeah, didn't see what happened mid. It looks like he just kind of ran him down and maybe had some help from Tims. Yeah, Tims used his spell, so good rotation from Tims, but down bottom, TP getting the early point in Sunder. I guess he held on to a skill point there. Had the stick charges. We'll see it again here. And a great job, I think, just standing his ground and letting the Sunstrike be like split between himself, his illusions, and even like a creeper or two. So Jackie just understanding that this, if I get hit by a Sunstrike here, I need to not take the full damage.
Yeah, that soul rip came right on time as well, allowing for the Sunder. Scam in the right place. And yeah, mid lane, it was literally just Lesh coming back into mid, getting cookied onto the Invoker, and BZM not too much to answer with because he doesn't have the point in Wex yet, so there's no Tornado, no Ghost Walk to disengage. He's gone all out raw damage.
Yeah, that's the kind of Invoker you definitely want to be ganking and making plays around. And they're not done here. They're still camping mid with both supports. They really want to kind of collapse on BZM again.
Yeah, but Tims. Oh, Tiger decides to jump onto Yopaj instead, and now he's the one in danger, getting run at under his tier 1. FBZ arriving, thinking about the jump forward with his Rolling Thunder. BZM and Misha trying to disengage from this, but the Jakiro, even with the raindrops, going to get hunted back behind his tier 2 tower. Yopaj and Tims, they've got another Scatter Blast if they need it, which it doesn't look like they do. A double for the Lesh. The reward here for Boom.
Just great aggression, understanding there's no readiness from OG to take a fight, and that these 4 heroes can win any team fight mid, can take potentially the T1 mid tower, all while creating room for the TB to continue feed farming. Amar is just not ready to join these fights as a Slardar. Like, you don't want to fight into Leshrac. You're just, running into a meat grinder of damage there. And even with the Mask of Madness, I don't think Amar is going to suddenly be able to kind of make these counterplays. It's just a tough game for him, and Pengo plus Leshrac are just in a position where they're so strong in any kind of early team fight here.
Yeah, incredibly so. Yeah, the Mask of Man is probably more of a farming tool for Amar than a fighting one.
Ragi rotate into the jungle there. Oh, no, he's fine. But Yopaj found a big stack and is getting nice and fat on his Leshrac.
Yeah, closing in on that Yule Scepter. What's Naga got? Nearly the Yasha after treads. I was top of the net worth a second ago, but Lesh has overtaken her.
Yeah, it looked like Uragi tried to make a move to like steal the stacks, but Lesh had already farmed it. Meanwhile, Bottom River Tiger, well,
yeah,
seen this one a few times.
It does get the Invis rune, but boom, just land one stun. I was a bit worried about them really only having the cookie. This split earth, comboed up with that, has been really beautifully executed by them.
Yeah,
every hero that shows.
Like picking Leshrac into Marcy just feels like you pick this hero that doesn't care about getting jumped on by the Marcy rebound, and your entire draft, like Leshrac is more than happy to get initiated on. Z top. Uragi sleeps here, but they've still got the... Okay, Kisses will get cancelled.
Yeah,
still has a rolling thunder. He needs to hit him. Oh, he got him just barely on the edge.
As well. They do kill off. Uragi is down bottom. Tiger dead. Jackie's still alive. Scraping away, but Amar gets the bash he needed. Turns back onto Skem now as the Undying. Oh, the TB illusions. They're doing a good job, but this corrosive haze and the physical damage from the Slaughter is enough to get a double for him.
It's TB time.
Man.
Yeah, the Mask of Madness, getting all those max out bash, he's online. Anybody who wants to fight against him, like, you need to bring some serious burst damage, because any drawn out skirmish against Slardar is gonna go heavily in Amar's way, and he's online now. It took him some time to catch up, but he's got there.
Actually, like, identical timing on both side lanes as well, with both carries being gone on. Both teams looking for exactly the same thing. Shut down these illusion carries to limit their farm. That's going to be OG. Trying to trade out towers now, though, as Tier 1 top has already died on their side. And they've drawn the line across that bottom jungle. Observable expires, but they do connect with a scan, which will reveal a position of a couple of Boom heroes.
It's important for Boom to, I think, play very cohesively as a team and make moves where they're not getting like punished elsewhere on the map, because that's kind of what happened there. And they make a good move around the mid and the top part of the map. They're getting some good farm in their Leshrac, but TB getting picked off down bottom is just something they can't really afford to have happen. And their draft has not too much room for error here. They need to kind of, similar to the first game, have this kind of snowball going.
Oh, FBZ God using his Rolling Thunder and Blink to kill off Misha. It does mean they won't have it for another 70 seconds, and Amar quickly dispatches with the Undying, so the 1-for-1 trade there probably going to favor OG just because of the window that they have now without that big team fight ulti of Boom being available.
This is classic FBZ Pengo. Loves to rush the Blink Dagger. Just some arcane boots to give him the farming he needs, but making sure he can just play as the initiator for his team. Has the shard queued up so he can rely on the roll up to like get out of things like Cold Snap and
Yopaj.
Yeah, nice kill.
Great two-man stun. And in comes FBZ with a swash and the crash back in towards OG. And they walked up that staircase expecting it to be a free path into the jungle, and they're met with Boom's reaction.
Just perfect synergy of spells there. Chain stunning everything, the cookie to kind of round out the stuns at the end, and not much you can do there if you're OG when you get jumped on. They need some BKBs playing into this Leshrac Snapfire. BKB timing is going to be scary. You can see even heroes like Invoker, he's got one queued up. Midas bots into BKB. And once Slardar and Invoker have their BKBs, these teamfights get a lot more tricky for Boom. So Boom want to get as much done as possible during this kind of 5-minute window.
Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised to see another couple of smokes in a row. Like Tim's right now with Kisses off cooldown. He's desperately itching to get involved in team fights. Just needs a hero to pair up with, which should usually be Yopaj, maybe FBZ, now Rolling Thunder's off cooldown. We'll see where they head. Kill off that Naga illusion. Top rune illusion, not the best.
No, not what Yopaj was hoping for, but
I guess it's It's not awful against Corrosive Haze and Cold Snap, though, right?
Yeah, has some potential uses. We'll see if we get a chance to make a play around it for Yopaj, but for now he's kind of just farming out the mid lane. It looks like for now, at least, Boom looking to slow this down. I do kind of agree with what you said, where it does feel like they want to use up some of these smokes fairly early on and make these moves now. With anytime they have got Rolling Thunder with Blink Dagger, like just make a play. And they smoke up out of the Dire Observer Ward range. 3 heroes. It's the same trio, and once again looking to hunt down Amar. But Misha's in a pretty good spot to pop this one.
Look at those kisses launched preemptively. Yep. Amar's out of there. It looks like Misha might be able to slip away as well. Yopaj and
here come
FBZ
OG.
are considering chasing, but the song from Nagasara and trying to catch up to the Pango. He's just out of range. Oh, they can't quite find him. FBZ has Blink Dagger ready.
Skem's got a Tombstone, but I don't think Boom want to fight this without the Rolling Thunder. This very awkward situation. Like they see Misha, but that's not who they're smoking for. Like FBZ was dead set on catching Amar, but level 4 sprint, he was able to just outrun him. And OG, recognizing Boom had kind of overcommitted and weren't going to kill anyone, we're like, oh sweet, this is outfight now. But similarly, Boom also managed to get out. So bit of game of cat and mouse from both sides.
Right, kind of nice the Naga was already in position, so she actually was able to TP top to push out that wave. While Invoker with his Boots of Travel, he's able to be anywhere on the map, really, at any given moment. So OG very good at reacting around that strong reset button. Jackie, yeah. Hey, Sunder's back onto Uragi. Tiger trying to kill off the Tombstone, gets off the Unleash.
Okay.
I can't chase any further, though.
Down bottom, meanwhile, Amar chasing for Yopaj.
Well, Leshrac not able to land a stun just yet. Yule's on cooldown as well, means no great form of initiation from them. Misha a bit worse for wear as FBZ. He's rolling in towards Amar. They really want to kill him off, but a great ice path stops Lesh in his tracks. Oh, a lot of damage from Yopaj, though, will burn through the Slardar while FBZ claims the life of the Jakiro. And now the tier 1 tower being taken down slowly but surely. The Sunstrike lands. Not enough damage to kill off the Lesh, though.
Yeah. Good roll in from FBZ. He rolled in without using the blink so that after he got the first stun, he could blink back and stun Slaughter a second time. He kind of ignored the Jakiro, at least, knowing that that was going to be an easy kill. So good job by Boom. Couple of kills and the tower to follow it up. They've taken all these tier 1 towers now, as you'd like to see with any kind of a Leshrac draft, and they continue to push forward here. The Bloodstone from Leshrac not far off. That's going to give them a pretty good timing where TB may have his Manta style as well, and they can, start eyeballing Roshan or at least any kind of aggressive fight on the map.
Yeah, they got Snap having mech delivered in a short while as well. Tons of ways to fight around this Tombstone and that Rolling Thunder. No real vision to speak of, though, in this top jungle. I do get this high ground observer ward now to try and scout out where Uragi's been farming, but the Nagasaran has already evacuated that northern side of the map. Just leaving Tiger up there to maybe try and cut a wave or two. And Marcy slips in behind them, and Boom position themselves to defend the Roche pit, cut out this mid wave. Make sure OG is shoved off to the right-hand side in the bottom right-hand corner.
They've kind of got to constantly address the Naga split push. Her illusions are being sent to multiple lanes. She's always playing away from enemy heroes in the end. Wherever Boom or not, she's going to the other side of the map, farming out the jungle and 2 lanes at once. Like right now, her illusions are cutting both mid wave and bottom wave. Just great job by Uragi to get as much farm on the map as possible. And it also just delays any kind of a push. Like Boom's just going to be like, oh, let's go push mid. Oh, wait, we don't have a creep wave. So very annoying stuff, and it's going to make OG really drag this game out to a point where, they can finish these BKBs that are oh so important. And also they're just, again, they're down on kills pretty bad, but they're keeping it close with the gold.
And it doesn't feel like they're too afraid of that Roshan Aegis being taken as, Amar, he cancelled his own TP there, knowing the Yules was coming. Still too much damage to withstand, though, as up in the top lane, they burst through Jackie at the same time, finding the TB kill, and he wasn't the one with Aegis.
Yeah, they gave it to the Leshrac because they want to make maybe some kind of aggressive plays and try to take these tier 2 towers with Edict, but just meant Jackie has to be that much more careful with where he's farming it. He can't afford to go down. That's a huge find. Like, the Slaughter is a nice skill for Boom, and it, helps them progress, but TP going down is like the worst thing that could happen right now for Boom.
Is under attack.
And it feels like so many times in this game, there's multiple plays being made at the exact same time. You know, I'm watching Slardar getting picked off by 2 members of Boom while they're losing Jackie top, and you've got to wonder, should they have been top covering him? Should Jackie have run away from that top lane a little sooner? Seems to be a little disconnect with Boom after taking this Aegis, which was a similar thread in the storyline of Game 1.
And also, just kind of hats off to OG, recognizing with the info they get, using this Naga illusions to scout and push out waves. They understood that he was alone and that they could easily find and get that kill.
Radiant's top tower.
And Yuragi gets caught here. Doesn't look like Yopaj is going to be able to get on top of him, and there's always that get out jail free card in the Song of the Siren if Yuragi does feel like he's in any danger. But similar story, like he finds like himself farming out top, and then the entire Boom team comes his way. He's like, okay, I'm going to TP bottom, farm out the entire bottom jungle, farm out bottom lane, and also push out the mid lane using illusions as well, I imagine.
Well, FBZ spent his thunder here to try and find Tiger, even putting the tombstone on the ground. Kill off this Marcy. Finally take her down, so 30 seconds without Tiger now. As OG, they're going to try and push out the bottom of the mid waves, leaving Boom to open up on the tier 2.
Yeah, not the biggest kill, but this tier 2 tower is what they ideally wanted to get a minute ago, but when TB got picked off, it slowed things down, but this will give him that dire outpost control, and it doesn't feel like an Aegis where, I mean, maybe Boom consider going high ground here. They've still got Metamorphosis, but I think TB without BKB is just too exposed.
Well, rainbow of TPs into mid.
Yeah.
Start on to the Slardar, but they've got the disengage from BZM. Has 4 points up in the Wax now, so Tornado is a pretty decent tool, just holding back Boom and getting Slardar out of there. And then, I mean, gods, you look at the minimap and you see these little green markers everywhere. Naga illusions spreading out and cutting waves, being a nuisance.
Even the real Naga's like in pretty deep here. Goes for an Orchid, which is kind of interesting because it's like this is like the fighting, killing Naga build. It doesn't feel like OG are quite ready to fight, but they must feel like they can take a fight around this. Maybe this Aegis expiring, and with the BKBs, they're definitely strong here. So it's you know, a look that, you know, we've seen the Orchid on Naga before. It's like kind of become almost like a standard Naga build, but getting it in a game where it feels like they're split pushing is a bit unexpected.
Yeah, also kind of cool that Naga is nearby the creep wave she's killing. Not something we usually see, as Tim's been caught out by a naked ice path of the Jakiro. Oh, this kill could turn into a little bit more here. Skem spent his tombstone. Tiger's in on top of him. Yopaj caught out with this cold snap tornado. Bastion stunned up, but FBZ with a counter initiation. Aegis is down. Skem being blown up. Has to get the mech heal and soul rip back up, but he's going to fall quickly. The turnaround on the Tiger, though, with his TB Metamorphosis coming back onto the Naga Siren. She's going to mount a song. No, she's not. Killed off before she can get her spell out. And the kisses giving you that suppressing fire to force OG to fall back again. Jackie and FBZ. Not done quite just yet, though. Diving tier 2 for a triple kill on Jackie.
Yeah, they can't keep Jackie down, and he manages to make sure the fight ultimately swings mostly in Boom's favor there. At the same time, losing the Leshrac, it was a buyback on Snapfire. It wasn't a convincing team fight at all. You can see how squishy this Leshrac is on the front lines. As we replay the fight, they lose Tims to start off. He's the one who buys back pretty shortly after, but Leshrac with an Aegis just felt like food for them. The minus armor from the corrosive haze plus all the damage coming in from the rest of the OG draft just destroyed Yopaj.
Yeah, I mean, Invoker with Alacrity. He's doing 200 damage a pop, 300 even, and he's got his maxed out exalt put up as well.
It was a perfect place for FBZ's Pengo, like being near that wall where it could just kind of bounce back and forth, stunning a couple of heroes, even caught some of the cores towards the end of the fight as their BKBs were wearing off, so still a good fight for Boom, and it does feel like this game is shaping up to a point where like we're going to need to see this TB do some real heavy lifting, much like last game, because like Leshrac looked like food that fight. I'm surprised Lesh isn't going for some kind of an armor item. Has a BKB queued up after this Kaya, but it does feel like at least a casual plate mail is going to be essential for Yopaj.
Yeah, with all that physical damage and minus armor, it absolutely does. We also saw how squishy and how much of a problem it can be for Naga, the fact that she's not a BKB carrier. Getting clipped by the Pango stuns, Lesh stuns, magic damage out of Tims with the kisses. Yuragi does have to be a little bit careful if he plays too far forward without being able to get the song off. Because there's no real save here outside of like a dispose.
Yeah, and not something that they can necessarily rely on. As bottom lane, Amar, they're trying to force out this BKB, but he's not going to take the bait initially. The Rolling Thunder doesn't clip him, and he's out of there holding his BKB. Composure.
I mean, one Tiger at the very least, but yeah, very well done by Amar to blink away from that.
Yeah, having the understanding that he could escape it without BKBing and lose the tier 2 tower bottom though. So Boom, even without an Aegis, is still the ones on the front foot, applying pressure. And they're on less of a timer compared to last game. Last game it was like, okay, how do they outcarry these 3 cores? They've only got a PL, and you know the PL isn't having the best time. This time around, TB Leshrac, it does feel like they're on par with OG's draft when it comes to late game Dota.
Yeah. Once you get to 40 minutes, it doesn't feel like that kind of foregone conclusion. Much stronger position here for them.
So much is going to come down to execution above all. And then you've got answers to TB in the form of the Invoker, but I think similarly, Boom have answers to the Naga in the form of the Leshrac. You know, if they can get on top of the Invoker with the Pengu, you know, Invoker is going to die very quickly. If TB gets like some kind of BKB blink build, you can just kind of blink in on top. I'm a little surprised to see Jackie not prioritizing BKB, but he is a killing machine with this like all stat / damage build that he's going for.
Oh, another Thunder onto the Marcy. And there's the Scardy damage coming in from Jackie Boy.
We've seen this
Kill
one
off Tiger.
a few times before. Tiger with 9 deaths, but it's kind of been his role and his job this game, so the tactical feeding continues.
Yeah, I guess this build on TB, you know, looking at this Nagasar, and he needs these illusions to be pushing out waves and making sure that Naga isn't getting free reign of the map. It does make a lot of sense. But so far, OG with the bots on Invoker, Naga pushing waves, they've managed to keep both side lanes across the river and constantly forcing Boom just to come back and maintain them.
Pash's invis, and he's found BZM.
Oh, that's big. And FBZ's on top of him as well. BKB1, can he blink away with a Ghost Walk? Tries to slip out into the tree line. He's in the form. Blink is ready. Oh, Yopaj not going to land the stun, and FBZ misses the swash as well. That was close.
Yeah, they just didn't have the Rolling Thunder. I don't know if FBZ, maybe his Shield Crash was on cooldown too. I didn't quite click him in time, but yeah, just not quite enough damage to finish off the Invoker there. That would have been such a nice find, and you can see when it comes to like the farm right now, like Boom were up 5k-ish gold, and they're just getting out farmed. Naga able to split the entire map and finds FBZ mid with the roll up. Helps bail him out with the Lotus Orb.
You're right, he does still have this song to play with. FBZ committing onto Naga. Good force staff away by Misha, but that cookie in aggressively. Yopaj maybe overstepping here. TB arriving with a big reflection, and Marcy shredded. Down goes Tiger yet again, while BZM and Amar, they do open up onto Tims to kill the snap. Forcing Backlash with a meatball to zone away the rest of Boom. Both teams looking for the weaknesses in that aggressive line, losing their position 4s, but feels like OG still in a position here to press forward onto tier 1.
Yeah. Something Amar's so good at is like he finds a way to run in and kill a support without even having to commit BKB, because he knew Boom used all their spells like around the Leshrac and to kill off like the Marcy there. So able to get in and out and still have a BKB to play around. So OG want to re-engage here. Naga have a completed Heart of Tarask. There's just not a whole lot Boom can do to defend this one.
And this
Not
is
until they have Rolling Thunder.
This is the real test now for Boom. Oh, Amar with a Sunstrike on. Good Yule Scepter. Well, it's time for Yopaj, but it's just an onslaught of physical damage that comes afterwards. Naga Slardar straight in towards FBZ, but he's swashed back to low ground. And I think you're right, Gods. A plate mail, something here for Leshrac is desperately needed.
Oh, for sure. I mean, there was so much damage there. Like, he needs the plate mail, but at the same time, I don't know if it saves him a lot of these times, but you got to itemize for, you know, to deal with your opponent's strengths, I feel like.
Ooh. Even with Lesh dead, Boom smoke up.
Are they worried about Roshan here? Maybe they just don't see heroes here. Like, no one's in Rosh. They're going for a kill on mid. This is a Naga kill.
Naga, that's huge.
I think Naga just saw
that.
Yeah, he just saw Lesh dead, and he's like, okay, I can do whatever right now. But right into Roshan with Metamorphosis. This is a fantastic move from Boom. What a play from them, and they're going to get themselves a free uncontested Roshan, which is great for Leshrac, because this Leshrac desperately needs Aegis, I think. Oh, maybe they give it a TB. We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see.
It does look like Jackie is pushing forward, so maybe they just saw what happened last time with an Aegis on Lesh, where he just dies twice super fast, and TB's ready to kind of play this frontline pushing carry now, so all right.
I just love those kind of moves, you know, teams smoking up to fight into Aegis, or teams with a hero or two down smoking up to get that little advantage, playing the mind games with your opponents. Because like you said, Naga's feeling pretty fearless there, feels unkillable. And Boom, knowing that, exploit that, you know, unaware Nagasara in the middle lane. Get themselves Aegis on TB. Meta down for 80 seconds, so still not too bad for OG to keep split pushing and try and force fights away from their base, which is something they're so good at. And that map control, playing opposite side of the map.
BZ's here to try and hunt him down, but BZM is already out. And that's the thing. He's the only real reliable catch of sorts. Tiger! Oh, the blind sun. Yopaj gets him in the trees down bottom. He was trying to TP out. Maybe he just had a sixth sense or possibly saw something. I'm not entirely sure what Radiant Vision looked like.
Amar's in on to the snap. And Jackie trying to get away with his Demon Zeal. Popped his BKB early on to disengage from OG.
That's the thing. You show Pengo bottom, and then all of a sudden OG know it's safe to force a fight mid. Take it while the Pengo's away.
And then the line's drawn again. Playing keep away with Boom right now. Don't let them reach the base. Don't let them get high ground. Keep killing off a hero here. Like any trade is pretty good for OG as long as it's like for like. As Amar, FBZ quick on the blink.
Has the Basher completed now. Also an Aeon Disc queued up. FBZ, ton of utility items for the team.
BZM does have this Scythe of Ice now, though, so if Invoker's able to blink hex someone, they can die in a blink of an eye.
You have to be ready with the counterplays and protecting your teammates.
Well, FBZ, he catches Yuragi, then Yuragi catches him, and now Jackie's here to try. Yeah. It looks like FBZ gonna roll in and run away. Cause a bit of chaos.
Should be a full disengage from Boom.
A jump back in.
Whoa.
He gets the crash shot to Invoker, but now the turnaround back onto the TB. Have they got the chain locked down with the Hex? He's stunned and caught. The Manta not enough. Aegis claimed, but he does have the BKB once he respawns. Kiss is launched in, covering fire from the Snapfire as Yuragi slows things down, aiming for the Terror Blade. He does have BKB Sunder, though, to come out of this one. Sunstrike the bashes from Amar, catching out Jackie, trying to focus down the Terror Blade, but Yuragi and Tiger on the run back as Yopaj unleashes hell on them. They've got the Hex again, but the heals, Tims and Skem, keeping Jackie in fighting shape while Yopaj just keeps on hounding this Invoker. A bash in with a swashbuckle from FPZ, finds the kill on him.
Oh, OG just getting a little bit too big for their britches. They're trying to force the TB kill, and even taking a fight. Like, they knew TB didn't have Metamorphosis. He was respawning out of Aegis, but there was just enough firepower coming in from Yopaj, who most of these fights gets prioritized and focused out. This was the first fight where Yopaj had free reign because everything had been thrown at the TB. We'll see it again here. They came so close to killing him a second time. That was the first death, but because of all these spells being used, it's just, you know, it's a free team fight for Leshrac. And they're going high ground. They're looking to get a lane of racks here, as you'll see in the bottom right corner.
Yeah, back to live. Tier 3 down. Buildings falling quickly as Yopaj gets out his Diabolic Edict, but OG have a glyph. Spamming out Ice Path after Ice Path. They need 20 more seconds for BZM to respawn, and it looks like they're just going to give up this lane. Another creep wave will arrive and allow Boom to unlock that first lane of barracks.
Don't think Boom are interested in forcing the mid lane quite yet. They're going to disengage together. They've got most of their spells back up. The Rolling Thunders come up. Metamorphosis in 40 seconds, so they could be ready for another team fight fairly soon. They've got such good vision around this top part of the map. Multiple observer wards in this dire jungle, so they'd love to find a way to take another fight, but at the same time, maybe they're going to be eyeballing off the lane equilibrium. They need to push out these lanes. Bottom lane, mid lane. Naga doing a really good job of repelling Boom just by pressuring these lanes.
Actually, like, even though Roshan is minimum 3 minutes away, you you're still looking that far ahead to be able to push out these lanes, get them across the river to set up for 3 minutes time, even now. And OG gonna have Bloodthorn on the Naga Siren.
They smoke up, and they see some of these. This is where the vision, they have triple Observer Ward. It may just be Tiger they find.
Death number 13 incoming.
Yeah.
FBZ, good connection. Gonna get stuck here on the ramp, though. But with Yopaj's arrival, they've got chain stuns for days.
A bit unfortunate, but Yopaj recognizing he needed to Yules to stop any kind of rebound escape, and now prioritizing this mid lane. There is a Radiant creep wave here, but be going high ground without an Aegis here, but this TP is mighty strong, but doesn't seem like Boom can go for any kind of push here. They're playing the game where they just want to hunt down these heroes here. They see like Invoker Forward Spirits mid, these Naga illusions. They need to find the real heroes, and the problem is the so-called phantom push, the illusions, the summons just make it so hard to make any play on the map when you can't actually see real heroes that you want to go for kills on.
Yeah, it's like this is a good place for Boom to be in a normal game. Play enemy ancients, you farm ancients, get neutral items, you kind of have this split push between bot and mid. But you don't have any of your own creep waves coming unless Shrag, self-Yules, and the BKB as the Song of the Siren from
can't TP out.
not going to work out here for him. Yopaj,
Nice
all
Manta
the
dodge.
Manta dodge on the stun. Going to get him away from the
No
danger.
bash.
No bash.
Oh.
FBZ doesn't get the RNG luck he needed.
Oh, that was so good from Leshrak. BK being the song, buying time. Naga can't TP until that Split Earth has been used, and the reason Yopaj goes for it is he knows his teammates are probably, like, you know, just close enough to maybe cancel a TP, but FBZ couldn't get close enough for Rolling Thunder, and unfortunately didn't get the bash RNG.
Invisibility.
Super unfortunate for them, but they're still ready to go again. Smoked is 5, pinging out where BZM and Misha are. Cookie forward onto Jackie will claim the life of the Jakiro here. A simple and swift kill.
FBZ almost found some +1s there, but here come OG. They want to go in.
Amar! They've nearly blown up FBZ with a double full staff. The crit! It finally takes him down. Dead for 80 seconds. Soul Rip from Skem. Gets him out. The tombstone already dropped. Oh, Amar just going to BKB TP home. He's safe. There's nothing to stop him whatsoever.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
The AC just giving him that extra bit of survivability against the TB now, and making life hard for Boom, who are so reliant on this Pengo to set up kills for the TB and for everyone. Second he goes down, there's not really a whole lot Boom can do. They're just going to get kited and outmaneuvered in any kind of a team fight. As both teams are going to start eyeballing off Roshan fairly soon. Sometime in the next 3 minutes, it's going to be respawning, and Dire Scan does clip onto them. Still 30 seconds without Pengo, and that's why OG have made this smoke move. Tiger leading the charge, trying to desperately find anybody, but Boom seem to be aware of this. They've completely vacated their Ancients area, just leaving TB illusions. More than happy to kind of give up that Roche area of the map for now, but they're going to need to make an aggressive move out. They don't know the Roche timer for all they know. Roche, okay, they just scout Roshan now. They know OG's not in there, so they buy that little bit of breathing room.
Radiant's top tower.
And this is where the eyes in the hills really become incredibly important. These high ground observable spots, which OG currently have 2 of. I did notice, though, that Snapfire pinged out the one closer to their Ancients, and both teams have gems. Vitally important to keep that team fight vision going when you need the initiations to be spot on from heroes like FBZ and Amar on this Pango and Slardar. An Arcane Rune bottom for Yopaj as well. That's a big one for Boom.
Yeah, he's happy about that.
Radiant are scanning.
Aeon Disc Pengo just means they can play a little bit more aggressive with SBZ in the front lines. Doesn't have to quite worry as much about some of those initiations onto himself.
I'll still getting rid of that vision. Now it feels like Boom, the ones with the advantage, taking that spot on the map just in front of Roshan, while OG playing into darkness right now.
Yeah, Boom just feels like in some ways such a similar game to last. The big key difference being that Boom have drafted and just prepared themselves better to actually go late game, recognizing like maybe early on that with OG, you know, picking the Naga, that they're just looking to stall it out again. Boom's like, okay, we'll get TP, you know, we'll match you. And they put themselves in this position where they're making all the plays, controlling the map, but then also scaling at the same time.
Yeah, I'm a little surprised the BZM's not going for the Aghanim Scepter here, having Slardar Jakiro and the Song of the Siren to set up for Cataclysm. Opting to go for the Octarine Core rather than that.
Yeah, the cooldowns and for long drawn-out fights will be nice and all, but it does feel like at least at some point it's going to be eyeing off an Aghanim Scepter, at least maybe as his next item.
Yeah.
And the Timeless Relic is a dream item as well with all that amped up spell damage too.
Oh, it's huge. I mean, debuff duration as well. Real handy on the Invoker. As Roshan, he's up. He's got an Aghanim Scepter on him. So maybe that's what the Invoker's looking for. Try and take this Roche for themselves and just get a free Ags.
Why buy Ags when Roche give free Ags?
Simple solution. And OG. They still have that high ground ward. Tim's... He knew it was there for a while, so he gets rid of it very quickly.
OG have smoked. Leshrac is TPing a little bit split up here. Yopaj may get caught alone. He's smoked.
Yopaj. The Hex. They get the immediate initiation. Yopaj getting blown up. He does have buyback. But Boom in an awkward spot now. Tornado EMP going to clip onto the TB. Ice Wall's going to slow him down to a crawl as he mantas out of the ensnare of the Naga. But Uragi going to song up to high ground here. They're trying to get the backstab in onto the Undying and the Snapfire, where Amar, with their side-by-side of BZM, blow up Skem. Now the catch onto the Snap. So quickly done. Jackie trying to turn onto Uragi, but the tanky Naga gets herself away, while Tiger's BKB allows the disengage. A Sunstrike onto Jackie. Amar turning with the bashes. In comes the Deafening Blast and the Hex again. OG have destroyed them. Executed, outplayed, and annihilated around the pit. OG will dominate Boom here and take Roshan for themselves.
I mean, they lost their ward, but they kind of had all the info they needed to know, and I think they still knew that Yopaj was maybe lingering on that bottom lane. He unfortunately TP'd into that tier 2 top tower, got caught alone, and then even though he has buyback, he can't TP out. So he didn't actually buy back until super late because he's thinking like, I buy back, I have to walk to this fight. Like, that's the other big issue. Like, your buyback isn't worth as much when your TP's on cooldown. So OG just, a bit of luck in some ways that they catch Yopaj alone there, but also a bit of a misplay from Yopaj to be going there alone when they could smoke in. And OG get rewarded for their boldness, going for the smoke play. And this game just flips on its head.
Yeah, yet again. I mean, who did they even give the Ags to? Naga has it, I guess?
Looks like it, yeah.
Okay. Now we're going to have that improved ensnare and the reel in. Pretty good against Magic Community.
OG going for multiple lanes, pushing both mid and bottom in. They're not pushing all that fast, though, and Boom are respawning.
There. Yeah. Nearly in position here with FBZ coming back alive to defend that high ground. 2 tier 3s did drop, though, and that's an ideal situation for a Naga lineup. Keep that split push going and allow the creeps to do the dirty work.
This game's still far from over, but Boom cannot afford to make mistakes like that.
It's like these final hurdles, Boom just can't get over them. And the first couple of 100 meters, perfectly fine. Everything's going well for them.
Yeah.
And just a few slip-ups.
As far as like the team fight, I like the adjustment. The previous team fight they lost, they like used this song plus Ice Path towards TB, and then he just BKBs the Ice Path and wins the fight. They did the same thing, but they ignored the TB, and TB BKB'd the Ice Path, but he didn't need to. He was fine. He was being ignored. So just great heads-up play from OG to kind of realize that this TB shouldn't be the #1 priority at the start of a fight. They should kite him, but they shouldn't throw all their spells on top of him.
And Boom with this ever-present threat of the Nagasara. Need to deal with bottom lane, need to push out mid, but they also need to stay as 5 together. Oh, BZM is going to get spotted out for a sec there, but in the invis, FBZ has no reveal, so can't get the catch on the Invoker in the end. BZM just toying with Boom at this point, forcing them all back into their base, while the rest of his team, they're smoked up and invading Ancients.
Love to find a catch on anyone here. Always have those sun strikes that can be flowing in as well, but OG, they're hunting. Mars Slardar getting fatter and fatter with an MKB, and he's the Aegis carrier who's going to be just blinking in and starting fights anytime he sees a Boom hero.
Yeah, I mean, you said a minute ago this game flipped on its head. I didn't really click how much. Like looking at the graph now, it's Mariana's Trench there dipping so fast down towards OG.
Radiant's top tower.
Everything, experience, gold, win percentage. Now 72% favored for OG here over Boom in game 2.
Yeah, got up to like 74, 75% Boom favored, and just a 50% swing there on the win probability, and Boom are the ones on the back foot defending their base. Down 15k gold all of a sudden. I mean, a big part of that is the Ag's Blessing, of course, but you know, it's an item. It's making OG stronger, and OG themselves are not in any rush to try and break this high ground here. I think recognizing that they've had their best fights off of some of their smoke plays, fighting around their vision, and don't just want to try and brute force down a lane.
Yeah, I like that from BZM. TP's bot. He sights one of the TP illusions, kills off the other with Meatball, Deafening Blast, and pushes out that bottom wave incredibly hard. And still has the boots to travel. You know, Octarine bots, he is everywhere on the map right now. Can rejoin this fight very quickly. As top and mid both being cut from the Ancients area due to this Naga Siren with their illusions. And Boom bunkered down in their base. And their high ground defense is still no joke with the Meta TB and Yupaj on this Leshrac. Having that shard and the split earth stacking can be a challenge to push high ground against.
Oh, absolutely. And, you know, they're going to be hitting some level 25 soon. Leshrac with a completed, like, Wind Waker, if he can get there, that's going to give him a way to save some of his teammates if they get Initiate on or Hexed up, Wind Crush. So there are tools that Boom have coming their way fairly soon. Not to mention multiple Aeon Discs for some self-saves.
Misha's got an Aghanim Scepter.
Whoa. All right.
Oh, yeah. I mean, piercing spell immunity is a huge factor here. We talked about it a little bit with the Ensnare, but now having Macropire with that Song setup, having Ice Path and Crush. If someone gets caught here, they get scythed into Chain Stun, they die. So we have to start looking at buyback status.
That's some serious damage output, and I think OG, just, you know, understanding, like, you know, they may lose one of their frontline cores may get jumped off, but they want to make sure all these supports scale pretty well at the same time, so it's going to be a tough game as things kind of develop here.
Yeah, I mean, OG going to know that there's 2 minutes still remaining on the cooldown of Lesh's buyback. I'm going to keep them hemmed in and keep the side lanes pushed, but it's Boom to smoke, knowing that they need to do something drastic to get out of this funk they're in. FBZ ensnared and silenced, hexed, and might just straight up die. He does have the Eon Disc. Can't forget that with a roll up and the little cyclone from the Stormcrafter, but OG quickly moving forward to give chase. FBZ healed back by Scam, and a very tight-knit group here from Boom, all holding hands together and making sure when they fight as 5.
So much of the vision game is so important here, and it's OG who have got multiple wards spread around this Boom base, not to mention all these Naga illusions that always can be sent out, not just to scalp, but to keep lanes pushed in, which makes it so much easier to know. Like, there's no, like, surprise factor when it comes to Boom and where they are on the map. You're always going to know unless they smoke up. And if they smoke up, you're going to know they smoked up because you're pushing in all these lanes and no one's defending or no one's showing. So it's just so tricky for Boom to make any kind of a play outside of their base anymore.
That's an impossibility. Let's try and keep smoking. Ninja gear for Tims. Move out slowly on the map. See if that smoke breaks. Misha, Uragi, they're here. And Snare and Silence pops the Eon Disc on to Snap as well. Okay. But again, Boom, all 5 together, making sure that if there's a fight, it's going to be a big one.
Tiger's in.
And he's jumped forward. Tombstone's dropped. Song is there. They're trying to focus down the Tomb of Scam. And the Wraith Pact, not going to get taken down. So those Kiss is just a zoning one as OG come in and bail away as quickly as that. While bottom lane, BZM was split pushing. Does get jumped, but a good Tornado EMP. Should be able to get out of this one safely. No further catch onto him. Even turning with the meatballs to make sure that Boom cannot keep following him back towards that bottom lane.
It was the Metamorphosis used. There's no Refresher, no Aghanim Scepter on this TB, so there's going to be a window here for OG.
Yeah, they need to spend a lot to save him.
They're still split pushing too. This Invoker just being a complete pest in this bottom lane. Saying, okay, we can't win it. We can't go high ground and take a full-on fight. Let's just push top and mid with 4 heroes while Invoker keep sending these forward spirits in down bottom.
They have to deal with BZM. Yeah, he is under Obs and Sentry right now.
I don't know if he realizes there's that ward scouting him out, but we'll see if Boom find a way to punish this Invoker.
Radiant's top tower
Look at Amar and Tiger, though. They're coming across, trying to stop the D-Ward from happening, and FBZ on disc again, buying him a little bit of time, and that tornado missing gives him the opportunity to escape. OG, though, back in with the Ensnare Silence. Nagasaran able to catch up to the Pango, and the focus from Tiger, the unleashed damage. It's enough to bring down FBZ. The turnaround from Yopaj kills off Tiger, but the buybacks. Where's FBZ with his? Holding on to it for now. OG still strong here, standing their ground outside the Radiant base. And Boom, they just fall back to high ground again, reclaim the gem,
Radiant's
and reset.
has been killed.
No panicking, keeping the Pango buyback for now. Waiting to see if OG force any kind of a move here. So they can get away with not using the buyback here. That's so important in late game Dota when you're looking at 50, 60 minutes in. These buybacks are one of the biggest things to kind of manage as a team.
I mean, pretty much everyone has them. Everyone did have them until BZM decided to buy out his overwhelming blink. 100 gold isn't much to farm up, so
Yeah.
in a few seconds it will be all greenlit. Everyone with buybacks. We're going to have a 10v10 on our hands as Roshan is ready to be claimed and be fought around inside that pit.
Yeah, curious to see if any of these heroes forgo buybacks for any big items. Like Leshrac could buy a Wind Waker, but it doesn't feel like it's a big enough like upgrade and your item set to be worth giving up buyback. Most of these cores, it's just there's no like rapier or anything that warrants getting bought.
Roche died very quickly.
Yep, who's getting Aegis here? Amara's like, do I want this?
I don't know.
What's the plan here with Aegis? They're just.
I mean, this is...
Tiger, yeah, there we go. All right. Amar's just like, I'm 6-slotted. This Mask of Madness is too important.
Yeah, you got Mom AC MKB. He's the TB killer.
Refresher Jakiro? Let's go. Double Macropyre, double Ice Path.
Hell yeah.
This is where it's fun. These games as a support is so much fun. Like, you're getting all these items you just never buy. You're getting your level 20, sometimes maybe even level 25 talents if it goes long enough.
He's got a telescope. He's happy with tier 4 items.
Ags and Shard on Jakiro. Like, and with the Refresher Shard.
That's nuts. BZM finds an illusion, kills it quickly. Tim's with his ninja gear causing a few issues, just pushing out that bottom wave. Just never feels like Boom are the ones with I mean, they're going to smoke now, but it never feels like they're the ones with the ability to jump, catch, kill, force a team fight that's going to work out for them. OG have so many reset tools and kiting abilities.
They see Amar on Vision here, but he's very swift in just going from camp to camp. And they need like an insta-stun from a Rolling Thunder from Pengo, so it's just so hard to actually catch him. And once again, it's BZM split pushing the bottom lane. He needs to be a little bit careful. He's going to reveal himself by using the meatballs here, and may actually get caught out here. He's still hugging these trees. He hasn't left the bottom lane.
Oh, they smoke to try and find him. They know where he is. Surely they'll see him. There we go. The BKB comes from BZM, though. Two-man tornado to get away. Skem's going to chuck the tombstone towards him, but he's already blinked out of there.
No. They don't have that insta-stun or hex.
Radiant's top tower has fallen.
And
out.
yeah.
OG
Boom's just getting
swarming
chipped
back.
at. Like, Naga Illusions just keep chipping at these top buildings, and yeah, Boom are going to have to hug their high ground once more.
Yeah, it's not just the buybacks we've got here. OG have double cheese plus Aegis. A Rolling Thunder from FBZ, but Tiger unleashes, BKBs, hits the buildings, then runs back while the roll in. FBZ's not really got the backup though. Yopaj is out of mana. TB walks forward, but they've got the Song of the Siren to set up. Two-man Ice Path, Macropyre onto the big core heroes. Lash and Terrorblade, they've got to run away from this. Can't get stuck in all the fire and the spam damage. There's so much noise on the floor. TB's dying to Macropyre. Oh, the tornado clips him. He's down to like 300 HP. Still has BKB Satanic and the Sunder, but you're losing your buildings at a drastic rate.
They split it. That was close. They were basically ferrying him into the fountain there, and they're not done. They
It's
just
gone.
jump Lesh. He just deleted.
Disappears. Double buyback now from Boom as Tiger does lose that Aegis. First life gone, but OG are just swarming over Boom right now. Yuragi gonna get away here with his own BKB, swapping items in and out. Doesn't have Song for 20 seconds. Oh, good force staff. A bit of distance here, and Amanta tries to dodge away from the cookie, but in comes the TB and the Leshrac. The magic damage spilling onto the Naga and looking to kill her off. No way you're going to get out of this one, Yuragi. But in comes BZM and Amar, crushing through onto them all. Timmons will have to buy back himself, while Terrorblade on the high ground, running back to Fountain. Boom spending a lot just to hold on to this game, as OG have also bought back on Naga and Marcy.
Yeah.
Losing that top lane.
I think OG committing these buybacks means it's maybe time to reconsider this push in this fight here. Some of these key BKBs on cooldown as well. Amar there at the end getting ping-ponged around by a Rolling Thunder, but luckily there wasn't any follow-up damage, and OG decides to back off to go defend this top lane and wait for their next good initiation. But this game, 55 minutes in, 33k gold lead, but are we getting 60-minute items, Gareth? What do you think? Are we getting there?
Yeah, we have to now. They've got us this far. We can't just close the game out without getting those tier 5 neutral items.
All right. Let's see. We've still got 5 minutes to go. I don't know if, like, Roshan is just not quite as big a deal anymore. Like, your cords get all maxed out. Nobody really has room for an Aegis. Often having an Aegis doesn't actually make a difference in a team fight. It's more about just whoever gets the better initiation wins.
Oh, Tiger. Initiation onto the Terrorblade. Cookie, Lotus Orb back around the Dispose. And Jackie needs to get the Sunder off. Will do so. Onto Amar. Actually turns around and kills off Tiger now as well. Good kisses.
All those saves. He still died of Macropire. Get out of the Macropire, Jackie.
Oh, God, yeah. Got to get himself out of that one with his Satanic. He will heal back up, while Yuragi getting caught out by FBZ. The Abyssal Blade Lotus Orb back onto the Naga Siren, but she turns with the Bloodthorn, shredding through the Pangolier, and Tim Zionis does pop there, but BZM giving chase. He knows how low they are, and a refresh up, trying to catch with another Tornado. Looking for Tim's, the dieback on the Snapfire. A big kill for them on the Terrorblade as well. The Meatball and Alacrity of the Invoker of BZM gets them huge kills, and the buybacks from Boom require this takedown on the Invoker.
BZM has buyback.
Get him down and out.
OG could go for the killing blow here if they want to buy back on Invoker. It's a small risk to it, but Boom are forcing this.
He's going to need it. Amar's in with a 3-man stun. They've killed off Yopaj. No buyback, dead for 2 minutes, and Terrorblade just evaporates under the damage that OG bring. They've got every kill they needed.
It's
now.
over.
The buyback victory won by OG in this back and forth game. 57 minutes. We don't get to tier 5 items, but OG going to come out with a 2-0 victory.
Yeah. Just the way OG play late game with their team fighting and decision making is so impressive. Like 2 games in a row. This time around, they didn't have the better late game lamp necessarily. They definitely, I mean, it was slightly better, but it wasn't like this, okay, we go late game, we win Dota. Like, they actually had to outplay Boom here. These last fights, they're sending in all these heroes that have buyback. Like, they know, like, Amar kind of commits hard, but it's because he has buyback. And then it's BZM's turn. He's the only core left with buyback, so he blinks in to finish off cores that don't have buyback. Like, so he's basically willing to put his life at risk knowing that, okay, I'm going to kill these heroes. They can't buy back. I can. And then we're going to win the game. Just really great kind of poking and prodding from OG, and I don't know, just amazing execution from them.
It's like that understanding. You know, it's relatively simple for us to look at buyback status, know the cooldowns, the timers, know which heroes you should be focusing. But in the heat of the moment, having these players understanding that, you know, this win condition or this fight win condition leads to this game win condition is beautiful to watch. As yeah, you're right. BZM just on the money there with every initiation. A Scythe of Ice with the Refresher Orb paying off dividends for him. And, you know, Boom, they looked better than game 1, but they still had some of those same issues that they did. That overall map control just wasn't there in comparison to OG.
Yeah, I think this series, like, I think I walk away thinking, okay, Boom looks solid. Like, they don't, like, this is OG we're talking about. So I think getting 2-0 by OG is not the end of the world for them. And they played pretty good Dota. It was just small little slip-ups here and there. Like, big picture macro-wise, yeah, they got outplayed on the map, and I think that's just something OG are, like, some of the best in Dota at.
Yeah.
But I definitely look at, like, a few of the small little slip-ups where they just, you know, have these losses of concentration, and suddenly, like, that 8k gold lead into 15k gold deficit all came from being... Roche was close to respawning, and they were split up. Like, Yopaj TP's in... I feel like this series as a whole, there were a couple mistakes from Yopaj particularly. We saw it in the Primal Beast where he was like diving in and then just having a BKB run away or dying to the Razor. So a series where he just played a little bit too aggressive at times, which I would rather, like, if I'm Boom, like, I would rather Yopaj be making mistakes by being too aggressive than playing too passive. You don't win TI by playing passive, safe Dota. Like, that's, I think, been the downfall of a lot of teams in the past. So, you know, obviously these mistakes cost you games, but you're on the right side, and I think you can kind of fix them if needed.
Yeah, and we even saw them kind of fix it within the game itself, right? It's not necessarily something they have to look back at the replay and think, this is what went wrong. It felt like they noticed that after Yopaj's death that you mentioned, they were grouping up as 5. They were never allowing an individual hero to be picked off, and that felt good. That gave them opportunities to team fight and battle back, but you're still playing into this Naga Siren who had a tremendous lead and was able to control the map. So it was a little case of too little too late in some regards for Boom.
Yeah. And I think that's what OG is so good at. They pressure so much of the map, they kind of force you to split up so much. I mean, Naga Siren as a hero is like the best hero in Dota to split push and basically force you to not play as a team into 5-man. Like the fact that Yopaj was not with his team and was farming bottom and then TPing in wasn't like a mistake by itself. Like someone has to go back and defend this split push, but you know, you just have to be a bit more polished and, you know, it's all about map awareness. Like when you TP in to rejoin your team, you need to just not be running into the enemy, which comes down to just, you know, map awareness, or, you know, you just talk it up to, hey, OG outplayed us. They made a great move. And that's honestly what it was as well.
Oh, almost a very aesthetically pleasing number there for Janky. 38889. Some lucky 8s there for the TV, but not lucky enough here as OG. They take the 2-0 victory in their first group stage series of TI 2022. A good start from them because, you know, like we were saying at the beginning, Boom, no pushovers. They're definitely a contender out there. So a good morale boost, a good solid victory for OG. And absolutely, like you're mentioning, a platform for Boom to kind of learn, move on, think about, you know, their next series and how they get through this group stage, because there's plenty of games to be played. So many best of 2s across these 2 groups. And thinking forward now as we see the scoreboard there. Oh, we've got BZM as the MVP coming up. Of course we do.
These mid laners.
MVP of the series, though, right? Is Ember now his Invoker?
Yeah, I mean, he played great. And this is a game I feel like there wasn't like one player who I would instantly attribute it to. I think it's totally, you know, fine that BZM gets it for the series as a whole, but this was very much a team effort when it came to getting the win here in game number 2. And hey, he played the flashy hero, so there you go.
Yeah, I give it to him. You know, you look at Tiger, he's actually 316 on this Marcy, but 16 deaths often looks good and is an indication of something went wrong, but it felt like Tiger was always, even in game 1, right, he was playing that bottom side of the map from Dire down into bottom jungle, because A, you're getting vision, B, you're trying to force a fight away from your base and away from Roshan, so you're getting info and you're making your opponents kind of make mistakes on purpose.
Yeah, I no issues with how Tiger played either game. Like 16 deaths is a lot, and at some point, you know, there's some tactical feeding, and then there's like, okay, that's maybe a little too much, but I think it was totally fine this game, given how OG were kind of trying to stall things out a bit with Naga. So yeah, I'm very excited to see OG go forward. I feel like they and LGD are like clear top 2s in Group A. As for Boom, they're a team that could be a contender for 3rd, 4th, but you know, they got to get some wins.
Absolutely do. Well, we're going to keep the Southeast Asian vibe alive here as Boom against OG ends 2-0 for OG. But heading into the next series, Talon against TSM. So make sure you grab a drink, stick around, and come back for our next best of 2 coming right after this break.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back to your TI 2022 group stage coverage. We're into our second series of the day here as we head into TSM versus Talon, joined by Gods yet again as we just saw OG with some very nice comeback plays.
Yeah, OG were a pleasure to watch. Finally getting to see the Misha-led OG team, and they look dominant. They're going to be a scary force in Group A. You mentioned LGD; they lost the game. There's a clear path for OG to crush that group, I feel, although, maybe getting a little ahead of ourselves.
Yeah, maybe it's early days, day one, first couple of series, but yeah, the Hikori surprise factor there up against LGD as we do get ourselves a little bit deeper here. Going into Group B straight away, and it looks like we've got a draft underway between Talent and TSM as we've got some pretty usual suspects in the ban department, but a sniper first pick.
This is, I think we saw a couple of this in LCQ. I don't know if it was all our games or maybe some of the other games where, SF is like the meta kind of core right now, and it seems like some teams think Sniper is a good answer. Just the being able to outrange him, you're never really afraid of the raises. The right-click battle is being won by the Sniper, so the Sniper pick is coming very early, though. Talon have 4 picks to kind of address Sniper now, so that's the one downside of picking Sniper here.
Yeah, what's your step one? Is this a position, like, usually you pick a pos for like a Clock or a Nyx here, but do you want to go a different route so early?
I'll let Talon answer that for me.
Okay.
And they're gonna pick Pango. Saw the hero buffering. I'm like, they'll serve me. I was thinking you just pick a support still, just because double core, like unless there's a core that like feels really good. But Pango, definitely feels good against Sniper. There's, you just want to pick heroes that jump and get on top of Sniper. Generally speaking. Sniper can go BKB and right-click the Pango, but Sniper is one of these carriers that really doesn't like to go BKB. It doesn't really fit nicely in your item build-up. You usually want just to play around like a Hurricane Pike for mobility and position really far back. BKB just doesn't help you scale particularly well. At the same time, you may just have to get a BKB when you're playing into Pango, so we'll see how it goes.
Yeah, and I guess it's a pretty smart idea knowing that Pango could likely be banned in the second phase, whereas if you don't pick a 4 here, there's going to be a lot of 4s left in the pool, still ready to be grabbed. You can still get your pick of Nyx, Tusk, Earth Spirit, whoever it may be.
Yeah, it's really only the Marcy likely to be banned. Maybe they consider like a Tusk ban or something, but the one thing is like a lot of those 4s don't really want to play with Pango in lane. Like Pango wants somebody to help secure lane. I guess you can just pull waves with something like a Tusk, but that may also indicate, we head towards the Makoto Tusk. He could play in the mid lane. SF can flex to the safe lane. So I think the one nice thing with Talon going double core here is they're both heroes that have 2 lanes they can go to.
Yeah, flex potential for sure there. The same story with the Sniper. Can both mid and safe lane. Undying is going to be your 5 though. Yeah. More likely than not. I say that, and then I realize we have seen some position 3 Undyings recently.
True. Against SF doesn't seem great. If it was, you knew you were laying against Pango, maybe, but I think you want your carries to lane against Pango. It's like a free lane for the most part.
Well, bans coming out of Talon, the Queen of Pain and the Beastmaster.
Yep.
Get rid of some of that lane pressure.
Yeah, in the past, TSM have occasionally played the Sniper. It's usually been safe lane for them, but we'll see if that's necessarily going to be the case. Brawl kind of more known for playing some of those more active mid laners. I mean, the Quap ban is kind of like a respect ban, almost, when it comes to Brawl's hero pool, so we'll see if that is going to be the case here, if there is any consideration towards putting on Sniper.
I guess when Brawl comes to mind, I'm thinking the Tiny, the Puck, the Queen of Pain. He's very active, kind of blow up enemy heroes. There is the Puck. Very nice.
I mean, that's TSM saying we believe in our drafts because they just usually coming out of like the ban phase, you're picking a support and trying to reveal as little as possible, but just straight up picking a puck is like I have no problem with it, but it's just very much like here is what we're doing, like try and beat it.
5
But-
seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
I'm wondering if they're like trying to bait out like a lion or a shadow shaman, right? Because you look at this and you think we need catch for the puck, we need some kind of lockdown, but it's like a double-edged sword. If you pick one of those squishy catch supports, then you're dead to sniper. You're absolute food.
Nyx feels pretty good here. The carapace on the shrapnel, on the puck. Not good against Undying, which is maybe why TSM are not afraid of it, because that lane is pretty rough for Nyx. Like, if you're doing Nyx 4 with Pengo 3, you're not playing your lane. You're pulling waves and avoiding this Undying at all costs. So I think TSM are hoping that they, maybe it's to trap their lane. Like, okay, we'll give you a good Nyx pick, but you're going to get crushed in the lane stage.
Yeah, it feels like a number of those heroes, the Nyx, the Earthshaker is another one here, where if they pick it, see, I was looking at this as a negative thing. If they pick a Nyx or an Earthshaker, then Clockwork is available for TSM, and I feel like Clockwork has been the counterpart that is a counter pick to a lot of these other POS 4s.
Yeah, this could. I mean, Clockwork
10
teams have really
seconds
liked into the
remaining.
SF as well. Definitely a possibility. Guess just
5
wondering if
seconds remaining.
Clock plus Undying, like, not the most standard support to it, but I mean, it works. Like, Clockwork's had that more, initiating, playmaking one, whereas Undying can play more like defensive, make sure you get your tombstone down, soul rip to help your teammates. And there's your puck catch. Disruptor with the shaker.
Yeah, that's a much nicer combo. You've got Pango with the added Rolling Thunder
10
team fight
seconds remaining.
in there as well. And I guess it's now down to TSM to try and figure out what their
5
lanes are going to
seconds
be.
remaining.
In puck, mid, sniper, safe lane, and dying with a sniper. So I guess primarily, what's their off lane going to be?
Yeah, what are they thinking here? Saberlight,
Talon Esports.
like some of his zoo heroes. Oh, okay. They got the Rubik for now. So there's your other support. Rubik and the Shaker. Rubik and the Pengo. There's a lot of good spells to steal here. And this gives them some additional control as well. That insta-catch against someone like a Pengo to stop him kind of zipping out of there, rolling
10
away.
seconds remaining.
But yeah, what is going to be the offlaner? With a Rubik, you're pretty
5
open to pick up
seconds
any of your typical melee offlaners. Like the pool of offlaners once you pick Rubik is very wide.
Literally anything you want. I mean, Dawnbreak is something that they were toying with back at ESL, something they had quite a decent amount of success with. And it's something that's pretty good against that initiation. Talon, they jump in with Earthshaker, Pango, SF Disruptor. It's a very snappy get in there and blow someone up. But a Solar Guardian could break up a team fight and draw things out a little bit longer for saves out of Rubik and Undying to help Sniper a little bit.
10
Yeah. I
seconds
think the one
remaining.
maybe clunky thing is like Solar Guardian is kind of like this
seconds
like
remaining.
counterplay. Usually you want somebody to initiate into Solar Guardian on, but you don't. I guess you have the puck. But yeah, whoever your offlaner is going to be the one like starting fights. They have to act as a wall for the sniper. Mars banned out makes a lot of sense.
Talon
I think
Esports
other
turn
tanky
to
offlaner. Yeah,
ban.
the Dawnbreaker definitely works, but you're going to have to go like very tanky survivable. It's not going to be like some core Dawnbreaker with Deso, I feel. Otherwise, you're looking at like the Underlord type heroes. I'm not a huge fan of. I think you need something with like a more active low cooldown
10
stun.
seconds remaining.
Yeah, I mean, I'm looking at this and I think maybe you're the same way, where Rubik is the 4, so we're both looking for strength offlaners, right?
I guess it depends where Talon go with their lanes. Like theirs draft is pretty open with the Pengo versatility.
Okay. I'm just thinking for TSM, like what about a DP, for example?
Yeah.
Or a Viper?
I think the Viper's tricky with like the sniper as well. Like then you've got such a squishy draft, but the Death Prophet's pretty nice and tanky. It just never like if you're like I assume Tomato the sniper player. He's like if whatever hero is being suggested, he's like probably saying like please pick something. I need frontline. Like somebody, you guys.
Go in.
Yeah, go in, like, be a body for me, stun some heroes for me. Like, you've got a puck coil, but I think that alone right now you're not feeling like is enough. Particularly, like, this puck doesn't have a dream game by any means.
Turn to ban.
Night Stalker ban, that's something Saberlight's played in the past. At least as far as Tomato's concerned, he's probably telling Saberlight, like, dude, you can't play some offlane carry. I'm sniper.
Yeah, please. let me be the position on this game, but
10 seconds remaining.
his hero pool for Sableye getting smaller and smaller.
5
Opening up
seconds
the hero
remaining.
time now. There's a
Centaur?
Slardar. Could be a Slardar. Centaur. Yeah, I don't know how good Centaur is. Not many teams are picking him. Axe is in the pool. Tidehunter, actually. Tidehunter's like the safe option, I guess, but into Disruptor, and also it's like not a low cooldown stun, so I think Slardar is the one that looks best to me right now.
10
Okay.
seconds remaining.
But
And
we'll see.
Primal Beast was first phase banned. I was looking at him and thinking, hey,
Yeah.
wait. He's long gone.
SMFT.
And Talon, their final pick, going to be the Doom. So another hero removed, actually. Saberlight has played a fair amount of Doom in his time. Taking that away from him. So it looks like Talon going to go for the pretty standard stuff here. SF mid. Wait, hang on a second. Is that Doom mid, sorry? An SF safe lane? Or how do they do this?
10
I would
seconds
expect
remaining.
SF safe lane, but well, I don't know. With Disruptor, it's
5
flexible.
seconds remaining.
And then the mid could be either Pengu or Doom. I guess it comes down to what they want those lanes to be. But definitely a little bit flexible. I would think, as far as these heroes and player combos, Makoto playing Pengu makes the most sense to me. That's the hero that suits him. KP Doom, I think, is very much comfort zone for KP, something he's played a lot of, and then they'll do the 23 Savage safe lane SF would be
Okay.
what makes most sense. But maybe they're going to feel like, based on what TSM do, that they want to switch something up.
Oh, 1 minute to think through the two heroes left in the offlane pool for Saberlight.
He's going to bust out
Centaur
saying
or
wild,
Axe?
maybe. What if they just do like offlane puck or something and pick like a DK
Oh, true.
mid? I don't know.
You may now select
There we go.
your
We,
heroes.
we go back to the very first hero we mentioned.
We spent like 5 minutes theory crafting options, and we should have just left it at 5 seconds with the Dawnbreaker you said.
Yeah, we did full circle. Came right back
yeah.
around to it.
Yep. There you go. There's your tanky strength offlaner. Your frontliner for the Tomato Sniper. Yep. Don't mind it. Don't think it's like the dream pick by any means, but I think options were just very limited there.
Yeah, it doesn't seem like it's that much of a problem, though. You've got Rubik against Earthshaker. It always feels incredible when you're able to steal spells like Fissure, Glimpse, Thunderstrike, Moon Meander has such a sick game here in front of him if he's able to get out of the laning stage reasonably unscathed. And of course, you've got Dubo on this Undying that can keep the sniper alive in the lane. But what are the main things that Talon are looking for here, though? Because it feels like they've got a lot of team fight, a decent amount of scaling, but I don't know, there's something that just feels a bit off about that draft to me.
Yeah, they're looking for a bit of greed, I would say. They got the offlane Doom going, going to be rocking the Midas most likely. They've got a Shaker on their team who doesn't have to play around Blink by any means, but it's just, you're not as aggressive as the Clockworks and the Tusks and able to constantly make these aggressive plays. So I think with Talent, they're looking for a slow game to just get their farm going, play for these mid to late game team fights. Shaker, Disruptor, there's a lot of team fight strength there. So they're just looking to kind of be the team that weathers the storm in terms of the TSM aggression.
Yeah, I'm really looking forward to what happens in that mid lane, because we've got 4 supports that are pretty damn good at rotating to guard runes and collapse onto mid to maybe look for some kills on this Pango and the Puck. Yes, they have escape mechanisms, but there are ways to play around that. As we get ourselves here into game 1 of this best of 2 group stage for TI 2022. TSM up against Talon here in game 1. Already, chat wheel lines. Get them out. Do you know what SCC's one means? Because I've seen it's one of the more popular ones, but I've not looked into the translation for it yet.
I have no idea, to be honest.
Oh, and there's the Slacks one, of course. Saberlight. Memeing away.
I'm a bit behind on the voice line meta, so I'm trying to. That's what I'm trying to learn today. Forget learning what the meta is in terms of drafts and picks and teams. I need to learn the voice line meta.
That's the most important thing.
30
To figure out
seconds
which one's going to tilt your opponents the most. It looks like with that smoke, Talon able to get an observer ward on the enemy side of the river there, not scouted out by TSM.
Yeah, and they didn't see Brile plant his ward, but they saw him poke out and may have an idea that it's there. We'll see if they figure out where that is for the D ward, but it doesn't seem like they're sending any sentries towards this mid lane, at least not right now.
Yeah, holding out for now. And Dawnbreaker and Rubik eyeing up the bottom rune. Makoto and Hyde. They got it.
Yep.
So we will get the 2 for 2.
But you can see from like the start, like Shaker's blocking the wave up top. They're just looking to play a very passive laning stage. I think when it comes to the lanes, it's TSM who can try and pull. Like, they're playing with Undying with Sniper in this safe lane. That's a lane they would like to win, ideally. Rubik plus Dawnbreaker, also a pretty strong lane. Especially early levels when these SF raises a pretty low level. SF plus Shaker is just, yeah, again, weak lane. Shaker doesn't want to trade right clicks, generally speaking. So it does feel like both side lanes are lanes TSM can win.
And we'll see if they can do that. As we just take a quick peek into mid. Braille against Makoto. Puck versus Pango. We've seen this matchup plenty of times. You know, Puck later on definitely has ways to handle the Pango. But early on, when you've got Swash, Shield Crash, the Blightstone, Puck can definitely suffer if it gets clipped by the Swashbuckle from time to time.
Yeah, I think is a lane, at least initially, both will get some good farm in. Probably not seeing a huge kill threat outside of these support rotations. I kind of agree with what you said. I think we're in for a lot of these movements early on because both Pingo and Puck are going to be wanting these early bottles, playing around power runes. So it is a mid matchup where both heroes want supports to come and play around them.
Yeah, like you said, when the side lanes are so weak, you know, these players, they want to feel strong. Going into mid lane, getting runes and stuff, that'll definitely unlock their capabilities.
Yeah.
That
I think
won't come
particularly
until,
the
like 4 or 5 minutes in, though.
Yeah, the Rubik and Shaker are two that are going to have a lot of freedom to move this game. I don't think Rubik is going to have to stick to this Dawnbreaker's lane too much, and Shaker, well, you know, you're Shaker. There's only so much you can do in a lane, so securing runes is often one of the better things you can do to impact an early game.
Yeah, like right now, getting a pull off on the other Shaker, leaving Savage alone to deal with the creep wave, and Moon gonna unblock the large camp. Oh, nicely done by Q though. Gets in the way, blocks it back up, making sure there's no large camp pull for Moon to play with. So they will get the equilibrium under that tower. In fact, both Radiant side lanes getting that equilibrium in their favor.
Yeah, these are the lanes I thought could be weak points a little bit for them, but pulling waves behind top tower, and SF, you know, doing fine. SF is a strong lane. There's a big reason why, you know, we're seeing more and more of this hero, so it does feel like Talon have done a good job making sure that these lanes go well for them.
KP is going to have his boots and another set of tangos ferried out to him.
Yeah.
And Hyde going to drag another creep wave back. So Dubu is Undying. He wants that long lane to chase people, spam decay, not being given it. He tries the large camp pull to try and drag things back, but he doesn't have access to his small camp yet.
I haven't seen fully how it happened up top, but Talon are crushing this lane. Like, the fact they got that wave behind tower, and it wasn't usually there's like a support there to contest those last hits, which I feel like should be the Undying, but there wasn't it. KP was denying range creeps. Dubu wasn't getting like off really pull camps to fully bring the wave back, so it does feel like this top lane has been really overplayed by Talon in terms of how well they're doing.
I guess that Fisher block you mentioned at the very start helped out, right?
Well, Q down bottom could be in some trouble.
Yeah, getting dragged back. A few more hits here. The Rubik not able to finish it. That is stick
Fisher
there.
soon.
And Savage, well, he's going for it, but it's actually KP that gets first blood. Saberlight dying bottom to the Fisher, and the clicks out from Savage. So the first 2 kills of the match going the way of Talon.
Yeah, that's kills both these side lanes. As I was saying, TSM with an edge in these 2 side lanes, Garrett.
Well, they've just done so very well.
Yeah.
As is, you know, out executing in the first 4 minutes. Beautifully done by Talon here to get out of disadvantageous lanes.
Yeah.
I don't disagree with you.
I'm glad you chalk it up to out executing. It's definitely otherwise it's either out execution or I was just dead wrong. But I'm down for it to be either. But yeah, I mean that a Doom lane is not usually a lane you'd expect to find kills. Like he did get this the nice creep, the mana aura with the mana burn. Even after nerfs, it's still pretty damn insane. So they're gonna have a lot of spam potential coming out in this lane, and yeah, 2 points in Thunderstrike, a lot of damage you can do.
Yeah, going for that Scorched Earth as well. Not maxing out his Devourer straight up. Probably see him shift into that now, though, as KP. And yeah, Dubu not having a great laning stage here. He's the one being bullied as an Undying. Hyde doing a great job of keeping tabs on him.
And I think it was a smart call for Talon to send the supports to the lanes you wouldn't expect. Like, Q did the fissure block top, but then he lane bottom. Like, you want to have these melee supports with SF that stun. You often see the Clock SF, you see the Tusk SF, and Shaker SF, similar idea. And then range support with the Doom. So, and also just range support against Undying. Like sending Shaker top would have been suicide.
Oh, nice Fisher. Allow for the enchant totem and the raises from Savage. Needs one more from range and another touch from Q. But Moon Meander with the Fairy Fire. Brown boots up, so he's faster than the Earthshaker. But there's 3 more seconds for a Fisher. There should be another kill as long as Q
raise.
can, open up for the raise from Savage.
A lot of time chasing, but no creep seeing this. The wave was already pushed to tower, so more than okay for 23 Savage to make that little walk on over. But to look at some of this mid lane once again, Mikoto is destroying this puck. He's doing so well in terms of CS. Already hit level 6. Rubik's here TPing just for the bottle refill, but holy cow, is Mikoto doing well.
Yeah, it's felt like this has shifted in the same way that like Ember against
back
Puck has
top.
shifted as well. And they're going to try and grab onto Dubu. There we go. Another kill on the Undying. 4-0 start for Talon.
Dire's top tower is under attack.
Disruptors kind of owning up top 2 now, and KP, yeah, having a great time. They're not done. They found Moon Meander now. Mikoto's got Rolling Thunder.
Chase back into the forest. Arcane Rune on Mikoto as well, so using Rolling Thunder here doesn't feel too bad, but he's just going to swashbuckle forward, keep shield crashing away. And Moon is annoying, he's a nuisance, and he's going to make them really sweat for it. But Mikoto will be able to finish him off with a final swashbuckle there.
Yep. Let's make him take as long as possible to get that kill, but down bottom, SF got kind of low, but should be okay. In fact, it's Tomato up top in some trouble here. They're charging forward. They want this sniper kill. He knows he can't run. All he can do is stand and hold his ground and fight. But that's a fight he's going to lose.
And a 1v2. As Bryle dies to Mikoto in the mid lane. They went diving onto tier 1, trying to kill the Pango, but now Dubu a little stuck here. Mikoto just going to keep on going for it. Get himself a double kill. 8-0. TSM.
Yeah, he had this
Rolled
arcane
over.
rune, and I'm like, okay, good time to Rolling Thunder. He just kept spamming Swashbuckle Shield Crash. That was like the dream power rune for Mikoto, given how many spells he cast during it.
Nice, gorgeous stuff from them. Down bottom, Savage. Finally. 8-1 TSM. First mark up on the board as Saberlight gets a solo kill on the SF.
Yeah, not a
Radiant's bottom tower
kill you'd maybe expect, but having that level advantage and having the early phase boot, just giving that ability to chase SF down. And SF had been kind of left alone. That's kind of the cost of all this aggression elsewhere on the map. But here comes a smoke down bottom. Makoto's looking to kind of swing the tides back SF's way, or maybe they're just going to give this mid lane to SF, but this is a dangerous gig.
Oh, Moon Meander. Scouted out again. Level 3, 8 minutes in on this Rubik. Swash misses
Dodges.
though from Mikoto. Oh, yeah, Moon maybe dodges it there, but a good Fisher from Q will trap him up against the side of
Game
the
on
river.
mid. That was the Dawnbreaker ultimate.
Oh,
Puck went in
wow.
with the Dream Call, and then they just Solar Guardianed on top of it. Makoto's
Dubu.
gonna, not get the rune there. Dubu has to take the regen to stop Mikoto, but good couple of moves there from TSM.
Getting the job done at long last and giving Tomato a bit of freedom up top to farm away, but KP already has his Midas, so feeling pretty happy on the Doom. And closing in on that top net worth spot. Yeah, this Panga really has popped off though. He's involved in half the kills. And it's felt like this Orb of Corrosion swash build against the Puck is kind of similar to what Ember has been seeing success with against Pucks in the lane.
Yeah, that's so true. And he's just able to get so active, the early treads too, just getting these stats and making the move towards top lane. Can't quite find Tomato Sniper. Good awareness coming from the TSM side. They may lose Dubu here, but that's a much better casualty than the carry.
Hey, it does drop the tombstone, so there's some free gold there. 150 going to hide.
Plus some stacks here. Just a double stack. It looks like Makoto's going to ignore it for now. They've still got this aggressive Radiant Ward in this dire jungle, so they're trying to use this to make a follow-up play, it seems.
And Bryle chipping away at the creep camp.
Dire's top
And Makoto did start on. Swash aggressively means it's on cooldown for 5 seconds.
glimpse back.
Dubu glimpse back to Fountain.
Kind
So
of
now
revealed their
TSM
ward, though.
tower is under attack.
TSM can't really keep on fighting. And Makoto just keeps on spamming Swash to steal creeps under their nose.
Yeah, that's fine. The big thing for Talon is just trying to create a space on the map for 23 Savage to farm, because he needs to catch up after getting solo killed and then getting TPing mid and dying as well.
Is under attack. attack.
He needs a lane or a jungle to farm and for his teammates to maybe create a bit of space for him, which is hard to do sometimes when you've got Doom, because Doom's a hero that doesn't create space for teammates.
He needs that first 20 minutes.
Is under attack.
Get his Midas Blink BKB. Although it looks like KP here, Arcane Boots BKB.
Yeah. Just wanting that bit of extra juice just to spam his spells in lane, farm with Scorched Earth, but here come TSM. They want to defend this top tier 1 tower. Some good damage is being dealt, but they don't have the numbers on Talon or the strength right now when they kind of got this more greedy lineup to take this early tier 1.
KP's going to pull the wave. Devour the catapult. All scouted under a dire ward, though. They didn't see Hyde moving here. So maybe with this Disruptor coming in, we'll aim for Dubu and get the kill with the glimpse. A Rolling Thunder. Going to stop any chance of Tombstone placement, but the Solar Guardian actually flips that on his head, and Mikoto a little stranded now as the rest of his team deciding to disengage. He can swash down to low ground.
Works out, I mean, yeah, not really favoring either team in the end there. Like the Solar Guardian being used in exchange for the Rolling Thunder. Both teams able to disengage, and for TSM able to keep their support Undying alive. Not that it would have mattered too much if he did go down. The big thing is defending that top tower. They don't want to give this early tier 1 to the Talon side. Does feel like Talon's getting, I mean, those 3 heroes kind of commit up there. SF farming elsewhere, catching up similar to the Sniper, but they've also managed to find a lane for Q Shaker. He's got 1,400 gold.
Like, I see Arcane Boots queued, but is this a situation where you just say, screw it, I'm saving for Blink now?
He might be, given how much farm he just suddenly picked up in quick succession there. I think I'd rather just see the Blink Rush at this point.
Yeah, what?
Yeah, he's got the Tumbler's Toy, so he's got plus... He doesn't need the mana. With Tumbler's Toy, that actually solves your problems at a Shaker.
Why the hell not? Just go straight for it. Now comes up top. Help out the squad to finish off this tier 1 tower at long last. And I do still have a few seconds remaining, 10 seconds on that Observer Ward in the dire jungle that you pointed out. Seeing Dubu, but not seeing any core heroes. They really want to go and pivot to kill.
Radiant's bottom tower.
Right now, the pace of this game, I feel like, really good for Talon, given that they're going to hit this mid-game timing with Doom, Diffusal Blade on Pango, SF with his like Dragonlance BKB, it looks like, right-click build. And TSM are going to be looking to, you know, get this Sniper online as early as possible, but it's going to be a tough game for Sniper.
Dire are scanning.
Man, both teams going very similar builds as well. Both carries going for this kind of Mask Manus Dragonlance build. Both off-laners going for early BKBs.
He's down bottom. They want to defend this.
Doom up
Glimpse.
Saberlight. Hyde.
Only level 3
can't.
glimpse. Yeah. And only 2 heroes. Even if he got that glimpse, I don't think they get any kills because it's TSM who are bringing numbers. Now with Doom on cooldown, this should be... I mean, that's a free tier 1 tower. There's no defense for Talon. I'm sure they've recognized that a lot of heroes have made the rotation, so it's time to just vacate the area.
Tower is under attack.
And Tomato's found a nice little pocket of farm for himself here. Double Observer Wards give him the cover he needs. So not really too afraid, knowing that, you know, Q is showing on that top lane. And they just showed 2 down bottom. He's pretty safe there. So the rest of the team from TSM smoking. Moving on to Hyde. And Coil from Bryle. And enough nuke damage to bring down the Disruptor.
Stolen Thunderstrike. Maybe would have preferred the glimpse there, although, you know, Thunderstrike's okay, especially with the level 2, but
Is under attack.
nothing too crazy. But this is perhaps a phase of the game where we're going to see TSM look to make a lot of these aggressive moves, even without a blink on puck. Just anytime Dream calls up the Witchblade, there's just a lot of kill threat with a potential Dawnbreaker Solar Guardian as well. You can have Dawnbreaker kind of playing that top lane, the safe lane that kind of becomes the dangerous part of the map, and then have the rest of the team hunting for kills, ready for that Solar Guardian in.
Jeez, Mikoto takes half of Undying's HP with 1 swashbuckle. Ridiculous damage. And they've got Blink Earthshaker now as well.
Yeah.
That is an absolute surprise. 14 minutes in, Blink done on what is effectively a position 5 Earthshaker. And he did get a little bit of lane farm to himself, and he's eyeing up Saberlight. Fisher into Swash, jump in with the enchant. Don't even need to spend the Echo. Okay, he does. Dunk him down for good measure. As the Tombstone was thrown in there from Dubu to try and force a fight around the outpost.
Every time I see Echo Slam these days, I'm just so sad at how little damage it does.
Yeah.
I mean, it was one hero, but like, you used to do 1 hero Echo Slams like 4 or 5 years ago, and it'd do a good couple hundred damage.
Now it's like 50. Rolling Thunder from Makoto. He's charging in onto the little piggy of Moon Meander, glimpsing the sniper across, but in comes Bryle. They've got Dubu here to save up TSM's Tomato and turn back onto them. So hide down, and it looks like TSM the one who's going to march towards the tier 1.
Is under attack. Radiant structure.
Good job kiting that Rolling Thunder, getting out of the way, not giving anything to bounce off in there. Charging forward a tier 1 mid this early on, bringing Tomato in, and they're not done.
Yeah, quick coil into Solar Guardian, blow up the Doom. And Q, he just has to Fisher and blink away. Relinquish control of the tower. And how quickly these games can turn, just a couple of pickoffs. A little slip up here and there. If you're not bringing the numbers to these fights, you just shouldn't be entertaining them.
Oh yeah, we saw with Boom 2 games in a row where they had these leads that get kind of flipped on their head, and Talon have to be careful not to suffer the same fate. They're looking to keep fighting, keep finding these kills. A glimpse back on a Dawnbreaker, but they just don't really have the damage here. This is 2 supports.
And they need to start enabling the Shadow Fiend to get involved. Saberlight very quick on his feet there with a Celestial Hammer, and now a freshly delivered BKB means he could withstand any pressure forthcoming. The glimpse is there, the BKB's up, so he'll spend it just to make sure he survives.
Yeah, good job by Shaker just blinking in to get the glimpse vision, and the BKB time for Saberlight, enabling him to still survive and get out of there. We'll see Talon getting closer and closer to some of these big items. The BKB blink on Doom. The SF's the one that they're really waiting on. His BKB is what's going to give them the damage they need to truly take these fights and deal with stuff like the Dawnbreaker's BKB.
Yes, I'm pretty content to have Tomato clear out the triangle, kill off the Ancients, move back into mid. He's just bouncing from lane to jungle incredibly safely. And he's had 1 death so far, but he's racing up that net worth to catch up with the Doom and the SF. 2 heroes usually the ones that are spamming out all their spells to kill off creeps very quickly and flash farm.
Yeah, it really is like only the Pengo that truly threatens the sniper this game. So, you know, at some point we'll probably see that BKB for Tomato, but he wants to delay it as much as possible. Not too afraid of SF or Doom at this point. Even Doom getting a Blink Dagger, like, you're not really a Doom target. And he's not likely going to want to just blink in on the back lines on it to a sniper without much follow-up.
TSM. KP breaks the smoke. That's the coil. Turn with the BKB. Solar Guardian comes from Saberlight. And now his turn to get doomed up, while Savage gets some big clicks in there. It looks like Saberlight going to get healed up by Dubu, leaving the Undying to fall near that enemy Ancients area. TSM, the aggressors there, quickly being forced back by Talon's response.
Yeah. I mean, but at the same time, these Dooms so far have been used not really to set kills, but more just to push people away. Like, it's multiple times Saberlight's been doomed and just kind of walked away. But that Dream Rune, double damage rune right by the Roshan pit. And they may walk in on this one. So a little bit risky, but at the same time, TSM are not in the neighborhood. They do scat it out, send in the puck orb, and it's been pinged out. It looks like Talon are going to second guess this.
Oh, the vision though. Look at that damage onto the Undying. High ground orbs, Dubu's like, yeah, they saw me coming.
Back in now. No Undying, no Tombstone, but here comes the rest of TSM. They're kind of looping around. Ah, they're going to get here in time, though.
I mean, Roshan, what, 3,000
They see him coming
HP
again?
remaining? And the Rolling Thunder from Makoto is going to zone them away, but the Stolen Doom, and now the Stolen Thunder. Moon Meander into cube form, bouncing around, but not hitting onto any enemy heroes. As TSM, they're going to get their puck caught down. KP and Savage blow up Bryle. Sniper peeping away at KP, and a good initiation from Saberlight, catching the stun from that Starbreaker onto a couple of them. And it's a zoning Requiem in the end, while Roshan still stands. Talon lose 2 core heroes, and TSM, I mean, they're chasing for more. Gonna get the Earthshaker now on the back lines. Q, he's got 1 Fisher and Echo Slam, but he can't blink away just yet. Shrapnel and the Celestial Hammer coming, but Q, he's into the trees and away. While Roshan being pinged out now, a possibility for TSM.
Yeah, that's... I mean, Moon Meander, the hero of that fight, starting things off, gets the Doom on the Pengo, even through the roll, and manages to steal Rolling Thunder. So he basically single-handedly kills off Makoto's Pangolier there. Trying to finish off Roshan. TSM, they've only got a small bit of time here. They scout out KP with the Observer Ward, but it looks like Talon are a little bit too far to stop this one from going down.
Yeah, and Shrapnel's going to completely keep them away. We can see it back here, yeah. Doom onto him, stolen Rolling Thunder. So you can't touch Moon. The Pango's useless. So very well done from Moon Meander. Wait, we knew it was a dream Rubik game when they picked it.
Yeah, so if you're Talon, you're shaking your head a bit about that one. You kind of set them up to take Roshan and also just to win that team fight. Killingsbraw's puck was nice, but did cost them, and they're going to have to kind of reset. They weren't really playing around these key item timings, I feel like, in taking this fight. Like the Doom is all about that BKB plus Blake. The SF needed his BKB still.
Did Brawl just get glimpsed away?
I missed
It
that
looked
one.
like it looked like they were about to kill him, and he got sent backwards. I don't know if my eyes are deceiving me, but an Echo Slam will make sure he dies this time. Makoto going to catch onto Dubu, but the stolen Rolling Thunder bouncing back in. Moon Meander kills off Q. Saberlight Dubu still in position here to defend their Rubik with a heal. Attempted Starbreaker not working out, and Shadow Fiend is offering so much physical damage, kills off another. And now the jump forward from Makoto. He's got that ability just to blink in, disarm, kill the Undying, and Talon is still showing they're a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah, this time they just connected a bit better with their spells. Makoto getting some redemption for the last fight. Showed Moons how it's done, that he's better at handling the balls, and Talon going to get rewarded with a tier 1 mid tower.
Easily claim that up for themselves. And good to see Savage getting involved. Still has a fresh 9-second BKB. We're going to be working on that Silver Edge next. It feels like both of the carriers had very, very quiet games so far.
Yeah.
6 to an SF doesn't feel like he's got 6 kills, honestly.
No, yeah, a lot of the, like, at least it was 2-0 in the laning stage. He's kind of showing up for like some cheeky cleanup kills, but it hasn't really been him getting active as much. Like, Tomato came to push that tier 1 mid, but definitely feels like these carries are still ramping up a little bit.
I need these Silver Edges and BKBs for themselves. Well, TSM going to rally around their sniper. Put Tomato out there with his 2.5 minutes of Aegis. Getting glimpsed and pinged out. A nice war stomp in from KP. Focusing on the sniper, but he's got heals coming in from Undying and the Dawnbreaker. But the Doom there. Going to focus down Saberlight while the Hyde dies and buys back. The Requiem wound up, but missed time from Savage. Tomato stomped though. The chain stuns, maybe a save in, but Q will land. A nice jump in with the Enchant Totem stun. And TSM being pulled apart.
Glimpse back too.
Glimpse back another one. Dubu dragged into the waiting arms of Talon here. And even though the Pango was doomed, he's able to claim another life.
Yeah, just playing through it, and honestly, just great recognition for Talon. I mean, this is that fight they lost earlier was just all about waiting for these items, waiting for the FBKB, and the second they get it, they get these nice clean initiations. Makoto just getting not the best roll off. The Fisher kind of messes him up a bit, but it's good enough because the sniper is really majority of the damage of this dire TSM draft at this point. Particularly once the Dawnbreaker is taken out as well. Like, the Puck does, he still casts his spells, but you take the sniper out and Puck cannot do it alone.
Yeah, especially with this Dawnbreaker going this BKB Halberd build. We've seen some Dawns go for that Deso, really scale as a carry into the late game with BKB, Assault Cuirass. But it does feel like a lot rests on the shoulders of Tomato in this game in terms of damage output.
Absolutely. I think it's fine that Saberlight goes for this build just because you're playing with sniper on your team. Kind of touched on the draft, like, you need to enable your sniper. You can't play for yourself if you're in Saberlight's shoes. But at the same time, you have to make sure the sniper is kept alive. And we're seeing now, like, he's going to need this BKB. Going for the full Silver Edge means this BKB is coming a bit slow. Talk about the Pangolier being a threat, but even things like the Disruptor Glimpse have looked pretty good against the sniper, just pulling him back into place, of preventing him from running away and setting up some of these kills.
Yeah, trying to get vision top. Moon Meander. It's a good attempt from KP to guess the direction he'd blinked. Slightly off the mark there, so Moon will TP back to Fountain. Well, an 11 kill lead and a 5k net worth lead for Talon right now. They're still kicking themselves. They didn't have that Aegis to really get that momentum going for themselves. Still in a good spot, though, to take Outpost top, gather up for tier 2.
The Aether lands on KP's Doom, and they're going to go for a smoke here. They take out the top side of the map, get the outpost control as mentioned, and are they looking to... They're not TPing in, but they are making a walk down to this bottom part of the map.
They're slowly maneuvering down here.
TSM are pretty split up. They will definitely not try and take a team fight here. 2 heroes top. This is not a fight they can win.
Oh, they scan the Undying.
Yeah.
Dubu, the sacrifice. He realizes very quickly that he is dead to rights.
KP may find Bryle. He doesn't have the vision though. Bryle sees him, so should be fine.
And move across that mid lane. And the Talon now able to de-ward their bottom jungle, get some vision down themselves. I start thinking about, you know, in 2 minutes time, fast spawn for Roshan's there. It would be nice to see Talon prep for that with a move into top jungle, get some of those high ground observer wards placed preemptively.
Yeah, it was a good attempt from Talon to kind of make that aggressive move, like get some early kills, set yourself up with some good vision so that you can control that Rosh you're talking about. But at some point, you know, you run around chasing ghosts and you're just like, okay, let's just go back to farming. SF's like, okay, time to get some ancients, time to just hit some creeps, because this Rosh is still a little bit of ways.
I'm going to try and catch these heroes that are sneakily pushing your side lanes. Moon Meander. Always out there hiding in the trees, fade bolting and zapping. Stolen Shadow Rays there as well to help him clear waves. Now, looks like TSM with a high ground ward in their jungle, expecting this move from Talon to sweep through the northern part of the map. And there's the line drawn by them. It's exactly what they want to do. And top tier 2 did take a bit of chip damage earlier on. Still a task to bring it down completely.
Yeah. Not essential because they already took the mid tier 2, so they actually got this outpost and they're going to get jumped on. Puck goes in, they found Shaker.
Yeah, Bryle immediately snapping in onto the Earthshaker. Another Waiting Rift back there, gets broken and hit by the Silver Edge, while Saberlight, battling in the 1v1, gets doomed up while the Static Storm catches in onto Bryle's Puck and they take him down. In the back lines, Mikoto also causing issues for TSM. Gets out of danger, didn't even spend Rolling Thunder. Still has BKB and Blink available.
Yeah. And he's considering it. He's pump faking. He wants in. He knows there's no Dawnbreaker BKB.
Yeah, I mean, they do lose Hyde, though. Tomato's no joke in the damage department.
He's backing off. Yeah, that sniper is serious business. And if you don't get the initial jump on him, you can go on the other teammates. You're just going to get pew-pewed away at. So I think Mikoto makes the right call there just to disengage. They can lick their wounds and come back for potential Roshan in the next couple of minutes.
What's the timer looking like? Almost max spawn.
Oh, yeah. They didn't have Disruptor, but I don't think either team was going to be going for Roshan in the next 30 seconds or so anyways.
Yeah, no rush. Calm things down a little bit. Mikoto gets a regen rune for his troubles. Nice little refill on his bottle.
By the way, full Octarine on KP's Doom. He is
What?
fat. I mean, you can't go straight. You can't really prioritize Refresher the same way anymore because of the nerfs. It's just not as good. So, these Dooms going for different builds. The cast range is pretty nice. Not to mention, of course, the cooldown reduction.
More Midases.
Yep. It's the farming Octarine core.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'll see where he heads next. Shivers is queued. Well, I do like the idea of that Refresher Aghanim Scepter kind of build up. And we see the utilization there of the Arcane Boots as well, right? You know, we saw the Arcanes, a little bit unusual. And just disassemble them into Octarine core makes sense. So it seems like that's something he had planned out from the get-go.
And KP can't find a Midas target, though. Oh, finally. Phew. I was getting so stressed out watching him. He's like scavenging for a creep.
Radiant are scanning.
On a ceremonial robe for your Earthshaker as well. That's huge. Q going to be incredibly happy with that. TSM, though, they're prepping for this Roshan battle early. Scan is there. The Fisher from Q connecting onto Saberlight, but Earthshaker dead. Rolling Thunder comes in to crash onto Moon Meander as the Doom. It's going to focus in again onto Saberlight, just dooming the Dawnbreaker as quick as he can. The Echo slams straight onto Moon Meander, but Tomato, he shreds through one. Looks to face off against Savage now, but KP batters into him. The buybacks from TSM come a little too late as Saberlight, he bought back, Solar Guardianed in, and then TP's home with his BKB.
Brow's not done, though. He's going to try to finish off this Disruptor. Will he pay the price for it? Doesn't look like it. Gets the ult to the high ground. Chase is on though.
Brawl blinks away. Slowed by the diffusal blade, but yeah, has another orb to jaunt to.
Yep.
KP can't keep giving chase, and another 30 seconds for Roche to respawn means everyone's going to be alive again before he's even back.
Talon's just like, where's Roshan? Come on, like this. Surely should have respawned by now. We'll see it all again here. Not the best fight from. I mean, the Shaker's first death is totally fine. Like, you just get smoke wrapped on, but he buys back and doesn't really get much value out of his buyback. He kills the Rubik here. We'll see it. Even Echo Slams with this Rubik, but he's blinked in aggressively just to kill Rubik and put him in this position where he just dies back instantly. Luckily for him, this SF is just massive, though.
Yeah, Savage in that toe-to-toe with the sniper. You know, helped out a little bit by the Doom, but primarily just Savage ripping away at Tomato.
This does feel like a game where that right-click v right-click bit of the SF versus the sniper is going to be a big part of how things develop.
And with Roshan up, everyone alive. Buybacks, a lot of them on cooldown right now. Undying, the only hero in the game to currently have buyback available. SF is 100 gold off it, but
Makoto starts it. Meanwhile, 23 Savage is like, he doesn't want to do this.
it's risky.
Yeah. That's got to be a team call about whether or not it is safe to go for this Roche play or not. And they've got to know TSM will be back up, and they've got plenty of ways to make Roche difficult, throwing the shrapnel in. They can throw out orbs. They've got plenty of ways to scout this. And if you're Talon, you're thinking, we need to find a pick-off or some kind of team fight first before we go for this. They've caught moving under top. Yep.
Yeah.
Easy.
50 seconds. And TSM still probably want to contest Roshan. They can't allow this free Aegis and Shard to go the way of Talon. But into the pit we go. Makoto, Savage, straight towards him. It looks like TSM, they're going to give up on it. They've drawn the lines. They've pinged bottom, saying, okay, split pushing is our best opportunity.
Radiant's middle tower is under attack.
It's hard. The vision, even with the ways that they have to scout, it just doesn't feel quite enough with Rubik dead. You uphill battle, and Talon have set up good vision around the pit to make it a very safe Roche for them. And now you've got SF buys the shard, or gets the free shard, and is in a great position now with Aegis BKB to be an absolute beast in these upcoming team fights.
Yeah, well, 22,000 net worth compared to the 17k on Sniper. He's miles ahead of that opposing safe lane carry.
And this SF shard is, I feel like, a big reason why this hero has become more popular. I've seen a lot of SFs really prioritizing it.
Oh yeah, that fear against Puck. I'm not going to use it here. Going to try to go for the Requiem
Save.
instead. And there's the save. Braille going to come back in. They've killed off the Rubik at long last with Makoto there, but the coil back onto him, and the Doom on the Dawnbreaker. Going to separate this fight down while Duba's the one being focused down along with Hyde. Braille finished off by Makoto, and the Dawnbreaker, the final casualty there for TSM. Well, it might not be the final one because Savage moving in with Makoto onto the sniper now. Tomato turns with his BKB, but it's not just the SF you have to worry about. The Doom and the Pango offering tremendous damage themselves, and we end up with a team wipe. Talon shred through TSM here in their top lane.
Yeah, the fight looked like it started okay for TSM, getting the initiation kind of beaten by the save of the Rubik. It was a very quick telekinesis save, and SF gets in this kind of precarious position where the Fish is stopping his retreat, he's getting chain stunned, he gets brought low. Even BKB's on his first life, not saving it for the respawn, but they just don't quite have the damage to finish him off. And as a result, this kind of chaotic fight ends up favoring Talon as they outplay them in the trees. Some great plays from the Shaker, really locking everyone down in place and securing that Puck kill, which was the big one to solve. I mean, TSM, if they keep Puck alive and he just keeps throwing out spells and, like, basically killing off, like, the SF who got low, this fight goes so different.
Yeah, I mean, in these fights, it feels quite apparent that Talon have a much clearer directive, much clearer target acquisition for their players. You know, it's Doom the Dawnbreaker. You've got Pango dealing with the Puck. Shadow Fiend's kind of handling the rest of them, the SF, dealing with the Sniper and the Undying. Whereas TSM, they're trying to jump with a Puck. They're trying to get in there with a Solar Guardian there. Their team fight feels like it's in many more pieces, and those pieces need to be put together by Moon Meander. It feels like he is the puzzle master who has to steal a Fisher, steal a Doom or something to actually give that little bit of oomph that TSM are lacking.
Yeah, it's tricky because he's kind of the one who needs to make these plays to secure kills and be this like offensive hero, but he's also the save. He's also the defense. He was the one telekinesing to save his puck. He's gone for this shard, so he's trying to make these plays to help his team, but also needs to be aggressively stealing some of these key big team fight spells.
And now Talon on the offensive again. Smoked as 4. And it's Pango's invis. So basically 5-man invis move across the map. Oh, who's going to come in contact with him? It's Saberlight up on the high ground. KP has the jump. The BKB's quick, though, as the Doom landing in onto the Dawnbreaker as Talon swiftly moving to their next target. The glimpse, though, giving the vision. Now over on the Dawnbreaker. Snipers opening up on the Savage, though.
BKB, he's getting pretty low. It doesn't have Aegis anymore.
TSM are going to scramble away and
get out of this
on the
one,
fight, though. They turn back on the Pango now. Forced to BKB swashbuckle back towards the ramp. Q holds his ground. Lines up the Fisher to keep TSM at bay. So quick in and out there from Talon. Looked a little scary, though.
Yep. They got some good vision down, but instantly Talon going to find themselves getting smoked out here. TSM, even without Dawnbreaker, are going for this play here. Browse finished off Hyde, and they're not done. They want to find more. Moon can't quite catch 23 Savage, who just barely blinks out of there. With the Arcane Blink Silver Edge, he's pretty damn fast, and they just can't get the grab they needed. That would have been such a big kill for TSM.
And they're chasing and chasing. Sniper. And he's only going to find creep waves down here. The rest of Talon, they've evacuated. Oh, it's a DD rune that spawned up at top. Mikoto just going to take it straight up, not bothering to bottle it or anything like that. Might be able to just straight up kill Dubu if he catches a glimpse of him.
Poor Dubu. He's having a rough one. He's getting the Tiger treatment from last game. He's going to, like, scout these smokes and be the one giving vision.
And there's your refresher orb on Doom. So double Doom, double BKB. Now they've got ways to catch out. Not just the Dawnbreaker, but also maybe the Puck or the Sniper as well.
Amazing what you found laying
This
around.
Puck is going to be, I think, key for them to kind of deal with some of these supports, get on the back lines where there's the Shaker, the Disruptor. When you've got Kaya and Sanj now with the Witchblade, Puck dishes out some serious damage. So if they're prioritizing Dawnbreaker with the Doom, it's got to be Puck who takes advantage of that to be a key contributor in these team fights for TSM.
I'm so very afraid, though, of this Q Earthshaker. Oh, the Fisher, the Blink Echo. That's why you have to be so very afraid of the Q Earthshaker. Broil dead for 70 seconds now. And Talon with an opening to go high ground again, potentially.
Yeah, it's just the vision game. And
Mikoto, the Blink Stomp from KP. They're aiming the Sniper. They've lost high quickly. Buy back immediately, though, as this Enchant Totem Fisher with the shard, stunning up the Sniper. He's doomed up and dead. KP on a Wicked Six streak, and TSM, 2 heroes dead with no buyback. Dubu going to be a 3rd. And Talon just cruising in these fights now.
It stole Doom on Rubik, but it doesn't really amount to much. And KP's refreshed already, so he's got another Doom fairly soon. With the Octarine Core as well, this refresher doesn't quite have that same ungodly cooldown, and they're going onto the high ground here. 3 dead, no buyback on Sniper, just the Undying with a buyback. This could just be a second lane of racks here.
And an early glyph there. Means you're not going to have the multi-shot on the tower. Fresh creep wave arrives. And Shadow Fiend, he's level 24, so of course he has that Presence Aura effects buildings from his 15 talent already there. Able to take down the buildings quickly. Tier 1 and 2 bottom, though, yeah.
Yeah, oh, Tier 1, yeah, okay. Yeah, they got their work to get the Mega Creeps. But, let's see, they may just be thinking about Roshan as well. They lift SF, they want to kill him. 23 Savage, he's alone.
He doesn't get his BKB off, so he's dead.
Just gets doomed up and easily picked off. Like, maybe he didn't get the memo that Doom had been stolen, but yeah, that Aetherlens Rubik just blinks in, lifts him up, and dooms him, and that's an easy find.
Wow, a massive kill there. It's 1,000 gold for... Where did Dubu get the last hit? 2,000 gold for the team, 1,000 goes to Dubu, so he's bought a gem for his squad.
Okay, they're putting it to good use, but not quite where you'd want the gold going.
I don't know, refresher orb. Oh, hello, catch on Rubik. I mean, that is the primary target. You're scared of Earthshaker, you're scared of Rubik. KP with the BKB, TP home, he's successfully out of there.
Okay.
And Makoto swashing off to the left, but the puck has the gap closed to try and catch up. No coil for 20 seconds, though. So Makoto going to try and turn his back with the bash and the static storm. Force the self-fuels out of the puck now. A disarm on the Pango means he's lacking that ability to keep damage going. Needs backup from his squad as well to arrive. Rolling Thunder, blink forward. Going to try catch Dubu out here. Push down to the low ground. And Sniper opening up onto the Pangolier. Dubu's still dead, though. Oh, the Doom.
Trouble, though.
They doom the Sniper. Makoto is in trouble. Coiled up by Broil. Catching up to the Pango. And Q there with a nice Fisher. Lining up the ability for KP to keep the stuns going. And finally kill the Sniper off.
And he's still got Doom. He could find a new target here.
Hey, he refreshed up.
There he is. You got the
Goes
puck.
straight onto the puck. Find another one. A sloppy fight. I mean, it's back and forth, but that's all down to the Pango dragging TSM further and further away from their base and their outpost.
Yeah, and you can't blame.
See that back here now. Sniper is in a decent position just to keep peeping away, but Makoto, such a great job at kiting this fight. His BKB is overwhelming Blink, doing incredibly well. It feels like these fights, there's like 3 of them happening all at the same time. KP's focusing one, Makoto's focusing another. And Earthshake and Disruptor always looking for that big team fight opening for their Static Storm and their Blink Echo Slam.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
I think we might have lost Gods for a second.
Dire's
Let's see if we can get him back here as Talent. 24k net worth lead, 40 to 20. They've got both top and mid lanes of barracks, and they were thinking about breaking high ground bottom again. But with Roshan alive, there's more important things on the menu. Guard that top jungle, retake the outpost there. More importantly, get some vision out so they can see and scout TSM. A big hit from the Shadow Fiend. Short work made of the Undying. There's 2 hits to break through to the center of Dubu.
Oh, hello.
You're back? Nice.
All right, okay, yep. Should be working. Sorry.
Right on time, Roshan.
Yeah.
It's the big fight.
And they're smoking for it. They want to fight this.
TSM are coming, but they've got to move faster. Roshan's about to die. Aegis, Refresher Shard, and an Arcane Rune on Makoto. That's huge here. TSM have got a lot of challenges ahead of them, and they realize that this is no place to be. Time to fall back and find a more favorable place to sit. Dubu does get a high ground tombstone, but the rest of his squad have already turned tail to run away. The double Doom, they're all over the place. He's got the AoE Doom. That's what the noise is. Aghanim Scepter up on KP, chasing forwards. Refreshes up now.
The self-doom. Well, doesn't quite get the results he was hoping for. It's just an Undying kill, but they're playing with an Aegis now, and this SF is absolutely massive. Has the Refresher Shard in his backpack ready to go as well, and there's just so little TSM can do at this point. But the high ground defense is their best bet. You know, you're playing with Sniper on the high ground, you're just looking to sit back and make it as hard as possible for Talon to get this last lane of racks.
That's like because the AoE Doom makes the noise every time it touches something, right? So I heard the noise twice, and I was like, he double doomed someone, but there's no one nearby. What's going on? And Talent, small, smoking up top. They're gonna find Saberlight. He's all out in the open. Gets the BKB off before the chain stun, though. Q there trying a little harder than maybe required to overlap his stuns, but they've got the catch regardless. Bit of life steal out of the Dawnbreaker now, but the SF into the back blows up the Rubik. Dawn's still alive, but not for long. It's Savage with the double kill, and 2 heroes dead with no buyback. Means the Fisher into Rolling Thunder, beautifully executed onto the puck, and the Doom finding Sniper in the back forces the GG out of TSM.
The Aghanim's Doom making an appearance here in the late game, and very convincing game in the end from Talon. I mean, there were a few moments where things, you know, there were like TSM got like defended some of their objectives and like pushed back a bit, but it didn't really ever feel like this game was slipping away from Talon.
Sorry, that's my fault this time. Muted my microphone, but yeah, they felt like they had a very every decision, every item decision, move, every team fight seemed very, I don't know, clearly planned beforehand from Talon. It was always very obvious where the Earthshaker and Disruptor are going, who KP is focusing and dooming, and everyone, well-oiled cogs in this machine of war from Talon, really. Makoto kiting and dragging people around, and every team fight just seemed a chaotic mess of noise and nonsense, right? You got Tombstone, Static Storm, Fissures with that shard from Earthshaker. A lot for TSM to handle, and it really, really felt like Moonmeander had to have, the most godly of godly games to pull TSM out of this one with any form of victory.
And he was stealing some big spells, but they still just didn't have enough in these team fights. I think a big part of their undoing was they picked the puck very early on, like right out of the first pick phase, and as a result, it was responded to. The Shaker plus Disruptor made this puck's life miserable. He eventually gets a Yule Scepter so he can survive through the Static Storm, but he died a lot. 8 deaths on a puck is just not what you'd normally expect, and it's not like Bryo played awful. He just had an awful game because it was a tough matchup for him hero-wise. And I think if you want to pick that puck in the second phase, you do it at the end of the second phase. Like, you're in a perfect position just to maybe pick the Rubik there and then pick the puck later on, and then you've got a better game for yourself.
Yeah, definitely a good point there. That I just from start to finish, Makoto handled Bryle very, very simply.
Yes.
I'm just looking at the hero damage. Everyone on Talon pulled their weight, whereas it was just Tomato doing damage really on that TSM side. A little bit from the puck, but Saberlight wasn't really able to launch himself into any real position of strength here in this game one either. But that's down to draft again, right? Dawnbreaker was the bottom of the barrel. She was the last hero really left for Saberlight. So maybe that also plays into what you were saying about the puck. Maybe they shift things up there and pick Saberlight earlier than Bryle.
True. Yeah, I don't mind that. I think a lot of the problems definitely do go back to the draft this game. Like I think they picked the sniper too early in the draft. I think the puck was also too early. And then last picking this Stormbreaker where like you don't have a good hero to benefit from the Solar Guardian. Like you've dropped like a sniper. I don't think Dawnbreaker is the best partner for a sniper because Dawnbreaker needs to be in the front lines, which means how are you using Solar Guardian? Your ultimate is kind of just a non-factor in this game. Like other than the one gank early on the SF, which is helpful, but that's not something that does anything later on. Like Solar Guardian was a non-factor after the 20-minute mark this game.
Yeah, and you want to have options, right? In Dota, you can't just have one choice or like one option to go for because the opponents will realize that and they'll play around it. So it's like, yes, you have puck that you can Solar Guardian on, but you'd love to have a clock or a Nyx or an Earthshaker or something that goes in first, starts team fights, makes things happen. There's a rough one for TSM there in game one, as we've got ourselves our MVP KP, 29,000 net worth, and a stellar performance on this Doom. 10-2-10 is his scoreline there, and that all started out with a tremendous laning stage, which I think everyone looking at it thought they were going to lose out in both side lanes.
Yeah, it went way better than I expected. I think a big part of it was just some of these outplays because, like, on paper, to me, those were side lanes that should have been better. I think the smart thing that Talon did that made the lanes more even, well, eventually they won them, was swap the supports, send the Shaker to the safe lane with SF, send the Disruptor top so that Undying didn't have a good time. But just, like, seeing the creep wave top behind the Radiant Tier 1 tower, and there was no one contesting it. Like, little things like that, I feel like you almost never see in a pro Dota game. Anytime a team pulls away behind the tower, the other team sends their support there to still contest the farm. So I think there was just some big laning mistakes that were made this game by TSM.
All right, we'll see if they can fix those up, patch up some of those errors as game one going to Talon, and we'll lead into game two coming up right after this break.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back. Here we are heading into game 2 here between TSM and Talon in the group stage for TI 2022. Gods, Talon looks incredible in game 1.
They do, and it's funny. I mean, you may not see it yet, but like right away, TSM's like, okay, there we go, we're done with Doom. KP Doom, it's like his classic hero right now. I don't know about right now. He's got his Brewmaster and other heroes which are less meta, but as a team, yeah, they look good. They played the lanes well. They did the right things in the mid game. I think the only slightly shaky thing was 23 Savage getting picked off a couple of times, but even that was like they were making ground elsewhere on the map. So very, very impressed by Talon.
Yeah, just a little bit of fine-tuning, tightening up to do, and things look incredibly good for them. Now, draft was one of the things you brought up for TSM to try and modify here, and
Yeah.
you know, is it enough banning these two heroes, or was that, you know, you mentioned the ordering of their heroes in the previous game was a little bit off?
Yeah, I think it was more their picks, but sometimes just changing your bans can lead you down a road where your picks end up making more sense or feel better. So we'll see if this is the right way to go about it. This time around, the picks have swapped, so you know that also can somehow just change the draft quite a lot. We'll see how TSM use this first pick, what they can kind of get out of having that last pick of this first phase. They get the Marcy to start things off, like some kind of Marcy +1 opener or a Marcy Morphling. There's a lot of scary heroes they can pick in that second pick of theirs.
Yeah, try and figure out where they head from this. My Talent with a second pick. I'm always looking for, you know, the Nyx Assassins, the Clockworks and stuff for that to come out early on.
Yeah, what do they want? What have we seen good against Marcy? Not a whole lot. Yeah, I think options are pretty limited. You're looking at like some of the stronger core heroes. Yeah, I don't know. Oh, Primal Beast, of course. Yeah, we didn't even click that this hero was still in the pool. Last game it was banned, so they get the Primal Beast, which mostly off lane, but has been flexed every now and then into the mid lane. We saw that from Boom Esports earlier today.
Yeah, I mean, what do you pick alongside it now, though? I mean, it still can be a flexible Primal Beast, but we've seen the heroes like Clockwork, Disruptor do pretty well against it, so it often feels good picking one of those to pair with it. Enchantress. Oh, that's a pretty hardcore lane. Primal Beast Enchantress, if that's your off lane, I'd be incredibly afraid.
Didn't see that one coming, but that's the group stage. Teams are going to bring their own new flair. It's kind of like, you know, can't really predict everything. These teams who are just playing their first games in TI, they're going to have watched the last chance qualifier, but you know, they're also playing all their scripts, so they've got some of their own picks and ideas about what they want to do. But there's TSM picking the Morphling. This is just some classic first pick Dota. You pick your support, your other team picks two heroes, and then you pick one of these Morphling type heroes and ban out the counters, ban your Drought, ban your AA. Just guarantee the Morphling has as good a game as possible. Tomato Morph is pretty damn scary.
Oh, it just sure is, yeah. There's the AA ban you mentioned. I'll get rid of him. Yeah, we've seen this Morph do some ridiculous things. You know, it's an oppressive lane from Talon here with Ench and Primal Beast, but when Morphling hits level 3, he becomes just this unkillable wall. No matter what his position 5 hero is to support him, he's able just to continue farming, get last hits, go into jungle, not a care in the world to scale up into that mid to late game.
I'm curious to see where Talon go. I think this is often like, you know, they have second pick. Often second pick, you're just picking either double support or support plus offlaner. They've gone, or support plus flex core maybe. Like that's what Primal Beast kind of is, but more offlane than anything. So they want to reveal as little as possible and try and get value out of last pick of the draft, which is where, you know, you're going to look to pick your carry or mid laner. Probably mid laner, but we'll see. They kind of know the carry matchup already, so picking your carry makes at least some sense.
Talon esports turn to
Oh, out goes the Naga, the Ember Spirit.
Nothing too crazy with these bans. I mean, we've seen Naga seems to just be rising in popularity. Illusion carries bad for Morphling too. Much like different idea to the Drow and the AA, but it's just something that feels kind of annoying and tricky to play into.
5 seconds.
Just a hero that can really control the tempo of the game too, with her ability to cut waves and just farm so much of the map and force you to split up and go back and defend lanes.
Yeah, right. I mean, right now, I really want someone to play with this primal beast, no matter what role he's in. If it's mid, off lane, I want more control, more damage to come in. I think Snapfire's been a hero that's had reasonable success, like Snap, Puck, Primal Beast. You got this Death Squad trio that kind of roams around and can find kills on the Morphling if he's not fast enough to shift strength.
Yeah, I think high damage support against Morphling makes a lot of sense. Since that's where it's like, okay, his Morphling strength, we don't care. We can kill him anyways. So the Snapfire types, maybe they reconsider going for another Disruptor. I'm not sure, but we'll find out soon enough. They're the ones who are going to go for a Puck this time. That's, I like that against the Morphling. Again, though, it's picked in this position, like, kind of early on where they could have just picked a support. Like, they kind of reveal their Puck and give TSM, additional picks to address Puck. So I do feel like this
10 seconds.
5th pick Puck is a little odd to me.
Yeah, I'm starting to wonder now, is this going to be like a team-specific thing where TSM and Talon, they've got players that so highly prioritize Puck that they just don't want it to be stolen?
Yeah. Because that's often where if you're picking a core in 5th pick, it's because you're worried about it being stolen. So, or you're trying to block pick it or something like, because both teams obviously play Puck. Maybe Talon wanted it last game, for example, and it got stolen, so they're just like, we got to prioritize this.
Out comes the Tiny, one of Brawl's favorites, along with a Chen now.
Ooh.
As Tiny's been one of these heroes that I've seen a lot of success against the Puck in the mid lane of late.
Yeah, this is, I guess, something we've seen, I think, less like at least during these the recent qualifiers, but if you go back even just a few months, there was a lot of, Puck mid, Tiny counter picks. It gives you a lot of playmaking, gives you a hero that Marcy can really set up for, or you set for the Marcy. Chen gives you some really good kind of early 5-man, great aura buy, it gives you a lot of that tower pressure you want, and forces Talon into this Tidehunter pick, which is kind of the hero that's meant to now alleviate the pressure of the Chen and the tower push that's going to be coming your way. Does, interestingly, put Primal Beast somewhere different, or we're looking at what, a 4-position Primal Beast? 4-position
Feels
tie?
like it.
Carry Primal Beast? Like, I don't think any of it. I when there's Morphling on the other side, you don't have any building push. Like, you need to pick a carry that matches up to Morphling, because you're not ending this game fast. At least, I don't think they are.
Yeah, I mean, I guess with like Onslaught and Coil, you can push people around, do a bit of damage there. You got some tremendous team fight and control from these 4 heroes, but they absolutely lack damage, it feels like, here as Talon. So safe lane carry is going to have to bring that a tremendous amount of firepower somewhere along the lines.
Yep. And they're saving it for their last pick, so they'll get to know what the lane is going to be, which is kind of why they didn't pick it up earlier in the draft. I think they wanted to know at least the lane, not just the carry matchup. So instead, they pick up their mid laner, and we'll see how TSM round out their draft, because they also are looking for an off-laner, it seems.
Man, this Chen pick as well. I feel like we talked about this during LCQ as well. It used to be you pick Enchantress into Chen because it counts as Chen, but nowadays, but you were saying that they play opposing sides of the map, so that doesn't really come into play anymore.
Yeah, it's not as big a thing. I think the Chen is more like the lane dominator, whereas Chen, you hit this timing more. Like, it's a very timing based hero, whereas Ench is just like I want to be strong early in lanes, win my lane, secure my hard carries lane a lot of the time. And there's a few other like niche things the Ench can do. Ench also scales better into the late game. It's kind of like this weird thing where you power spike in the lanes and the late game, whereas Chen is like all about the mid game.
Hey, we've seen these like Dragonlance enchantresses, right? Buying treads and fluffy hats and raindrops. Become a right clicker. Now we'll see where things head. So Pudge was one of the bans from TSM, is that damage dealing carry that Talon are looking for. Viper banned by Talon. Does that indicate anything, like a Bristleback, for example?
I don't think so. I think I think Viper is already good against like Primal Beast Tide. Like these heroes don't want to play in a Viper, and you're looking at like okay, offlaners who go with Marcy. Like last patch there was a lot of Marcy Viper, Marcy Razor. I don't think it necessarily indicates Bristle. I think it's just good already. But definitely if they're thinking Bristle, you want to ban Viper. So
Yeah.
we'll see.
And it's so difficult last picking your carry into Morphling, isn't it? Because you just start thinking about Ags. You know, he's going to have Ags. No matter what hero I pick, it's going to feel bad.
Yeah, it's not fun. So we'll see where they go with their carry. I think with the Ench and Primal Beast, like it's a very, to me, fast-paced draft. I think they want like some kind of objective taker, Roche taker. Maybe where the Lone Druid ban comes in, but Ursa kind of comes to mind. I mean, for Talon, it's gonna be wait and see. Like, let's see what the lane is, and then pick a hero that has a good matchup, as well as against the offlaner, as well as against the Morphling.
Yeah, I guess if it's a melee offlaner here for TSM, the Ursa you mentioned, also like a Monkey King could come into the draft for Talon. Lots of circles to play with, right? Dream Coil, Ravage. If you add in a Wukong's command there, you could absolutely dominate team fights because TSM don't have a lot of that. They've got individual pick-off and catch with Tiny Marcy, Morphling with scaling, Chen with push, but no wombo combos to speak of.
Yeah, I think there's a very clear already advantage for Talon when it comes to these team fights, so definitely something they have favoring them. We'll see if TSM try and address that, or if they say, we're not going to be about these big team fight wombo combos. We can just play this kind of more poke and prod, and they go Death Prophet. So likely the offlaner, and a hero that gives them, I think, their draft a bit more of an identity here, where you've got Death Prophet Chen, two heroes that both come online in a pretty big way around that kind of 15 to 20 minute mark, can take all these early towers. And these four heroes, other than the Morphling, are going to be the ones who make all the plays and take all the objectives while the Morphling farms his 2-3 items and before he joins these fights.
Yeah, like maybe even earlier on, because we saw, what was it, Extreme Gaming during Last Chance qualifiers. It was like 6-7 minutes in, they were taking tier 1 mid. 10 minutes, they got two tier 1s down already. You could see that map really open up for TSM to give more farm to the Morphling and allow him to scale that much faster. Talent, can't get the Nagasar, and that's already banned out. Yeah. And could we go back for a Terrorblade?
TP seems good. Slark seems good to me as well. Like, I'm not sure. It depends how, do they want to go for like the late game strength, which would be the TP? Do they want some kind of like good kind of, I guess, hero counter picks, which would be more the Slark? Or do they want like the tempo pushing carry, ignoring the matchups? And Lina, they've played carry Lina before. I think this is safe lane Lina. Yeah, 23 Savage picks it up. This is, I think also Entity maybe have done this. There's a couple teams who are doing this carry Lina.
V-Tune.
Oh, V-Tune. Yeah, Fear was tweeting about it with Navi doing it. But yeah, this is not like something Talon just picked up because they saw in the qualifiers. They did this going back to the DPC.
Oh, wow.
So they were doing this, I think it was 2 or 3, 23 Savage, carry Lina. I think they just decided they want to range carry. And this is a great hero against Death Prophet. Like, you're going to outrange her. You just have all this burst right-click damage and make Saberlight's game really difficult. Not to mention, I think same story for Tomato on his Morphling. Yeah,
you're absolutely right. I mean, this is such a cool move because usually, okay, go back a year, right? In this spot, you look at Talon, you think about 23 Savage, what safe lane carry does he want? Medusa, right? You think this is a Medusa game. Then you start thinking, okay, well, now in the meta, this DP, this Morphling, they're so much better in the lane and then buying Ags on Morph into the late game that a hero like Lina kind of hits all the right spots and doesn't suffer the same way as Medusa would do. Having nuke damage against Morphling, having the outrange on the DP, being able to D-push, right? Having a carry that can actually shove waves and D-push against the Chen reasonably safely, so incredibly nice to have.
And I mean, there's a couple heroes you have to be afraid of. Like, both Tiny and Marcy are pretty good at getting on top of the Lina, but like once you get your BKB, you should be in a pretty safe spot. And I think I just like that it's not, like, it's a kind of less greedy approach. Like, you've got Puck, Tide, Lina as your 3 cores, and I just feel like these are heroes that play well around each other. It's less this idea that, like, on the TSM side, you're going to have 4 heroes ready to fight while Morphling farms, and then Talon's going to be able to meet those 4 heroes who are trying to push towers with Chen plus Death Prophet and be like, okay, we'll fight you. Lina doesn't need many items. We're ready to fight nice and early on, and they're just going to have a straight-up numbers advantage in some ways.
Yeah, she buys Falcon Blade, and she's set, basically.
Exactly.
Oh, level 29 Morphling Tomato.
Yeah.
Another one level away.
I feel like I see a lot of players who are level 29 on heroes. Like, they didn't prep for TI properly.
Or maybe it's like they got to level 29, their Dota Plus expired. They've not bought another month of it.
I don't know how it works.
Right.
Maybe the jump from level 29 to level 30 takes a long time because definitely there are quite a lot. But we'll be helping ourselves into game number 2. Talon coming out, guns blazing, took game 1 and looking to seal the deal with a quick 2-0 here.
Yeah, looking for it. And TSM, with that ability to scale with the Morphling and map space from DP Chen, they need these. It feels like they really need these lanes to go well for themselves. If they bleed out in the lanes, it could all fall apart quite quickly for them because they need momentum. They need that wind in their sails to get Tiny to blink, to get Chen to mech. A lot of initial key items that they need to really play the game.
Whoa, look at that.
Let's see if they can do that. Just stepping back for a second, I'm curious, Gareth. Like when you look at Group B, where do you kind of rate these teams, and where do you see them kind of maybe finishing?
Well, yeah, I don't know. I think Group B is probably the closer group overall, where everyone can take games of each other. I don't know. My gut reaction before this game, before this series, would be to say that they're probably towards the bottom of Group B.
Yeah,
Tundra
both
and
teams,
Talent
yeah.
and TSM, both teams. Yeah.
I think that's fair. For me, I thought Talon, one of the teams, really in danger of maybe being bottom 2. I mean, that's what we saw at the Arlington Major. They didn't play well on the big stage and got eliminated there. But so far, so good for Talon. I think coming in when you're maybe one of the underdogs or dark horses, playing a weaker, both teams playing against maybe one of the, they're not playing Team Spirit, for example, is at least a good way to start things off if you get these wins.
A nice little morale boost. Get the victories going. Oh, Moon Meander taking a significant amount of damage, and he's actually rebounded back into this trample of Q. Fairy Fire is up. One more hit. They'll get it. Q gets first blood. Traded out, but Saberlight, even though he gets that kill, he's been dropped incredibly low. He's rushing Falcon Blade, so he's pretty low on regen. Just a set of tangos to his name.
Can't really easily come up close to these waves now, and once this Primal Beast is back, these things get pretty scary for him. So really good start for Talon in this top lane, getting the first blood gold and getting this big harass advantage early on as well.
Yeah, I mean, Moon Meander's going to try and do a bit of damage back, but every time he rebounds in, there's Trample, there's Light Strike Array. 23 Savage getting the better of these regen trades.
Yep.
Well, down at bottom, Tomato and Dubu. Now, Chen always very good with these hardcore agi carries. Keep them alive through your healing of Headdress and Divine Favor, while Ench and Tide just looking to get leveled in experience, apply a little bit of pressure.
Yeah, as they get a few more levels, maybe we see points in the Gush, and with the Enchantress, there is perhaps some kill threat on the support Chen, but should be a lane where Tomato is pretty well protected. I don't really see a whole lot giving him a tough time in the laning stage.
And because we do have this melee plus ranged side lane. Oh, Moon Meander, he's all right. Q's going to take a full Spirit Siphon back away.
Is Primal Beast support just like the answer to Marcy or something? Is that what Talon have figured out? Because so far, every time I look at this top lane, the trample onto the Marcy is just really keeping Marcy at bay. Combine it with a ranged carry and you're in business.
And it feels like it, because like both of her spells are pretty low cooldown, so she wants to be continually jumping in. But every time Moon Meander does that, yeah, being met with some serious resistance.
Yeah, he's having a rough start on the Marcy, but we'll see if things pick up. So far, it hasn't really done too much to hurt Saberlight's game. He's still getting the CS he needs in lane and doing just fine.
Yeah, and for the first time in a long time, we're going to see this Enchantress against Chen. Still creeps back and forth between the two of them.
That's always some good times. Just grabbing the range creeps for now. Nothing fancy coming into play quite yet.
Oh, Hyde needs to heal up.
Yeah.
Just trying to get Tomato here to level 3, so he's got that second point in the shift. While Bryle in the mid lane. Yeah. Tiny against Puck. Dead even in the CS.
Yep. Bit of a foreign battle for now. We'll see probably We'll see if the 4-minute runes are contested, but definitely 6-minute power runes. I think we'll see those support rotations, probably from both sides to guarantee or try and guarantee your mid laner a key impact rune.
Especially if it's one of those, you know, arcanes or hastes. Both of these heroes very adept at very quickly moving into the side lanes to utilize them. Hyde's being chased back by Dubu now. Get out of my jungle.
Yeah.
Chen's territory.
There's your answer to who's the king of the junglers, maybe. At least for now, Chen doing some bullying despite Ench being a bit more known for her early game laning prowess. But both supports doing a good job giving their cores a good lane. Like both Tide and Morph pretty even on CS, both farming. No lanes really being lost for anyone, other than the top lane, I think, going ever so slightly Talon's way. But even there, it's pretty marginal, the difference that the two cores are getting.
Yeah, I mean, Saberlight got his Falcon Blade first. 23
True.
Savage still a little bit of money away. Needs to buy the recipe up.
Yep. We'll see if Q can find any more kind of aggressive plays on the Moon Meander. He's constantly looking for these trample moves, but the uproar coming out, looks like Moon just going to disengage and... Nice. I love how the Lina and Deathbroth are just like, you guys do your thing, we're not even getting involved.
We're just going to hit creeps over here. Alright, do make the jump though. Moon Meander disposes Savage back. Light Strike Array. It landed on the DP and actually keeps him alive. Q there to bodyguard his Lina for the meantime as well. Yeah, pretty cool sentry battle as well between this Marcy and the Primal Beast. There's like 5 sentries being spent and denied and killed. Really trying to unlock the pool camps.
Yeah, poor Moon, he's like, I'm a 4 position, why have I got to keep buying sentries? Like, I want my boots. I don't think Q minds quite as much. He's almost got his boots too, with the help of the first blood gold, so... The team getting too much of an advantage out of this. See Tomato down bottom, he's getting his farm just fine, and back at mid, 6-minute mark approaching soon, so those support rotations, this is where you're going to start considering them. You can't rotate too late, you got to make sure you kind of get set up in position nice and early if you want to secure these runes.
Yeah, Hyde in a great position right now with the Warpine Raider. Bottom runes guarded by the Enchantress. We'll see if this Primal Beast wants to move, because he's been gone on a little bit by Moon and Saberlight. Spirit Siphon cancelled. Does have another one here, but the Trample and Savage arriving, putting big damage onto the DP, while Q, the Fairy fires and turns onto Moon now. Another uproar is ready. A Bounty Rune going to be gathered up by the Moon Marcy, and she's out of there, while in the mid lane, Makoto going to get the Arcane Rune, as that Enchantress did bodyguard and force Bryle to try and rotate bottom.
Yeah. It was... And because the fight was happening top, Moon couldn't actually come in to either snipe or deny that top rune. You know, it was a nice attempt from Bryle with the help of the Chen to try and kill the Ench at bottom rune, but rune spawn top, and it's going to be Puck with an Arcane Rune, so... You know, something you just have to be wary of, play around. Don't give Puck... I mean, Puck's going to find a Dream Call opportunity if he wants to, but we'll see how aggressive Makoto wants to be, if there is going to be any consideration to TP to any of these sidelines. Doesn't actually have a TP just yet.
Hyde, very sneaky. Denies the Bounty Rune as Brawl was coming back down to refill his bottle. I couldn't catch up to the Ench either. But a lot of freedom for Tomato, though. It feels like Tidehunter, not a hero that can really pressure the Morphling that much, but equally, the other way as well. A Hood on the Tide means KP can just freely sit here.
Yep. Yeah, both these. Like a bit of a snoozer relay. Morphling just doing his thing, hitting creeps. KP, 0 risk of time. I guess if Morphling slips up, you can maybe get a kill on him, but no points in Gush, no Ravage yet, so not really much cooking down below.
Yeah, not much mana either for KP. He's bringing Soul Ring out to himself, so going to help out a little bit, but this mana burn creep, very irritating. And a bit of a push on the mid lane. Ench joins forces with Makoto, still holding the Arcane Rune on the Puck.
Yeah, just using the dominated enchanted creep to tank the shots and do some extra damage. They're getting this tower very low. Moon can't go in. If he goes in, Makoto's just going to kill him, I feel like.
And they go on the Ench instead.
Yep.
Try and kill off Hyde, but that final bit of damage from the Tide. It looked like maybe the Ench could get it away with an Nature's Attendant. Bryle says absolutely not. 8-minute rune.
Yep. 8-minute rune spawning and being secured by Dubu. Bryle is going to be able to get it down bottom with the help of the Chen, so that's good news for him.
All right, walk straight up to the puck.
Dyer's
Against
bottom
the two-man
tower is
avalanche,
under
but
attack.
bottle refill looks like it's there.
Oh, he didn't get it.
Oh no.
Maybe the avalanche actually stopped it if he didn't pass it quick enough. I'm not sure, but maybe that's why Brio came in to stop the bottle refill.
That's clever.
Yeah, you come in and maybe you like toss. I mean, maybe he was thinking like I'll toss the puck away from the tower or something. But just the avalanche alone, I think, stopped the bottle refill. So super heads up play from Brio there.
And now a smoke into that top jungle looking for Savage. Saberlight and Moonmeander, they see the Lina. Shren with a rebound disposed. Savage tries to get spells out before she dies. Kill off some neutrals, but she knows there's no escaping. As Saberlight spends that first exorcism for a big kill on the position 1.
Yeah, some nice little stacks to go with it as well. So rewarded for their aggression here, and that's definitely, this is kind of the weak point of the Lina. You get out the laning stage and you want to go into this, like, you know, you want to farm like your boots of travel, BKB, but you're very prone to these rotations from heroes like Marcy.
And Morphling, the flip side of that, completely free. 16 denies, 60 last hits, as Q and Hyde. And we'll find Dubu in this bottom jungle. A lot of these jungle wards just scouting out and allowing these sweeping moves from both teams. Getting a nice D ward there as well, as it looks like they want to try and make another move on that mid lane with catapult waves coming shortly. They can set up for it.
Yeah, we'll see if they can get the 10-minute room for Makoto and Puck. Brow sending an illusion top, so does go for the Avatos in the mid lane. And he actually just straight up solo kills him. What? And he gets the regen rune.
Of course he does.
I mean, he deserves it. I mean, not that. Yeah, that was a good play, but it was like Puck just did not respect the damage output.
Ridiculous stuff. And then top lane, speaking of damage output, level 3 sidekick destroys the Enchantress there. And even without Exorcism, TSM chipping away at that tier 1 tower. Braal's going to cut the wave and clear out a camp at the same time. Yeah, what's Talon's next move? Come down bottom, try and slowly push here, but I'll need more than just the puck and the tide.
Kind of rare misplay there by Makoto. I think he shifted away from strength treads and just didn't have the survivability to tank an Avatos combo. And we'll see if they can make this counterplay down bottom. They want to push TSM out of this area. Moonmeander looking for the rebound escape. They've got a Dream Coil. Not sure if it's going to be needed here.
Chase him down with a gush instead. Tumble forward, kill off the Marcy. But while this is happening, that mid lane tower with Chen creeps there. One will get enchanted up by Hyde. Okay, that's going to be enough then to stop the push. Brawl doesn't want to go any further forward. So Makoto with catapult bottom should get this tier 1. But it feels like map space belonging to TSM. Mainly because Morphling just hasn't been touched. He's top of net worth, 0-0-0. Kind of an ideal situation for your Morphling to be in right now.
Yeah, these games where there's just no action in your lane feel great. I mean, there has been now with the 11-minute tower push, but it wasn't like there was like a smoke gank headed his way kind of in conjunction with the push. It was just, you know, no pressure whatsoever. Tomato just continues to free farm and continues to really just have this uncontested game. And I do feel like the Morphling v Lina carry matchup, like, I think it's fine for the Morphling. Like, yeah, this Lina has like this range advantage, but waveform kind of negates it. Like, you've got a way to get on top of this Lina.
What do you take when you take spell amplification, right? If you turn into that Lina, you take her stats and you get more spell amp.
Oh, with the Aghanim Scepter.
Yeah. So if you turn into Lina, you're a right-click turret, and you do massive amounts of magic damage. That's not too bad.
Yeah. I guess for maybe partly why they picked the Lina like an right-click carry is that stealing spell amp is like doesn't hurt Lina as much as like an Agi hero having their, you know,
Attack speed.
Yeah.
Yeah. It always feels real nice when you're a Morphling. It's like a Medusa or a TB or something. Steal their Agi, steal their attack speed.
Yeah. We'll see if that Ags comes in though, because not every Morphling I've been seeing is actually going for the Ag Scepter. A lot have not actually, from what I've seen. It's a lot of just typical stats builds, Mantis, Scotties, BKB, Satanics, Butterflies, etc.
KP for now going to plant himself in front of that bottom tower. Make sure Morphling doesn't have a freebie there. It feels like Talon just content to get this Lina up towards BKB after the Boots of Travel. And bot's going to allow her to play the map pretty wide, join in fights when she needs to, but otherwise stay opposite side of the map to any kind of nonsense, keep farming away.
Definitely a pace of game that TSM are very happy. 1,000 gold lead for the Morphling over all the Dire cores, and like even though the overall goal between the two teams is even, the farm is just in a good place for them. And Morphling can't quite get the solo kill on high. Fluffy Hat,
that's fine,
saves lives, but yeah, it's fine.
It's go time for the rest of the team. Mech on Chen, Blink on Tiny, TSM. They're going on a fishing expedition.
Yeah, this
Mikoto is top.
I'd love another puck kill here. It is daytime too, so get a bit easier access to some of this vision.
Yeah, they don't want to jump the Primal Beast.
Yeah, they're ignoring him. I think Brown knows where the puck is. He Tumblr's toy. He's hopping his way to this top lane. Mikoto hiding in the trees for now. They're still pinging it out. They're hoping that maybe he shows himself.
Meanwhile, Tomato is waveformed into the Primal Beast, does get his shift off. Oh, good Hurricane back, but the Light Striker Ray misses. Tomato healed by the hand of God. TSM not coming in to save him, though, as they are fighting in the mid lane. They're going to get the Morphling out of there, though. Somehow, Tomato escaping danger while KP dies mid.
Yep. Bryle made the rotation back mid with the Blink Dagger, and yet Tomato able to keep himself alive and not require rotations means they can make this play in the mid lane. Kill off the Tidehunter, plus take the tier 1 mid with the Exorcism. Just really solid play from TSM so far in Game 2 after a rough Game 1.
Tomato quickly up towards top, realizing the 3 heroes rotated for him, so he's got plenty of space to farm there. Kill off that tier 1 mid lane, and map space opens for them to find the pick-off on Hyde with the remnants of the Exo. TSM, 7-3, doesn't appear to be a massive net worth lead, but it feels like that flow of the game is in their favor. They're the ones dictating how things are going, where the ganks are happening, and forcing Talon further and further back, away from their triangle. And Saberlight with bots comes straight in onto the leaner, the toss forward with the Avalanche. They found Savage.
They're everywhere. I mean, great observer were there on the high ground and allowed them to invade these Ancients. That's the big kill to be getting there. Savage has just been kind of mode farm for a while, trying to get this BKB up, so anytime there's these heroes just passively farming and not really contributing, you find a way to gank them, it just feels so good. It's such a morale booster. You know this lane is desperately trying to just farm BKB before she fights, and you're just slowing down Talon's ability to make any kind of play on the map.
Wait up.
And
It looked really good with his Primal Beast.
Yeah. I mean, it looked good at the start in the lanes, but since then we haven't really seen a whole lot out of Q's Primal Beast. I mean, 2-1-1, it's not like he's played fine, but it's just about what can this hero achieve in this 5-position role.
Man, what can you do to play with a puck? Because right now, Mikoto, the one being jumped on, dodges the Avalanche and will jaunt to the orb after the toss ends. But Moon Meander here with a Dispose Unleash. Coil expended and the onslaught forward. Moon Meander still going to pick off the puck, though, and the Primal Beast open up here for Saberlight to chase forward. KP's arrived, but to no avail. Bryle can go for another combo in, try to blow up Hyde with a bit more damage on the Spirit Siphon. They'll get the streak onto Bryle's Tiny. And TSM, that's 3 heroes. They're in like a 3v4. They're winning the fight. And you've still got Chen farming and stacking, Tomato farming jungle.
Chen farming? That's what a hero's meant to be farming? What's going on? But yeah, I mean, Tiny with an Arcane Rune, that's the other big thing about having this big kind of map control advantage is you get full control of these runes. So like, as soon as a fight breaks out, Bryle is thrilled for it. Like, he doesn't land the first Avalanche that he blindly throws into Fog, but it comes off cooldown so fast with the help of the rune that they still get the kill on the puck. Makoto's Orb had just come back up, but wasn't able to escape, and they're looking to follow this up with this tier 1 bottom tower. Level 2 Exorcism now, so Talon want to fight this one, though. They're poised to try and defend this. They've got Ravage. They've got Dreamcall in 6 seconds as well.
And they've got that deep ward to try and play into, but it looks like TSM, they've skipped past it. TP'd into mid, aiming for Roshan. And Bryle made the long walk to tier 2 before TPing, making sure he is safe and sound. And forcing Talon to really migrate from bottom back through mid up towards Roche, who's already half dead.
They're not stopping this. Zero chance of that. Dies too fast, and also it was TSM recognizing that all of Talon had gone bottom to defend the tier 1 tower, so they were just like, okay, we're done. We'll go take Roche. That's pretty free for us. Morphling's now got Aegis plus Manta can actually join in on these fights and play hyper aggressive with like waveforming into this Lina, so feels really good for TSM now. 3k gold lead, but it feels like they're much further ahead than that number really suggests.
Yeah, Tomato having this complete freedom. Aegis, Manta. 0-0-0 still.
Is under
I wonder if he's being teased by his teammates. Like, come on, get one assist or something.
No, he's proud of that. That's a carry player score right there. That's a true carry player. You know, if you're 0-0-0 at 30 minutes in, you've done your job.
Good dispose save. And the toss play. Moon Meander and Bryle both trying to slip away from this as Talon. They hunt for the tiny, but he's so incredibly tanky. Laguna Blade spent onto Moon Meander now, but he's got the Psychic Lifesteal and the Unleash to go. The Ravage from KP won't click on anyone but the Marcy, so they kill off Moon at the very least. But now the turnaround from TSM. Thinking about going high ground. They've got the vision there to see what Talon are up to. And Hyde will quickly remove that, so no further opportunities, but... And Talon, they spent time, numbers, cooldowns to get just a Marcy kill.
Yeah, it's a lot of spells for Marcy. At the same time, I mean, I guess TSM, they brought their entire team as well, but it's a move that Talon were making knowing that, okay, they have Aegis, but they don't have Exorcism. Death Prophet's kind of their strongest hero alongside the Tiny in many ways, so fighting while Exorcism is down makes a lot of sense, but all those spells for just a Marcy does not feel good. Particularly, and they're going to know that TSM, the second Exorcism is back, will be ready to make their next big move. And if they're quick about it, Tide won't have Ravage, for example. It's going to be really tough to defend.
Yeah, they've got time to do this. A great thing about having a Chen like this on your team, and thinking about that mid-game timing, you said it. Yes, Enchantress in the lane, going late game looks pretty good. But right now, Dube with his mech and nearly Vlad's, he's farming enemy jungle. So, like, the slices of the pie that Talon can actually try and take and eat, they're being diminished here by TSM. Completely outfarmed across the map from bottom to top.
Yeah, I mean, just seeing the mini-map, they're farming, 3 lanes, all of top jungle. Not really farming their own jungle, but that's already a lot of farm being accrued and just not really being matched by anyone on Talon's side.
It always feels tough when your puck is relegated to cutting waves. I think that's a glyph just to make sure that the puck doesn't kill that wave, so TSM can keep going for tier 2.
They were using the curry, Morphling's curry and everything to try and scout the trees and find the puck, but Kodo does get out of there. But this tier 2 tower will also be getting out of this game as that frees things up. They'll take the outpost, they'll also find themselves a kill here in the mid lane potentially if they got the damage to bring down KP. He's pretty damn tanky, but doesn't seem like he's tanky enough.
Well, have what it takes. I mean, he had a ward there. He saw them all coming. He thought he was tanky enough, but do you add in the DP with maxed out Spirit Siphon? Okay, it's not percentage based anymore, but it's still a tremendous amount of damage.
Yeah.
Now TSM, after tier 2 top, they can think about mid. Might not even use the Exo here. They've already forced the glyph, so they can wait for the next wave to arrive to go for another round. I do like this from Talon, at least, creating a bit of space on the map for themselves, but Savage has got to be wary not to stick around for too long. And Radiant still have the outpost there.
Savage had 0 mana. He wasn't looking for a fight. He was just trying to get that last couple morsels of farm before TPing home. He used up his entire mana pool just to farm the map. Really speaks to the state of this game for Talon, where they have 0 interest in any kind of a fight right now, which is a little concerning. Like, you're playing into Morphling. Like, I don't imagine Talon feel like they have any kind of outright superior late game. Definitely they haven't lost if it goes late, like Lina, Tide, Puck, like they still have a lot of ways that can address a Morphling. Particularly Morphling, a carrier that doesn't like building BKB, so those 3 cores all with lots of stuns, lots of magic damage, silences, that can make Morph's life pretty difficult in team fights.
Well, they're amassing all their forces on the doorstep of Talon right now, though. And TSM even jumping in with Moon Meander to try and start things off. Talon.
Top lane, Laguna Blade on Brow. I don't think Savage has this kill.
It doesn't look like it.
has been denied.
Aggressive, to say the least. Ambitious, perhaps. But, yeah, at this point, we're just, with Aegis in hand, there's just going from tower to tower. This is the, Roche #1. We take all your outer towers. We farm the entire map and just kind of try and increase our lead, which hasn't completely... I mean, they've only 3k gold lead. They've had this 3k gold lead for quite some time, so it really speaks to the fact that Talon are doing, you know, pretty decent when it comes to at least finding efficiency farm trades.
And they're giving that full bottom lane, bottom jungle as well. I guess TSM, they got all these tier 1s and tier 2s in the most important spots, mid and top, and the outpost. So now it's a pretty simple move if they want to make it to get, you know, tier 1 bottom lane, go into enemy Ancients area, control that zone of the map. You're going to start thinking about Roshan in the next 2.5 minutes.
Yep.
It's one of those situations where you kind of want to fight for both teams to get your spells on cooldown and then wait for them to come back up for the next Roshan.
Yep, the teaser fight, where it's like, okay, we'll throw our spells, get a small lead, and then they'll reset and Rosh will happen. But as it stands, neither team getting too aggressive or bold with their moves. It does look like a potential smoke is coming here from TSM. This Brile Tiny now has an Aghanim Scepter as well, so he's got the tree volley to play around.
Oh, it's huge. When you put Sidekick on him, that's a lot of damage.
Juicy. I like where this is going. We'll see if there's any kind of response in Talon. It just feels nice because there's like these backline heroes like Lina who stand so far back, so you've kind of got this way to deal damage or zone her away and actually threaten to kill her. This
have that
needs to be
sapper.
careful, by the way. Invis Tiny coming Makoto's way. He's going to farm this lane and get out.
Oh, Makoto jaunts to the orb. Brile knows. He's pinged out the puck.
Yep.
North or south? Which way do you head, Brile? South, straight on to Makoto. Finds the catch with the avalanche toss. The tree volley. Good damage, but they need more catch. Marcy maybe can rebound and jump in, but they're struggling to keep tabs on this Makoto puck, who is so slippery.
Yeah. He should be fine here. No Blink Dagger on Marcy. TP out in the trees.
We're good.
Yeah, it was a tough one for Brile. I think, you know, it looks like he goes a bit too early there, but he knows the puck is just going to keep tucking deeper into these trees, so you go any later and he may not even have a chance to initiate in, so that's the strength of the puck, and that's what Makoto's going to keep doing, and also where, you know, Marcy's going BKB, like, which is totally fine, makes sense, but without a blink, they don't have the best catch for puck.
Well, they're on the tide, tossing him back across the tomato, and they've got enough magic damage. That adaptive strike, a lot of right click with a sidekick, huge DPS to burst KP.
Yeah. Morph is saying, we're not sidekicking out Tiny, I'm the real carry here.
Yeah.
And he's got Scotty now. That to me is the big item for Morphling. Like, it just gives you you don't get kited quite as badly. You get on top of the lean and you've got that extra slow to really make life difficult for Talon's cores. Plus a Silver Edge queued up to address the tide.
Oh, wow. Doubling down on it. I really like the fact that Tomato's running around with, like, between 2,100 and 2,400 HP, knowing that if there's a salvo of Puck Lina spells, he's going to survive it and be able to withstand that initial burst of damage.
Definitely being wise about it. It's bottom lane. Talon, I think they want to try and initiate in, but there's a lot of TSM heroes here.
There's no mana on this DP. He does get the BKB off, but the Laguna Blade finishes off Moon Meander. Saberlight gonna BKB TP away. The rest of TSM, though, yeah, gonna run away from this chase of Talon. Puck jaunting forward, does still have the coil. Doesn't really want to target the Morphling, though. Again, such a difficult hero to kill without your full force. And it feels like you need Laguna Blade to really finish him off.
I think if you're Talon, you're like, okay, maybe wanted a bit more there, but you hold your tower, you kill a support, and they're kind of in this stage of the game where they want to just maybe contest next Roshan, if anything.
Yeah.
Their cores are lacking mana, so they do need to kind of heal up, and they've got Scotty on their own Lina, so they're starting to feel pretty strong. I do feel like Lina needs that, like, +1 damage item, has a Silver Edge queued up, or even just like a Crystallis maybe is going to be enough for the next team fight, but you really just need a little bit more right-click damage, I think, to take a team fight still on Talon's Lina.
It's nice to see them so disciplined there. Oh, KP. Rebounded.
Pass the curse to him.
So, is he going to get away with the Glimmer Cape? Yeah, he's got that little Ogre Seal totem as well. But yeah, nice to see Talon so disciplined with their ultis, because you could have easily seen a Coil or a Ravage come out there, but knowing that they could have a small chance of using it to get a kill, rather hold it and have a bigger chance of a team fight around Roshan, as hide under the Glimmer Cape, Gets a bit of distance from Saberlight and Moonmeander, but not from Bryle. In with that massive tree volley. Q down to low HP as well. BKBs and pulverizes into the DP, but Tomato comes out with a double kill. Both supports annihilated by the Morphling and the Hurricane. Drags the Tide back into them. They will kill off Moonmeander now, and KP, he's holding Ravage, but he won't get a chance to use it. Tomato triples up, gets the takedowns on them all, and Roshan's available to them with his Exo.
Yeah, that's a good fight for TSM, just charging forward, finding, even when it's just two supports, it still adds up. Ench kind of did a good job, I think, positioning to pop the smoke gank, but Q made the, perhaps just, you know, he didn't have the info and he kind of charged in and got caught in the avalanche as well. I think that was a scenario where you just let your Ench die, you regroup, and you know, maybe you can contest Roche by just delaying it and waiting for Ench to respawn, but as soon as Primal Beast dies as well and also commits his BKB, there's no real way to keep fighting at that point.
Radiant's
Now how do you kill a Morphling twice?
Yeah, about that.
4-0-0. And like you said 10 minutes ago, Lena's done a good job keeping up in the net worth. Not too far behind the Morphling there, 23 Savage.
Yeah, it's just tricky. Like, I think the Morph's ability to get on top of you is going to make this carry matchup always a little bit challenging. Combined with the fact that there's the Tiny as well, it just feels like the Morphling's got this nice scaling partner. Pug, you know, farming well, but is being more of this pesky split pusher. Actually going for a Dream Coil up top. Was that a Lena Boots of Travel that got cancelled, I think?
Yeah, it looks like it's on cooldown, so I think you're right there. They wanted to pair up on the Tiny.
I think Tiny killed the creep that Lena was maybe TPing onto. Dire did use, I don't know if the glyph was right there, but yeah.
Yeah, difficult times for them, as it looks like now. Bryle. He's got a Crystallis, Enchantress doesn't stand a chance against that.
That's why you go Tree Volley, because there's an
And
edge in
mid
the
lane,
game.
Hurricanes? Dubu toying with Q there, just dragging him around a little bit. There's 23 Savage down bottom. What's happening down there? TPing away from Tomato.
That was a very brave LSA before he TP'd. He missed
Wild
it. Luckily,
stuff.
Tomato, like if Tomato just waved on top of him, he would have died there, but Tomato doesn't exactly know what's going on. He's playing blind.
But yeah, I've got a question for you. Have we had a Ravage this game?
No.
30 minutes, 0 Ravages, right?
Correct.
And it's not down to KP, you know, being a bad player. It's just like he hasn't had opportunities because there's no one to kill.
Yeah. I mean, it's like a team thing with talent. They've just been on the back foot so much and not had any opportunities. Like, definitely, I mean, maybe they have had opportunities. They just haven't gone for them. Use their smokes effectively, but no.
The threat of the Ravage.
Yeah. You don't want to put it on cooldown. That's when they take things like Roshan.
Yeah.
Use Ravage and they're going to go high ground.
Maybe this blink will help. Bryle, though. Hey, he's got a toss back on Savage. A little onslaught in. Marcy jumps forward with Saberlight, and there's the blink Ravage. KP gets the 2, caught up in it. Saberlight gets his BKB out, but Savage in trouble. Bryle needs a couple more hits, and Saberlight will come in to finish the job. Bryle's still alive under that coil and turning onto Mikoto now. As Tomato arriving in puck form, another avalanche missing, though. Allows Mikoto to get back to high ground. The trouble being, TSM still hold Aegis on Morphling for 2 minutes, still have Exo running for another 10 seconds, and the tier 3 with no glyph is easily destroyed.
We'll get the glyph back for the racks here, but it doesn't look like Talon can do anything about this. I mean, Tidehunter's just kind of an aura bot. No Ravage right now, no Lena means no damage, and trying to go in, but...
And
where's
died
the
forward to
damage?
the onslaught. BKB Primal Beast. Melee Barracks is on 100 health, just a couple of hits away from death.
Yeah.
TSM going to respect Talon's high ground hold, though.
I thought Tomato would just go back in. I guess they just don't care about a melee racks that much. I mean, I do feel like teams are just so used to playing against like one lane of lost creeps that it's not worth overcommitting for a barracks. And Tomato has the silver edge. We'll find KP down bottom.
Can he just solo this? Oh, yes, the Glimmer?
Wow. Almost. I'm surprised KP went... Like, he saw him Silver Edge next to him, and then KP tried to farm a creep wave. That was so risky.
Calculated.
Yeah.
He knew.
He got out.
Hyde has the Glimmer Cape. He's going to save me. back into that top jungle to reclaim their own outpost. This is so telegraphed, though. Like, TSM knows exactly where they are, so they smoke up and they play towards that top part of the map. Mikoto, have they got the stuns for him? Smoke breaks, the phase shift, Brile, Avalanche, toss, no, the blink away into the toss play, and they were absolutely ready for him.
Tomato was just waiting for the... He was literally standing on top of his blink location, and now we get to finish off the racks. And they may just go for a second lane here, try and force a puck buyback. He does have it. Top lane, meanwhile. Okay.
Yeah, Saberlight, half health from Laguna Blade. They get the kill on the Death Prophet. But the rest of TSM, they're on your tier 3 top.
Home in trouble, guys. Home in trouble.
Big trouble. Morphling's going to waveform back as the Aegis expires. 3 hits and the Enchantress disappears.
They're trying to force this.
Just expiring before our very eyes, and they do move forward. KP has Blink Ravage. Popsetter's Wraith packed. Morphling trying to be focused down here by Talon, but the damage from the tree volley nearly annihilates the puck. Tidehunter, with the 3 of them chasing Tomato, they desperately scramble and want this kill. But in the back lines, Mikoto's being held back. Moon Meander TP's home successfully, so they get the DP in the Chen, but that was meant to be Talon's way back into the game with a Morphling kill.
And Tubu split pushing bottom gets a tier 3 tower with his creeps.
Yep.
But yeah, all these buybacks, like they're buying back knowing that they've killed Death Prophet and can win a team fight. Like they just need to Dream Coil some of these key targets, but the Lina just wasn't quite there on time to kind of combo with KP's Ravage. Not to mention the coil only catching a Chen, so Talon just getting kind of eluded, just really good kind of disengaging from TSM, stopping Talon from landing any of these key spells.
Is Brile going to solo kill the Eng here? Yes? No? Maybe? Yes, he does. A little dangerous, though. Rebound, the totem, seal flopping into danger again, getting exposed across, but dead to Savage. In jumps Saberlight, though, focusing the Lina, disarming up Savage as well, while Morphling trying to shred through with the right-click damage. Light Striker is there, and the Lina dead. Tide now stranded. Another seal flop to the high ground, gets a bit of distance for KP, and a blink away to TP. Tomato is close to getting one touch in there to cancel the blink. Not quite able to do it.
Okay. Not bad for Talon in some ways, like killing off the Tiny there. Lina comes very close to surviving. She almost got her Silver Edge off it there at the end. It was just barely coming back off cooldown. And could have maybe ran away since there was no more gem on the Radiant side, but... Playing cute. BKB. And scurry himself out of there, but... This is a game that...
Tomato.
Tomato's getting massive here.
So very scary playing as this puck. I guess you have the Eon Disc now, so another little safety measure, but Scythe of Ice up on the DP. That is a huge item for TSM to utilize here. 30 seconds for potential Roche spawn.
Smart pickup, because so much of this game has been made annoying by the puck just cutting waves and split pushing, and now you've got this, not just Scythe of Ice, but a Blink to go with it. So this Blink Hex as a way to kind of set up and give you another catch, since, you know, you can't entirely rely on Tiny to be everywhere always at once.
Tomato with a fresh BKB. Arcane Rune. They want something up top. Sends Manta Illusions out to try and scout first. No vision here for them, though, and Mikoto playing under his own Observer Ward with KP nearby. 2 minutes for Roche means there's a long wait. But TSM, they can feel this now. Victory is in their grasp.
This smoke could be the one to break this game wide open. Roshan not for 2 minutes, but these teams don't know that.
Smoke breaking. Saberlight silenced, gets the D ward quickly. In jumps KP, the Ravage clips onto the 3. Light Strike and Laguna Blade looking to kill off the DP. Saberlight can't turn and fight, but they get Hyde with Moon Meander and Tomato. Light Strike raised onto the Lina, and they get a double kill for Morphling. I don't think Talon stand a chance now. 2 heroes dead, 2 big cores gone for a minute and a half. No Enchantress, and high ground is ready for the taking here as TSM.
Yeah, like the way I think Talon approached that fight is about as logical and effective as it gets. Like, go on Death Prophet, burst her down, don't let her get off Exorcism, but there's just too many weapons on this TSM team. You use all that, like a BKB Lina to kill Death Prophet, and then all of a sudden, like, Marcy's jumping in with a BKB and helping kill Lina with this Morphling. Like, this Morphling just kills everybody, like BKB or not. He
they got
doesn't
the puck.
care.
The Yondisk is there. A toss around. I can't finish Mikoto off just yet. Focusing Q instead. A rebound, I suppose, puts him in an awkward spot. Needs the buyback from him. And they get the coil on Marcy and Tiny, but the toss is there from Broyle. Secure the kill on the puck, and surely secure the game.
Yeah, that's got to be it. This Morphling untouched the entire game. 11-0-1. Tomato showing why, against this TSM team, you may just need a first phase ban of Morphling, particularly when they have that first pick and can do that 4-pick Morphling into banning out, the pesky counters, and just didn't really feel like Talon had a good response ready for it. They picked this kind of slow-paced draft that didn't really actually scale that well.
Yeah, Lena looked decent, but this Morphling completely untouched. Breaking through every member of Talon now. Q the next on the menu. Even diving into the fountain, but turning quickly to focus down the throne and tie things up in its best of 2. 1-1. And both these victories, both teams look pretty good. Very, very evenly matched. I think mainly, coming down to that draft.
Yeah, and it's one of those things where I'm sure both teams came in hoping to, if they want to go up a bracket, they want that 2-0. So imagine both teams will be happy it wasn't, the 0-2, but at the same time, it's like, this is one where maybe we could have gotten a win. But yeah, 2 very draft-dependent games. I think this game, Talon just lacked a bit of an identity. Like, okay, we're going to play this like early mid-game draft, like no real hard carry, but then they pair it with like a Tide who's like this, let's defend our towers and delay the game. So I think it was just a bit, didn't have much synergy going. And for TSM, it was like classic Dota drafting. Pick a Morphling first phase, ban out the counters, and basically give Tomato this free game to carry everything.
Yeah, it felt like Talon maybe got into their own heads a little bit there, trying not to get counterpick, trying to pick solid, stable signature heroes for some of their players. Mikoto Puck, maybe that's the pitfall of both of these games, is that it was both games, right? Third pick Puck?
Yeah, third pick Puck right out of the ban phase, and then neither Puck had the best time, it felt like.
Yeah, both of them really struggling because, Talon there, I think you pointed it out right at the end, right? You go on the DP, you spend your BKBs or your Laguna Blades, your Ravages, you kill off the Death Prophet, and then you're realizing, hey, they've got this Tricore, they've got Tiny Morphling, both able to output some serious damage. But I feel like the past couple of patches, that's the tightrope a lot of these teams have been walking, is the tri-core versus single core versus dual core. How greedy can we be? How much can we get away with in terms of getting multiple heroes really farmed here? I think TSM did an exceptional job thanks to Moon Meander and Dubon, these 2 supports being reasonably selfless in the early game.
Yeah, and when you're versing these drafts that have these 3 scaling cores, you need to address it either by trying to match it in the late game or through tempo, and it just felt like Talon didn't really have that. Also, for me, first time, at least during TI, seeing the Primal Beast support, it looked good in lane, but after that, it just feels like a hero that needs quite a bit of farm, needs that BKB to be effective in the mid game, and eventually did farm it, but, that's another part of the game where it was just slow, because Talon, it felt like we're always trying to farm a bit more, farm up a BKB on Primal Beast. You shouldn't be waiting for a support item timing to make plays, so it was just a bit tough for them.
Yeah, it feels like he's in a bit of a weird spot. The power spikes of this Primal Beast, we've seen it from the core position, can definitely struggle in the mid game. And what was it? Is it Na'Vi? Sweden Strong was playing position 4 Primal Beast, which looked pretty decent.
Yeah.
This was effectively a 5, right?
Yeah, pretty much. It kind of gave him more 4 position. Like, they gave him a good amount of farm, even though he was 5 position. But yeah,
I guess that's the difficulty with Dota vocabulary, right? Like the five position is farm priority, but he was the safe lane support, which is usually the ward bitch just running around putting wards down everywhere. But yeah, he got himself a decent amount of money going out of that safe lane. 11,000 net worth on him, but our MVP, of course, over on the winning side, Tomato on the Morphling, unkilled.
Just pretty perfect game from him. Was set up by his team, of course, but that's Dota. Like, any player is going to look good with the help of their team, particularly carries. Like, your job as a carry player is often to be set up for success, and Tomato delivered. Like, he got all the farm he needed. He got involved when he should. Secured those rushes, and just all around, I think, showed that Morphling is a hero to be worried about if you're versing TSM.
Yeah, I mean, we saw that through last chance qualifiers, right? If you're not able to pick up.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back. Here we are, third series of the day as we head into OG against Gaming Gladiators. Another best of two here for the TI 2022 group stage. Gods, we've already seen OG today and they look pretty bloody good. What chance does Gaming Gladiators have?
A decent chance. Gaming Gladiators look pretty damn good throughout the year, particularly the earlier parts of the year. They know them pretty well, but OG, yeah, they're favorites. They look like they haven't really missed a beat when it comes to, showing up to TI. Often some of these teams show up and they take a little while to find their groove. It felt like OG first series were like, okay, we're here, we're ready. Let's win some Dota.
Yeah, I mean, it looks like Gaming Gladiators, same story against BetBoom, right? 2-0ing them. Sure. Some pretty long games, though, so we might see this one go the distance as OG took their time against Boom. I think average time for both these teams in their first series is 50 minutes. So expect some long games here, depending how that draft goes. Yeah, so I'll put you on the spot a little bit there, because OG, I think you're right, definitely favorites coming into this, but Gaming Gladiators, no slouches.
I mean, I have no idea what to expect with Gaming Gladiators. To be honest, they're a team that we haven't seen play much Dota for a while. They qualified for TI. They weren't at the Arlington Major, so they've just been AWOL. This has been they've been on holidays, I also, of course, neither of us saw their first series today, so we don't know how they look. So we're going to be OG biased because we watched OG. So OG looked good. Gaming Gladiators, they're a question mark.
Absolutely. Oh, yeah. I mean, they played in a couple of third-party tournaments. I mean, their last official match before TI was 2 months ago. D2CL, they had a foray into play in the ESL One Malaysia tournament, but they didn't do particularly well there, dropping out to Entity and BetBoom in best of threes. Yeah, it's always interesting to see after a boot camp or after some scrims, that meta develops. We've already seen teams saying, against Liquid, we lost all of our scrims. LGD were scared and spooked about them. It's something that you got to keep in the back of your head.
Feels like mind games some of the time, I'm never exactly sure how much of it's serious versus just trying to. LG's we're not the favorites. We're losing out scrims, Liquid, they're good. But yeah, we'll see. Their opponents, as mentioned, OG, who have looked amazing in their opening series. I say amazing, but they kind of fell behind. But I think it was kind of the nature of their drafts, particularly game one, was to basically not fight and just stall and take it late game. They're doing their tricore thing with Amar playing carry off laners as they often do. Tiger was playing very sacrificially, getting vision for the team. Everything just kind of made sense, it felt like, with their drafts and with their playstyle. Yeah,
and it feels, interestingly enough, since they've changed all 5 players since their last couple of TI runs, the core concept of their play style, their gameplay hasn't really changed. You think back to TI's past where Anna was playing Spectre and he's buying back and winning one team fight to bring them back and claw their way into a game again. I feel like OG are a very similar team still in that regard.
Yeah, no, they're a team that doesn't feel like, some teams get down and you can just tell by the way they play or their body language on camera and you're like, oh yeah, it's not looking good. Feels like with OG, they're always in it with a chance to bounce back to kind of pull those kind of crazy comebacks. Although I think the games today were not crazy comebacks by any means, but the potential is always there. They've got the swagger. They had the fountain dive if you missed their earlier series against Boom. They'll play with flair.
Yeah, it's like they're not random or unexpected comebacks. They're processes, right? It's a planned comeback almost. Like you said, it's the inevitability sometimes with the way their draft goes that laning stage and early game doesn't go very well. But they know that they can execute, they can get the correct target at the correct time, have the right hero with the right buyback, and suddenly win a fight around a key objective like Roshan, in particular, something that OG has always been very, very good at. as we see now, Gaming Gladiators up on the screens. A lot to work with there. Some very skilled players.
Yeah.
I think Celery, Tofu are the two supports ones to point out here from Gaming Gladiators in terms of drafting first and foremost, but also being able to make sure their cores have a good time.
Yeah. I think the player, I remember it was like during the COVID pandemic era of online Dota who really started to stand out was Boom. He was playing on the Viking GG team at the time, and he kind of came out of nowhere and was suddenly like this mid lane player that was just destroying everyone. Like that team was like causing all kinds of upsets, and particularly off of him in the mid lane. He stuck around, kept playing with Celery too, and I feel like he's one of these mid laners who is severely underrated.
Yeah, I mean, he was one of those players before Quap started becoming popular again. He was picking it. No one else was. And it's like, why is he still picking Queen of Pain? And he goes 20-0 in a game. Oh, right. That's why. Handling his lane and looking incredibly strong. And curious to see what his flavor is going to be here at TI as we head into the draft for game 1 of this best of 2. And we see Marcy, Ench, and the Primal Beast all banned out already.
Yeah, had a little peruse of the Gladiators drafts from earlier today. It wasn't anything too... I mean, there was a little bit weirdness. There was a Brewmaster with a CM, but game 1 was Invoker with Chen and Beastmaster, Tuss, SF. It was, pretty standard-ish meta stuff. So yeah, with a bit of flavor in game 2. So definitely a team that has a couple maybe picks that we haven't seen a whole lot of, but curious to see where things go here.
Ooh.
Okay, that's new. That's different.
ET first pick. Yeah, I'm looking at this and thinking Undying, Enigma. We're going to have the same old boring stuff. But we've got ET into Brewmaster as our first phase with a Silencer. So completely different, meta shift basically from series to series.
Yeah, I got nothing for you for this draft, Gareth. I mean, I can tell you about these heroes, but this is some new stuff that.
So
I mean, maybe. I don't know when they picked Brewmaster, if it was first phase in that last game. I was trying to open up that draft now to kind of get an idea. But
it was 16 pick, it looks like.
Yeah, and in their game against BetBoom, Silence was first phased by BetBoom, so clearly these teams rate Silencer very highly. And then the other, BetBoom first phase Silencer in both those games, so these teams must really feel Silencer's top tier. BetBoom did, and it's not like it was just BetBoom and then they lost with it. Here, Gaming Gladiator is like, well, we beat it twice, but we're going to now first phase it ourselves. So obviously a lot of this is probably coming from scrims. OG and Gladiators are two teams who get along pretty well. I assume have actually scrimmed a bit. So the fact that we see a first phase ET and this Brewmaster Silencer, this is probably something emerging a bit from some of the scrims these teams play against each other.
Yeah, because when BetBoom had the Silencer, Enigma was already banned. Gaming Gladiators banned Enigma. But I think in this game, it looks to me like the mind games are around Enigma. You first pick ET because he does decently in lane against Eidolons. He gets, the Astral Spirit, can punch people around. Then you have the Silencer pick to block the Enigma on the other side. So Enigma's likely just going to get ignored or maybe second phase banned here. So gone from high priority to no priority, basically. And OG grab a Slark early on.
That's a spicy little pick. I don't mind this Slark. I think this is a hero that, I mean, we talked about a few of the kind of rising heroes like the Naga and stuff. I think Slark's another one who's just looking better and better, and particularly picking it in these stages. I mean, this is first pick, like how I think you need to be drafted when your first pick is using pick number 4 as a core hero, like a carry or a mid that's going to win you the game. We saw Morphling last game for TSM. You pick the Morph, you ban the counters. I think you pick Slark, you ban the counters, and you've set yourself up to have a really good game. Like, you've got something to build around. They're still going to pick, like, the next best counters that are still in the pool, but it just means the other team has to focus their draft around dealing with Slark, and all of a sudden, BZM's hero is going to come in, and suddenly it's like, oh, wait, we didn't anticipate BZM playing some mid, Invoker or Ember Spirit that just owns us instead.
Where do they go now with these bags? Just like stalling. Like, oh god, we've never seen an opener like this. What do we do?
Yeah, it's OG using their reserve time, surprisingly. But yeah, like you say, it's not maybe the most conventional of openers. Other Slark counters, maybe you're worried about like some of the AoE magic damage, like the Leshrac type heroes. Yeah, not sure what they feel. Bloodseeker at times being considered a Slark counter.
guess like AA was out there, but when you've got a silencer, you don't really want silencer. AA as your two supports, so maybe that's okay to leave in the pool.
So
I think Lesh is a good shout though.
Tiny's the magic burst that you just jump in and try to blow up a Slark, and he may not be able to survive his way through it. But yeah,
5 seconds
Dota Buff says Disruptor, Leshrac, Mars, Bloodseeker, and Necro are the top slot counters.
Okay. See if they get rid of any of those further ones. Viper now taken out by Gaming Gladiators, so a bit of focus onto Amar. Razor, the Viper gone. Got rid of the Kunkka earlier on. I mean, here it feels like Gaming Gladiators, they've got their team fight already locked in place. Maybe this is their off lane. Maybe this is their 3 plus their 5. They've got plenty to cause chaos in fights. Now really just looking for lane control, damage, tower push. Fill some of these little slots in their draft. Fulfill some roles.
Yeah, like you drop Brewmaster, usually you're doing like a more kind of let's enable one big late game carrier, like 4 Protect 1 style. Last time I picked it with Morphling and Primal Beast, so we'll see if that's going to be the case here again, or if they have something else in mind. Morphling, still in the pool, but not something you maybe want to pick into Slark, so they could be reconsidering that one. The Primal Beast banned out. That's something they actually played in the mid lane for Boom in the other game. But as you mentioned, those were long games. Those were pretty close games, in fact, against Bet Boom, so we'll see if they want to head down a similar direction with some of their drafts, or if they want to mix it up.
It's like now we have situations like this where they ban Beastmaster, and I mean Beastmaster's like only played in position 3 right now, right? And Brew is the same story. I mean Ace played it in their previous game.
Yeah, I think Brewmaster maybe can be a 5 position.
Okay.
At least I know some of the teams, like it was something that the China region was doing. Like it was like Red Panda would play 5 position Brewmaster, I remember. There were a few players. I think some of the C teams even tried out some 5 position brews. So maybe OG's thinking like, okay, we kind of counter the brew with Slark, so they may put it 5 position and pick a different offlaner that deals with Slark. Which,
like that?
Not sure. Not sure. Dawnbreaker is a flex hero. Like it could be a mid laner. It could be that could be their 5 with Brewmaster offlane still.
I'm not gonna lie, this is freaking wild. This journey of a draft is sending me spinning.
It's like, well, they're not like doing anything like completely batshit crazy with like, oh my gosh, they just pick some unpickable hero, but it's more just like picking stuff that you don't quite know where it's going and prioritizing stuff we haven't thought of as like top priority based on the other drafts we've seen. Yeah,
this is their own flavor. This is their style. Their own draft to see what they can do up against OG. I mean, it might be something they've pre-planned. They know OG's movements. They know how to combat that. There's a Void Spirit grabbed up now. Could be your mid lane hero, but equally could be in the hands of Amar.
Yeah, they both play it. The Jakiro can kind of flex between 4 and 5. We saw him play at 5 position, I think, in their last game, paired with the Naga Siren. But if they want to do the ET safe lane, depending on what the lane's going to be, they could also have Tiger play the Jakiro. It was something he was playing a bit in the pub games. So we'll see. I like the Void Spirit just because it is that flex core, as you mentioned. So based on what GG pick here, they can kind of make up their mind about what makes most sense for the Void Spirit.
Well, not much in the way of control or nuke damage, so it seems pretty good here for Ember Spirit. All he has to really worry about is like pounce into Ice Path. Maybe a surprise remnant from Void Spirit, but it seems like a pretty straightforward Ember game here for Boom.
And yeah, Boom's Ember is really good. He plays a sick Ember Spirit, so very excited to see that one. I mean, you get the Spirit versus Spirit mid matchup. It's being brought back here. Sometimes you get to your draft, and you're like, yeah, we need a mid laner, make some plays, move around the map, and the Spirits just, they'll always come back. There are some TI staples, and I feel like mid lane Spirits has kind of become one of those TI staples now.
It's like big team fight ultis, Enigma, yes. Tidehunter, Spirits in the mid lane. Just waiting for the Spectres and Anti-Mages to come back for these long... we're getting super long games, 50 plus minutes sometimes on average here. So maybe some of these later game carries get
I don't know about AM. Maybe AM as an offlaner. I don't know. AM carry, okay. I'm pretty iffy on. But I've seen some cool AM offlanes in the right game. At the same time, no one's picking heroes that AM is really good against. Like I think AM being relevant, it comes down to what other heroes are relevant.
Like Storm and Deucer.
Yeah, yeah. During the Storm Deucer patch, you'd actually see some AMs, even though AM was considered trash, and
Yeah.
AM didn't really get buffed much since then. So now that all these other cores are being picked that AM is bad against, like, there's no way you want to play AM.
Yeah, it's pretty rough for
5
him.
seconds remaining.
All right, OG. Final pick time. Where are any of these heroes going? I'm actually going to throw something, because this draft is so weird. I have seen a fair amount in my time of Slark against Ember mid lane. But it looks like it's going to be Slark safe lane, Void Spirit mid, and Amar with a Timber Saw.
Alrighty. I mean, you've got 2 strength heroes already in the other team. The Silencer's there, but I don't think... Like, Silencer doesn't have enough damage to, like, really threaten to kill you. And just in general, this Gladiator's draft doesn't, like,
10 seconds
strike me as one that has, like, this insane burst damage potential to actually address a Timber Saw.
5 seconds
They're going to be
remaining.
forced to find some kind of safe lane carry that doesn't mind playing into Timber. With SF Bloodseeker ban, your options are at least a little bit more limited.
I mean, you mentioned Necro as a hero against Slark. Against Timber is pretty good as well. Maybe not necessarily straight up in the lane, but going into mid game, it absolutely can wreck the Timber.
Same for the Leshrac too, maybe. Like, these magic damage heroes, like, you're maybe just worried, like, can we scale well enough? I guess it depends, like, is Dawn Core or the Brewmaster, like, you know, if you're doing safe lane Leshrac, like, can you scale? I feel like you're going to get beat the longer the game goes, and you're, like, at some point Slark gets farmed enough that he's not afraid of a Leshrac.
I guess it feels like the more level-headed way of looking at this is Brew 3, Silencer 5, Dawn 4, Ember mid lane, and then safe lane, like you say, carry to come as this last pick. What does that mean they're matching up against? There's going to be Slark, Jakiro against a Brew Dawnbreaker. Do you want double melee into that lane?
Yeah, I'm not entirely sure yet. The Brew Dawnbreaker lane doesn't seem the best. I mean, this could even be safe lane Dawnbreaker, but I don't think that's
Yeah.
the case. I mean, I talked about scaling issues. Like, at that point, you're not scaling at all. Like, particularly playing safe lane Dawnbreaker when there's into the Slark seems a bit
The Timber.
questionable. Yeah, exactly. But yeah, Gladiator's draft definitely has me scratching my head a little bit. I think OG's is pretty... In the end, it ended up being a standard OG draft. Like, picking ET Slark as an opener was a bit out of the box, at least compared to what we've seen from all the other teams at the TI qualifiers and last chance qualifiers so far. But the draft endpoint is just a classic OG draft.
Choose your hero.
No, Uragi's got the shorts on.
Alrighty. Morphling. They played the Morphling in the other game with Brewmaster. They took a while to settle on it, and I think a big part of that is, like, is this a good Morphling game? There's Slark, there's ET. Like, I don't know. It's a little bit concerning for Morphling. I just think they just ran out of options and feel like, well, let's pick what's good in the meta rather than maybe what's good against the enemy team's heroes.
Yeah, I mean, in terms of in the lane, kind of difficult to kill off this Morphling. You're going to have, what, a Jakiro Timber or an ET Timber? Maybe we see some of these, like, weird lane swaps where we have, you know, aggressive tri-lane at level 1 to maybe put Misha Tiger together for the first wave or something to play aggressively. But it looks like in the end it is a support Dawnbreaker, right? So we're going to have, like, Dawn Morphling as your safe lane from Gaming Gladiators?
Yeah.
Remaining.
And I think that probably, yeah, that makes the most sense, like putting the melee support with the Morphling and having the Silencer range support behind the Brewmaster gives you a pretty good lane. A hero that can really be pesky against the Slark, make him have that little bit of a tougher time when it comes to the lane stage itself. But at the same time, I think OG Jakiro, like, they've got one of the best laning 5 positions, so I don't think Slark is going to be in for too tough of a time when it comes to that safe lane.
Yeah, and they've got Dark Pact as well, right? To get rid of all of the Silencer stuff, get rid of Cinderbrew off the Brewmaster.
Yeah.
It seems decent. As long as Uragi can keep regen coming to himself in lane, he's probably going to have a decent time.
Yeah. The crazy thing is, like, this Slark was picked in the first phase, and it just feels like this is, like, the best Slark game ever. I'm like, wait, was this a lot? Like, if you see these 2 drafts, like, you'd probably think, like, oh, it's OG. They first phased Damar's Timber. At least in the past they would. They wouldn't anymore. And then they got a, 10th pick Slark. But this Slark was, picked second and is set up to, have a great time. Counters most of the enemy draft.
Yeah, it's like neither team has a great way of catching. Both of them have these kind of clash lineups where the Brew and the Timbersaw at some point are just going to, ram heads into each other, get the problem split off. Morphling comes waveforming in. Void Spirit's going to be dancing in and out of these team fights. Yeah, it doesn't feel like there's a great way for either team until they itemize and get things going to actually get a good latch onto someone. And it's going to come down to really head-on-head, big, massive clashes between the two of them as we head into game one of this best of two. And already smoking out across the map to get our early wards down and see what's happening across the river.
Yeah. Typical mid lane standoffs. Both teams, neither team actually warding just yet. It's Celery who sneaks in to get a cliff ward, so bit of a switch up. The standard wards being on that like mid-high ground cliffs, and kind of smart, you know. You have your cores showing mid lane, and then your smoked up support just coming in for a ward, and they actually scout out OG's ward, so they're gonna be able to get an easy D ward off on that observer ward.
Yeah, very nice. Bit of free money.
Seconds to battle.
The problem is, you know, by D warding you kind of reveal the fact you have a ward there too, I think, but hey, still worth it. You can deny your ward.
Yeah, wait until the very last second to come in and kill it off.
Yeah.
Don't give away that bit of information. How these lanes can actually set up? Yeah, you're still looking at this Brew Silencer lane. It looks like it.
Yeah, I'm interested to see how Brewmaster looks, because this is a hero. I mean, if it's meta, like teams like Talon, I'm sure KP's watching these games, or like his coach telling him, like, "Hey, Brewmaster's good again. Like, let's play some Brewmaster, because that's the KP's best hero." And well, for Ace, he's played it already today. It's something he's comfortable on, and definitely a kind of newer hero that wasn't really prioritized or picked much during the earlier phases of this TI.
Yeah, there's Morphling down bottom with a Dawnbreaker against Amar Timber, a Tiger ET. We've seen a lot of these Morphlings get away with all kinds of nonsense in laning stage, you know, not dying, continually farming away. But I think here, with the punches they've got, if OG can lay it on thick in the early couple of levels, Dyrachyo could have some struggles.
I think the lane itself might be okay. Like, you're playing Morphling into these melee heroes, at least early levels. It gets tougher once Timber gets, like, level 6 especially. Which is maybe why they didn't mind picking the Morphling too much, because they don't feel like he's going to get pressured in lane. But definitely as the game goes on, it feels like the game gets harder for Morphling, which is usually the opposite. Usually your lane's hard, and then the game gets easier as you get your levels, you get your farm. This time around, he's going to have to play very well when it comes to these mid-game team fights.
Yeah, and then top lane, a little difficulty for Yuragi. Doesn't want to keep spamming Dark Pact. Doesn't want to burn through his mana pool or his HP pool, but he's having a lot of spells thrown at him. 3 mangoes on the Silencer, just keeping that Arcane Curse going. An Ace with that Thunderclap, chipping away at both Yuragi and Misha early days here. So securing some really good experience and early laney farm for the Brew. While Tofu fighting back onto Misha. That's Jakiro with no mana left anymore. He's going to have to come back and deal with his small camp.
He's got the mangoes queued up, but we'll see if he gets there or goes for the base trip or something else here. He's getting completely zoned away by this Silencer.
Yeah, body blocks the camp. Silencer's up again. And Tofu.
Gonna be close.
And he's the Arcane Curse getting reapplied. He's dead.
Oh, the miss!
He's still going to die. Oh, maybe not. Jungle creeps.
Oh my gosh, so unlucky. The uphill miss. Oh, Tofu. He's going to be hating the RNG gods for that one.
Still a long time to be dead to the Jakiro, though. 20 seconds. Dying to those neutrals means Ace and Tofu now have the 2v1 against the Slark, so I'll reclaim control of their large camp, get some pulls going, and have a great time in that top lane.
Yeah, I think for the Jakiro, dying to neutrals there is kind of like a best possible outcome in some ways. Gets to come back with his mangoes, full health, full mana, so Slark, not having the easiest time in this lane. Yuragi did go for an early bracer, just wanting the casual stats and extra strength plus health regen. We haven't been seeing too much bracer, but Slark feeling like this is the game, he needs one.
Yeah, I'm not surprised. The amount of damage he's been taking over time. You see, there's the Cinder Brew, the Arcane Curse. That's half HP. Misha loses. Very well. Gaming Gladiator is playing in both of these side lanes. Morphling struggling a little bit in last hits, but seems okay.
Yep. I think lanes like Brew Silencer, they just seem so annoying because it's like this like zero risk harass. Like you just throw your spells from afar if you're Silencer, your Brewmaster, you Cinderbrew Thunderclap, and you can kind of run away. You combine it with a Bassi Ring, and it's just like this unlimited kind of spam that you dish out. But OG's trying to do the same thing a bit down bottom with this Timber. Like starting to get some levels. Amar is going more for the reactive armor, at least for now, but once he gets to the, level 6 and has the ability to zone this Morphling out, you bet Jirachi is going to be forced to kind of go jungle. And First Blood, they found him. Yeah, there we go. Talk about the Silencer Brew, and they just do their thing, bring down the Jakiro.
Dire's middle tower.
That chase him all the way across the lane. They put him within that kill threshold and wait for that second round of spells to kill him off. How's the mid lane going then? Boom up against BZM.
We're getting pretty low down bottom, but yeah, as far as mid lane goes, it's like dead even. CS wise, no difference. Runes, not being too heavily contested, although right now BZM doesn't have a bottle refill, so he's in a bit of a precarious spot in terms of being a bit low, but we'll be looking maybe for that top bounty rune. Yeah, he's going to make the walk over.
Desperately needs it. Yeah, spirit against spirit, melee against melee, just a farm trade until we see level 6, level 7, maybe an active rune at 6 minutes to move them into the side lanes.
Bottom lane, they're getting so low. Celery got down to like 20 health there. Tiger's trying to chase him down. Tiger wants Celery down bottom.
Oh, the Astral Spirit, move speed. How many more hits? 2 more hits? Celery? No, it's just the one. Staple to the back of the head. Now the Morphling left to his own devices, just trying to last hit on the tower against Amar. Hey, look at that. He's shifting strength, knowing that the Whirling Death is a potential threat to kill him.
Doesn't actually have any points in the Timber Chain, but not necessarily something Jirachi knows. Maybe you can probably tell by the reactive armor and the Whirling Death damage, but mid lane TP, and just to refill the bottle, Celery looking to really apply the pressure here in the mid lane with BZM hitting level 6, so he's going to be A-okay, so has those Astral Steps to use as an escape.
Yeah, it was a nice attempt by BZM to try and cancel the bottle refill. We've seen it a couple of times from players, most recently that Tiny from Brile, right? Avalanching on top of them. And this time with the Remnant, was aiming to stop the bottle pass over to Celery, but it was well done by Gaming Gladiators. As we do have this Dawnbreaker guarding bottom rune, and it's a regen. They'll be rewarded with a refill.
Unfortunate for OG. They were camping the top one. That 50-50 doesn't go their way. But not the end of the world when it's a regen rune. Not something Ember can immediately translate into some kind of aggressive play. It does mean if he does get into a fight, he's got that efficiency with his regeneration, but so far doesn't look like mid laners want to make moves.
Oh, Amar had a pretty full wand and raindrops there, but he was like close to killing Duraccio, but probably not close enough. Just being spammed by adaptive strikes and celestial hammers left and right.
Interesting, yeah, this Brewmaster lane is going incredibly well. Ace is having complete free farm, is top of the CS charts right now, and really keeping this Slark at bay.
Well, playing onto Amar down bottom. Well, he's got reactive stacks up though, so able to turn onto Celery a bit here with Tiger's punches. Astral Spirit allows him to keep chasing forward, but a TP coming in. Tofu, he's come to react to Tiger. Still gets the takedown on him, while BZM kills Ace elsewhere on the map. Rotates top, gets the takedown on the Brew.
Yeah, that's not a rotation. Maybe he was expecting this early on with the Void Spirit leaving this mid lane. Like, Ember gets some damage on the mid tier 1 tower. It's down to half health, but killing off the Brewmaster, considering how good of a game he was having, seems really nice for OG, particularly because you're setting up your Slark for success. Like, you look at the GG draft and you're like, okay, Slark is the hero that is just, if we give him a good enough time, is going to win us this game.
One more.
He's got the
wand. He's got one.
He's fine.
Yeah, you're right. And then in the mid lane, they're forcing Boom to Remnant back. Tiger and BZM this time holding hands to come and defeat the Ember Spirit in the mid lane.
Tiger's gotten 2 kills down bottom, like by himself essentially. Like, both of them he just chased down, got a solo kill. The second one he got punished for, but like he forced a silencer rotation. Like, that's a win in itself.
Oh, animation cancels the stomp. Guards the rune for BZM nonetheless.
Rune secured, keeps up the scouting, and we'll see if Ember continues to make these moves. Like, Brewmaster pre-level 6 is susceptible to these ganks.
And they got their Slark to 6, so Uragi able to 1v1 now. It gives an opportunity for OG to send their heroes into these other lanes. Omar pretty low on HP, but Offers a lot of damage with his chakram. Tiger and Misha kind of wanting to connect down there to get a kill and allow them to push into tier 1 a little bit. Mid lane though, the catch on Ember Spirit. Taunted after the ice path. And he does have this remnant to get away from them. He's even turning to fight Misha and maybe even just get that kill. Take down the Jakiro.
Yeah, BZM was waiting for him to remnant away, but Boom just says, okay, I'm not going to remnant because he's waiting there with an astral step and all his spells. So instead, Boom's just going to TP back to base. Really nice play from the Ember. Gets the kill, gets out, doesn't fall for the bait that BZM was laying for him. Oh, Amar. So that's the level. You get level 6. Well, now level 7. Mention this lane gets so much worse for the Morphling once that Timber gets these levels.
Yeah, he didn't have Timber Chain. He's just leveled it up now, but his 2031 build on this Timber Sword shreds through the Morphling. Goodness. GG. I want to get some use out of this Primal Split, so they are angling towards top.
Dire's middle tower.
Ace diving tower sees Misha. It's going to go in with a run forward, a clap, a couple of hits from the silencer of Tofu. Quickly claim the kill.
Nothing to do with these Primal Split warriors. He's just going to hug the tower, keep the lane pushed out. Primal Split just for a Jagira. Not really the most effective first use. Doesn't really pressure the top tower either, so I think OG don't really mind that one. But here comes the 10-minute runes. It's going to spawn down bottom as both spirits go for the top rune. BZM gets back to safety, but not sure he can make a play on the rune. He's just way too low here.
Yeah, Arcane Curse on him, too low HP. So, an Arcane Rune for Boom's Ember Spirit. And Celery also gets a D-Ward there, which was quite a shallow one from OG, trying to hide it from these sentries. Still gets found. And now they need the Glyph to defend, because Catapult Wave is here in the mid lane with 3 heroes of GG ready to push. Is OG's response to bring numbers to match this? It feels like they like defending towers more often than not.
For now, they just responded by having Amar continue to pressure Jirachio, but he's fine for now. They are going to respond and defend this one with a kill onto Celery. Tower's down into deny range. We'll see if they do in fact deny it, or if they leave it there for a bit longer. Maybe try and make another bait play around it, or pull Gaming Gladiators in.
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
I mean, this Morphling's bottom of the net worth in terms of core heroes. Omar doing a tremendous job. Catapult not there anymore though, so it looks like Jirachio's tower not going to be under too much pressure. Well, up at top lane, Misha misses the ice path, so doesn't get the connection onto the Brute.
For OG, they're pretty happy with the pace of things. Like, they know Jirachio's not having a good time down bottom. I'm sure Amar's just like, yeah, this is going great. I don't need help. I can play this lane almost by myself. BZM is looking to make the rotation for kills. If they can keep killing the Morphling, even better. And then you've got Slark, who, all of a sudden, top of the net worth charts. He didn't have the best start to his lane, but he is crushing it now.
Yeah, Bracer into Falcon Blade, going Diffusal for that early tempo. And the smoke from GG, they've wrapped in behind BZM, but the chains don't land on the hero. Needing the Global Silence to allow the Starbreaker to connect. Solar Guardian coming, but the Dissimulate buys a bit of time here for BZM to get across with his Astral Steps. Safely back towards his own Ancients area. And GG just missing out on a huge kill.
So close, just not quite enough damage. I think it was a little ambitious in some ways. They probably knew they probably didn't have enough damage, but they're just kind of feeling like they need to make a play happen. I think this game's just getting a little bit too passive for them. Boom's always hunting, looking for these kills, but even an ET is just a little bit too tanky for him. Doesn't have any follow-up from Tofu, who used all his mana on the Global Silence, so things are, I think just in general, feeling like they're just getting out-farmed by OG right now.
Yeah, I mean, even in that top lane, Slark was bullying the Brute back, put him to half health, kind of almost forcing Ace to use the Primal Split defensively. And then Uragi pushes the wave, goes back to farm a couple of jungle camps. Very efficient stuff from the Slark, while at the same time, like you're saying, BZM farming down bottom, taking the jungle behind Amar, while Amar hard pushes the tower. And forcing GG to make these moves. Another smoke into the same place again. Silencer and Ember Spirit, this time without Global though. Wanting to fight.
TPs have got Primal Split.
Ace comes in. Amar got a Timber Chain, but silenced up. Chakram's out, but the damage. And it's overwhelming, this Timber Saw. He's not going to be able to get her out of this one, surely. The Remnant forward from the Ember makes sure of it. And Ace with a Pebble Toss forward onto Tiger. Diving tower a little bit here onto this ET. Dawnbreaker doesn't want any more to do with this, but Boom does. Maybe looking for another slight chains. But OG have managed to get themselves just far enough behind the tier 1 that GG can't dive any further. BZM, though, maybe getting baited back too far. Ice Path, a nice barrier to block them away, and gets to dissimulate back to safety. Astral Steps ready again as well, while Tiger battering into Boom and nearly finding the kill on the Ember. At the very least, forcing that Remnant out of there, while Morphling is being left stranded by his squad. The back and forth around that tier 1 was disgusting. One team baits the other, drags them this way, pushes them the other, but it's OG that feels like come out on top with that Morphling kill.
Yeah. I feel like BZM just pushes the limit of Void Spirit so well. Like, but when he got Global Silence getting away on his sliver of health in that fight, like, just willing to continue fighting and to bait Gaming Gladiators in when he's on such a small amount of health, and then gets like the Resident Pulse into Astral Step away. So just honestly min-maxing perfectly, allowing the Slark to come in and clean up a Morphling. This Morphling is, you know, continuing to not really get a whole lot of farm. BZM is paying, like, he's soaking up a lot of damage and rotating a lot. Like, he's not particularly farm, but that's not a concern for OG. You've got a Mar playing Timber. Like, this guy scales insanely well. He carries games in his Timber, plus a Slark who's set up to have, like, the dream Slark game. So I think OG have got to be feeling like this game is going pretty much according to plan so far.
Yeah, absolutely. And you argue this Diffusal Blade, always ready to get involved in these fights when need be. I mean, everyone is on OG. They're all in fighting shape. No one really looking for any later timings. Whereas GG, and they still want this Wraith Pact on the Brewmaster. Morphling miles away from his BKB. And Ember Spirit still trying to get himself towards that Black King bar himself. Now, once we're around 20 minutes in, GG have got a pretty big timing to hit around those key items, but it's a matter of dodging fights or coming out on top in the trades in the meantime. That's the difficulty for them.
Yeah, we'll see if for Gaming Gladiators they can find those favorable fights. They can't afford to keep, you know, not having this game kind of slow down the way it is. And Morphling up top, getting jumped on. Jirachi will be able to morph strength, so he'll get out okay, but they've already lost the Dawnbreaker over in the mid lane. Yuragi just getting involved now because of this Diffusal pickup. He doesn't have to just keep farming. He has just come online so early on in this game. 8k net worth already.
Yeah, they're still hunting mid. Ace puts down his Wraith Pact, and the Remnant misses. But Yuragi, I mean, he looped around mid from the right side. Now he's looping around mid from the left. BZM Global Silence, though, and with Boom and Ace on top of him, they do take down the Void Spirit. While Tiger silenced up himself. The Solar Guardian's good. Straight back in onto the ET, while Boom out of mana, and Yuragi's on his tail. Killing off the Ember Spirit. A big one for the Slark. Gets off a Shadow Dance now and forces the Primal Split. They Cyclone the Timbersaw, trying to block up Yuragi here, but he will have a pounce and a Dark Pact again to get to the tree line, into the fog to regen up. And Amar's still ready to chase forward. He knows Primal Split is ending soon. And once Ace comes out, he's a massive target here for Yuragi and Amar to slow down, chip away at, and kill off this Brewmaster. Get another stack of Agi for Yuragi. Oh, but he's being delicate about this, not wanting to die, and just allow Amar to take the kill instead.
This game is just so hard for these long drawn-out fights for Gladiators when they're forced to kind of fight 4v5, and it's not done. Yuragi's found another here with the Ice Path follow-up. It's another permanent Essence Shift, and Boom's kind of relocated into the mid lane without a Fire Render. He may just die again. He just respawned.
Oh my god! Amar slices through them, and Morphling, he's dead as well. A double for Amar, and they're going in for more. Tofu, body blocked by BZM, and Amar straight across the backside of the silencer. Chakram comes, and a triple for Amar. Beautifully done.
Yeah, I mean, I was going to say they're kind of forced to play these fights 4v5 because Morphling can't join. Morphling does end up TPing, well, not TPing, he just rotates in to try and amend a terrible situation, but this Morphling is not ready to fight. All he's got is Yasha Falcon Blade. He's level 11. We'll see it again here on the replays. They came kind of close to killing the Slark, but he was, you know, just positioning and kind of poking and prodding so well in these fights that there never really was enough damage to bring him down.
Yeah, and usually we're looking at these heroes like the Ember and the Morphling getting relatively early BKBs in terms of item progression. You know, this is the first item BKB Ember, kind of 1.5 items on the Morphling after the Yasha. But these BKBs, they only really work out if you're on even footing with your opponents. If you get them and try and fight when you're 5, 10k behind, which might be the case here, as OG just racking up kill after kill, it just might not work out. These BKBs might be wasted investment. I do get a good stance onto BZM, but He's very speedy here with the haste rune to get away from them and jump back in aggressively with Yuragi. They blow up Tofu. The Solar Guardian does nothing. OG hunting Boom now. BZM doesn't have a remnant, but they might have a pounce in with the Ice Path connecting. They'll find the Ember Spirit yet again for a double kill on BZM.
It's just absolute madness and chaos coming out of this OG draft. It's just constant fighting. They said, oh yeah, we'll be greedy for the first 10 minutes maybe. As soon as Yuragi got his Diffusal Blade, he's just been everywhere on the map. He's almost got to complete Aghanim Scepter to go with it at 19 minutes in. What a slack performance from him, not to mention like the rest of the OG team just playing perfect aggressive Dota. Looking for ace in the mid lane. They missed the Ice Path, but they've got follow-up still.
I mean, the Brewmaster Primal Split comes out in time. That's another defensive one though, and that's not what GG need.
Staying alive is not really a win when you're losing this badly, and now going to maybe watch your tier 2 mid tower get pressure. They're playing behind the tower. They're ignoring the tier 2 and just trying to dive the base here. OG just disrespecting the gladiators.
Yeah, I got a mech to heal BZM back up a little bit there. I saw a mech picked up by the Dawnbreaker as well, needing something to withstand this onslaught of damage that's coming out of OG.
Yeah, not sure it's enough. I feel like they need damage more than they need sustainability. Not that these items are the wrong ones. Like that's, these are your natural item buildups, but until Morphling kind of is ready to fight and dish out damage, it's just going to be so difficult for Gladiators. They also need this Ember BKB. I mean, it's not a damage item per se, but it's the the Magic community allowing him to do damage in these fights.
Let's see what Boom can do here. Still trying to front line and find an opening. Catch though onto the Morphling, pounced up, and the Slark starting to stack up these Essence Shift stacks. Your Agi? No, my Agi, says the Slark. Grabs it all the way from the Morphling, and a mega kill streak for him while Morphling's dead for 40 seconds.
Whew, I mean, that's your carry getting just found solo and brought down. I mean, it was 2 cores killing him, but that's a really bad sign of things to come. Gladiators just desperately trying to split up and have all their cores farming different places on the map without getting picked off. Ember at least successful in escaping up top, but he's not getting any farm when he's getting bullied out of the lane by Amar, who is also getting fatter and fatter on his Timbersaw.
And just look at the speed at which they play. OG go from a kill on the Morphling to backing up into their own jungle top to find Ace. The Brewmaster, he just wanted a little bit of space to farm up a Blink Dagger or something, but it's not meant to be.
10 permanent Agi. You've got Aghanim Scepter on Slark. He's considering Roshan. They don't have the best Roshan lineup, and if anything, they're probably thinking like, Rosh might slow us down a bit here, but it's probably worth going. Take it out. Get that Aegis. Amar's just solo pushing tier 2 alone. He's just like, you guys Rosh, I got stuff to do.
I'm busy. Busy, lads. What do you mean Roshan's up? I don't care. 8k lead now for OG. We've got, what, BKB and Ember? It's now delivered. Morphling, what is he? 120 gold away from it.
Okay.
How much of a difference does the BKBs make? Because like I said, they're 10k behind.
It's kind of not much, just because Slark's at this point where, Slark doesn't care about these BKBs that much, and you're going to be using these BKBs just to disengage. Like, if you can't do damage during BKBs, they don't do much for you.
And they got the catch on Ember. The pounce, stunned and leashed. Boom gets off his BKB. A Solar Guardian's there as well. Duracho tries to fight against the Slark, but he's in the Shadow Dance and has Aegis as well. And getting Misha's a nice one. With the BKBs, they'll find the 2 supports, it looks like. OG lose Misha and Tiger. And the rest of their squad cycloned up by the Primal Split, but Duracho being hunted by BZM. All the Yules that get away from the chains, and Yuragi back in yet again, but they're losing their Void Spirit. The BKB's working out there, allowing GG to get the backline support. But look at who's arrived.
2v5.
Oh, God. It's the Timbersaw and the Slark. Looking to fight back and pummel into this Dawnbreaker. Turns into a piggy, but the Fusel Blade slowed. And Duracho has to waveform back. But look at the range on the Ags. Pounces onto the Morphling. And Yuragi, he's going to find another one here for sure. Oh, can he keep up? He's got the Dark Pack to go.
Diffusal maybe.
Dive it. Dive it. Go for the kill. With them all there, you can make damn sure the Morphling's dead.
Oh, that's to say this game. It was 2v5 and they're charging forward because at that point, I mean, Gaming Gladiators, good fight for them nonetheless. Like, even though they end up losing a couple, I mean, they lose them more for the end, so maybe not the best fight. But it's the kind of fight they can take. Like, they commit their BKBs to kill supports. Yuragi, by the way, he's not done. He's found some more here, and with an Aegis, he may lose this Aegis. Maybe a little bit careful, but boom! He himself is in some trouble.
Yeah, the Shadow Dancer's back up. He's still leashed. He doesn't have any more remnants. Yuragi, a little bit afraid though, still dancing through the tree line here as Boom gets the slight touch on him. And Tofu holds back Yuragi's slug, but we see how impactful this Dark Pact can be against all these little bits of damage over time and debuffs on him. Yuragi just doesn't seem to care with a few one charges.
He's just pushing his hero to the limits, of course, easy to do, and when you've got the Aegis in hand, really looking to make Gaming Gladiators as uncomfortable as possible, fighting during those BKB cooldowns. And yeah, I mean, BKBs are up and they kill some supports and even managed to get the Void Spirit with Global Silence, but that's, once you use that, like, you're getting 2v5. That's how reliant they are on those BKBs.
Yeah, now they're killing off Ace, they're killing off Celery. Everywhere you look, it's blood hitting the floor as GG do strike back onto Misha with Boom. But the map is so very small right now. They're TPing Morphling up top to try and handle this wave arriving, as well as Amar's presence in that top lane. But Yuragi, knowing the Morph TP'd up here, is trying to close the gap and get in there with a pounce, stealing a ton of the Agi away from Duracho. And the BKB expended as well defensively.
Yeah, no, never feels good, but it's kind of the position that Yurachi can put them in, where anybody who goes on may just have to BKB to stay alive.
Now we can just open up on that tier 2.
Radiant structures are
I
fortified.
mean, where are we at? We've got 1 minute 30 left on Aegis.
Is under attack.
Yuragi hiding in the trees to regen up a touch. It's just always so funny to see Amar, top of the net worth, 14,000. Timbersaw 717. And he's gone for the he's gone for the scaling build. Kai Sanj, love it. Lotus Orb, love it. Manta Star next. We'll see how that fares because they've gone. Oh, Boom! Oh, he's got a remnant. Okay, he's fine.
That's BKB down though. I mean, it's just he's fine, but it's 90 seconds now without BKB, where it's like, okay, I gotta play very cautiously, and I can't make that aggressive play again. Morphling's just farming enemy ancients. He's just trying to get whatever he can on the map, but not a feels good moment for any of Gaming Gladiator. And they found Morphling. They know where he's here. Yuragi has just come on in.
Oh, there's no way for him. There's no way out. This Pounds leash just lasting far too long. And Yuragi up to 14 permanent stacks now. Trying to get another Pounce forward. Ace trying to blink and get away from... Oh, he doesn't have blink, just trying to walk away from this. Does have a primal split. He's going to have to use it here defensively for any chance of survival. Cyclone up the slug, punching back into Tiger. But with the rest of the squad from OG arriving, they'll be able to hunt back into the hero.
Chase the Earth Panda down. Going for the high five. Only a couple say, yeah, they're tipping him. They know. No escape for you, my friend, they say.
I was kind of thinking there, he had Blink Dagger already, but no, he went for the Hand of Midas on the Brute. 1,000 away from Blink now.
It's the kind of game where, you know, you're desperation. You're thinking, there's no way we win this game unless it goes 40, 50 minutes. So Midas, why not? But this is getting harder and harder as this slug gets more and more permanent agi. 15 permanent agi, 9-0 and 10. Just a perfect game coming out from Yuragi.
Is under attack. Dire's top tower is under attack.
Spot on stuff. And now the signal.
Are scanning.
The line's drawn. Top jungle, enemy ancients. Roshan right in the center of that circle. Drawn up by the Slark as he nearly just pounces straight onto Boom. And yet again, a BKB forced out defensively. Not a good moment for this Ember Spirit. Yeah. Just fortunate Slark doesn't have a basher or something in that situation.
He's got this Scotty BKB queued up. I wouldn't blame him for just buying a basher or something at this point, but maybe he's thinking like, let's play for the game. Like if these here TP out, it doesn't hurt. It doesn't really hurt us. We're still crushing.
And they're gonna catch.
Yeah.
Dawnbreaker.
Yep.
Immediately dead, and they're TPing bottom on the outpost with Slark.
Everybody's coming down here. Duracho may just have to BKB TP out if he's not careful.
And wait for into the trees.
BKB TP out.
Yeah.
6-second BKB, but
watch Yuragi now. He's gonna Q Basher up.
Yeah, it's multiple times. Do you need Scotty? Are you dying? Not really. Like, I don't know.
I guess the heal reduction against Morphling's nice, but...
Oh, don't worry. Amar's going Basher.
Are you serious?
Why not?
I wanted the Manta from Amar. I love that.
No, he's still getting Manta first. Yeah, he's getting Manta, then Basher.
Okay.
I mean, by Basher, Abyssal. He's thinking big.
Oh, Misha sniped in that top jungle. GG. Awkward spot for them. They kill a Jakiro, and they're going to lose at the very least a silencer. And Boom has a couple of remnants to play with. Immediately off to the right-hand side to TP home.
They know Morphling's up here, and they know he doesn't have TP. Yeah, Amar's going to clear out this entire tree line, hunting for this Morphling. We'll see if they find him. He's tucked himself in pretty deep. It does look like Amar's going to maybe just keep cutting. Like, he's pretty well aware. These pro players, like, he knows he TP out of bottom, so the TP will be coming up, like, in 10 seconds time. I'm pretty sure he has a good feel for that one, but doesn't quite find him.
And then you look at Ace, cutting waves in the mid lane.
No.
Not where you want your Brewmaster to be, but you make do with what you've got. And Yuragi, he's gonna force another BKB. Oh well, Boom! A Boom remnanted back in. A misclick there, it looks like, from the Ember Spirit. It has to BKB in the end.
Doesn't have a TP out, but Slark kind of lets him go, I guess. Doesn't want to chase him down. Doesn't maybe know he's out of remnants.
Another primal split. It's just every way you look, it's GG using spells defensively, frantically trying to find any room on the map. They kill the Storm Panda first, so now they can hunt down the Fire and the Earth ones. BZM and Yuragi will close in on Ace's hero here, and very likely just take him down again.
He had the money for Blink, didn't want to buy it. Maybe he's thinking of other items that may help the team more. I don't actually know if this Blink does a whole lot. Yeah, he queues up a Hex, so... I mean, I don't know. You're kind of in this position where there's not any immediate or amazing game-changing item, but you got to think of some way to kill some of these heroes and make plays, and Hex is probably one of the best playmaking items there is.
I still can't believe Amar. Like, this isn't the first time he's done it either. he loves buying Manta on Timbersaw.
Ah, no Basher. He's queued up Wind Waker. Where's the...
Is Slark doing it? No, Slark. No Basher for him.
He's got his career coming out, did he? Yeah, he bought Basher. No, he did. He did. I was like about to say, I don't think he had enough money for Scotty, so there we go.
Nice. All right, we got a Basher.
I think he probably told Amar, like, don't worry. Okay. I think it makes more sense on Slark than Timber, you know? Like, I'll get one.
Yeah, fair enough. Oh, wait, hang on a second. First hit to pounce. All the BKB from Boom. This is a DD Slark you're playing with. Remnants off to the left, runs to the right, trying to create the space and the gap he needs. But another pounce, Leash and Bash, they've got the kill! Yuragi basically just solos that. I don't even think BZM was needed. And the rest of OG, they're rushing towards top lane.
That's how strong they are. They can make aggressive moves top even when the Slark is on the other side of the map. Roche is back up if they want to go for it with the Axe Shard as well. Everything coming up OG here in game number 1 of this EU showdown.
Yeah, Misha knows it's basically a matter of time. GG, they're all sat in their base up on their own high ground. They're losing out in the farm trade, losing out on Roshan. As we will have this Aghanim Shard ready to be handed over to, I assume, the Slark. Depth Shroud is just such an amazing tool here. If you commit BKBs from your Ember and your Morphling onto a support, you Depth Shroud that support, yeah, BKBs are wasted.
Either him, maybe you consider the flamethrower, but no, it's going to the Slark. GG had actually smoked out to either try and take a fight or contest Roshan. We'll see if they fight around this cliff here. They've got a ward on the high ground. This is at least enough to kill a support, but OG themselves. I think OG want this. They want this action.
Yeah, they want to keep fighting. Yuragi has Aegis, got his nice little shadow dance, jumping around and chasing back into the Morphling. Solar Guardian's coming here on top of Duraccio, but yeah, Morphling has to run away as Ace. Another primal split here, but no real follow-through. While on the right-hand side, Tiger does get taken down by Boom, but now out of mana on the Ember Spirit. Yuragi wanting to return in with the help of Amar. They'll shred through the majority of his HP and jump back in with the Astral Step, but Boom will slip away. Now the focus back onto Slark.
Got one
First life down. Amar is still such a bully in these fights, though, chasing forward. And BZM He keeps self-using himself, but his E-Blade and magic damage should be able to take down the Morphling. Global, a bit of cover of safety, but OG diving tier 3s, aiming for Duraccio, and they're going to know that if he's dead, this game likely out of the hands of GG now. Under tier 4's BZM heads, aiming for Ace and a pounce again from Yuragi, stacking up the Essence Shift stacks and bashing him into oblivion. Yuragi, though,
he's getting a bit low here.
Pounce again. Such a long-range disengage tool, and a Lotus Orb from Amar to make sure the Slark is okay through the chains. They just have so much sustain.
Yeah. And, like, this silence has been negated with so much of the itemization, too. Lotus Orbs and Manta Styles, all these things to make life hard.
Hunting season.
Jeez, that initiation range.
Yeah, super long range from Yuragi. Death Shroud dropped to give him that safety under the fountain. BZM. Popping mangoes right next to him.
Thank you very much.
It feels like there's not much to stop them now, but GG, they will respawn back up and ready to fight again, try and defend their base as they buy back Dawnbreaker, but Tofu annihilated by Yuragi.
So much essence.
Huge, and there's just so much
300 agi.
Oh my god, look at him go! Just a few taps into the back of the Brewmaster, clears our base again, and Omar the one to claim the actual killing blow.
You got up to 350 agi towards the end there. Combine that with a Titan Sliver giving percent-based bonus damage.
And Amar. So much damage onto this Silencer. Look at the Morphling disappear. Catch onto Boom as well with the Ice Path, and the stuns in. They've taken them all down. And GG gonna have to be calling GG soon.
Yeah, they
this
just
one
keep
seems
fighting.
all over.
And Slark's just like, sweet, this is great. I've got all this Essence Shift. Let's keep going. I'm ready. He's going to have his ulti soon. He may just go into the fountain if he wants to, but right now it's the rest of the OG team getting the job done without him. Just wiping through Gaming Gladiators here in Game 1.
I mean, what was that? It was like 4 buybacks from GD or something, and did OG lose a single hero? It's like a 5v9, and OG just demolished them with the lead that they've built up over time.
Yeah.
And what a monstrous performance here in Game 1 from OG.
That's definitely one where it's probably good that we don't see the team fight recap, because it would not have been pretty for the Gladiators, who really just got steamrolled. I just can't believe a first phase Slark pick gets such a perfect game. Like, that was Slark into Morphling, Brewmaster, I mean, Ember, all of this against the Silencer. Like, this is a perfect Slark game.
Yeah, it was just perfect for him. 13-0-15. I'm just watching some of the highlights back here. You know, maybe you can argue Duraccio should just be chilling and farming, not really getting involved in these fights. But it felt like GG were kind of desperate to stop the flow of bleeding. Right, they were being cut apart by the Slark and the Void Spirit, and I think more importantly, Amar's Timbersaw was just cruising out of the laning stage.
Oh yeah, I don't think they had to come back by playing passively and trying to farm. I think the game was kind of in this desperate position like 10, 15 minutes in. And that's why they were, bringing Morphling. This fight here was the tier 1 mid where Morphling TP's in to try and kill the Slark. And they come close. There's a few times they come pretty damn close to killing the Slark. Not to mention killing BZM's Void Spirit. Both those two players did a great job, like, skirting death and pushing their hero limits and just surviving on like 100 health on multiple occasions. And if those kills go Gladiator's way, maybe the game looks a little bit different. But I think Gladiators are going to have to rethink some things. I'm not convinced about this first phase Brewmaster, but at the same time, it has worked for them earlier today before.
Yeah, it just feels like OG one of these teams where, sometimes we see a team thread the needle, right? And they're like, okay, that was one sick team fight, one huge kill that was so vitally important for that team to win the game or come back into it. It feels like OG just gets several fights in a game where they thread the needle, just perfect execution, perfect target at the right time with the right items, delaying a blink or delaying a BKB. That understanding of where they should be on the map to allow them to do that is just sickening, honestly, to watch.
Yeah, I mean, it's great to see, because we saw OG early today play this more like, let's be greedy and stall the game. Here we saw a super aggressive OG. I think that a lot of people maybe know them more for this, at least throughout the European DPC League. They were this super aggressive team, like particularly playing around Amar in the offlane, who was just this offlane player who would often have like 5 kills at 10 minutes in. And this time around, we got to see it once again. Like, all the dives, all the hunting for kills, ignoring objectives. Let's just go. Let's kill.
Yeah, just like, you know, just slaughterhouse into meat grinder, turning these poor guys into chicken nuggets or something, pulverized by the end of the game. OG taking game 1 here in this best of 2. As we do see that scoreboard right at the end. Yuragi 13-0-15 as he is our MVP for match 1. No surprises really there, hey gods.
No, not at all. Perfect game. Great pick as it turned out, and seeing how early he got involved, I think a lot of Slark players would have been like, "Oh, I'm going to farm. I got my defusal, but I'm going to gank a little, and then in between ganking, get some farm." He was just going from one kill to the next. He farmed up his Ag Scepter like entirely off of like hero kills. It felt like, and you know there was some jungle camps in between the ganks, but it felt like he was never prioritizing his own farm once that defusal came online. All he wanted to do was just keep the pressure up, knowing that Gaming Gladiators had no real way to come back into the game if he got involved.
Yeah, just non-stop, not a second of breathing room for the Gaming Gladiators. Now they have a little break, though, as we will prepare for Game 2 and see you guys in a little bit after this break.
our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Moving swiftly on into our second game of our third series here in the group stage for TI 2022. OG taking on GG. Game one was a bloodbath, wasn't it, gods? OG just ran away with that one.
Oh, it sure was. It was a lot of fun, though. Slark popping off and having a great game.
Yeah, spectacular stuff from Uragi there. Unkilled, untouchable, and a kind of an unusual draft, it felt like, from Gaming Gladiators. We couldn't really see what angle they were coming from. Maybe trying out something that they'd have work in scrims, but definitely didn't work out against OG in game one. So maybe back to something a bit more comfortable now.
Yeah, it's suddenly seeing them like really prioritize this Brewmaster first phase. It seems a lot of the teams coming from Europe maybe think Silencer is like this really high priority support too, since in the Bet Boom series as mentioned it was first phased all those games. So we'll find out what the adjustment's going to be. Already completely different bans. Gladiators just say, you know, we're done with these heroes. Timbersaw was the last pick. Like they kind of ignored it, but they're just like, we don't want to mess around with Timber again. Jakiro is now being picked in 2 of OG's 3 games, so they're just looking to force OG down a different direction.
Yeah, I mean, even in game one, it felt like these teams had enemy strats prepared specifically against each other. So maybe now we see the shift back to more meta, usual normal picks like this Primal Beast. After getting rid of Enchantress, Timber, Jakiro, Marcy, no surprise there. But what are we left with here? Enigma? Undying? Even the Morphling still out there.
Yeah, Shadow Fiend 2 is the other big one. That's been kind of one of the go-to carries. I would definitely expect SF, like maybe over Morphling in this first phase, but we'll see. OG, maybe, you know, if the last game's anything to go by, they just have their own beliefs in what heroes are good and what they want to play.
OG taking a little bit of time over this one. So many options out there, but you know, they could spring another weird surprise, like, you know, ET opener.
Yeah. The Primal Beast for Gladiators, last time they played it, it did go mid, so it likely is a flex here between Boom as well as Ace, between the 2 and the 3. Maybe even flex into a support role. We'll have to wait and see. As you get ET first pick once again. Man, Ace's hair is wild. What happened to his hair?
It's changed a bit.
Yeah. I just looked up and I was like, he's put in some work at the stylist.
Yeah.
5 seconds.
OG. Razor. So Amar's hero this time being picked up early, so he's not banned out in that second phase. And then Morphling, that second pick that you've been talking about, able to now cover him with bans.
Yep. Interesting, yeah. They prioritized the Morphling over the SF. Probably, you know, they've made it work before. It looked bad last game, of course, but this time around, it's a different story. You're playing Morph into Razor. You picked it up in this nice 4-pick position, and you get, yeah, all the coverage you need. Plus, you know, you're not going to be versing all these, you know, counter picks in a sense. I mean, I guess the ET's still there, but I think the ET alone is just not scary enough. And combined with the fact that Morphling looks good against the Razor, like, I think you're happy with this.
What are OG going to start banning out then? If this is a flex Primal Beast, you don't really want to be thinking about that too much. I guess position 4's not a bad shout here. Your Clockworks maybe. Nyx Assassin could be out there as bans.
Yeah, what do I think? Yeah, I think supports. I mean, they played Crystal Maiden. I don't think that's really a ban necessarily. I think some of the kind of dictating heroes like a Beastmaster makes sense. And then they go into the Silencer. So yeah, banning out some of the comfort supports, I guess. Trying to think what the other ones might be, but yeah, maybe you consider like a CM ban as wild as that seems. But given that last time Gladiators played the Primal Beast mid, I think they could also target some of those offlaners as well.
It's like, is Undying worthy of a ban here? Because he's like a first phase ban hero, but I feel like we don't see him in the second phase that often.
Yeah. I think, some of them maybe the Morphling partners, which definitely could be Undying. I don't know if Razor's
Chen?
necessarily afraid of him. Chen, yeah.
10
Well,
seconds remaining.
happy with the Chen ban, but I think
5
OG,
seconds
we'll
remaining.
see what they kind of value and what they feel like they're most afraid of. It may also come down to what they're planning on picking for BZM as well as Yuragi. You know, they've got the MR Razor, and they can pick a bit more selflessly for the mid lane and pick some things that, are going to just help the team out and really enable both Razor as well as whatever they play for the carry to kind of carry the game more. Usually BZM's playing a bit more of these kind of active space creators when they pick these greedier offlaners.
I'm actually thinking about it a bit more. I'd like a DP ban from OG. I think we've seen a lot of success from this Morphling when there's a hero out there creating space, right? Actually destroying towers, making these pockets of farm that are a little bit safer for you. They opt for the clockwork though, so another solid support removed out.
And then pick Snapfire. Snap ET, I just think that solid support duo. Like, 4/5s where you've got one melee, one range, a lot of magic damage, a lot of control. I just feel like you've covered all your bases with an ET Snapfire duo. You've deterred some, picks, like Undying suddenly looks a whole lot worse when there's a Snapfire picked up. Generally you're going to try and find some of those melee supports. Instead they go for the Disruptor. Disruptor this game doesn't necessarily counter anything. I think Disruptor as a support has just looked pretty solid, but I don't look at this and think, oh yeah, amazing Disruptor game.
Yeah, nothing too spectacular. I guess in laning stage, once you get a couple of levels, you've got Adaptive Strike and Thunder Strike to do a lot of damage into the Razor and the ET. So you're able to fight back somewhat as two ranged heroes pretty decently. And then any hero that allows your Morphling to hit more, always handy to have. So having Glimpse and a bit of AoE teamfight to pair with your Primal Beast feels really nice there to enable Morph to get that damage output going.
Feels like they're trying to put together a pretty active, aggressive draft with a solid team fight foundation. The Glimpse also gives you a way, I guess, to cancel the kisses from pretty far away, which is maybe a consideration. But do need to, obviously find a way, get some vision of the Snapfire.
Yeah, cancel Stomp, cancel Kisses, a good point. Yeah.
But,
Maybe just cancel some TPs home.
Yeah. So we'll see what Gladiators pair with this. This is where they, I guess, maybe just pick their other support, depending on what they want to do with the Primal Beast. I guess, they don't have the last pick of the draft, so be curious to see what they end up getting their hands on.
Yeah, plenty of time to go about it. And you already know pretty much it's a Morphling +1 in your safe lane. I guess we've seen a lot more. I was going to say Morphling Disruptor, but we've seen a lot more of this Disruptor playing in the offlane as a 4. I just worry if this Primal Beast is relegated to 5 or if they feel like he's going to have a bad time. We see that 5 Primal Beast, which really doesn't seem to have had much success recently.
Yeah, I'm not on board the Primal Beast support. And particularly this game, you're playing it a Razor, so I think it only looked okay-ish. The other game, I think it was Talon who played it, because they were up against a melee offlaner. I think you need to be... It was against like a Marcy and stuff too, so it was getting a lot of value out of the trample.
Oh!
Okay. So probably Primal Beast mid, and there's your offlaner in the Enigma. A very quick Naga pick, and Naga into Enigma I think is great for the Naga Siren. You just kind of ignore the Enigma for large portions of the game. If you're ever worried about the team fight, you can split push, you send your illusions out. You get vision. Against Enigma, you always want to be able to scout the Enigma, get vision so that you can jump the Enigma. And I think Naga pick here looks really, really freaking good.
Yeah, it's amazing. Like having the reset against Black Hole, Static Storm, the ability to kind of cut waves and make space for yourself and just combo up with the rest of your team. Song of the Siren here can set up for kisses, for that big old splitter from ET. Why not even need a song? Just have an ensnare to play around with even.
Yeah, and Gladiators are pretty committed with what their draft does here. I mean, I guess they could consider the Primal Beast support and then picking up some kind of mid laner that addresses the Naga. Like, maybe if that's what OG's scared of, then they can ban it out. Like the Ember type heroes that match up well against Naga. So we'll see where they go. I think I'd like to see them just pick up some more damage more than anything, but
5 seconds
it's
remaining.
not exactly going to be easy for them. I guess we're looking at what Disruptor, Morphling, maybe Disruptor, Primal Beast, and then like a Morphling partner, some kind of melee support.
Yeah,
Some
Undying or
Playmaker.
something.
Yeah, the Undying into Snapfire is a little bit rough. Tusk,
Just don't
I
level
guess.
Tombstone. Just max out Soul Rip and go all heals.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, the Pengo, I guess they're thinking Primal Beast support and then a Pengo core. I think that's the kind of hero they want, like somebody to go in, set stuff up, make plays, because Primal Beast is like this kind of unreliable initiator. Enigma needs to kind of follow up your other teammates, so I think if you're looking for supports, you're looking for like a Tusk type hero, Earthshaker maybe. If you're looking for a core, yeah, Pengo. I mean, they could go back for the Brewmaster, but I don't love it. But I don't know. Brewmaster could be a good tempo hero. Like, you really could put OG on the back foot, since they will take a while to come online with Naga Siren as well.
I mean, Nyx is still out there as well.
True.
Nyx, through last chance qualifier, was one of the big heroes, but I don't think we've seen him today.
5 seconds
Yeah,
remaining.
teams love Nyx assassin there. Not sure where Nyx, I mean, Nyx, I guess, is considered not good by the teams here. They banned the Puck, expecting Primal Beast or Enigma, one of these two heroes, to be a support.
And Game Gladiators got to pick blind into this. OG having that trump card, the last pick, feels incredibly good for them.
10 seconds
Yeah, they
remaining.
don't have like the Black Hole Cancel, like the BKB piercing one, and it's pretty hard to find that out of your mid laner. There's pretty limited options for it, so it may just be something you have to play around. Picking Spirit or Elusive Heroes is one good option.
Ooh,
Okay, there's a hero to deal with the Naga Siren. Looks like a core, so it will be Primal Beast support.
yeah, it's unlikely the Enigma is going to be shifted to support, right? So Primal disrupt your duo there.
Remaining.
OG with this last pick now. I mean, we're assuming Amar Razor and Uragi Naga Siren, so we need that BZM hero for the mid lane. TA, Void Spirit, Invoker, all
Yeah, I think
banned
I
out.
mean, you see Leshrac, you're thinking
He can
usually
still get his hands on,
damage,
say, an Ember Spirit or something along those lines.
Like single target
I get-
AoE. Sorry.
Oh, did we lose connection?
Oh no, I'm here still.
We could.
Yeah, I could see like a Lena type hero being good. I'm trying to think what those like heavy burst mid laners are. Another Ember Spirit could make sense. Just something to kind of threaten to kill the Leshrac ideally.
A Bat Rider.
Let's go kill.
Heroes.
Okie dokie. That's some good tempo for them. That's going to allow them to play the map like really, really hardcore again, right? With Naga Siren split pushing, creating space. You've got Razor, Bat, who both can pair with either support to find kills. Like any pairing or any trio of this, outside of Naga Siren, they can blow people up.
Yeah. And it's a hero that really benefits from all the vision and pressure that Naga Siren will put on the map. Like, you push out all these lanes, you scout it with illusions, and then suddenly you've got a Bat Rider who can blink lasso in, you've got Kisses to follow up, Amar can run in with his BKB Razor. It just feels like, honestly, a perfect hero to round out their draft. Gives you a way to just jump this Enigma whenever you get vision of him, so I think
10 seconds
great last
remaining.
pick. I think OG have another really solid draft, and we'll be looking
5
to
seconds remaining.
play it. Like, they've got 3 kind of scaling cores, maybe less so the Bat Rider, but they're going to be looking to play another fast game of Dota. Like Enigma, Morphling, you don't want to go deep into the late game against these heroes unless you've got like a big gold lead.
Yeah, I mean, that's the funny thing. It feels like when OG played Bat, he is a scaling core because BZM loves that Witchblade, the Shard build, after the bots and the BKB. Maybe this time around he switches things and, like you say, goes kind of Blink, Force Staff, some kind of way to reposition the Morphling, drag him away and isolate him from his team. We'll see how it goes here as game 2. We've had a fair amount of 1-1s so far in the group stage. Day 1, usually the story of things, but OG have looked incredibly strong. They've 2-0 their first series, and it's feeling like they're going to 2-0 this one. Do you think Gaming Gladiators with this draft more of a fighting chance, don't they?
Yeah, it's it's on the greedier side, but that's okay. Like, I think often at TI you see teams kind of nervous and not willing to take chances. I say teams, I don't think OG falls into that category though. As we saw last game, they were kind of just playing and diving, like playing like it was like a pub game, just having some fun. Diving Fountain in multiple games. So OG doesn't really fit the mold for that team, but they can make a draft like this work. Like, they need to stall things out. They need to get to late game. I do worry it's a bit too much greed. Like, when you have an Enigma off lane with a Morphling carry, picking a Leshrac to go with it I think this is a hard game for Lesh. Like, Lesh doesn't have good heroes to play around. Usually with a Leshrac mid, you want like a, you know, your typical offlaners that create space, run in, and go in first. That's going to be the Leshrac's job this game.
Yeah, and you add in a hero like Primal Beast, who we've seen kind of similar to Marcy's. He's been very greedy, going for this BKB, you know, phase boots BKB from the support role. So he needs a bit of farm himself. We'll see how things pan out, though, as already OG sending some illusions out to try and scout what's going on. And GG still under the cover of smoke. Going to pop their heads out in that mid lane. And 2 early wards on their own side of the river, OG.
Yeah. Getting all the intel. Not getting much high ground vision around this mid lane. A little, enough. Enough that I think Batrider will be happy with it, but just trying to make sure they don't get dewarded since mid lane high ground wards are so common. I believe they scouted out the dire ward. We'll see if they get that D-ward, but
30 seconds to battle.
I do like what we're seeing out of this OG side. Honestly, OG just every time they're playing, it just feels like they've got this very cohesive idea about how to play Dota. They're all on the same page with one another. You've got Tiger playing this very kind of sacrificial fort position, willing to throw away his life a lot of the time for the greater good. Misha playing these sit-back 5 positions, the ranged 5s that just dish out a lot of damage and stuns and whatnot with his spells.
Hey, skirmish, slay.
Yeah.
That's the OG way to play. Just keep on rhyming all day. As we do get ourselves a couple of bounty runes grabbed up. 3 for OG, in fact, going to be the trade out in the end. As GG get bullied away from the top one.
Morphling couldn't really hold his ground there. They got some good damage off. This is not going to be the easiest lane, I feel like, for Duraccio. We'll have Celery's Disruptor, so they're going double ranged up here just to try and secure Morphling's lane as best as possible.
Misha gonna have to TP back. He sees the Primal Beast lurking there and doesn't want to get trampled down on his way back to lane. Even gonna get a little sentry out there to try and block up the large camp as well, but does lose out his small one to the block out of the Primal Beast of Tofu.
He's got a... I don't know if he knows this is blocked. It seems like he does. Yeah, he's coming over, so he's going to get the D-ward off. Tofu's on the wrong side of the trees. Smart of Misha to center on the left so that Tofu can't D-ward him first, and now he's going to force Tofu to have to play body block Dota.
Yeah, it's not fun. Sit in a camp and wait for 5 seconds. Yeah, what a way to spend my time. But you got to do what you got to do sometimes. And they're going to have to try and get these pulls back because Naga Siren naturally kind of pushing the wave out, especially once she gets levels up in that Riptide. And Enigma dragging it back with the demonic conversion back under his tier 1 tower.
We'll see how Ace plays this game. Obviously, usually it's going to be the Wraith Pact, and then you start thinking about your, you know, your greedy items, your BKB, your Blink Daggers, but a game where, yeah, this early Wraith Pact could give them a pretty strong kind of group up and fight.
Oh, a nice Maleficent to trample. Takes about half the health off of Uragi already. That's a dangerous sign there. Misha now to level 2 though, so they can start combating that with a bit of nuke damage of their own. Even a cookie to get a bit of distance for Uragi. That's the way out of the trample, but Tofu just keep charging forward. Cookie there to try and deal with Eidolons, counter blast, and that's a pretty big deal if they get another one here, especially.
They're killing some illusions, but those are only 4 gold a pop, so not really doing a whole lot. But I do feel like Primal Beast is one of these heroes, like good in the lane, but as a support, but kind of falls off a bit as a support later on. It kind of reminds you a bit of what Dawnbreaker became a bit after some nerfs, where it was like, okay, teams kept picking her and playing Dawnbreaker support, doing well in lane, but then mid-game, you didn't really feel a whole lot of impact out of the hero.
Yeah, then even as a core, it feels like he's got that effect where he is the one that dives in deep, kind of sacrifices his life. So playing him from the mid lane often feels a little awkward. Still trying to find his spot though, as a hero in the meta right now.
Yeah, I mean that's the thing. He's definitely in the meta, as we're going to keep seeing. I think quite a lot of Primal Beast throughout this TI. So something that's going to feature pretty heavily.
Oh, and some of these other lanes, Leshrac starting to pull out ahead a little bit of the Batrider. BZM 13-4. Has it level 4, but Lash isn't really a hero that's easy to dive and kill, right? With Lightning Storm, Split Earth, you've got ways to combat the Bat's aggressive nature.
Yeah. Possible. He's holding onto a skill point. If a maybe flame break opportunity shows up, he could go for that pushback, but you don't really want to be diving this tower against a Leshrac right now. Maybe if he gets a lot of those napalm stacks up, but that's something, you know. Every mid laner has played so many games against Batrider. All these dirty pub players with their 10th pick bats.
And it's pretty funny down bottom. There's a cookie onto a Nugget illusion, and onslaught away. There's people skipping across, you know, multiple monitors of distance away from danger. And a Nugget illusion, a Nugget courier, sorry, nearly dead to the primal beast, but it looks like it should deliver the item before falling to Tofu.
Could micro it to safety. Tofu, he wants it. Doesn't look like he's going to get it. No.
And then Boom gonna gather up a water rune and a bounty rune, wandering back and dragging a wave with him. And that third lane, we've not really seen too much from. It's been very quiet across the board here from both teams. Morphling with a disruptor up against this ET Razor, where it looks like Amar at 24 and 5, he's starting to crush it.
Yeah, every time I've looked up, it feels like he's putting pressure on, getting good static links off on the Morphling. And it's got his raindrop out, so he can play pretty damn aggressive here. Duracho can farm and even on low health, but just feels like constant harass coming his way. And Tiger's pulling Celery.
It's a level 2 plasma field, so you gotta be careful there. And yeah, Celery forced back and needed to defensively glimpse. I'm just watching this Morphling's HP though. I keep looking up the top bar. It's like shifting down, shifting up. 300 health, it seems like, is where he wants to be sitting here against the plasma field. And he's gonna get linked up though now. Waveform is ready for Duracho to slide off into the distance. And he needed to do so because the stomp from Tiger, it was coming.
Yeah, Tiger thought about chasing it down. He knows he's gone full strength, so he's only seeing on 2 armor, but can't quite get the kill. And big creep wave to be found. So Mar doing well in his lane, winning his lane. At the same time, Morphling getting enough.
Rotation into mid from Celery now. There's no bottle on Alesh. He went for Boots Wand against the Batrider.
Not really a kill opportunity. I guess it's just a TP in to get some of these wards down. Checks for an observer one on the high ground, but AZM is not playing. Well, he's going to put the ward on the bottom side, it looks like.
Sorry to disappoint.
Yeah, still holding on to it. Scouting up high ground to see what's there. And the rune, an arcane Tiger snipes it under the nose of Celery, but glimpses back into Boom's Lesh. That should be the end of the ET. In first blood, actually, 6 minutes in, goes the way of Boom.
Yeah. I mean, usually these like plays to deny runes from mid laners always feel good even if you die, but when it's the first blood, it just suddenly, it doesn't feel quite as good. You're like, oh man, yeah, that's a lot of gold going the way of Leshrac here early on. Puts him on top of the net worth charts, and you know, not the end of the world, but does feel a little bit bad, but he knows he's done his job securing the top lane for Razor.
Uragi getting trampled again. Malefice plus this onslaught move in from Tofu, knowing that Misha had left the lane for a little bit. He definitely harasses Uragi, but doesn't shove him out of the lane. And up at top, Duracho getting a couple of punches back into Amar, but it just seems like this 11 wand plus raindrops Razor is 1v2ing this lane, and coming out on top is winning.
Yeah, Tiger's just like been off doing some stacks, helping out the mid lane, fighting over runes, and Amar is just doing just fine by himself. Getting denies, contesting all these last hits, 39 and 10. Having a field day up here.
And down at bottom, Cookie over towards this primal beast.
BZM.
BZM is here with a lasso onto the Enigma, a huge kill. And he's only level 5 on Ace. Lasso doesn't last long, as Misha does die in the end to the Eidolons coming in from the backside.
He actually got the kill before he died, so some good Eidolon micro there, and unfortunate for OG to give up that kill. It probably shouldn't have happened, but it's just a support nonetheless.
Yeah, pushes BZM that little bit closer to his boots of travel, and looks like a bottle refill from Misha, yeah, in that mid lane. Keep BZM in fighting shape, especially around his 8-minute rune spawn. Right, it looks like ET trying to guard up top with the Batrider himself, but Boom, he's going to look to play aggressively here. The Cookie, though, and a weird little pushback there, but still the death of Misha as he bodyguards his bat. Glimpse there, the vision onto BZM. They do see him and drag him back, but they don't have enough damage follow through to kill him off. And Tofu getting chased. BZM, he's towing the line between genius and madness right now, it feels like. Like, step too far forward and you could die yourself.
And the rune's still chilling down bottom. Everyone was just like too busy fighting over what could have been a potential rune up top. That nothing really came of it in the end. Just the support kill onto them once again, onto Misha.
And Tofu going to onslaught back to base. I mean, Leshrac now, top of the net worth, closing in on 4,000. It's just this Razor really dominating that top lane, making things awkward for the Morphling. Well, it looks like Yuragi's completely left his lane, everything breaking down now as we start to look into the triangle for stacks. And for, like, who comes bottom to take this lane now?
I guess Misha could. It may just be a situation where you just kind of vacate it. At the same time, giving free farm to Enigma it's not the best idea, plus Enigma will push it, so... I think Naga can keep also sending illusions there. Like, this is kind of, you know, Dream Naga game is you're farming the jungle, but also getting some farm in lane, so... We'll see what the plan is for OG, because they're not a team that wants to play passive. So the idea of sending a support down bottom isn't really the OG way.
Yeah, they bring a couple numbers top. Looks like BZM's cleared out all of the stacks. Boots of travel, ready. A couple of neutral items as well. Fairy's Trinket, a beautiful one for him, but back up to top. Misha glimpsed into Boom again. That's Lashrak being given a spectacular first 10 minutes here, thanks to his supports coming in, helping out with runes, fighting around the Lasher as often as they possibly can.
It's going well from this Disruptors. I feel like being everywhere, setting up a lot of these kills. 3 of the 4 kills this Glimpse is assisted in, and we'll see if that continues to be the case here. It does seem like Celery is always playing around the cores that are strongest and most ready to fight. Right now, just protecting Boom while he farms up a nice juicy stack here in the jungle. And Boom is very close to completing this Yule Scepter.
Yeah. Looking pretty good. Popper's clarity and back away we go. I mean, Dire have a couple of observer wards here, but OG are smoked up and they don't see anyone when they go up the staircase. It looks like they want to try and catch Duraccio. Difficult though on the Morphling. 2-2-2 build. They'll go for it anyway. So BZM just flies over the top. Cookie's in on top of the Morphling as well. And they've got the lasso chain stun. They've got more than enough damage apparently just to kill him off.
Yep, just need that first stun, and then there's no real escape with all the damage building up from the Bat Rider. Even if he gets a waveform away, he'll be chased down there. And on the other side of the map, Gaming Gladiators were chasing Naga and her illusion. She got in, was farming some Ancients, and they weren't able to actually catch her before she TP'd out, so... I love the way Yuragi's playing all around this bottom side of the map. He even kept this bottom lane pushed out for a while. He won't defend against the Siege Wagon, but he can't. Like, all these heroes rotated in, both supports as well as Leshrac, so got out of this bottom lane at the perfect time.
Dire's top tower has fallen.
And back into his own agency area. BZM's cleared out a couple of these camps, but Yuragi will be able to get the leftovers.
This is a game Gladiators have kept pretty close here. This lane stage, other than maybe the Morphlings lane, has gone pretty well for them. Both Enigma and Leshrac are the most farm tiers in the game.
Just to keep that ball rolling. And we even see this Primal Beast going around and pulverizing Naga illusions to try and limit what Yuragi is able to do in terms of map control. Whatever opportunity you get given, you take it. As they get a good high ground ward here and wander in towards mid with a maxed out Diabolic Edict. OG with a glyph and a couple of heroes nearby, scouting out the rest of Gaming Gladiators to see what's coming.
This mid-tier 1 tower would be a great pickup, and with Wraith Pact, level 4 Edict, I don't actually think OG can easily defend this when they bring in the Naga. No points in sleep yet. Could skill it up, I believe. Yeah, there is a saved up skill point here, but... And with Mortimer's Kisses, it does seem like OG are considering a fight, but this tower just gets brought down with no real risk from GG. They just poke at it from afar with Eidolons, with Edict from, you know, a distance, and OG are forced just to sit back and farm and let towers fall.
Yeah, it looked like Amar made the call saying, nah, I'm not coming. I'm farming up towards my BKB. You guys can maybe delay it and chip away at the opponents. But GG get 2 towers quickly, and now that they're smoking up, trying to head up top to find that Razor. He's quickly out of there.
Yeah. But once this Razor gets BKB, this game feels a lot better for OG. Here they come, Celery. Level 2 Glimpse. What's he going to find here? Misha may be the one taking it, but they're going to turn and fight.
Yeah, he gets out of the kinetic field. Now the song Hey, boys, time for OG to consider the turnaround with the kisses onto Boom. They're aiming the Lashrak. Boom split it down. The ET shreds him. And Daracho is into Batrider mode as the Morphling. But he doesn't really have a team to back him up. Tofu and Ace trying to arrive now. Misha does fall. BZM, is he going to get the black hole here, Ace? He's trying to get in there with an angle back towards the Batrider and it catches him. Sucks the Batrider back into the Morphling. Well, Amar, he's thinking about re-entering the fight. Takes a lot of HP away from the Morph, but he's pulverized now. Tofu with a long-range grab somehow takes him out.
Hey, kind of stuck around and walked back into that one. The fight was kind of over in a pretty even spot between the two teams, but the +1 kill on the Razor at the end definitely swings that one into the Gladiators' favor. They're going to be thrilled with the outcome there. Losing their Leshrac, not ideal, but they brought numbers. You know, they got slept up and realized, okay, OG wants to fight us. Let's make sure we're ready to take this fight. Pre-BKB, like on Razor, there's just not a whole lot OG can do.
Yeah, even without Black Hole, without Static Storm, they're going into Roche. Looks like GG confident with the damage they've got to bring him down.
Roche into ET is always a little risky. It's so easy to get those stomps in the pit to delay it. But OG are doing, you know, no sleep, no lasso, no kisses. And this Roche is going to go down.
And Dire Ward sees Amar coming. And just claimed up by Boom's Lash. Amar still thinking about arriving here, but the Static Storm pulverized, finding the BZM Batrider, and Gaming Gladiator is going to burst through the bat here with another couple of hits. They should find it, but he's bottled up. No, not enough damage. That final bottle sip keeps him just barely alive.
Oh, I can't believe he lived there. That was so close there. Smart of OG not to try and force a contest there, but honestly, brilliant Roshan call from the Gladiators. Like, they didn't have Black Hole, but they just know with Leshrac having the farm he's got, with the Wraith Pact and the Disruptor, their team fight is so superior that OG's only hope is to fight around things like Kisses and Sleep, plus BKBs when they come online, and they're just not ready to fight at Roche there.
Yeah, they still need the recipe on Bat. And they still, yeah, and Razor as well, so they're both a good 1450 away from the BKBs. That's a good 2-3 minutes of farming away for them. And under a Dire Observer ward, the Razor. Is he going to have his BKB delayed even further? Tofu with Celery. Two supports that they absolutely can launch a tremendous amount of damage onto a hero. We'll find the Razor here with a good glimpse into Pulverize. In comes Boom. The song, though, is going to buy time for Amar to try a TP home. Yeah, away we go. The reset button's hit by OG, so that BKB is not delayed in the end.
Gets out of there just barely, and
Radiant's
OG.
middle tower is under attack.
Love to try and limit the bleeding here. This Aegis and this kind of period of time pre-BKB is where things are most scary for them. They're doing a good job, not giving up too much, but this tier 2 tower bottom is going to mean they lose their outposts, and they're going to have to prioritize farming this top side of the map. You can see the lines being drawn. Gladiators want to run at them. They want to contest all this farm that OG is getting elsewhere on the map. They don't really feel like they're doing quite enough shutting down all this gold that OG is finding on the map.
And they've got to move swiftly as well. Smoking up. They've got Blink Black Hole in about 5 seconds. Gaming Gladiators, they want to force this team fight. But they're playing blind into their own jungle. Radiant has the vision advantage there with one obs up on the high ground. And Tiger just fearlessly pushing out that top wave as well. Right in front of BZM. The Batrider TP's home.
He's out.
The smoke breaks.
Yeah, Tiger's on space creating duty once again. Like, you know, just go somewhere on the map and push stuff out or scout some enemy heroes. You die, you die. But he's working towards a BKB. That's,
Oh, wow.
That's, yeah, you know, we're talking about getting like on Primal Beast or someone. It's actually Tiger's ET where we have to keep an eye on his item progression.
Yeah, what is the Primal Beast buying?
He just bought a shard.
Oh.
Okay.
That's the rock toss? Rock throw? Yeah. Okay. Okay. I kind of like that. I'm not been a fan of the wait until BKB support heroes. You know, Marcy, okay, you know, you're 50 minutes into the game, fine, but yeah, rushing it. Not going for these shards or 4 staffs or glimmer capes feels a little bit rough sometimes. And BZM getting toyed with, Malefist, glimpsed, sent all the way back to Fountain, in fact.
I think they wanted to glimpse him, you know, a little bit closer back to where they almost killed him, but not quite the outcome they were hoping for, but Diamond Gladiators are going to stick around this mid lane. Still 90 seconds left on this Aegis. They're looking for the power rune. They're going to find an arcane rune down bottom. Pretty good rune for the Leshrac.
This is the... Go on. Sorry.
Oh, no, Misha's going to get caught out here.
Oh, yeah, there's Morphlings there on top of him. Cookie to high ground again. They'll have the vision, glimpsing, maleficing, catching him out. But yeah, I think this is the rough part of the game for Gaming Gladiators, though. Even with Aegis, you look at it, again, the mini-map, you see Naga Illusions cutting mid, cutting bottom. They're always coming back to try and defend what Yuragi is getting away with here.
Yeah.
Dire's top tower.
Doesn't feel good. There's this like sense of inevitability with OG as a team and also this specific draft where it's like, it feels like they're not just in the game, but they're in control in some ways because of what Naga does on the map and because they're so strong with these BKBs.
It always feels like it's an Alchemist game when OG's playing. You know,
Yeah.
that kind of inflation where the opponents need to be more net worth ahead, more items ahead, just to try and deal with OG's, like, I don't know, innate power to win a team fight or have this mechanical victory in one certain scenario. So they can find Misha in the mid lane.
Dire's top tower is under
That's pretty long range.
You know, it's tested how much Axe Lab you've played. How well
Dodge
you
the
can dodge
rocks.
those rocks, yeah.
Yeah.
Radiant structures.
Oh, he just claimed up. Glyph used up by OG.
Dire's top tower is
Boom,
under
still
attack.
looking to move into that mid tier 2, but they've got no creep waves. There's like no dire creep waves anywhere on the map. They've all been killed by the Naga Siren.
This is the most frustrating thing about playing against a good Naga player. It's just the wave cutting. Once Naga gets on the other side of the map, she's sending her illusions to meet creep waves right as they leave the base. And the answer to this is very complex. Like, it's not like you could just send somebody back to kill illusions. That does, you know, Naga's just going to keep summoning more. So you have to kind of push Naga out of your jungle and out of your side of the map. But you don't really want to play around your side. You want to be putting pressure. So the end result is there's only one lane that Gladiators can play in, and that's bottom right now because they've actually managed to keep this pushed out.
Yeah, it's like, I don't know, Naga's like the resistance hiding in all these little holes, and you've got to send some allies behind allied lines rather than behind enemy lines, smoke back and sweep your own jungle. But it's now OG that are grouping up together. They found Ace. Yeah, can't blink away. Orchid comes out of Yuragi, and a quick pick onto the Enigma. Dead for 40 seconds.
Loaded to the gills.
That's the thing. They keep all these lanes pushed out. It just kind of enables these smoke moves. When you're, you know, if you're gaming Gladiators, you just don't have any info on the map because both top and mid lane are so pushed in that you're not really getting the vision that like creep waves give you by pushing out. So you're just kind of susceptible to these smoke moves, and it's OG who find their first kill in a little while, and it does feel like Gladiators need to make their mark on this game known soon. They're getting close to the Aghanim Scepter on the Morphling. The Leshrac's completed. Kaya Sands with the Yule Scepter. It feels like there's not really too much more they should be waiting for right now.
Yeah, I mean, maybe like a gem or something. Although, I wonder your thoughts on this, because I think we've seen a lot more gems early, like pre-20 minutes or pre-25 minutes in the past 6 months or so. What's like a gem timing for you? Why are we seeing more gems early on?
I think these games are just becoming more farm heavy and slow. Like this game, it's 6 kills to 8. It's pretty low kills. It's all about controlling the map and controlling the vision, which gives you, you know, more access to farm if you know where your enemies are. So I think the earlier the better, really. The second you feel like you can get away with a gem, you should buy one.
Oh, the Blink Lasso. In we go with BZM, dragging Lesh across the self-fuels. A little bit of space here for Boom. Half HP, though, and the black hole in the back. Straight onto the Razor, but he BKB'd up. Amar, can he slip away from this one? Back through the static storm, away from the kinetic field. The Pulverize is there on the Tiger, but Tofu getting battered. The Morphling finally comes in to turn onto the ET, but Yuragi resets again for OG. Turns all the entire side of GG to sleep, while Misha trying to cookie away, but dies in the end.
Okay.
A lot
Both teams
spent.
reset. Yeah, a lot spent, a lot used, and not a lot gained for either team. If anything, I think Gladiators may be a little bit happy with that one. All these cooldowns being down. I mean, they're missing the black hole, but as we saw last time, like cooldowns go down, and they actually took Roshan during that window. Roche is up in 5 seconds time, and they've got a lot of control and vision around this kind of Roche pit area. Naga, the perfect hero to fight it.
Yeah, Yuragi playing his hero with his illusions, trying to get a kill over on the disruptor. Yeah, at the end of that team fight, I could have caught myself thinking, hang on a second, there's all these ultis spent and not a single soul has died. Ace TP's home safely. Morphling, though, caught out with a cookie stun and dead. Oh, Duraccio, no. Right outside Roshan as well.
Time to get out of dodge. Gladiators, it started okayish, the initial trades. I mean, losing Leshrac for a support, not ideal, but this long drawn-out fight where all these cooldowns were used, but now they're going to find themselves pushed back, pushed away from the pit, dewarded, and very likely facing an OG team who are going to get an uncontested Roach number 2.
Yeah, I mean, GG still with their mid-tier 1 tower standing. Felt like they're in a great spot there. I mean, Roshan now down to half health, but no Morphling for 10 seconds means no contest. No chance.
See where this shard ends up. Either Razor or Batrider, I assume.
Radiant's middle tower.
Looks like
Who's got
Razor's
it?
going to get the shard, yeah.
Storm Surge.
A gift from the tempest of battle.
What is this? There's quite a few single target spells, aren't there? And everyone has one.
Yep. Feeling pretty happy with this. Makes sense. It's the one thing Naga doesn't have going for her. Her shard is pretty bad as far as core Naga
Dire's
goes.
middle tower
Yeah.
is under attack.
You just don't care about healing up yourself or your teammates when you're a Naga Siren.
It's not damage.
Yeah. This does not help me kill people. No good.
Especially when he's going this like assassin build with a Manta Orchid. Heart's not too far away either, honestly. And what does he need? 1600 gold or so to finish off the heart? Just a couple of minutes of farming, he'll have it.
That's always the big one for Nagas and all these illusion heroes. The Heart of Taras, suddenly your illusions just get way too tanky to easily kill off. They have got the glimpse, but that's not really something you want to be using just on Naga illusions. And
Dire's middle tower.
right now, OG are going to be the ones with Aegis in hand. I mean, they already had a lot of this map control with these. What they're doing with the Naga, they're trying to use this now to have Batrider hunt down heroes. So good job keeping away. They get out of danger in the top lane, but OG will keep on applying this pressure.
All right, Ace is setting himself up for a bit of push bottom. There's no tier 2, so this is going to go straight through to Radiant High Ground. See if OG sends someone down here to deal with that. You know, Bat has the boots of travel, so we can quickly maintain these lanes. But right now, they're using this high ground as a platform to launch themselves into multiple lanes, mid and top. And keep GG scrambling back to try and defend their base. It's nice having these kind of mind games, right? You know, GG knows that they've pushed bot and the OG have pushed top, so they've got 3 heroes just farming bottom jungle. No one's really drastically making moves to do anything because neither team wants to put themselves in too forward a position to throw things away.
Yeah.
Oh, the
Like
orchid.
silence.
And snared, and the kisses. Lava lands onto Morph.
No.
Duraccio dead.
Insta silence is just so powerful against Morphling. Like, you can't react and get Morph strength off there. There's just no time. And a huge kill. It's just have to say, like, I feel like this slow game, like, as much as we've been talking about how good things have been going for OG, there is a sense of, like, if this game keeps on dragging, BKB Black Hole Enigma later on, Morphling's going to keep on scaling. Like, you've got a Leshrac as well. Like, I don't feel like Gladiators are in the worst position for a game that drags out, but yeah, then Morphling gets picked off, unfortunately, so they can't afford to have that happen.
Yeah, and Celery. Ooh, TP in home. Honestly, like, Yuragi's a cheeky fucker. I'm not gonna lie. The way he's playing this Naga Siren, I've seen him do it twice now. Usually you expect that group of 4 to be, all illusions, right? But he's doing this thing where he sends one illusion to pretend to be the hero, and then the pack of illusions has his hero in it. So this, you're sitting there as Morphling thinking, oh, it's illusions coming towards me, I'm fine. Then you get silenced and you die. Oh God, really? That's how you're playing this?
Yeah. Fool me once, shame on you, but we'll see if it happens again, because now that he made it work there, like, surely this Morphling, anytime you see something that, even if it could
It resembles.
resembles a Naga Siren. You see a creep that looks a little bit fishy, you put that more strength on.
Yeah, straight away. As quickly as you possibly can. Yeah, hold the Manta for it as well. Oh, OG. After pushing out that bottom lane, straight back up to the top jungle. And GG really held back in their base at this point. Only the Morphling out on the map showing.
So tricky. They don't want anything to do with Naga, but as far as her damage output goes, it does kind of fade away a little bit. Like the new itemization that we see from this build with the Bloodthorn even does ramp up pretty well, but at some point you are just this like tanky illusion carry that does rely on your teammates to also dish out damage. Problem is, that's Razor and Batrider, two great cores for scaling and dishing out damage in the late game.
Is it smoke time, GG? They're all together. There we go. They've only got one observer ward out on the map, though, and it's very close to their base.
Naga illusions come and cut top wave. Like, they were like, oh, let's go smoke out. Oh, man, we gotta deal with Naga illusions.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
OG just gonna prioritize some of these outer towers as a bottom tier 1 tower. Not really trying to push the limits with this Aegis. It expires without, you know, much fanfare. Just gonna be a casual farming Aegis that managed to get OG an 11k gold lead. Like, I feel like the only thing they did during that Aegis was kill Morphling once and farm the map, but they got him a lot.
Oh, the Radiant scan. They're going to make the jump. BZM, does he see the Morphling? He sees him now. Dyrachyo waveforms.
They're hunting him. They want him.
The BKB. The Black Hole, though. Catches BZM, but look at the damage. Dyrachyo's just dying to kisses. BZM still tanky enough to withstand the damage from GG, and boom, getting turned on by the Razor. They've caught out BZM inside the Static Storm, but they lose out the Leshrac. Mid for mid, but OG the ones that keep on chasing forward. They've got that big damage from Tiger too. That Earth Splitter with the Natural Order, shredding through the Morphling. Huge stuff from OG there.
And that's the one thing OG also have going for them the longer this game goes. They're always going to have that ET aura against Morphling. It's just so good. Amping up all the magic damage from the Spirit, and if you get close to him, taking away his entire armor pool. We'll see the fight here once again. The one-man Black Hole, like, I just feel like there's too many threats that you need to try and get a little bit more with that BKB Black Hole. Like, usually killing one core is enough, but that really only applies when it's like this big late-game carry that you're catching. You get a Batrider, there's two other, like, the Naga and Razor get ignored by it.
Oh, boom. Very confidently TPing in.
Okay.
Has to sell fuels, slept up by the ET now. And they got an ensnare there, but Tofu charging forward onto the Naga, glimpsing Yuragi back into the kinetic field, but Tiger, look at him! Shiny golden with his BKB. Does allow the Morphling to shift into him. And OG doesn't look like they're retreating, using this song aggressively, in fact. Wanting to battle into Ace's Enigma. They get the sleep, the stomp, the catch onto Ace, lasso and drag him back. They've killed Disruptor and the Enigma's about to fall as well. They need more right clicks though, Dyrachyo being drained of all his damage. Amar in the middle being right clicked down, and a triple kill for Dyrachyo.
They bit off more than they can chew. Can chew. Dyrachyo just cleans up there. They kind of overcommit onto the high ground. Re-engaging off of that sleep was just, they didn't have the follow-up damage, and I mean, Gladiators with a BKB, like, they go in on the Enigma, but Ace just BKBs and walks it off. They're also prioritizing trying to kill an Enigma who doesn't have Black Hole, doesn't really have any spells. We'll see it all here again, but what a disaster for OG. That high ground push turned completely upside down.
Yeah, I mean, the Tumbler's toy from Ace, it felt like jumping away from the Naga illusions. And that BKB, long enough to survive, because no one continued clicking him. Naga just got annihilated on his Lesh and the Morphling.
Whew. Yeah, Lesh and Morph just really dishing out the damage there, and unfortunately, we'll see a long Roshan respawn, so Gladiators not going to be able to get their hands on that anytime soon, and it's still OG with a decent-sized gold lead, but that's really a sign of what can come out of this Gladiators lineup the longer this game goes, and they did all of that without a Black Hole.
Yeah. Dash back up in 10 seconds thanks to the quickening charm. That's why they're ready to try and push out this top tier 1, force OG to fight around the Roche pit.
Radiant's top tower is under attack.
Amar, what's he up to? Skadi up next for the Razor. So not gonna, I guess we're seeing a shift away from the refreshers. Go more stats builds nowadays.
I think that some of the refresher changes finally starting to kick in. It took a lot of nerfs, but we got there.
Finally in a spot where it's not just BKB refresher every game. The Gaming Gladiators are smoked and on the hunt. They've got a good idea where they are as OG Misha removed from the map. Duraccio spending his BKB for it, and a buyback from Misha now as it's like BZM gonna have to BKB the glimpse off. TPing back to Outpost though, as Amara and Misha leading the charge back to try and de-ward this area, get a bit of control reclaimed. Tofu, he's had enough of that though. The dieback on that Snapfire and a solo black hole on the Razor. Son of the Siren's not going to do a damn thing. The Earth Splitter will though. Tiger, the big carry of the ET, coming back in, cleaving through onto Ace, kills off Duraccio as well, enabling Uragi to do some heavy lifting, but it's Boomslash that comes out that big victory of that team fight.
So much damage from Lesh and a double damage Morphling, but in the end, Amar, he survives through it all with the help of his teammates, having a Paladin sword for some extra lifesteal as well, but what a team fight. 3.9k, 4,000 damage from the Leshrac. Disruptor did over 3,000 damage. That's insane from him. Holy cow.
Both teams did 13,000 damage that fight.
Yeah, I want to see what this... I mean, Disruptor, I guess, just a full duration, like, Static Storm here. I mean, it's kind of just clipping one here. I can't believe Celery actually did that much damage, but I guess the Thunderstrike damage also adding up. And a tremendous team fight for Gladiators.
I can see on the face there of Misha, like, okay, done back, yeah, feels pretty bad, but that fight was definitely close no matter what. And Roshan spawning now. So it looks like there's still a little bit of time here for Bat, Naga to both respawn, coincide with the Morphling who's already TPing to the outpost. And we can see the total hero damage there on our screen a second ago. Is everyone pushing so much DPS in these fights. Just instant nuke damage as well. Like this ET takes a third of the HP off of any of these heroes quickly with Earth Splitter.
Games where every little contribution matters as Gladiators are clawing their way back in. Just a 4 to 5k gold deficit. It was 11k plus earlier, and these last few fights, starting with that high ground defense up in the top lane, have completely swung things back to a much more even game state.
Still looking for these black holes, and that's on cooldown for 40 seconds. Maybe a little bit of fear here from GG, but they're going to smoke anyway, knowing how important this Roche is. Having Refresher Shard will be a big bonus for either of these two squads. And Tofu, onslaught past the pit. Boom, slept up on his Lash. OG skirting the edges of this fight, trying to wait for GG to overcommit so they can look for that play with a Bat lasso back.
Smoke up though. Well, they're still smoked up, I should
Both
say.
teams
Gladiators
aiming to play under there.
To get in
High
soon,
ground
though.
vision
This
as well,
Roche is
while
dropping
Uragi
pretty fast. Just
sat
solo
in the
Naga
pit,
Siren
bringing
here.
Roche
It's not
lower
being
and
scouted
lower.
out right now.
Tofu with the attempted D-ward, but stuck on the high ground now. Onslaught required.
Forced back, and he just
Over
can't
a
really
skip
engage.
and a
He's
jump
too
there.
low. Yeah, this Roche may just die here without a contest here. ET Spirit just keeping everybody at bay. And Naga's been able to solo Roshan.
Yeah, and now Lasso, Lotus Orb there, actually puts it back on BZM. Ace, he has Black Hole. He gets it onto the ET and the Bat. BZM dead and Tiger about to follow. Good onslaught with a trample there onto Misha as well. While Amar and Uragi struggling to do anything. The Boom Leshrac finally gonna die, but Duraccio is able to stand his ground until the song comes in. Stop everything in its tracks and retreat as OG. You're still holding Aegis. You got the Refresher Shard and the cheese as Tofu. He went aggressively in towards them. Now Uragi. Let's see what he can do with this Naga Siren. There's too many illusions for Duraccio to focus down. The real hero is giving away his position though. And Amar, he's got in on top of Ace's Enigma now. Down you go. The toss of the boulder, not going to pay off for GG, as Celery's Disruptor next on the menu for them.
Duraccio, can they chase him down? He's used the waveform here. I don't know if they can land a stomp, though.
They're going to try. They all
nice
banter dodge
dodge.
it.
I was watching, I was like, he's not trying to sidestep it. What's he thinking? You got to dodge this stomp, but he's done that one probably a few thousand times in the practice lobby.
And out to high ground, forcing Glyph out.
Yes. No buyback on Enigma or Leshrac. This is potentially multiple lanes of racks, all off of having a good Roshan fight. And another fight. That was a good black hole. It caught 2, maybe even 3. Amar was on the side. It feels like these black holes that catch Amar, he barely survives through. And Paladin Sword as a neutral item has just given him this sustainability that has kept him alive and
Dyer's middle barracks.
really allowed him to kind of stick around even after being black hole.
And now we're looking at kind of 2 lanes of barracks almost for OG. I take that mid lane pretty quickly. A third of the health gone from the melee rack's top. These boulders irritating though, with the stuns landing onto that Naga and Razor, but OG they break back up the staircase again, aiming for the disruptor, killing off Celery. He has buyback available, but Amar, he's going to refresh up. The static links to the BKB, Tharaptu being shredded by this Razor, and Amar, he just double kills them.
He's right in. Razor just, he had plus 428 damage. Oh my god! He's in the fountain too!
He's got a triple kill! He's finally gonna die!
Jeez.
Absolute nuisance!
And the kisses come raining down. Ace is being zoned back deep into the depths of his base, and they're going for the tier 4s. Amar, he's wishing he got his cheese off there, but he's happy with the outcome nonetheless. What a heroic team fight from him.
Amar, the flipping monster! Nice. Absolutely ridiculous stuff, and that's enabled this team to take tier 4s, and now it looks like the throne. Tofu's Primal Beast trying to help out. Ace with the blink black hole catches BZM. He's being healed up a little bit though. The save comes out, and BZM's out of there. The Song of the Siren. It buys enough space for him. That Greaves from Misha helps just enough, and OG gonna take a 2-0 victory. It looked like GG would have this tied up, but it wasn't to be.
Yeah. A great game too. After a very one-sided game 1, we got to see something that was a little bit more neck and neck, and just really, really good to see.
Goodness gracious! And OG, they really like to make these games very, very exciting, don't they?
Oh, they do. It was it was definitely something where it was, there was a bit of back and forth. There was a bit of give and take. That high ground push probably had some OG fans thinking, oh crap, what the hell's going on here? This is not according to plan. But hey, they pulled it back. It was a minor slip up along the path to another 2-0, and having a 4-0 day 1 is a huge confidence booster for a team. 4 of the players playing their first TI, and Tiger, he's a veteran, but he's not exactly like a long-time TI veteran. He's never really had success when it comes to TI, so this would be a relief for an OG squad who's done really well throughout the year, and now they're showing they can do it at TI as well.
Yeah, OG showing maybe some of the Group B teams that you can 2-0 some of these series, as Group B, I believe, has gone 1-1 in every single one of their matches. OG starting off 4-0. Great spanking performance from them here in these games. And Gaming Gladiators, game 1, I'd probably chalk that up to trying something a little bit funky in the draft, not coming out of laning stage too well. Game 2 here, they pulled out everything. They looked incredibly strong, just outplayed in some key vital moments by OG.
Oh, absolutely. I mean, this felt like a draft which, they felt pretty comfortable on. They've got a lot of players on heroes that they're used to playing, like the Enigma and whatnot. But when it came down to just, the execution, some of the way these team fights played out, OG just got the better of them. Like, they were not getting caught in these big, multi-hero black holes. The ET was doing so much work with the Aura 2 being this menace that was scanning them out. The fact, and also the way they played around Roshan, like that, securing that Roshan there at the end without a fight was really impressive by OG.
Well, Amar in that fountain dive even had a cheese. He nearly got off, but I think he was stunned up just a little too long there. But yeah, wonderful stuff out of OG, showing that day 1, no nerves, no shakes. They are confident in their draft and their play style. And there we see their winning draft there for game 2 as a 2-0 Gaming Gladiators. Incredible stuff. I mean, who was your MVP for this game and this series?
For this one, for the series as a whole, I kind of want to say, I think it has to be Yuragi, right? His Slark into this Naga Siren performance was pretty flawless. Like, he was making a lot of really good plays, like the silence in the mid lane where he catches the Morphling. I don't know. I'd say Yuragi. I don't know if you agree.
Yeah, I think I'd agree, but I also feel like I'm in a weird spot where I expect so much from Amar that he never surprises me, or like when he has a bad game, when he has a good game, it's like not unusual. It's not unexpected. It's just like, that's a normal day for Amar. But Yuragi there, match MVP, beautiful.
And it's great because like throughout, we've now seen 4 OG games today, and it's like there's various games and points where I feel like every player's had their stand-up moments. Like some of the stuff Tiger's being able to do today to keep his team in those games earlier today, where he was kind of feeding a bunch, but it felt very impactful and almost essential to buy time. You have Misha just getting a lot of spells off. His Jakiro in multiple games has been really fantastic. The whole OG squad, it just seems to be clicking really well.
Yeah, everything very, very well synchronized. All these team fights executed pretty much to perfection, as that rounds things up for our third best of 2 of the day. And that's the end of the day for me. I believe we will be swapping casters. Who do we have up? Do you know who we've got?
I think Snare and Fluke are casting up next year.
Yeah, you're correct. Snare and Fluke. Tundra against TSM is your next series, as we'll take a quick break and return with them.
and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome, one and all. We have returned yet again to TI. The group stages will be continuing here as we now witness Tundra taking on the side of TSM. It has been a very intriguing day, a wonderfully drawn out day. The group these two are part of in Group B, as it stands right now, all of them are drawn up 1-1-1-1-1-1-1. That's exactly what we want to see. Here in TI, we already know that the top 20 teams are competing for the ages, but it's good to be reminded of exactly how close the competitive level actually is once we are in the group stages themselves. Of course, to now bring you further action here in this upcoming BO2 is myself, Snare, and I'm joined by the main man down under, Fluke. I don't care about Ares, Data, Gods. You, sir, you're the real MVP from Australia. How are you doing, fam? And how are you hyped for this game?
I'm super hyped. I'm glad that you've actually given me my proper title of the King of Australia right now. I think Nat might be able to, try and take that crown off me eventually. But either way, I'm still at the top of the pile down under here. So I'm always excited for us to get into more Dota, man, because our first series was a back and forth series between Gaming Gladiators and Bet Boom. And I think this is going to be exactly the same for us. Tundra going up against TSM. It's going to be a very tight affair from them. Both these two teams, as you already alluded to, are at 1-1 right now in their group standings. So really want to try and get themselves a 2-0 here. But they really kind of haven't shown any kind of craziness from us just yet. TSM and Tundra, they both kind of started out with these wacky picks in the opening 1-2. Tundra went for this early Broodmother, TSM went for this very early Sniper. Both got punished for it, then they went to much more conventional kind of stuff for their game number 2. So I think this series we might see something a little bit different coming out of game number 1, and then be much more kind of straightforward and easy going for both these two teams as we get into game number 2. But I'm excited because I think both these two teams are very, very evenly matched.
One of the things I think is going to be a deciding factor between these two squads is also going to be the brain trust behind them, right? Earlier on, you and I, off camera, were just talking about how much of a difference it can make to the fortunes of a team having an adequate brain trust within the organization. And of course, on the side of Tundra, you have an Aoi, you have 33, you have Snaking, you have Soxa. Just to really underscore the point about how high his Dota mind is, Soxa, right? A little bit of a quiet player, always skirts under the radar. Back when he was still playing, I forget which team he was on, but before TI6, as we do see here, Tundra Esports being introduced, 33-9. We have, of course, from the mid lane, Skeeter and Soxa. Here he is, right? This guy right here, when he got kicked from Team Secret, or not the other way around, sorry, when Misery got kicked from Team Secret, who's now currently the coach of TSM, incidentally enough, when he got kicked, he asked Puppy, who kicked him at the time, I still want to win TI. What should I do? And Puppy told him, heads up, go find Soxa, be on a team with Soxa, and you can probably win TI. And you know what happened that year, Fluke? They got second at TI. So yeah. Puppy knows what he's talking about. Soxa knows what he's talking about. Between himself, Snake King, and Aoi 2000, who we of course can't see right now, they have a lot of understanding about this game, of course. But their opponents are no slouches in that regard either. Because TSM, this is a squad that they've got a TI winner as one of their coaches in the form of Aoi. They've got Misery as another coach. But the really big deal, right, is some of the players that we actually have in the game itself. Moon Meander, one of the long-standing members of the Dota scene who's just been out here year on year. Yeah. But for me, the real standout person is Saberlight. This guy right here from TSM, when they do well, it's usually because he is doing well as well. And of course, we do have Dubu, who just casually got top 6 at TI the one year, like it's not a thing.
True. Yeah, definitely. It's one of the Korean superstars that are still kind of floating around in the Dota 2 scene as well. And I remember, that old school squad where, QO and MP and all those kind of players were able to float around and do a whole lot of damage in that TI. And I think this is a TSM roster that can do a whole lot of damage as well once we get towards that kind of latter stages of the tournament, once TSM are able to kind of figure out their identity. They've only really had one series so far to be able to figure out what they're going forward. Before we came in towards these group stages as well, we were talking about the TSM TSM documentary about how they qualified towards TI and the kind of insights that they're able to give us there in towards TSM. And I think Misery and Moonmienda have really good ideas that are able to bounce off of each other and kind of figure out how they want to get things done. And so I think as they get deeper and deeper in towards these group stages, we're going to have to be able to find a much better identity for TSM, because I think they kind of came out a little bit too hot on the blocks, feeling like this sniper hero was a little bit too broken, and now they've petered it back a little bit, and they're starting to look a little bit more kind of straightforward and much more measured with how they want to do it. But Snare, we're already into game number 1 here. Marcy, 100% contested still so far throughout the entirety of the group stages here, man. Like, I don't think this hero is going to be any change of priority for any of these teams as we start getting deeper into group stages as well.
Absolutely not. The only question is going to be, where does she feature more? Does she feature more in the first phase of picks or in the first phase of bans? As other heroes start to creep higher and higher into the ban pile, for example, we're seeing this first ban on the Broodmother coming in from TSM. They've already played it at this tournament. They know for a fact that Tundra played this hero as well. So a pretty good idea to be able to remove it, not have to worry about it at this particular moment in time. But Marcy will slip through, and if she's through, she just will be picked every single time. What's intriguing to me, actually, is going to be this Tundra opener. They go for the opening Earthshaker here. So this is going to be their 3rd game where they're playing Earthshaker. So pretty much all the games that they've played so far, they've relied on this Earthshaker hero. Why do you think that is? And do you think it's going to be pairing well with this Visage that they've snagged up for 33?
I think it's one of those heroes that just is relatively straightforward on how it works, right? Like, it's a good rotator. You're able to alleviate a little bit of pressure coming in from your offlaner as well, especially when you have somebody like 33 who likes playing these self-sufficient kind of summon heroes. Like, if you just get the block off, just get this Visage towards that level 3 kind of power spike. He's got 2 levels in the Gravekeeper's Cloak. He should be relatively okay in most of those matchups, and that allows Saxo to kind of just walk around the map, you know, if they're able to get into a position where they're able to just be able to utilize this Earthshaker in towards the mid lane, have a little bit of kill threat on something like a Shadow Fiend, then that's when it can really start to be a little bit more of that emphasis. But I think it's just TI times there. Like, it's TI time. Rubik, IO, Earthshaker, these 3 heroes just, for some reason, come back in the meta, even though they haven't been touched for years.
You know, we haven't seen the IO come up just yet, but you're correct. So we've already seen, I think, 3 Rubiks this morning already, where it's like, it's TI, this is just what you do. In the same vein, Doom cannot be ignored at TI either. It's just these heroes that conceptually just have this broken aspect to their gameplay, that when you get to TI and you're trying to make the road to the top as easy as possible, you just have to opt for these heroes to make life simple for yourself. I'm also loving this early Shadow Fiend pick. We've seen the damage this hero has been able to dish out already in so many of these games. Weirdly enough, Morphling feels like he's getting closer to being figured out. Doesn't feel like that's the case necessarily for the Shadow Fiend, because he's either won his games or just like completely dominated them. Like, even the losses that they've been tagged by the SF doesn't feel like it's because of the SF hero, right?
Yeah. It definitely feels like it's one of those heroes that you can just put a lot of buffs around it, and it already has a naturally high damage kit that most of the time, if you don't kind of come completely flat out of your laning phase, even what we saw earlier on from Gaming Gladiators, where sometimes you can come out completely flat from the laning phase, 0 and 7 or whatever it was that Dratio was, you're still able to get to a position where you've got a few items, your BKB, maybe you get things like the Dragonlance as well, and if you've got enough buffs behind you, this hero does a boatload of damage. So what TSM are doing right now, once again, continuing to get these buffs going on. They've got the sidekick. They're able to buff up the Shadow Fiend as well. We've seen a lot of Visages throughout the entirety of today as well, and I think they have really kind of fallen flat. PSG LGD picked it a few times for Faith Beyond. Hasn't really worked out all too well for them. 33 does love this hero as well. It's kind of a lane dominator, but going into the Shadow Fiend, it can be a relatively hard lane if TSM want to play the SF in their safe lane for Tomato, or whether or not they want to try and give this towards Brawl, who I know is a very, very good Shadow Fiend player. So I think for the remainder of the draft, if they get a good Shadow Fiend lane in the mid lane, TSM are going to be more than happy to give this SF to Brawl and then just give Tomato a kind of high-tempo kind of hero for their carry role and just play a little bit faster around the Shadow Fiend and give some more of these buffs.
That would definitely make sense. We saw attempts at this earlier on with, was it Beastmaster that they tried putting middle in tandem with this? Yeah. Or they put in the safe lane. You know, you're speaking about this Visage and his success so far. He's currently enjoying 0 wins out of 4 games.
Yeah.
Rough day at the office, generally, for this Visage, but things will get better. I love how they're extending or trying to close in the range here. All the heroes that you absolutely need catch on to try and deal with, they're making sure they're not available in the draft. I suppose they're reading that if this team has Earthshaker, they're going to be definitely willing to place as many blockades or hurdles to progression in front of you. So don't deal with it, just ban these heroes out. Force them, and they can't play Morphling, right? So we know that those are the best core heroes right now between the Shadow Fiend and the Morph. So now you're forcing them to play. What else has looked decent? Life Stealers looked okay. We had, like we mentioned, that Beastmaster. The Lunas looked okay as well. Yeah, but you force him to play those kind of heroes, which require you to do a lot of things together as a squad. We did see a Luna Visage earlier today in tandem with a Marcy for PSG LGD, and it didn't work out.
Yeah, we don't want to talk about the PSG LGD's front so far here on this channel, especially when EG are bleeding blue all over the top of them today. But Winter Wyvern is a response here from Tundra. I wouldn't hate to see if this was a mid-Winter Wyvern either, especially going into the Shadow Fiend. I think he can put a lot of pressure on the SF. Like, he has to turn around to get those Shadow Races out on you, and you can kind of pressure him with the Splinter Blast as well as the Arctic Burn. So I feel like that lane for 9, who I know has played some of this Winter Wyvern in the mid lane before and played some of this weird and wacky stuff, so I wouldn't hate to see that be able to pick up for them. The Cold Embrace is really a non-factor right now. I guess it kind of only deals with the Marcy initiation with the Unleash, but at that point, I think the Shadow Fiend's already going to be doing enough damage with the Shadow Razors and the Requiem. So I would like to see TSM pick up their POS 5 here that can kind of give them a little bit of this extra team fight, maybe a hero that's able to play on top of them. I would have loved to have said Chen, but now into the Earthshaker and the Winter Wyvern, that feels very bad. So TSM probably looking towards, what's another Dubu here that wouldn't be too bad? Maybe an Enchantress here, just to give them that little bit of extra lane prowess. So they can kind of put a lot of pressure onto the Visage and gives them those extra bit of heals. They're going to go for the extra boatload of team fights with the Warlock here.
My man, I love this hero so much. It depressed me greatly when it stopped being played. Pretty much all across the board, well, with good reason, but it gives you all the things that they kind of needed, I suppose. Some laning prowess is going to be available. They needed some sustain for deeper into the game. Like you mentioned, they wanted some team fight with this. It's not only team fight, but this is team fight breaking. As soon as the opposition goes for any kind of massive engagement, in the same vein that Winter Wyvern can break your opposition's initiation, you break the opposition's team fight by just dropping this on their heads. Entertaining pick on the Hoodwink because Mr. Fluke, we're having a core Marcy, it looks like, here from TSM FTX. It has been done before by this lineup. I believe Saberlight played it the one time I have seen them on this hero. Although I'd have to go back and check exactly which game it was. But this is entertaining, to say the least. But it does mean that Tundra's going to have to spend a little bit of time just trying to think through what's the configuration of these lanes exactly in this situation. We don't want to run into a scenario where there's like some Marcy Hoodwink, uber aggressive lane, constantly stunning you up, constantly disabling you, just putting you under perpetual control. So I actually wonder where this Marcy is going. And because we also don't know where the Shadow Fiend is going, right? We also can't necessarily be certain that it's going to be off lane. It could be the safe lane Marcy as well, whilst then Brow occupies the mid with the SF. So many things can happen right now. The TSM FTX draft just got very, very interesting.
Yeah, and I think this kind of circles back to what I was saying a little bit earlier on with TSM going for a high tempo kind of carry for Tomato and just give Brawl the Shadow Fiend. I wouldn't hate to see the Marcy being picked up by Tomato and then they just play Brawl with the Shadow Fiend. The Luna is the response here as well, so a hero that just gives them a whole lot of kind of group up and push now. So they've got the Earthshaker and the Winter Wyvern for their team fight. They've got the Visage and the Luna for their group up and push. So right now, TSM have some good responses. They've got the Hoodwink with the Bushwhack that's able to deal with a whole lot of these summons as well. They've got the Golem for whenever they want to get this initiation going in. Shadow Fiend can build a Blink Dagger BKB, Requiem out on top. The Marcy can jump in whenever they're trying to defend these towers. So I think Tundra just have a free time to be able to group up here, but they definitely have a very strong ball. So if they get themselves to those first couple of item timings here, and if TSM are a little bit behind when it comes to net worth, then that's when Tundra can really start to take advantage here. I think the next couple of questions for me for TSM is what do they really need here? I like the Batrider ban. They still are lacking a little bit of reliable lockdown as well, so they have no real way of getting on top of these heroes and trying to pull them apart. So things like Batrider, maybe they try and ban out. Pangalier's already banned as well. What's a kind of another initiator. I wouldn't hate to see them ban, Saberlight's like Legion Commander or maybe even his. Actually, Legion Commander would feel pretty bad this game. Maybe something along the lines of like a Centaur for the disengage up against the Eclipse.
Centaur could actually be quite nice. They do have Winter Wyvern to somewhat deal with it, but at the same time, really does feel like Saberlight is... not necessarily Saberlight, but Initiation is the last crux of the puzzle here for the side of TSM. For Tundra, what does it feel like? They could use some Initiation, but I feel like they just need an anchor, right? Somebody that's going to sit in the middle, be like, this is where the entire fight is being funneled through. They are a bit lackluster on the magic damage, so it would be nice to have a hero that does that, but I'm thinking like some Death Prophet, these kind of heroes. Invoker would have been okay. It would have been a more tempo setting anchor hero, but nonetheless, somebody who can control the pace that Tundra Esports actually plays around the map. That's like, this is the hero that we group up around, especially if Luna is busy doing something else on the map. But TSM, they only have 6 seconds of reserve time here, so they have to decide very quickly. Well, we've gone through some of the options for a Saberlight in the off lane. We have to think about some of the options mid and in the safe lane too, given that we just still don't know exactly how these heroes are going to be configured. So the option will be Pudge.
I forgot about the Pudge.
And I hate to say it here, Fluke. Firstly, we still don't know where this Pudge Shadow Fiend is going. This could be safely. But this does feel like a very good Pudge game. And anybody who knows me will know that I would rather literally go to the dentist right now than utter those words at TI. But yet here we are. This is a decent opportunity for TSM to run this Pudge.
Yeah, I like this combination for them because it also takes away a little bit of the gotchiness from the Tundra Esports draft, right? They've got this final pick of the draft, so the fact that we're sitting here not understanding where the Shadow Fiend, the Marcy, or the Pudge is going to go, this kind of puts Tundra in an awkward spot, right? You said you wanted the Death Prophet to come in here. I feel like that wouldn't be too bad of a shout. Old Death Prophet would have felt a lot better going in towards the Pudge here. They need a little bit of that extra damage to go through. I still wouldn't hate this Winter Wyvern being a core here and then them picking up another support.
Well, I think that's what you got. Yeah.
Okay.
I think that's what you're getting, good sir. Mirana comes in at the last pick. It could be the off-lane Mirana. Oh no, much more entertaining. It's going to be mid Mirana. Every single time that I've seen this Mirana in recent times played as a core, it's almost exclusively played in the off-lane. Even Ana, despite playing as a primary carry hero or carry player, when he was playing in his Pubs Mirana, he played in the off-lane. This is going to be very fun to watch. Nai Mirana, do you remember that period of time, I think like maybe 3-4 years ago, Sumail was still playing mid at the time, and often he would pick up this Mirana and go ahead and dominate some of these games. So, this game though, there's some good things about it, right? I can understand the rationale. We can get access to the early Aghanim Scepter. We can fight very early on the map. We're playing this with the Luna as well, so I also get additional damage benefits out of the situation. Sure. But is it enough damage to deal with this Pudge? Is it enough pace to put the Shadow Fiend in an uncomfortable position? And more importantly, at the end of the day, can Tundra actually fight with the way that their draft is configured right now?
I definitely think that they have one big thing going in their favor is the fact that they are not reliant on cooldowns. Yes, the Winter's Curse is going to be nice for them to have in each one of these team fights, but Mirana, Luna, Visage are going to be heroes that are just going to be able to kind of run forward. They can rely off the back of a lot of fishes coming in here from Saxa, and Snake King can kind of just do what a Winter Wyvern does. They can abuse that if Dubu ever has a bad rock, that they can constantly continue to get this fight going. But TSM also... guess the only real cooldown that they are waiting on is going to be the Golem. I feel like this game is going to be Brawl Central. I feel like both these two teams are going to kind of be running at each other. Tomato just wants to try and get towards things like a Vanguard, Aghanim Scepter this time around. Maybe move towards his BKB early on, but this is going to be a lot of brawling. And I think the thing for me is the big question mark is this core Mirana. We've been seeing it from Resolution most recently here from Team Secret, and it's looked amazing. So I think right now I'm looking towards 9 to have a pop-off game if Tundra are looking to try and get this first dub, but I don't think I can look past Marcy, Pudge and Shadow Fiend in the same team. I think these heroes have looked far too strong in last chance qualifier and far too strong in group stages, so I mean, I'm going to have to give TSM a very slight edge here in game number 1.
Let us see if TSM can reward the faith being put into them by Fluke, or if it's going to be the case that Tundra will show us why they had faith in the last pick, 9 Mirana. 24 pick in the draft, so absolute last pick. 9 must have been clamoring for it. And in the past, you were talking earlier about wanting to see and wouldn't mind seeing the mid Winter Wyvern. It was 9 that helped pioneer that. Guys, just give me this hero, man. This is the one person who, no matter how off kilter it seems, if he calls you onto you for a hero pick, you give it to him because he probably has a great idea of how to make it work in this game. So you gave the edge towards this Marcy Pudge, Shadow Fiend,
30
pure
seconds to
disgustingness. I'm very conflicted here. Warlock is one of my favorite heroes, so I would love to say the Warlock draft.
Visage is 0-4, bro. Like, come on. He's 0-4. Marcy has like a 70% win rate, 100% contest rate. I think Shadow Fiend is like something along the lines of like 80% win rate as well today out of like the 5 or the out of like the 10 games that he's played. So stats don't lie, bro.
It's looked very good. Also, I kind of hate Visage, honestly. So I don't mind Visage losing again. I'm cool with it. I am completely cool with it. Tundra, though, this has often been a squad that has been regarded mightily for their prowess at adapting the meta and creating new strategies. And in TI, one of the ways that you end up winning the tournament, not about each individual game, it's about winning the whole thing, is by being able to be ahead of the meta. You need to be the kind of team ready to experiment if you want to get to that point in time. So let's see how things go. Obviously, this is not a lane that we see all that often, the Marana versus the SF. I can't imagine either of them are under any real threat unless there's massive rotations that come from supports, right?
Yeah, I think Bryle is probably going to be the only one that has to worry about the way that this works out. Like, if 9 ever gets hit by 2 to 3 raises, I think he's definitely made a mistake. Just because of constantly having leaps available should be what he's always thinking about. Whereas Bryle can, kind of get to a point where you're just getting clicked a little bit, maybe you cop a Starfall, and then you get hit by a random arrow and you just die. So there's a little bit of kill threat that comes in from 9, but I feel like it's going to be relatively straightforward, and there will be the first rotation from Moon Meander and Saberlight. And I think that's the thing for me here for TSM is they have this Marcy. As soon as she gets that level 6, she's going to be a very, very big threat on the map. And they can just make a straight rotation towards that mid lane or even towards the safe lane as well. So if Saberlight has a relatively okay game, gets boots early on, gets maybe half an item here or there, he should be able to put a lot of pressure on this map. And then it's really going to be on Saxa to try and be in the right place at the right time, because he can really disengage a lot of these ganks if he's in the right place with a nicely timed Fissure.
Yeah. Speaking of Saxa, he's out here doing his duty as the Earthshaker, dragging waves, creating problems for the opposing safe lane squad. Just trying to make sure that 33 gets as much out of this Visage as humanly possible. Let's quickly focus on this Visage for a moment, right? 4 losses thus far on the bounce. Not really great performances from this hero. And oftentimes it just feels like the hero itself is just lackluster. What do you think it is that's causing this hero just have so many troubles? Because it's almost at all stages of the game, right? Hold up, dot bottom, might have a first blood happening. Snaking finds himself caught out by Moon Meander and Saberlight. Well, I wanted to bring up this lane last because I was going to say that once they hit level 2, Snaking is in perpetual and constant trouble. But thanks for preempting me, boys. They're faster than me. That's why they're the pros and I'm on the mic. But this feels quite scary. This feels like this can keep happening over and over and over again if they so choose. And indeed, they're going on to Skeeter. There they go with the Bushcrack. They do come back with Snaking, and he's back in time to dissuade Saberlight from going forward. But he now knows that he can actually never leave bottom. Ever, ever, ever. If he does, Skeeter is going to die the next time this happens.
Yeah, a little bit of an awkward interaction there between the Dispose and the Bushwhack, because Saberlight came in with the Dispose, broke the tree, and then Skitter was freed from the Bushwhack. So they have to be careful about how that combination does work, so they don't kind of step on each other's toes. But exactly what you said, right? Like they're permanently going to have kill threat here, and this is why I kind of really like this lane that comes in from Moon Meander and Saberlight, is at any point in the game, they should have enough kill threat to be able to kill the Luna or the Wyvern. And if they ever want to make a rotation or have a rotation come towards them, that's when it can start getting scary.
Speaking of scary, mid lane got very scary for a moment. Brawl had to sidestep an arrow because 9 was intent on trying to go for the kill. Had the arrow connected, Brawl would certainly have died. But because it didn't, he's the one that now has the mana advantage, and 9 knows that until he gets a little bit more regen, not safe in the lane. At the very least, does have access to some raindrops, so he won't die to the full raise combo. But just needs to be careful. Fortunately for Brawl, he's also going to be careful because just to his left there's an Observer Ward scouting out this movement from the Earthshaker. So he knows Saxa is nearby, trying to go for this gank attempt, and he's not going to fall for it. Going to play safe, come and get a Water Rune. Even calls for reinforcements to do so safely. This is what we like to see here, Fluke. Make sure that you bring in your friends when you need help.
Oh, if Dubu was able to yoink that Water Rune, this could have been a massive swing in this mid lane. But Usually we see these rotations from both the supports. You know, you've got a hero like the Pudge, you've got a hero like the Marcy. They're going to be relatively okay with just kind of staying in the lane. And pressure once again here on Skidder. Got the bushwhack. He's dead.
Well, he's dead.
No.
Didn't we literally say a minute ago that if Snake King ever leaves him, he's gonna die?
Yeah. And Snaking left him and he died.
All right. All right, Fluke, I need some lotto numbers, quick.
17, 29, 42, and 15. I don't know.
Thank you so much. Saberlight is going back in. They actually have another access to a Dispose. Ooh, weird interaction. This time around, it's not that the Dispose breaks the Bushwhack, it's just that they miss it because of the weird angles. But it ends up not mattering. They have enough damage between these two heroes to just walk Snake King down and they get that kill. That is a pretty big deal. This bottom lane is just going phenomenally for the side of TSM FTX.
Yeah, they're doing a lot of work, and they're just constantly putting the pressure on as well. And that's why I like watching. Saberlight has been one of my favorite players to be able to watch. He's permanently one of these players that is constantly looking for an angle for him to get an advantage in a lane. Whether it be him playing his Enigma, his Mars, any of these kind of heroes, he's always trying to constantly push the ball and trying to get some of these carry players out of their comfort zone so he can have the advantage in the lane. And playing this Marcy to perfection right now. These guys are doing a whole lot of work here, and they can make early rotations towards the mid lane. And speaking of, fun of the party.
Bye. This time around, they didn't have the access to the Observer Ward anymore. And Saksa came in, blocks off the full ramp. It's surprisingly difficult these days to get those full blocks. They don't happen as often as they used to. But he achieves it this time around. I love how they actually set up for the play. 9 threw out the arrow cavalierly to make it seem like he didn't have access to that disable, so that the SF would feel a bit safer walking forward. But little did SF know that there were some allies emerging from behind. They're going to try and find some quick revenge onto Saksa here. But bushwhacked. They definitely have the damage through the Shadow Word. They were hoping for Brawl to get the kill, but you rather you get it on Moon Meander than nobody gets it at all. And this Hoodwink, that's 4 kills already. Dominating streak for a Hoodwink pre-8 minutes. Must feel pretty nice being Moon Meander right now.
Yeah, Moon's definitely living the Pos 4 dream right now. He's feeling pretty good about himself, 4-0. I feel like TSM are just feeling good about how this game is going so far. Same kind of feeling for Tundra, though. They're not all too sad about how these lanes have gone. You know, their Luna's in a pretty good spot. 33's gone relatively okay. I guess they've had a few hiccups with, you know, Snake King going down a little bit earlier on and then them just losing Saksa there. But I feel like both these two teams are relatively okay with how this game has been going. I think the big thing for me is looking towards Tomato about when he starts hitting this critical mass, because Pudge is one of those heroes that really can just kind of take over a game. Vanguard should be rolling out to him right now. Yeah, now that he's got the Vanguard moving in towards a lot more of these armor items. And then once he starts getting ags, like, I'm not quite sure how they're supposed to actually deal with him.
Try and bring him down right now with some various soul assumptions and the Visage summons. He's gonna be good enough to be able to do so. What a fortuitous time to have level 6 for the Visage. Dubu about to die as well. Couple more hits. In the meantime, down bottom, they jump onto Skeeter behind the tier 1 tower. They are able to clean up this Luna. So core for core, traded all across the map right now. I love how TSM and Tundra are both so aware of the map. The moment that TSM clock the fact that Skeeter should be alone down bottom, because they are supports helping to kill Pudge, they're like, all right, jump him, let's go, immediately. Then the moment that Tundra realized, wait a second, these two heroes can't respond anymore, all right, let's keep going ourselves.
Yeah, this
Dota, what a game.
Yeah, they're
Gonna
definitely
fight now, though.
playing well. Playing over this 8-minute rune. He actually got the DD rune, so it sucks. So that's actually big, being able to deny that DD rune. I would have laughed if the 8-minute rune spawned bottom. That would have been the funniest thing to me ever, Stereos, if they were all fighting over this top rune like it was going to be, you know, the TI winning play, and it just spawns bottom and Saxon just dies to nothing. That would have been hilariously tragic.
That's one of those wonderful 50-50 moments, right? You're saying to yourself, right, if I get this rune and it's like a DD, then I died and it's 100% worth. If it's like a regen, I'm just hating life right now.
Yep.
But if it's nothing, then I just want to quit. Fortunately, he doesn't have to quit. He can keep playing for us. And he can keep showing us his worth in this game, because it looks like they're trying to set up for a kill on the top side of the map. They're inviting the 9 Mirana to make a rotation. She has been scouted out, though. There is vision tracking her every move. So TSM will not get caught out by this. Tomato already vacating the top lane. They're just leaving Dubu nearby to pick up some experience. And ooh, hook coming in from Tomato. Leap charge will also be stopped with the dismember. Can they get this kill though? 9 very low on HP, but unfortunately nobody else nearby. Yo, that was very, very close to being a kill. If that is level 2 hook, if that is level 2 dismember, if the 9 Mirana is 1 level less, or worse yet, doesn't have access to the power trades or the 1, that's a kill. But these fine margins this time around do end up benefiting Tundra, because while Tomato's unable to kill her, the rest of his team is able to bring down the tier 1 tower.
Yeah, and this is the big power move coming in from Tundra, right? And this is the reason why a lot of these teams are really starting to lean towards Luna. It hits nighttime, and you've got this extra, bonus 20 damage. So all of your heroes are just that little bit stronger on the map, especially a hero like Visage, where you have that little bit of extra bonus damage for you and the familiars that just allows you to take these towers so much faster. And I think we're going to be seeing a whole lot more of this Luna hero, a whole lot more of this Visage hero being able to be in combination, because you just have this big window where you just have an extra almost 100 damage across your team in comparison to what TSM do. And being able to play into that, you kind of have to outplay them so much more and have to get so much more of an advantage out of the map. And in this Luna hero is really starting to come up in priority. And I like that Tundra, not only did they press that advantage, but TSM also respected it as well. They weren't going too gung-ho into it. They understand they still need a few more of these items. If they lose out on some of these towers early on, it's perfectly okay, as long as Braal's the one that's still getting a lot of this farm up, because Tomato's actually going for an early Crimson Guard. So I don't hate this coming in from Tomato. The Crimson Guard is one of those items that really kind of stuffs up what the Visage tries to do, but still needs to be something where he gets a bit more damage later on.
Speaking of damage, Moon Meander unleashes some of it onto Snake King. Saberlight shows up with the reband just to be like, I helped, I was there too. But that was mostly a Moon Meander kill, and they're going to be able to clean up the tier 1 tower off the top of this. Once they get those Crimson, it'll be great against the Visage, and for a time, it'll feel decent against the Luna. But speaking of Luna, Skeeter, you are in massive danger, my friend. You need to run, and you need to run immediately. They are trying to track him down. Does he have a TP out? Indeed he does. Saberlight not going to be able to close the gap in time. And Moon Meander gets wrong with the bushwhack. They almost got him, but they didn't manage to do so. I don't know if they had a smoke actually to try and increase the MS to come down faster. But nonetheless, they're probably still just happy being able to consolidate control of this side of the map, keep pushing in these waves, start controlling the dire jungle, and keep Brawl at the very high up on this net worth. But he's not at the top of the net worth. That honor belongs to Saberlight at the moment.
Yeah. Saberlight doing a really good job at just understanding that he doesn't actually really need items to start out this game. Marcy is one of those heroes that just does a whole lot of work with her spells innately. Getting the Falcon Blade, just giving that little bit of extra minor regen, a little bit of extra damage, a little bit of extra HP, and just kind of plays extremely fast. Because I think TSM are just waiting on this kind of Crimson Guard timing. They've got the full Crimson Guard now. Dubu's got the level 6 with the Karadok offering. Braal's getting closer and closer to that Dragon Lance. Now he's got a Haste leveled up. So they're starting to hit a timing here, TSM, where I think they're going to try and take this top tier 1 tower. They're going to see if they can get themselves an early Roshan and just try and eke out some more of this extra advantage, because we've seen what Shadowfiends can do when they start getting towards that, that BKB, starting to hit towards the Daedalus, the Satanic, the Skadi, all those kind of extra items. And if they're able to get these small advantages by abusing their item timings up against Tundra, then they can really start to crack this game open, because still feels pretty 50-50. Luna's in a pretty good spot, 33's in a pretty good spot. I think the biggest thing for me is I haven't really felt the impact of 9 just yet. So I'm really looking towards this Miranda to try and have a bit of impact coming in soon.
I'll get over it.
Once the Aghanim Scepter is complete for the Mirana, it's going to be very, very good for adding some damage to this hero in general. It is a bit unfortunate that the way you build up this hero nowadays doesn't allow you to just rush Maelstrom. You have to stop off for some secondary stat item, so couldn't go headlong into Maelstrom straight into Ags, so have to prioritize Ags. So it will take a long time to get there. In the meantime, right in front of him, he has to watch his ally dying in front of his face. On the bright side, he is able to land an arrow onto Saberlight. I think that's the first arrow of the game that has landed like that, but sadly, Snake King will not be around to high-five him and congratulate him on his success.
It was more commiserations than anything else. So just this death squad with Saberlight and Moon Meander are completely controlling the bottom side of the map, and Tundra, they're at least trying to get in there and try and get these D-wards going, but it is such an unsafe part of the map, and that's why you can see 33 as well as Skitter are the ones that are posting themselves towards the top side of the map. That's much more safer for them to be in. 9's got these leap charges, they can throw Snaking in there as well. Maybe you can float around in the trees, try and get this little bit more of the dangerous farm, but it seems like finally TSM are going to try and kick out Tundra from this top side of the map. They want to kill 33.
Oh my
Was that a
gosh.
triple raise combo?
It was not a triple raise. It was a double raise from Brawl. And they had the combination coming in from the sharpshooter with the bushwhack. That's where most of the damage came in from. Well, 9, unfortunately, only has like 1,000 HP at this point in time. So if you take that much damage instantly, you won't survive it. And look what TSM is doing. They're stacking up around the Roshan pit. Like they want to go in. They got the solitary point into the presence of the Dark Lord. And this is not going to be the fastest Roshan in the world, but it certainly won't be the slowest. With the sidekick going, a very overfarmed Saberlight, and the Unleash activation, they're actually jumping in. Winter's Curse, snaking, gets disposed into the Roshan pit despite the curse connecting. What? Okay, that was kind of weird. They know, keep the pressure going onto the Roshan. 33 has familiars if he wants to drop them. Not going to be able to do so though. And they will just end up taking the big man down. Aegis will drop. Oh, that makes more sense. I'm actually not very smart. It was Tomato with the hook. I was wondering, like, why was Saberlight's hands up? Then he gets stunned. The hero still moves behind him. But it's the hook. It's the hook. It's fine. Well, it's the hook from Tomato into a kill, into a Aegis pickup for the Brow Shadowfield.
Yeah, and this is what I was talking about, right? Like, if TSM are able to kind of find one of these advantages that they're able to abuse to try and take down a Roshan, and that's when they can really start to crack open this map. And it was just a kill onto 9 there, where they're able to get a freebie on him in towards the mid lane. Nice combination between Bryle and Moon Meander. And that fight, there was just a split second between Saberlight getting Winter's Curse throughout the entirety of them and him being on the outside of the pit and it being literally mattered for naught. I feel like Saberlight probably would have gone down with both the Shadow Feeder and the Pudge hitting into him, but unfortunate for snaking there. That could have been a bit of a hero play. So now Tundra a little bit behind the 8 ball. They haven't really been able to group up just yet. We haven't seen any Echo Slams. We've only seen one Winter's Curse, but we haven't really seen Tundra come together as a 5-man when they're able to abuse this Lunar Blessing at nighttime, being able to abuse the Eclipse, and really trying to get 9 back into this game because just haven't felt anything coming in from this Mirana. He had a relatively okay lane up against the Shadow Fiend, but Shadow Fiend's one of those heroes that's more than happy to trade farm. And now 9 is in this awkward spot where he's just constantly having to push in this top lane to see if they can get anything out of it.
Ooh, they finally catch Saberlight. Saberlight, can they actually kill him is the question. They can, but that was a lot of commitment.
Oh, the Echo?
That was a lot. Ooh, Echo Slam does actually come out. Tomato has shown up with Moon Meander. They want some instant revenge down in this bottom lane. And Moon Meander will assist them to get it. A monster kill streak for the Hoodwink. 8-0-4, been involved in 100% of his team's kills thus far. And although they do get a very big kill onto Saberlight, generate a lot of net worth off the back of it, regrettably, because of this instant response from TSM, they can't even play this area despite a successful fight here. And once they come back with the Marcy, you can bet that TSM are going to slowly but surely push you deeper into the side of the map yet again.
Yeah, TSM are doing a really good job at just understanding which parts of the map are going to be important for them. They took control of the bottom side of the map so they can continue pressuring out this tier 2. Once they get the rush.
Saberlight? He's actually a god at Dota. Dispose into the Requiem for the Fear.
That was pretty.
Saberlight, dude. Wow, that was amazing to watch.
Yeah, that was actually really pretty to watch between Bryle as well as Saberlight. The combination was far too good. You know, see if they can kill Tomato bottom, but he is a tanky boy.
Reinforcements are incoming. Brow, he didn't TP to the top lane, remember, so he can show up immediately. We do have our Pudge just standing
takes no
his ground.
damage.
We're going to be taking no damage. Dubu drops the Golem down with the huge Fatal Bonds. Lots of damage being dealt out. Skeeter needs to watch himself, but there's no Requiem here. So their team fight is feeling a little bit lackluster from TSM. Eventually, they do manage to kill Tomato, and now they're chasing down Bryle. Bryle tries to turn, still has access to the Aegis, so that's life number 1. Dubu is trying to run back as quickly as possible. They still don't have Saberlight for this fight, so Bryle pops the BKB, but he's only interested in retreating. Winter's Curse holds him in position. Moon Meander, can he do anything here? Nice bushwhack onto Skeeter, prevents the Luna from being able to chase further. Bryle, though, gets fissured up by Saxa, and will finally end up taking a tumble. Tundra not only managed to bring down Tomato, they get the bonus kill onto Bryle, came to help, but turns out he was only helping the net worth of these Tundra heroes.
Yeah, and this is what I talked about in the draft, right, where Tundra are just permanently able to keep going here. If they get this kill on a Moon Meander, he's going to be worth a lot of gold. No, he's going to be okay. He's going to be able to scurry into the tree line. But this is what I talked about, right? Like, there is just such little cooldowns that Tundra actually have to play around with. Yeah, the Winter's Curse is probably the only one they need to play around with, but we saw what Snaking was able to do there. They just get the Winter's Curse out on the BKB Shadow Feed. Doesn't really do anything. Without the Requiem, it's not really much the TSM are able to do teamfight-wise. And this Wraith Pact early on, something I haven't really touched on, but I think Wraith Pact is going to start to make a resurgence back in towards the TI group stages, because we saw in our first series where against BetBoom and Gaming Gladiators that we saw these offlaners having to try and match the Wraith Pacts just because how strong this kind of damage mitigation is, and we saw it in that last fight. 33 took so much damage from the Fatal Bonds as well as the Flesh Golem and the Bite that I think he only dropped down to like 50% HP thanks to the Wraith Pact. To be fair, it wasn't a full duration Bite, but these Wraith Pacts are going to be able to do a whole lot of work in these team fights, especially against these heroes that don't have that massive amount of burst damage. Sacks up. Oh, what a goal.
Oh, wow. That was... What a
Radiant's
player.
middle tower.
Aghanim shot, baby. That's why he fought it. Helped him escape this young gank from Saberlight. Otherwise, Saberlight had him dead to rights. Saberlight read the play really, really well. Even got off the dust out of nowhere. I'm not sure how he knew that there was a Moonlight Shadow right around him. But now, down towards the tier 2 tower, Moon Meander gets bursted really fast. Coming in from Tundra. They don't just take his life away. They take the tier 2 tower as well. They're not done just yet, Jeff. They're going to smoke up. They're picking this mid lane out. Saksa opening up the arrow attempt. They get the arrow, long range from 9. Lots of damage flying in, but Saberlight shows up and unleashes the damage. 3 hits later, and there used to be an Earthshaker there. He's been removed from play. Saberlight still needs to be careful though. Does have BKB, doesn't activate it in time. Goes for it now. Held in place by the Winter's Curse, but his friends giving him a launching platform to rebound back into safety. Alright, so the attempt was shown towards middle after getting a quick support kill, but unfortunately Saberlight's a little bit too strong at this stage in time.
Yeah, Saber Chad coming out that time around. Hits the Unleash, says, see you later, sucks up. You're going to cop this one this time around. But Bryle still holding on to this BKB. Tundra. They have to be careful. The Golem is up and available, though.
Also have this Pudge nearby looking for a hook. He catches Skeeter, the worst possible target. BKB does come out, but they get the Dismember before she can get off the Eclipse. Cold Embrace will keep her alive slightly longer, but only slightly. As soon as she comes back, Bra will throw in the right clicks to secure the double kill. They're not done just yet either. Skeeter, he has to watch as 9 gets himself caught out in the trees. He can't help him anymore from the sidelines of the fountain. 9 has only 1 leap charge remaining. Saberlight has access to the rebound in 3. Will he try go for it? Can they find the correct angle? They cannot. Unfortunately, Moon Meander did miss the bushwhacks and the Hunter's Boomerang. So, okay. Allowed to flee. Nonetheless, TSM still take another successful fight here, getting a massive amount of net worth into Bryle, pushing back against Tundra's attempts to invade their jungle. And this happened while they were trying to catch Bryle farming the triangle. This is the best feeling. You finish the triangle farm, you kill the enemy heroes, and now you're about to take their tier 2. Honestly, this is the time you even drop the line. Try gank me again, boys.
Definitely feels like it's starting to look up here for TSM after the last couple of minutes. I thought that Tundra were really able to abuse some of those timings, but just not respecting the Golem once again. They didn't have the Winter's Curse. Would have been a massive Winter's Curse coming from Snaking if they were able to hit it there onto the higher ground. But this is kind of the back and forth that Tundra and TSM are going to have here in this game. Without the Winter's Curse, they have to be very, very mindful of the Golem, but as soon as the Golem is down for TSM, they really don't have that much team fight. Yeah, they've got the Requiem and the Pudge is able to do a little bit of work, and Moon Meander's had a pretty phenomenal goal. It's a hard day here, a little bit later on in the afternoon, but Moon's had a pretty good game today, so getting to a point where he isn't really able to do much outside of it.
Nice Fissure to catch Tomato. Saksa jumps in onto him. They want to blow up this Pudge first and foremost, and they'll be able to do so, dropping the Echo Slam right on his face. But unfortunately, Skeeter's in an awkward position because he got cold embraced in the midst of these TSM heroes. They'll be bailed out by the usage of the Winter's Curse onto Saberlight, but Bryle activates BKB, throws in the razors, and brings down Skeeter. The killing spree so far for the SM. Shaksa, 3 heroes caught with the Fissure, will be able to bring down Bryle first and foremost. Between himself and 33, who threw out that long soul assumption. The kill does get credited towards 9, who does not have the Aghanim Scepter, so can furnish some extra damage in the midst of these fights. But TSM They really thought they were going to be able to bounce back Tundra from this fight, but it turns out Tundra a little bit too strong right now, and they catch the perfect target first. Losing Tomato at the beginning of the fight, Fluke, this is not what you want to see if you're on TSM.
Yeah, he literally didn't get anything off. He got his Crimson Guard to be popped, but no bite, no hooks, no nothing. They spent so much time trying to take down Skidder that he just was able to walk around the fight a little bit. Mumiander kind of saving it there for TSM, getting the bushwhack, because if Bryle had to stand there and fight up against a Luna and a Visage, that would have been a rough time for Bryle. Eventually does go down, but they had to expend a little bit more for them. And Tundra, man, like they're starting to team fight their way back into this. They're only less than 1,000 gold behind, so the net worth is relatively even though there's a whole lot more kills going the way of TSM. But these fights are starting to get very, very interesting. They've got the Golem back up off cooldown now for Dubu, Saberlight, getting close to this Basher. I think once this Basher comes up, he's going to be a juggernaut in these fights once again. Being able to pop that BKB, pop the Unleash, just try and stick on top of Skidder. Albeit, yes, he does get Cold Embrace. That's kind of like a free disable for you, right? Like, he's Cold Embrace, he's not really doing much as long as he hasn't got the Eclipse off at that point. You're okay with how that's going, and then you just get the rest of the Unleash and try and bash him down. So both these team fights, I think, are going to come down to the big team fight spells. So we've got things like the Winter's Curse, as well as the Chaotic Offering, as well as what Sarks is able to do on this Earthshaker. So really looking towards these kind of 3 players for the next couple of team fights to alleviate a bit of pressure for them. Moon's been doing a really great job here on TSM, just staying in the background, getting these Hunters boomerangs going, but at some point, he's not going to be able to do that much damage through these BKBs. And he has to be very, very careful with where he's positioning, because we need to try and save Tomato. If Tomato can get off his Flesh Heap, if Tomato can get off the Crimson Guard, gets a bite down, these fights should look relatively okay for TSM.
TSM trying to build into a BKB so they can get Tomato into that safety portion of the game. First while Tundra trying to enhance how they feel about this game. Okay, good hook initially. They find Soxa first. There will be a young Winter's Curse committed by the Snake King, followed up with an arrow from 9. Unfortunately, the arrow connects onto Saberlight during the duration of the Winter's Curse, so literally no damage. And Tomato just happy to have been able to get that hook kill. He's been rather light on the Flesh Heap stacks, if I'm going to be completely honest on the hero. So always feels good just to be able to do whatever it takes, even if it's the odd support kill here or there. Start buttressing that up, get tankier and tankier, and become the real anchor point for your team to be able to fight around, whilst Bryle is out here just dishing out wild amounts of damage.
Oh, Tundra, they're in a rough spot here. They get hooked, they get disposed. Could be scary for them. Nice little arrow, though. Okay. I got spooked there for a moment now. I saw that hook on the stun target. I was like, oh no, this is going to be bad for Saberlight. Then I realized Tomato's on his team. So they're okay here for TSM. They're happy about it.
Never played my pubs, Fluke, because half the time my own pile just hooks is what get me killed in the middle of the team fight.
You just get hooked, and then you get Winter's Cursed, and then there's a Luna beating on your face, and you're really not enjoying how these things are going. I'm very interested about Nine's build right now. He's going for a Blink, and then he's going into Shard. So, not all too bad. It's like kind of this like magic damage build that I've seen some Maranas go for, not going for this like kind of pure right-clicker with things like BKB, and then going into like a Gletmir and all that kind of stuff. So, I don't hate it. I love when teams change up some of their builds to have a mixed kind of composition. When we see Shadow Fiends go for the magic damage build when they've got a heavy right-clicker for them, and kind of vice versa. Is always nice to see here. So I like that Nine is understanding that they have a lot of physical damage already. They could do with a little bit more of this magic damage to try and get through this Pudge earlier on, considering they don't have a Spirit Vessel or anything like that to play around with. So I do like this build, and I definitely feel like it might be something we see a little bit more of, these cores that can have these mixed damage kind of builds.
It's also the perfect item to pick up just before going into a Roshan fight. So that as you're leaping around for safety, you're also creating problems for the enemy team, so that they don't just get to force you away from the area. They have to worry about what direction is she going, because suddenly makes it a little bit more difficult for us. Let's see though how things go, because it looks like Roshan is the next port of call for both of these squads. No tier 1 towers to claim in the mid lane, no tier 2 towers to claim in the off lane. So usually that means fight around the Roshan, and the big man is where everyone's corralling around. Nobody's leaving the area. However, Tundra have just picked up a pretty massive advantage here. 33 just got an AC. Fam, AC with the Wraith Pack, they don't have a Wraith Pack just yet on the side of TSM. So you have damage mitigation, some damage amplification, And of course, it's just going to keep these heroes so much healthier against the Shadow Fiend in general.
Yeah, I definitely feel like that TSM are going to start to run into a few more of these damage problems. Yeah, the Master can do a decent amount of work with that Unleash as well as the Psychic try and burst through it, but it's going to be hard for them to try and deal with 33. So I think they're really going to have to start to set their attention on Saxa and Snake King here to take down these supports early on, see if they can isolate 9 as well with maybe like a bash into a Requiem before he starts getting towards that BKB timing for the Mirana here. So they're going to smoke up. They've got the Golem. He's still only level 1 Golem, though, from Dubu. Snaking, he's going to bite this one, though.
Ooh, doesn't get the bite just yet, but does eventually manage to do so. There is buyback on Snaking. I would not be surprised to see him committed ASAP. Playing around this Roshan pitch, you cannot allow them to have the free Ages, but looks like Tundra doesn't believe they have the capability of fighting here. They're going to leave TSM to their own devices, give up control of this Aegis. It's going to be an Aegis and a Shard as well. Who do they give the Shard to? Well, Braille hasn't gotten his own Shard yet, so please take the Shard, my friend. Hey, it's Christmas out here. Aegis plus Shard, feeling good. Way stronger than he was just 30 seconds ago. And now TSM, the game wasn't trending in their direction, to be honest. It was feeling a little bit complicated, but since they picked up this BKB from Tomato, it looks like they've gotten a little bit of that bravery. What is it that they were saying about like what they want? What is Moon saying to the team again about what he wants out of them by the time they get to TI?
Get the fear out of your hearts. I don't want to have any fear in your hearts by the time we get to TI. And I think TSM are starting to get towards that point. But unfortunately for Dubu, he might be seeing a shadowy figure in the shape of Saxa at the end of tonight. Or an Echo Slam.
Echo Slam from Saxa as well. Nice salvation, but it might actually die. Saberlad, last second BKB, actually manages to live here. Tomato, he says, don't fear because I am here. Hooks him to safety. And Tundra, well, if you commit the Echo Slam for a BKB charge, I suppose the BKB was already down to 6 seconds anyway, so it's not that deep for the Mossy. But it just feels good to know that your team can save you in those clutch moments. And it doesn't take any skin off their back, right? They've already taken the Roshan, so there's no need to be playing on the western part of the map anyway.
Yeah, they're perfectly okay with how that did pan out there. Yes, they did lose Dubu, but at the end of the day, he's just, what, level 11? He's level 12 now. He's just ticked over towards that level 2 ulti, so he'll be okay with that. He's able to respawn. Really looking to see what kind of damage they can do towards this mid-tier 2 tower. They haven't taken this tier 1 yet, so yeah, they are starting to get a lot of farm and starting to cool it up. They're only 1k ahead, so it's not like they are really starting to build this massive net worth lead with this Aegis and be a-okay with it. But they definitely are trying to farm out the map here, and Tundra are doing a good job of just avoiding a lot of these fights, getting their own farm on the map, and not losing too much map control. So TSM, they've only got like, what, 3 minutes left of this Aegis, so I really want to see if they can get some objective damage here. Look towards this mid-tier 1, take that, try and take over the jungle. Oh, 33. Oh, they missed it.
He's in a little bit of danger here. Not sure how hard they want to commit on the side of TSM. He goes in for the Silence of the Grave, buying space and time. 4 staffs away, coming in from Tundra. They get him all the way to safety. The hook might not be as kind towards Saxa, but as this BKB expires, Tomato trying to get himself out. Saberlight, though, jumping in, unleashes damage onto Saxa. Saxa thought he was bailed out of trouble with the Winter's Curse, but the Hunter's Boomerang will put pay to that. And Dubu drops the rock down, but unable to save the life of Saberlight. Between the Requiem, they're not going to actually channel it. Or they cancel the channel rather. Skeeter found the stuns with a full duration stun from 9 as well. But there's the Dismember. Look at how much damage Skeeter is taking. And he's not going to be allowed to run away from the rest of TSM. Despite activating the BKB, he has no safety in this fight. As he will go down. 3 heroes taken away. TSM can also clean up the tower now. All of a sudden, and Saberlight very happy to commit his life there to save Tomato. This is what happens. You see, y'all, if you save a player in your games, they will return the favor and help you win a team fight as well.
Yeah, it definitely was a nice little save that came in from Saberlight. He still was able to get the kill on Asaxa, and you just see the amount of times that Tomato was able to fall back and reset, right? It started to look a little bit dicey here when Briar was copying a lot of damage that came in from Skitter, but the blink back in from Tomato, they get the bite, they dealt the damage on towards the Luna, and this Hunter's Boomerang just allows them to do so much extra damage in these team fights as well, and then Briar catches out 9 in towards the top side of the map as well. So Not only did they get themselves a nice little team fight there with the Aegis, they got themselves a tier 1 tower. Now they should be able to get themselves a tier 2 as well. So TSM firmly in the driver's seat here now. I think they're looking towards getting themselves the dub.
They also got themselves that bonus kill onto 9, who got hunted down through the trees. Brawl happy to get the kill, happy to get the next tier 2 tower as well. The entire map just started shrinking in a rapid span of time in Tundra. Recovery plans are hard in coming. You know, you were talking earlier about like the relative lack of impact that we're feeling from this Mirana. This is usually the stage of the game that we see 9 on some hero that's about to hit a decent enough power spike that they can go and like force a fight somewhere on the map. But it feels like with this Mirana, he sort of needs Saksa and Snake King to set up for him. They have to be the ones that go in first. He really cannot like, you can't just like blink in, it's fine, I'll leap out to safety. The way he's been dying so quickly when he does get caught, it's gonna make him very, very worried. And Tomato, back on salvation duty, gets Moon Meander out of trouble, says, Captain, I got you. Tomato, though, rolling forward with the BKB, unable to find a target.
Oh, no.
Okay. Weird interaction between the Dispos and the hook actually saves the life of Snake King. The birds will still end up getting brought down here, but I don't think anybody else is going to end up dying. Saberlight also blinks out. Tomatoes on the low ground. Tundra's thinking about it. Aegis just get reclaimed. Bryle, now a mortal man once again, but I don't know how badly they actually want to jump onto the high ground here. They might have PTSD from the last disaster of a fight that happened on this high ground. So that memory being fresh in their minds will give them the impetus to just get back, heal up, maybe try and take the next fight. Now that you know that there's no longer an Aegis to protect them.
Yeah, there's no Aegis. There's still BKBs, so they have to try and worry about here as well. The Echo Slam is huge.
Slam! Going into the mid lane, Brawl gets saved though, pushed out of it. And Saberlight yet again happy to jump in and tank the blows for his core. Tomato coming into the fray now as well. There's Raise Pact on both sides, mitigating some of this damage output. Nice pushback on the edge of the fight as we see this Pudge. Okay, interplay between himself and 9, but 9 just leaps onto the high ground to save himself and then get the kill onto Tomato. TSM have lost 2 cores out of the blue. Saksa started that fight. TSM did not see it coming in Tundra. They win super quickly and not scary about this fluke. Remember, they're playing with the Lunar Visage. If you lose a fight and you give them space to push, these buildings are going to get knocked over in an instant.
Yeah, you can just see that they're melting through these buildings as well. Huge initiation that came in there from Sark. So he saw his opportunity, right? That's all they need to see. They just need to see this one little moment. They jump in directly onto Bryle. They force some of these BKBs, and now they're coming in once again.
Beautiful fissure drop down initially from Saksa. Coming in is Tomato with this BKB. They force out the cold embrace, but Skeeter now in trouble because he no longer has BKB. The Requiem only connects on him at the very edge of the circle. Tomato trying to hold him in position. 33 is on the high ground with his own Wraith Pact and his familiars and his own body, dissuading TSM from running headlong into the Luna. However, now that all of those mitigation strategies are done, they have nothing to fear anymore. Beautiful bushwhack coming in from Captain Moon. Will be able to catch and kill Skeeter, and they lose nobody in the process. More importantly than that, they don't even lose the melee racks. And now that they've gotten these kills, they've gotten this fight, TSM was shaky, but they still demonstrate that they're in charge of this game.
Yeah, they are. They still had to use a buyback on Tomato, so these next couple of fights are going to be scary. Oh, no way. How does he find that? Just on the edge of the
Saberlight guy's pretty good at Dota. Let's see. All 3 charges were used. Yeah, they won't catch him. Nice one.
Yeah, just having that Tinker Ward up on the high ground. It was literally, I think, like 0.2 of a second for that TP as well there for 9. So he's going to be a little mad that he lost his TP there, but he's going to be able to come out on top. At least the BKB got used once again here from Saberlight. But both these 2 teams are team fighting extremely well. Like the Luna is starting to have some issues if she doesn't have the BKB at the ready, just because of how strong these bushwhacks have been. And even the Aghanim Shard that comes in from the Shadow Fiend as well, those fears, every time these auto attacks go out for Bryle, can start to actually do a lot of work, because even though it's a small fear, it still is able to kind of put you in those small positions where for half a second you don't have control of your hero, right? And that's when it can really start to throw out of whack some of the timings that Tundra want to play around. At least now 33 has this Aghanim Scepter, so he has the Sana's Grave. He's able to kind of try and find a little bit of these pickoffs. Tomato's starting to get to this point where he's getting scary as well. He's gone back for the AC, not going towards the Aghanim Scepter, understanding that they need to try and match the buffs that are coming in here from Tundra, because if they're still at the disadvantage of things like the AC and the Wraith Pack, it really starts getting hard for them. Another fight's going to break out though.
Luna tanked quite a bit of damage from the initial sharpshooter from Moon, who was using it as a scout tool. Vision from Saxa. This is kind of interesting. It broke up where Brawl and Tomato were standing. This is exactly where the job came in last time from Saxa. So they are aware of this on the side of FTX. TSM do not want to let it happen again. The primary objective, though, is control of Roshan, as the big man will come up in 45 seconds, more or less. And when he does, that's an Aegis, that's a Cheese, that's a Young Refresher. And usually that has been the death knell for the teams that end up getting it, or they end up giving it away. So this next fight, which way does it go, Fluke? Because both of these teams, as you were mentioning, right, there's some very entertaining items coming up, but more importantly, some level timers are coming. 20s plus are being broached, so we're getting some quite powerful talents. Who has the advantage in the next fight, and as this game continues to scale longer and longer?
I would start to lean towards Tundra really starting to come out on top on some of these team fights. I think the Luna can do a lot, and Nine's really starting to come into his own here on the Marana as well, hitting that level 20 talent. Now has the extra 35 damage. Moonlight Shadow gives 20% of evasion as well for that 15 talent, so he can do a lot of work at being able to kite around and really trying to alleviate a bit of the pressure for their Luna, especially if they're able to make it so Braille wastes his 6-second BKB. So I'm really starting to lean towards Tundra here, even though they are a little bit behind. I feel like they just have that little bit of extra kind of tools to play around with as well. You know, the Silent as the Grave is going to be really, really useful for them. They've got the Winter's Curse if it's able to hit big, and the Echo Slam. We've seen what Sarks has been able to do in the past at TIs, and I mean, I think right now he's starting to feel like that TI form is coming up, but TSM, they also have their own kind of damage, right? If Saberlight's able to BKB and get in towards the backline, it's going to be oh so hard for Tundra to try and peel for any of their supports, because he sidekicks himself and unleashes. He just does so much damage in such a short amount of time that it's going to be very, very hard for Tundra to try and keep these fights going. But if they have the fights on their own kind of terms and fighting front to back, then they're going to be perfectly okay with how things are going.
We saw Saberlight chilling with the Ninja Gear. This Warlock has a telescope, so it can sit a bit further back. The intriguing thing was the win odds that we just saw come up. Although TSM FTX have a 5k net worth lead, although they are enjoying an experience lead as well, according to Gaben, Tundra not only have 73, but also have an upswell in a possibility of winning. You have a big catch onto Tomato here. Hasn't been able to cast the Flesh Heap or BKB, so he's losing a lot of HP. Finally gets off the BKB, but Saberlight, he's gone into the river, trying to chase down these supports, force them away from the rest of the fight. Brian is out. It's a huge Winter's Curse. It's going to catch onto the Saberlight Marcy, forcing Brian to right-click him into oblivion. And TSM FTX do not want to fight without Saberlight. They will back off. Unfortunately, though, that is going to give up an Aegis. I think they realize this. They're trying to come back. What options do they have here? Can they buy space and time? Saberlight can't buy back into this one, but Dubu has already committed the chaotic offering, so can't drop it again. This is going to be hard here, Fluke. There's the buyback. They realize that they don't want to give this one up. Tomato might attempt a cheeky little hook from the edge of the Roshan pit or the edge of the cliff.
Tundra getting
scared. Need to be wary about this on the side of Tundra. Yeah, they're punking. Dude, they're actually giving. They can't do this. This Roche is too low. They have to fight here. Brow's inside the pit right now. Brow is going BKB. He's getting the fear out to ensure he gets the Aegis. He got the Aegis, the Cheese, and the Refresher. As we end up losing 33 right side of the base. That's a gem that's being dropped down. But look at Skeeter losing so much HP. Gets saved by the E-Blade that came in from Nine. Saxa finds the 2-hero Echo Slam. Brings down Saberlight to force a dieback out of the Marcy, take away the first life of the Shadow Fiend, and potentially set up for the second one. However, Tomato running interference, blinks in front of him, and just bursts down Skeeter with the assistance of Bryle. TSM FTX, it's an expensive fight to be sure here, Fluke. It requires a buyback out of Marcy. It requires giving up the life of the Shadow Fiend the first time around. But my goodness, it's not effective at the end of the day in terms of denying Tundra the same.
Yeah, I think TSM they just had some steely nerve. They understood that they can go in there, they can get it really fast. They take down Saxa once again. I think this game is really starting to get hard here. Saxa's not around for another 70 seconds. It was a sick little Echo Sam that came in from him as well, but it was only the first life they were able to take down Bryle. TSM, they're in a really good spot here, and it just came off the back of no fear, right? They just walked in towards the roach pit. They said, are they going to come fight us? What do they have to do? They had to make a decision in a few seconds, and TSM were the ones that were making the decisions. They were the ones that were setting the tempo, and unfortunately Tundra weren't able to get the response that they had hoped, and now TSM are knocking on their front door.
Radiant's middle tower has fallen.
I mean, they set that one up 4v5, but like you say, they ran without fear. They made the decision very proactively. What's the counter response here from Tundra? They finally Winter's Curse, but this time around they're prepared for it. Tomato, the only one caught out. Nobody else really gets affected by it. They've gotten the melee racks. They're about to pick up the range as well, and they're going to get the escape just as these heroes respawn. Making out like bandits, man. This feels so good. Tomato and the crew have taken the first lane of racks. They have a 13k gold lead, and officially, for the first time in many minutes, we are back to 50-50 win probability. Anything can still happen. It's only one lane of racks. It's what, 40-something minutes into the game? One lane doesn't really matter. So it really does come down to what happens with the second lane of racks. And unfortunately, I don't think any of these sides are going to do so until at least the next stages. So Tundra has time to try and think about what the plan is going to be. But TSM are trying to rob them of that time, smoking up instantly after the retreat to try and find another fight.
This could be an awkward timing though. It's 24 seconds until the Winter's Curse is back up. So surely TSM feel like that there is this small window that they can try and come in here. They did get the scan out onto the Luna. So now at least somebody is up here in the triangle. They want to try and blow somebody up. They want to try and catch them off guard. I think that's the biggest thing, right? Feeling like the Tundra are going to have this time out, but it's going to go on 33. Oh my god.
You said they went on 33. What 33, man? 33 is not top anymore. Skeeter gets hooked back into Tomato right now. He too just been removed from play. Visage not going to fare much better with how quickly he got blown up. Snake King also gets taken down. Only 2 of them have buyback. 33 has no access to it whatsoever. And it looks like TSM FTX, you were talking about having no fear, being proactive, making the decisions, and they've done so again, and that's going to lead them to be able to push onto the high ground for the second time almost in as many minutes. Tier 3 tower will fall quite quickly. Can they stop this? Tundra do not want to buy back on Skeeter, so they're going to let this lane of racks go, Fluke. Are you okay with this decision? Is this how you would go about it yourself if you were in the same situation?
Yeah, I think they kind of have to at this point. They're going to see if they can try and get something out of this, at least if they can force some cooldowns, if they can force something coming out of TSM, the Tundra have a way back into this game. I feel like as long as there isn't mega creeps right now, Tundra are going to be okay with this. As we said, they can kind of just win a team fight and push down a lot of these buildings as well. So this is where they have to make their last stand here. 20 seconds. Okay, now they're buyback. Oh, this was awkward.
That's pain and suffering. FTX, TSM definitely were trying to force that. They were like, well, if he's not buying back, we're going to force him to awkwardly buy back. And they're going to the fake back as well. Man, what fear is available within TSM FTX at the moment? They're going to try to get through the mid lane. Skeeter, a bit too far forward. He doesn't know that they're coming for him. Tomato jumps on him immediately. There's going to be the Requiem. Even though they found the young Winter's Curse, it's not going to be good enough. And their Worko Slam will be good enough, though. They burst down the Shadow Fiend off the back of this. Saksa, yet again, showing heroics for his squad. It's a big deal killing Brawl, as he's the primary pusher of TSM as well. But he's immediately back into the fray. He ports in with these Boots of Travel. And now they know for a fact there will be no Luna, there will be no Winter's Curse, there will be no Echo Slam. And that means very shortly, there will be no lane of racks in this bottom lane.
Yeah, TSM playing with complete unadulterated fear right now. They're just getting in the faces of Tundra. They take down Saksa once again, stuck in towards the trees. Heroic Echo Slam would have been what they needed. It's last lane of racks here, Snare. They're going to get this and going to be able to get out.
They're going to try to, though. Arrow will connect, but Tomato with the salvation onto the Shadow Fiend yet again. This Aghanim shot, man, has just been so good. Snake King will end up losing his life. 33, you did your best, but unfortunately, the strength of TSM at this point doesn't allow that best to be enough. They've taken the mega creeps. They're going to try and end the game before the Luna Visage return. Brawl still at full HP. Blinks forward onto 9, raises him down. He's forced immediately back into the fountain. Good guy Saksa blocking off the sharpshooter hit. Otherwise, 9 might have died inside the fountain. But unfortunately, it might still not be enough. Saberlight also trying to do the same. He's going to tank the arrow in favor of Brawl. Yo, these bodyguard plays coming in from TSM FTX. It's been really, really fun to watch. Homies help homies. And when the homies help each other, victory is possible. Saksa One more Hail Mary fissure. He's going to get hooked back into Tomato, though. The rod is out. The damage is out. Brawl brings him down. The Ancient has fallen as well. So GG is called. TSM FTX take an exhilarating Game 1 victory here in the group stages. Heartbreaking for Tundra, but exhilarating and exciting for all of us. That's exactly how we want our series to start.
Yeah, I mean, it's been a back and forth affair between a lot of the teams we've had here today, Snare. And I mean, what a good way for us to come back here onto the D stream is the fact that TSM and Tundra are going blow for blow. There was certain opportunities where we thought that maybe Tundra were able to bring this game back. There was a lot of team fights that were really starting to eke forward, getting a bit more of this extra advantage. But I think TSM, just the fact that they had this nice start coming in from Saberlight. He was always in a really prime position on this Marcy to have a lot of this effort in the team fights, and Brawl just playing Brawl's, Shadowfiend, right? It's been one of the highlights for the entirety of the tournament, right, so far, and Brawl has been one of those players that really likes to play the Shadowfiend as well, and this is just another one of those highlights of how strong this hero can be, both being able to have the mixed amount of damage, both being able to have the extra bit of control, and how strong this hero is at just giving it a little bit of extra time, right? We've seen what Shadowfiends can do when they get those 1 to 2 kind of items, and now TSM showing this no fear kind of Dota, and that's kind of what they need. They're just kind of rallying behind their leader in Moon Meander, understanding what calls they want to go for, and they're just going fast and they're going hard, and that's just kind of sometimes how it works in TI is all it takes is somebody to kind of follow the plan, and if you follow the plan and it's a bad plan but it still works out, ends up being a good plan at the end of the day. I'd much rather have a bad plan that works out than a plan that we kind of and ah about for a few minutes and don't make a decision at the end of the day. So TSM, to me, they're looking good. They're looking hot. I think they've really kind of figured out how they want to play here on TI, and Tundra just need to tighten up a few of these screws, and I think they can definitely start to bring it back as well.
Tundra, there were some many glimmers of hope throughout this game where it was like, oh wow, this team can actually make something happen. Not as many one-team fights. Obviously, the kill score will remind us about that. But the fact that they were able to, at some point, be sieging on the high ground at all, threatening the racks at all. We saw the capability of this lineup. We saw what this massive push can do. And for quite some time, until we got Tomato a little bit beefier, it did seem like the side of Tundra would be able to roll them with this kind of heavy ball lineup, as we described it in the draft. But unfortunately, it doesn't come out that way. Not only did Tomato get too tanky, but Saberlight leveraged his very good starts into just diving in front of stuff. Arrows coming, cool. I'm going in bodyguard style. I'm going to tank this for you. Don't worry. And if I'm getting very low, Tomato's going to jump in and help with the salvation. There's a reason why Brawl only died 4 times, Tomato only died 4 times, and Saberlight, well, somebody had to tank the disc. What can you do? At the end of the day, though, TSM just looked very, very solid. I will say, though, Tundra with 9 here on this young Marana, ton of gold being picked up, ton of items. We didn't necessarily get to see the full impact of this hero. Compare and contrast this, right? Look at that 21k net worth that he was able to attain on the Marana versus what Moon Meander attained, 18k. But Moon Meander was 15, 2, and 17.
Yeah.
Moon Meander earned our MVP award in this game by being involved in all of the kills. Literally all of them. 32 of his team's 37 kills. Moon Meander is out here making it happen. Absolutely phenomenal performance from the Pos 4 Hoodwink. And this is a bit of an issue, right? When one team can't get this kind of output out of their mid player, but you're getting that and more out of your supports.
Yeah, it's kind of crazy. The game that we saw out of Moon Meander right there on the Hoodwink, right? I think it was a really good lane that they set up with the Marcy to be able to alleviate a whole lot of that pressure. They had a lot of kill threat all the time, right? Just him being able to stay in the back lines. There wasn't really anybody that was able to ever get on top of the Hoodwink either in that draft. Like there was a Winter Wyvern that was kind of the hero that was trying.
our shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome back, one and all, here to the International 11. We continue with the group stages as we witness game number 2 of TSM versus the side of Tundra Esports. Game 1 did go the way of TSM. However, not only has Group B just been 1-1-1-1-1-1-1 the entire way through, the last time that these two teams met, they went 2-1 in favor of TSM FTX at the end, but it did end up being 1-1 at the halfway mark. So Fluke, there is some good history, good reasons to feel like this is probably going to be a 1-all draw, unless TSM can show us something special. What do you want to see from them to attain the 2-0? What do you want to see from Tundra to make this more 1-1?
I want to see Tundra try and give Nine a little bit more of a playmaking hero. I feel like the Marauder in that last game just really kind of wasn't it for Tundra. I felt like that he just was kind of shoehorned into this magic damage build that just didn't really work out all too much considering the amount of BKBs that we've seen. And TSM, I like when they play this fast kind of Dota. I like when they give Sableye a hero he's able to dominate the lane on. I like when you give Braille these kind of carry heroes. Tomato has been always one of those extremely mechanically gifted position 1 players as well. So kind of just throw whatever you need to into his hands and play fast Dota. I think TSM look really, really good when they're playing really, really fast and not having to kind of help one of their heroes and get all this peel going. You know, in their first game they played today, they looked kind of clunky a little bit around the sniper. They definitely had a few issues in that game to try and play around with, but I really like when TSM were able to kind of play fast. And they have first pick once again. They're just going to take the Marcy. 100% contestation rate has just been rocketing through the roof once again here. Marcy's been able to slip through a whole lot more today, and kind of answer your question from the first game. I feel like Marcy is just going to be floating in towards that first pick kind of area because we're seeing heroes like Doom, Broodmother, Shadow Fiend, Enigma, Primal Beast. Now, like things like Elder Titan, Undying are going to have to be constantly banned out, and I think the Marcy's just going to slip through the net, man. And unfortunately, it's just the way the cookie crumbles, and we're going to be seeing a whole lot of her for the entirety of TI.
Not only do we have to cost a lot of Visage here, or a lot of Marcy rather, Fluke, but RIP predictions.
Yep.
I had Marcy as most banned instead of Enigma. Should have listened to Knoxville and put Enigma. I hope you all listened to Knoxville and put Enigma. Well, they already have the Marcy. Tundra Esports will not be changing up the early draft too much, but instead of going for the Earthshaker, given that they've lost now twice on the hero, only 1 win, I think this is most likely still the Saksa hero in this Tiny. It can sort of fill a similar role moving across the map as to what the Earthshaker can make happen, but they still have belief in this Visage. This hero, as a result of that last game, it now 0-5. I'm not sure what other results we've had happen whilst we were on air, but nonetheless, it hasn't looked successful. But Tundra Esports, even when this hero was bad, straight up, the Visage, 33 still knew how to make it work. So if there's any player left in the tournament who I'm like will finally be able to crack the code of making Visage successful, I have to have faith in Tundra and 33 for that one. But it's a Morphling pick now that emerges on the other side.
Yeah, I think TSM are kind of just getting the Poker God hand right now. They've got the Master, they've got the Morphling, they're going into this second ban. I think it was either Kezu or Fear were talking about this on the panel. Having this kind of, you know, this 8th pick where you're able to come in and get your carry that comes in as being the first pick of overall. You're able to get that carry and then just get these 3 bans out of the way. Puts you in a really, really good spot because now you're able to cover the Morphling, you're able to cover any of these extra kind of heroes that you're looking towards. If I'm TSM FTX, I'm probably going to be getting rid of the Luna hero as well. We've been seeing that as the response to the Morphling in these couple of days. Just be able to play that extremely fast kind of tempo and try and shut down something like a Morphling and kind of push him over early on. And now TSM just have themselves in a really, really good spot because then they come into their second phase picks where Tundra have to, you know, answer with 1, and they get the 1-2 combo to come back in for their Morphling and their Marcy. They're able to get the Dubu here in probably a combination with, you know, maybe even the Brile hero to get that going forward if Saberlight wants to pick up the Marcy once again. And they're going to look in a really good spot, and I'm looking to see what Tundra do as the answer and the response to what this Morphling is going to be right now, because they've had a bit of time to think about it and see what kind of heroes they want to kind of ball forward. We're also seeing a whole lot of Lich in response to the Marcy as well. I wouldn't hate to see that coming out from Tundra. You're able to put the Frost Shield on the Familiars, does a lot of work with that Ice Spire as well as the Chain Frost. You're able to burst down something like a Morphling. We saw that in the PSG versus EG series, where these Liches can have solo kill potential, man, and I'm really liking to see it as a response to these heroes, and I think Lich's kind of stock is going to start to rise a little bit, so I wouldn't hate to see it being picked up here from Tundra and, you know, see what the TSM response is going to be.
More Lich, more Warlock.
Yeah.
Not a lot of happy 5 players, I can tell you that right now. They're like, damn it, I was hoping to have fun this TI, but what can we do? We're here to win. I like that they ban out this Naga sign as well from the side of TSM FTX. Yes, we did just see earlier that when you play this Morphling, you can just play uber aggressively into the Naga, but given what can end up happening deeper into the game, rather just remove it. Generally, the answer has been to this Morphling, seeing these teams play extremely, extremely fast. And you mentioned Luna earlier. It almost feels like TSM are goading them into picking it. Like they're leaving space for this hero and saying, well, y'all can go for it, have this Luna Visage, and yes, it does amplify their speed on the map tremendously, but we have just seen in the last game that Luna requires a lot of resources to get to the point where she's just unkillable in these games. We see a ban on Undying. What's happened to the boy, Dirge? Just completely ignored these last couple of series. Well, has everybody just soured on him? People have banned him, but I haven't really seen that many pics of him anymore.
Yeah, I think he's one of those heroes you don't want to pick into the Marcy either, just because Unleash kind of deletes the Tombstone, and I think his stock has just kind of been one of those heroes that was at everybody's mind at the start of the tournament, but now we're seeing a lot more of these heroes like, yeah, okay, Enigma and Shadowfiend are kind of busted. A lot of these teams are picking Broodmother and Doom and all these kind of weird and wacky lanes that Dirge kind of just goes down the line because a lot of people start to forget about him, right? Like, he's never one of those heroes that's the flashiest kind of heroes. He hasn't really been a crazy answer to a lot of this stuff. He's just been generally good. So being one of those heroes that kind of falls down a little bit in priority means he's going to start getting towards these second phases and these third phases. This is what I was going to say with in response to you saying that TSM are kind of baiting Tundra in towards this Luna pick. They picked the Marcy and the Hoodwink in towards that Luna lane, and it was very, very rough for Skidder. So TSM probably feeling extremely strong with how this lane is Hoodwink into Marcy. They feel like no matter what carry it's going to be here from Tundra outside of, you know, the Naga Siren and the Drow Ranger, they should have a pretty good time going in towards that lane. So they're more than happy with what they got. TSM basically playing the exact same draft. All they've done right now is said, Tomato, you had your time on Pudge. You got put into the Pudge cage for game number 1. We're going to give you the Morphling this time around. You had a pretty standout performance on it earlier on today, so let's see what you can do this time around. I'm interested to see whether or not Tundra go for this Panda lane as well. 33 has been their Panda as well as their Visage player, so I'm not quite sure if this Crystal Maiden Panda lane is going to be something that we're going to see against the Morphling, because against Morphling, you want to kind of shut him down pretty hardcore in the lane, make it so that he doesn't have this early laning kind of prowess, and going forward from there. So they're just going to go with the Chaos Knight, another one of these carries that has a relatively good matchup in towards the Morphling if you get that early burst damage early on.
That's the main thing about that Morph hero, just being able to actually kill him 100 to 0 during the stuns that you have.
10 seconds remaining.
A lot of other carry heroes right now, they have some difficulties, some struggles with being able to leverage that damage straight onto the Morph. But CK, especially if he gets going early, and I'm expecting him to have a decent enough time here. Yes, there's going to be aggression he has to deal with from the Marcy Hoodwink, but between himself and the Crystal Maiden shouldn't necessarily die, as much as we sometimes saw happening in game 1. Can sustain himself in the lane, comes out of the gate a little bit faster than the Morphling. I like this from Tundra. It still also factors into this idea of a ball, right? At some point in the game, CK is going to want to go with the Visage and the Tiny and say, all right, we go, if a hero shows themselves, Tiny, please bring him to us. Thank you very much. We delete you, then we can start bringing down your buildings. So I like this from Tundra. I always feel like Tundra Esports plays their best when they're playing very active games. And almost like what we saw in game number 1, you mentioned it was going to be a brawl fest. Yet again, very few long cooldowns. The longest cooldown right now is going to be the Chaotic Offering coming in from Warlock. But besides that, everybody wants to be on the map doing stuff for as long as humanly possible.
Yeah, and I think that's kind of what we've seen from both these two teams so far. A whole lot of aggression, a whole lot of movement around the maps, and Tundra right now, they've kind of picked like some signature heroes as well. You know, when you look at Skitter and Snake King, they have been picking a lot of the Crystal Maiden and the Chaos Knight, and obviously 33 has been synonymous with Visage basically since he made that entrance towards the pro scene. So I like this Lena band coming out from TSM FTX as well, just trying to get rid of some of these playmakers for 9 to play here on Tundra Esports. Like getting rid of the things like the Lena. Wouldn't hate to see them get rid of something like a Void Spirit as well. Just gives them that kind of backline engage to be able to jump in, catch out Dubu on this Warlock, or even try and find Moon Meander in the trees and blow them up once he gets that Aghanim Scepter and the Witch Blade. So for Tundra though, they're looking to try and get rid of one of Bryle's heroes. Yeah, the Ember Spirit. Just kind of the same deal for both these teams. A little bit of high tempo, a little bit of these heroes that are able to go in, blow some of these heroes up, whereas TSM, they need that little bit of extra AoE damage to get rid of the Chaos Knight illusions and stuff, so I wouldn't hate to see if either one of Tundra or TSM get rid of the Void Spirit as well. Just gives that nice little backline engage, and even things like the Puck is still left in the pool. We haven't really seen all too much craziness out of the Puck. We've seen some good games from Puck so far, but definitely has fallen by the wayside a little bit here for both these teams in the tournament as a whole.
Yeah, Puck's like only been picked something like 9 times. I don't even think it's had 10 games, and it's slightly less than 50% win rate. It's 4 and 5, but it could still be an option here. Any kind of catch would be quite nice for TSM as well, outside of just the Marcy. I will say that Ember Spirit would have been so nice for them. Great read out of Tundra Esports to ban that one out here in the 3rd phase. Otherwise, we would have had some deep problems with the CK. Crystal Maiden as well doesn't necessarily enjoy playing up against that hero. But now they have to think about what these last picks are. Batrider banned away. Yet another hero that can make plays happen, so certainly does make sense. Look how focused Saxa is. He knows that, boys, in TI, he's gotten all the way to top 2, remember? So he can tell the rest of the team that, relax, it's a marathon, not a sprint. And they banned out the Primal Beast last. Okay, that's entertaining, that's interesting.
I completely forgot about the Primal Beast. That would have been a really good pick for either one of these two teams. Primal Beast does really well into the Chaos Knight. Obviously, the Uproar as well as the Trample is very, very good at dealing with the Chaos Knight. Get on top of the Visage. Crystal Maiden has a extremely hard time in towards that Primal Beast. Tiny would have been the only way to kind of deal with that. So they're going to go with the Panda themselves here for TSM. I'm not really sure. You're going to have to talk to some of the people in the scene right now about what is the reason behind Panda's Stonks rising. I think Cinderbrew is good. Like, I feel like his kit is okay, but I just haven't had that light switch, you know, Snare. Like, I just haven't had that, oh, that's the reason why they're picking it. I just feel like it's just a good hero that gives them a bit of team fight. They've got, you know, relatively good laner. He does okay most of the time. Can build Wraith Pact, I guess, is mainly the reason why you want to pick him. He's tanky. You can build a Wraith Pact, get Aeon Disc, pop split, and you're A-okay. So, I like seeing more Panda.
Ooh. Like, OD. I guess in this game, like, the Brewmaster also helps with the Chaos Knight, right? So that whenever these illusions do emerge, you have this cleanse coming out of the Brewmaster. OD though. OD for 9 in the mid lane. Now, you were wanting a hero for him that is a little bit more straightforward, a little bit better able to carry from this mid lane position.
Yeah.
OD certainly fits that bill, doesn't it? We haven't necessarily seen this hero much. I don't think we saw him at all in the LCQs. He might have gone one of the few that gets unpicked, unbanned. I am almost certain this is the first one we've seen emerge here in any capacity at TI. What do you make of this? Do you like this OD here? It's going to be playing into Morphling, so there is some interplay there with the mana pools. There is a way to just immediately remove Marcy during her jump onto you, so you can deny her the ability to quickly kill you down. And of course, you have bonus damage into summons, which will help bringing down that chaotic offering golem. What do you think? What do you think of what these drafts have presented us right now?
I like it. I like the spice from both these teams. We talked about it at the top of the show about these two teams being kind of tinkerers and kind of, you know, crazy scientists when it comes to a lot of these drafts. And I like what Tundra have given to us. I like what TSM has given us here. Saberlight playing onto a Brewmaster gives them that, as you said, that extra bit of summon damage. To be fair, though, he can get kind of caught out. If 9 has a really good game here, it gets to a point where you can't even get the split off as Panda. If you get Aston in prison and he drops a hammer on top of you, you are going to die 90% of the time. So it can be an awkward scenario where TSM try and have these initiations, and Saberlight just unfortunately doesn't even get to play the game. They are playing a mid-Marcy as well, by the way. Bryle has picked that up.
What?
Yeah, it's mid-Marcy. into the OD of 9. So that's going to be an interaction that I'm going to have to wait and see to see how that works out, because I don't think I've ever seen those two go head-to-head in a mid 1v1, but I really like this Tundra draft. I really like the way that they're playing a lot of these comfort heroes. They've got Saxa on a hero that is able to make these rotations around the map. Skitter is playing his face Chaos Knight. Nine's playing his OD. Like, they have a lot of carry potential. They've got a lot of mixed damage. They've got good ways of taking team fights. They can take Roshan early. I'm feeling like Tundra is going to make this a 1-1. If they don't, then maybe this Marcy hero is just a little bit too broken. That's what I'll put it down to.
Let's find out. It's mid-Marcy, the first time that we're going to be having it at the tournament, as far as I know. It is OD, the absolutely first time we're having it at this tournament. And of course, it is game number 2 between Tundra and TSM. Personally, I just want this to be a Tundra win so that we can keep the 1-1 train going. I would love to end the day with every single squad tied up. So let us get into it. This is going to be very fun to watch. They smoked up from TSM. They know how important this early phase of the game can be. I'm still quite intrigued by exactly how they plan to play this Marcy from the mid lane. Do you build up similarly to what we saw Saberlight doing game 1? Where you go BKB, Basher, Blink, just do the same thing?
I think that's the kind of only way that you can play these kind of core Marcies. You just go BKB, Basher into a Blink Dagger and maybe get like an Aghanim Scepter or something like that. I don't know. That's why I'm kind of iffy about this mid-Marcy, because I'm not really sure what the kind of item progression is going to be past those 2 items. Usually a lot of the time when you see these offlane Marcies or these core Marcies, the game's kind of over by the time you get that like kind of 2nd or 3rd item. So I wouldn't hate to see Brawl go something like maybe even an armlet into BKB and do that kind of stuff. I also hate to be the bearer of bad news here, Snare, but your Group B being completely even has already been broken by some other teams in Group B. So no matter the way this is going to go, yeah, there's been some 2-0s. There's been unfortunately. It's sad times. Sad times. We don't get the perfectly balanced as all things should be. But I definitely feel like this could be a 1-1 between both these two teams. Tomato popped off today on the Morphling already. So I'm interested to see if he's going to have another one of those straight-up games, but I think this is a good game for Tundra to have a lot of these heroes that can deal with the Morphling. They've got the OD, they've got the Tiny, they've also got the Kale as well. So a lot of good answers for the Morphling. It's all about how Tomato plays this one around.
We'll see the execution as well coming in from all of the players on the side of Tundra. This draft that they've got to themselves, certainly not one that plays out just by itself. You have to move around the map very intelligently. Team fighting, not that easy for them, so targeting on single target has to be absolutely perfect. In this mid lane, we see 9 just taking on Brow here. Intuitively, I would imagine that OD should come out the better in this laning phase here. Not really that much to fear from the Marcy. You just keep banishing her whenever you want to go in for denies. So no reason not to just keep doing that pretty much in perpetuity as this OD here.
Yeah, it definitely feels like that Nine's just going to have a relatively okay mid-matchup, just being able to, as you said, Aslan prison the Marcy. He never really is going to have an issue unless there's going to be a rotation maybe coming in from Moon Meander here. But from what we've seen so far from Moon and Saberlight, they like to stay in their lane as long as possible, just being able to put a lot of pressure on towards any of the safe laners they're going up against and kind of just leave Bryle in his own little bubble. And if he ever does have any scenarios where they need to make a TP, then that's when they make the rotation. But Saberlight, he's in trouble.
In trouble. Yeah, he's going to end up being the first blood in this bottom lane. They froze him up, they stunned him up, and they killed him off. Leander couldn't really do too much to stop him. At the same time, TSM have been applying a lot of pressure to the top side of the map. Tomato and Dubu have 4 Saxa and 33 to play in between the tier 1 and the tier 2 towers. And when you're in this position, it's like, well, what I can do is just watch this Morphling farm in front of my face. Jack else I can do about the situation. Still though, it feels fine. I feel like them being able to lose out on that first blood, it hurts a lot, but provided he doesn't die again soon thereafter, I think Saberlight should be okay, especially because, like you mentioned, he's probably going to be playing with Moon Meander nearby him all the time, so no space for these big rotations towards middle. As top lane, Saxa try to toss back Dubu towards the tier 1. They lack the damage to get the kill at the end. Saxa almost died himself. Got pinned down to about 30 HP, but Tomato does not want to dive the tower just yet. It will allow him to live.
Yeah, no levels in the waveform for Tomato just yet, but Tomato is doing a good job in this lane. You can see they understand they need to get this pressure going on Moon Meander. Oh, is he going to get away?
Let's see, 3 seconds until we
Happy
have
feet.
access to the chaos bots again. We've got mangoes, but he doesn't want to commit for it. Okay.
Right.
All right, he's fine.
I'll take that. I was going to say, unfortunately, Moonmian might start to tarnish his good name in this bottom lane, but looks like Saberlight's going to cop the heat.
Oh,
Yep.
no.
Only one level in the Drunken Brawler right now. He's also on the Wind Brawler, so he's just hoping for a bit of that extra evasion. So if he gets 15% evasion, then maybe he's able to survive some of these extra goes. Could try and go for the Earth Brawler as well once he gets a few more levels in it, when he gets a bit more of this armor. Obviously level 1 Drunken Brawler, Earth Brawler in comparison to Storm Brawler. Up against the Chaos Knight is, you definitely want to be in the Storm Panda form, because 15% evasion is going to be far better than
Dire's
1
turret
armor.
has
So
been killed.
he's just going to have to make sure that he tries not to chain feed in this bottom lane.
Well, try not to, but Dota's a hard game, man. Anything can happen.
True.
Still see in this mid lane, Nine and Brawl playing around together. It's only 4 minutes in, so they start having to think about who goes where and when. Of course, in terms of making big moves across the map, it would be a lot easier for Tundra if they can connect the OG and the Tiny together. So we might actually see Saksa make his way towards middle once the rune does spawn. I suppose it's about making sure that 33 is safe for now. And Moon Meander might see him do the same. For now, though, everyone's just poking, prodding, farming, chilling, trying to make sure that we do not get ourselves into a position where by the time the mid game hits, we're weaker than we should be otherwise because of some errant decisions made in the laning phase. Now I can respect this. I feel like we've also just had such crazy early brawly games that it's sometimes nice to just get back to just regular old hitting creeps, pulling wings. Just early game though.
Yeah, just some straight up laning between both these two teams. There's hasn't really been a massive blowout in any of these lanes. I think probably the biggest disparity is between Saberlight and Skidder. Obviously with Saberlight going down twice, it doesn't feel good on an offlaner to be dying that many times. But now with 5 minutes coming up, it's night time, 6 minute runes are just about to be coming up, and this is where we're going to see a whole lot more of this extra aggression.
The aggression's gonna go towards Nine and first and foremost. They're trying to bring him down. Brow got some assistance from Moon Meander, but Snake King made a rotation and throwing in the Crystal Nova. It slows down the Marcy. She can't close the gap. Nine taking advantage from this bonus tower protection. That little bit of piece of armor in the region making all the difference in the world as they can't bring down the OD. Nine stays strong. Braille goes down. And that's Tundra. They're the ones that make the first effective kill onto a core hero. It's always very nice when you're playing mid and you don't have to rotate. The rotations come to you.
Yeah, it's always good when you have this brawl at the 5 minute mark. Usually we see this quite a lot. It's 5 minutes in, gets towards night time. You want to try and make sure you make that rotation for the first power rune at 6 minutes. You see a lot of these position 4s make their way towards the mid lane to hopefully try and get a kill just before the power runes do spawn, because even as we saw in that scenario there, that Nine had to run himself all the way back towards the base, but it still meant that Briar was able to get the power rune here. And maybe the Marcy, once she hits level 6, she has that unleashed now. She has the Arcane rune. These side lanes are going to start to open up here for TSM. They just start getting on the board. Tomato's in a good spot right now with his last hits and denies. Already has a Falcon Blade early on, but if they're able to make a rotation towards 33 in this top lane, really start to slow down that Wraith Pack timing for the Visage, then TSM can be in a pretty good spot, because Nine's getting ever closer towards his Hand of Midas here as well on the OD. So he's going to have a whole lot of this extra farm, and Skidder as well is getting closer to an armlet at this point.
We get the armlet, just natural CK build up in this situation. Just enjoying life. It's actually putting pressure onto the Saberlight Brewmaster down bottom. Like that early death, that Saberlight tanked first, and then the secondary one have really done a number on his progression early. He's only level 4 right now versus the level 5 of Skeeter. So he has to be careful about how he positions himself in this way, because he knows that once level 6 hits, they can easily jump in. But Braille trying to assist them by coming in. The rebound into Dispose combo will not connect flush. Rebound only up again in another 15 seconds. And Skeeter very happy to just leave the lane. He's like, oh, I want this lane, have it, bruv.
Is under attack.
You can have it at least until Brad leaves, then I want it back. Hiding in the trees right now. I think he's been, was he scouted? Did Dubu see him? I'm not sure he did. I don't think Dubu knows.
Are fortified.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they'd be diving the tower right now if they knew where the Chaos Knight is.
Radiant's
So
bottom
Skitter's
tower
just in
is under
a kind of
attack.
awkward spot right now. It seems like he's starting to set up for maybe a rotation that's going to come in here. So the Power Rune is going to spawn as well here for Tundra. And at the Phantasm, this would be a nice TP coming in from 9 as well. Going to send the OD bottom.
Okay, they're coming in. OD. TP gets cancelled or something? Okay, no, here he is. Here he is. He's shown up, gets the banish out. And they've caught Saberlight first and foremost. This is the priority target, the person you would have loved to kill the most. And he will end up dying. In the river, Brawl is there with Moonmi and might want revenge onto Saksa so they get something off the map right now. But unfortunately, TSM FTX being slightly overran here by the side of Tundra Esports. There's going to be the jump. Brawl goes in with the Unleash. Yet again, we see the interaction. Breaks the tree so he can free himself from the bushwhack. But it's not going to matter at the end of the day as Brawl takes him down with the fists. Knocks him out. And will steal some creeps for good measure while he's still in the area.
Yeah, being able to steal this stack is not too bad. First use of the Unleash was getting themselves an extra kill here. Pretty big for Tundra, though, to make that rotation with 9. They went towards the bottom side of the map. They got Skira an extra bit of an involvement in the kill, as you said, shutting down Saberlight. The Saber Chad here on the Panda is just not having a good time. Once he gets that Wraith Pact and has the level 6 up, it's going to be relatively okay for the Brewmaster, though. So it's going to be one of those scenarios where he has a rough time right now, but I'd imagine towards the mid-game he's going to be okay. Big rotations.
Top tower is under attack.
Big one's coming to the bottom side of the map. They really want Skeeter, and Tomato's going to find him. That is the best case scenario. Your carry Morphling gets rid of the opposing carry hero, and because they vacated this lane, you might even be able to feed the gold of the tier 1 tower into the hands of Tomato as well. And that's exactly what they want. Saberlight and the crews just scouting out to make sure there's no reinforcements waiting in the wings, but they should be able to bring down this tower as well. But TSM FTX, things not perfect on the map, but starting to look a little bit better. Question, did you remember the exact time when the OG got our Midas?
No, I'd have to go back a little bit. He's got it on cooldown now, so I'd imagine probably about 90 seconds ago.
At least 90. I think he's used it.
Yeah.
He might have used it twice. The reason why I ask is because in several patches, and I do mean stretching back to like 7.29, the fastest Midas was 6 minutes 57, and then the second fastest was 8.09, third was 8.17, and fourth was 8.48, and I think he might have been faster than fourth. So, pretty fast hand of Midas coming in from the 9 Invoker. Of course, he did have some assistance from Snaking, allowing him to get that kill onto Brawl early on. And he's going to get really, really big in this game if allowed to progress at the same pace. And it doesn't feel like TSM FTX, because they still have needs to try and get Saberlight into a decent position. They need to push back in the top lane, and Brawl is playing from middle. They won't have that much appetite to keep jumping on the OG. For now, though, they're going to jump onto 33. They've burst down the Visage in very short order. Saksa was cycloned up into the air, could not assist. The sharpshooter will put him low, and of course, Dubu will put him down. As we get 2 kills here on the top side of the map. Regrettably, there will be no salvation of the tier 1 tower. It's already been taken. But TSM FTX is not just about that. They want the map control back. They want some space to keep farming on their heroes so they can contest later into the game.
Yeah, they're playing nice and fast, and this is what I talked about in the draft, right? I really like when I see TSM being active on the map and just kind of really abusing the ideas that Moonmian is really able to instill in these guys and just constantly keep moving around and abusing the mechanical players that they have in their team as well. You know, it's something that we don't really talk about all too much, but they've got some really high mechanically skilled players on this roster and just constantly going around the map and doing a lot of work. And you can see now Tundra is responding in kind. They want to try and get this mid-tier 1 tower so they can alleviate a bit of that pressure, but TSM, they're going to come in here and they're just going to kind of face check. They don't have the Panda split. They've got the Golem at least to play around with, but no Unleash. So they are lacking a few of these ultimates, and Tundra are just going to respect them, right? Like, you know, 33 doesn't really have all too much on the Visage so far. He's only got the Vladimir's Offering that's built up. 9 still wants to try and build towards this 8th lens going in towards the Aghanim Scepter a little bit later as well. So they're not at the point right now, Tundra, that they feel like they can kind of just go in and abuse these cooldowns because they still need a few more items. They still need a few more of these extra levels as well. So TSM are just doing a really good job at understanding that Tundra haven't hit this kind of critical mass just yet, where they are the scary heroes on the map. Even though that we don't have our ultimates left, that, you know, Saberlight as well as, you know, Dubu, just them hovering around towards this mid-tier 1 is enough for Tundra to kind of respect that and fall back.
Radiant are
Gotta
scared.
show some respect. Have to be aware of exactly how powerful your opponent is. They just lost the game to TSM FTX, so they are aware of their strength. And TSM FTX will try and exert said strength as they smoke up. Got success with the Visage kill beforehand. They would love to just continually keep depressing 33, and unfortunately, they're gonna find him. Chaotic Offering gets expended to ensure he just can't run away during the Grave Chill. Had they not done so, he might have actually lived. They missed the initial rebound, so they had to overcommit somewhat to get these kills. However, Fluke, it's okay. They got rewarded by picking up some of these Visage familiars, and now because Saberlight was creating space through this mid lane, they should also be rewarded with the tier 1 tower being brought down. Snake King will try and slow this, but a Cinder Brew then dropped on his head. They have a Bushwhack coming out into the rebound combination. He's certainly going to end up dying. Snake King try to help, but TSM say no, as they still want this tier 1 tower in the mid lane and make sure that nobody will stop them.
Under attack.
I really like what Saberlight was doing as well. He saw that he had a few little stutter steps. He just didn't want to get out of the range for Morale to be able to come in with the rebound. So Saberlight just once again min-maxing the game of Dota 2 and getting to a point where they're putting the pressure back here on Tundra. Tomato's had a absolutely free game on this Morphling, so once he starts to join these team fights, it's going to be very, very scary for Tundra. But there hasn't really been too many clashes. It's mainly just been TSM walking around the map, utilizing the fact that they have this mid-master who's got a lot of levels. She's got, you know, high levels in the rebound, high levels in the unleash and the sidekick. So this is kind of the scary part for Tundra, is they're still just biding their time, right? They're still waiting until their OD is able to abuse the fact that he got this very, very early hand of Midas. He has the Aether Lens now. He's going to have this point boost very, very soon. And when they have this kind of Aghanim Scepter combination for the OD, these team fights are going to get very, very hard for them because they need BKBs to try and fight into the OD. That's why Bryle is rushing his. Saberlight's not going to have his early on, but the same thing with Tomato. Yeah, you might be getting this Manta style, but if OD builds up an extra 4,000 mana and drops the hammer on your head, you are going to instantly die. So it's going to be this kind of tightrope that TSM have to walk now, where they're trying to get as much out of the map as they possibly can until Tundra have their 1 or 2 items on their OD as well as their CK.
Is under attack.
Speaking of OD, he's in trouble. I think he's been scouted. Yeah, he's dead. Woo! He's so dead.
Are scared.
Bye, my friend. Hope you've enjoyed life. They catch him. Ouch. Yeah, that was a lot. Down bottom, Tomatoes. No, unfortunately, they don't have the same ability to just jump him and kill him in an instant, right? The same way that they can do on the side of TSM FTX. They're not done just yet. They're still progressing forward. They're inside the Radiant Triangle, forcing these heroes away. I mean, Snake King was forced to commit Freezing Field just as a dissuading Pew. Like, zoning Freezing Field. What can you do? Game is hard.
Yeah. Game is very, very hard, especially when you're getting run at like this, like playing Crystal Maiden. There's really not much that you can do. Tundra are doing a good job of just delaying the game, right? They understand that this Chaos Knight can get to a point where he can do a lot of work up against the Morphling. They understand that their OD is going to be a natural counter as well. So as long as they can start to pull this map apart and really kind of find small little crevices for them to farm, they're going to be okay. Losing 9 was probably the worst case scenario for them. And that's why Tundra tried to get something out of this with a smoke. But TSM, they're just reading this game perfectly, right? They understand that Tundra, they don't want to fight us. Skinner doesn't want to fight us yet. He doesn't have his Echo Saber. 9 doesn't want to fight us yet because he doesn't have his Ag. So let's go into the Roche and see if they can get this fight going. Dubu, trouble.
Dubu's forcing a fight. Tomato's coming in. They haven't killed the Roshan just yet. Dubu will buy back almost immediately. Primal Split is going to be coming out right now. And they are still trying to pursue this fight. They banished away Bryle. He comes back into the fray. There's Chaotic Offering drop down. Snake King will definitely end up dead because of it. Skeeter now jumping back onto Bryle with the Phantasm Illusions, able to bring him down as well. And 9 drops the hammer down onto the Morphling. And the Tomato Morphling is removed from play. A very awkward engagement. So many spells thrown out, but the impact of the Wraith Pact, yet again, we see it on the side of Tundra. And because TSM FCX chose to come out the Roshan pit, they weren't able to kill it off in time. So just like what we saw in game number 1, where TSM stole a Roshan from Tundra, the exact same thing now happens to them.
Yeah, Tundra did a really good job in this fight, just going in and blowing up Dubu. Yes, he did get the Fatal Bonds off, and I thought that was going to be enough for them to try and get this team fight going, but Skidder did a really, really good job at hitting the Phantasm and just trying to reposition himself. He understands that he doesn't want to fight up against the Morphling straight away, goes in directly onto Bryle, gets the Reality Rift as well as the Chaos Ball, and we just see here, this is the reason why they picked OD. Astral Imprisonment, bam, Hammer gets dropped, see you later, Tomato. You are full HP, you're not there anymore, buddy, and this is where it's going to start getting scary for Tomato, because he's going to have to build a BKB. He has to go BKB this game because if he ever gets Astral imprisoned again, he can't morph inside of Ashland Prison because you're out of the game. And Dubu, there's going to be a dieback for him on the bottom side of the map. And when we start getting towards these item timings for Tundra, that's when they're going to really be able to win these team fights handedly. The OD getting this Aghanim Scepter, Skitter's got his Echo Saber now with his Armlet. He does a lot of damage in these team fights. And Tomato, yeah, he's had a free time, but he has to build these items to try and keep himself alive. He's going to go for Lincoln Sphere here. At least we'll be able to get him away from the Ashland Prism and Hammer combo, but I still feel like he's going to have to get a BKB at some time this game here, Snare, because otherwise Nines is going to go every single time, drop the hammer on his head, and see you later, Tomato. If he doesn't kill him, he's at least going to force him to the teeth.
I mean, even this Lincoln Sphere that he's queued up for himself right now, you can break it with the initial charge of the Astral Imprisonment, can still get a Chaos Bolt out onto him. They have many, many ways on Tundra. Hell, Soul Assumption, super low cost, very, very spammable, and quite easy to cast onto a Morphling. So it doesn't feel like it's going to provide him with adequate protection. So we'll certainly need to see how he adapts to this. For now, though, Tundra, I think their idea is going to be playing around the top side of the map. And there we go. We see the drawing on the map. They're like, we've got a tier 2 up there, y'all. We've got a young outpost we can claim. Let us start choking them in because we are stronger as it stands right now. They only have a solitary BKB in the hands of the Brial Marcy, and it only did just arrive. But they are still lacking a little bit, unless it's Tomato super committing. Damage is still proving to be an issue, especially with how difficult they found it to deal with this Wraith Pact. 33's positioning on that little Wraith Pact totem has always just been so good. That don't go well. He always tries to make sure that he stays alive the entire time. But here comes TSM. They're smoked up. Don't find an engagement. Brown is leading the charge. Would love to reveal the BKB, but nobody's really showing right now. It's really hard to know who to jump on. Obviously, the smoke will be broken. They finally get the reveal onto 33. Silence as the grave comes out, though, and he's going to stay alive for now. Chaotic Offering. Can it buy enough time for Saberlight? No, it cannot. Skeeter blows him up in the middle of this fight, and now they are still trying to go for further in this. Drag back onto Dubu. They blow him up as well. 33 kept alive by 9 through the Astral. And while they're busy taking the fight, they still manage to take down the tier 2 tower. Tundra just feeling hella strong. And it seems like we have a common theme here, Fluke, across these last 2 games. Whichever team can save their own teammates the most, that's the team that's probably going to end up winning.
Yeah, it definitely feels like you can just see in a lot of these fights like how important it is getting the proper initiation. We saw the jump that came in there from Bryle. He didn't instantly pop his BKB, and then the stone form that came in from 33 on the Visage. Not only does it save him, but it's also the exact same stone form as his birds, right? He drops down, drops an AoE stun. So now it means that Bryle is stunned up for a little bit. 9 is able to get a free few auto attacks off. Then he popped the BKB onto the Marcy as soon as the storm form was over. But oh, that's a huge avalanche.
Gosh, what an avalanche, but the Bushwhack might have been even better. Skeeter in a lot of danger here. He's taking too much damage, but no. Bailed out by Snaking, who drops down the freezing field. Skeeter and Snake still alive right here. Brow trying to find somebody to catch out. Avalanche will buy more time. Tomato zoned back slightly here. Needs to be careful. Saxa has a Blink Dagger now. They found a Chaotic Bolt onto this Marcy. She is going to end up dead. And there's the Blink Dagger from Saxa. We just spoke about it. He tries to get Tomato, but wasn't able to follow up with the Avalanche. They're chasing through the trees. A little bit of miscommunication between the Astral Avalanche combo. Might save Saberlight's life, but Skeeter and the crew, they are insistent on chasing this Morphling down. Sanity's Eclipse gets dropped down a little bit lower. Skeeter commits his life to be able to try and bring down this Morphling. The Morph did just turn up and go play chest out into the CK to take away the Aegis life, but 9 now shows up as backup. Easily able to clean up Tomato. Even though he was in pretty high strength at that point in time, it does not end up mattering, Fluke. 9 gets himself an ultra kill. Tundra 12k gold ahead. And we are now staring down the barrel of a 1-1 here as TSM feels like they're running out of answers.
Yeah, they straight up just don't have an answer to this OD, right? Like, I think this last pick coming in from Tundra was a stroke of genius. So shout out to Owie2000, or whoever was the one that came up with this Outwards of Aura for Tundra Esports. This is looking very, very good for them right here. And maybe this is the start of the movement towards the Morphling counter. I feel like, you know, we talked about it a lot coming out of the LCQs. How are these teams going to deal with this Morphling? We've seen Morphling throughout the entirety of today be an absolutely unstoppable machine. We've seen teams try and deal with Marcy all throughout the entirety of today. And I think OD kind of ticks both of these boxes here, Snare. Like, OD is looking like a pretty strong hero here, especially when you're able to get this early hand of Midas up, go in towards the 8th lane, go in towards the Ag Scepter. And it just forces these heroes to have to play a certain kind of way. And I think if you're playing Morphling and Marcy, you want to have to be able to play the game on your terms. And if you're having to play around things like the Sanity's Eclipse, having to build this Lincoln Sphere in a game that you really kind of don't want to, you don't want to have to go and early BKB either. This OD hero is definitely, I feel like in my books, starting to get the stonks rising a little bit here. And Tundra are playing extremely well around it. I think they did a really good job at just kind of finding their timing that they needed to hit here, right? They understood that they didn't want to fight too early on because Tomato had such a good time, and they just hit that crisp little clean timing, and they haven't taken the foot off the pedal here, Snare, and this is why coming into this series, I don't think I could have pulled these two teams apart.
Both of us went 1-1 when deliberating exactly where we thought this series would go early on, and right now it seems to be the case. This OD, the stonks, definitely are rising. We're at a point right now where we might have to buy some OD coin or something like that. Put it on the exchange. Saksa blinking 8, but Brawl should be able to get himself out of here. Shout out Dubu for showing up for the rebound target. This is so scary though, how quickly Tundra can just move onto you. And Saksa, if he tosses you back, he now has a 4-staff as well. Utter mobility coming in from the Tiny here. And TSM FTX, you were mentioning how this Morphling has so many items to go. One thing that's concerning me as well is Braille. Unlike in the last game, where you look at Braille and Braille was actually the win condition, he was technically carrying on the Shadow Fiend. The Pudge that Tomato was playing, right? It's not necessarily the same as this Marcy, where as Pudge, you don't mind being like, well, I'm going to soak up all the spells, jump me, boys. I'm the one that should be the target man. You know, Braille wants to be active in this fight, wants to be able to move around, doesn't want to just be this mobile punching bag that Tundra just beats up on in the fight. And unfortunately, because Brewmaster is not having the best game, he's forced to be that punching bag, because otherwise Brewmaster dies before he can get off the split. It's complicated, fam. Here comes the smoke from Tundra to make it even more so. Doesn't seem like they'll be able to catch anybody here. I think TSM have found the read. I hope they're about to TP out. Dubu won't be so lucky, but he will at least be the canary in the coal mine to give the signal that everybody needs to escape.
Oh, no, they found Saber.
No! No! Feels bad, man.
Yeah.
Saber Chad has had a rough game too on this Brewmaster.
Yeah, he definitely has. And I don't think that's any fault of his own. I think just Tundra understood the kind of issues with this hero in the landing phase. I feel like that Panda, from what we've seen so far, we've seen it paired up with things like the Crystal Maiden, just to be able to try and abuse that Cinder Brew early on. I think it was only level 3 that we saw the Cinder Brew that came out for Saberlight. He had to go for this kind of early Drunken Brawler kind of build to at least try and survive in this lane. But this Crystal Maiden as well as the CK lane just has so much kill threat that I don't think you can play Panda as well as Hoodwink into this. And oh, Bryle.
Damn, that's a lot of damage. Will he die here? No way. One more hit, if it critted, would have actually killed him. That's not great. That's not great. That's a painful situation. And because they know that they forced the monster to TP out, there's no need to play back around this mid area. You just keep the pressure up, force them to come to you, and now you know for a fact that you have the map control around this Roshan pit as well for when the big man comes back.
Definitely in a really good position right now, our Tundra. They're just kind of choking out TSM FTX, who having to use BKBs to survive, starting to lose members on the awkward sides of the map, and really starting to close this map out. It's starting to get very, very dark here for TSM FTX. And they're trying to figure out a way to get back into this game. I'm just trying to figure out like how they get on and kill 9. He's got a Blink Dagger. He has 2 Astral imprisonment charges. I would love to see him get the Aghanim Shard as well, just to be able to have that extra bit of movement that around in these team fights to make it look cool and also have a little bit of fun for Tundra. But Bryle, sucks. So that's a rare miss from him.
He is. Had that connected, we would have been seeing a dead Marcy most likely. But at the same time, Skeeter just jumps in to make a dead Moon Meander Hoodwink. Already down and out. Dubu dropped a Chaotic Offering, hoping to try and get it some kind of turnaround here. And Saberlight has already used up these Brewlings as well with the split. That does mean that there are 2 huge teamfight spells all of a sudden no longer available for the side of TSM FTX. The Brewmaster split goes back. The chaotic
Radiant's
offering,
bottom
Dubu
tower
has to
is
drag it to the high ground because he cannot risk the OD peppering it with hits on the Arcane Orb, just given how this interacts with summons. This game feeling more and more difficult by each passing moment here, Fluke, and with all of those resources blown by TSM FTX, you absolutely have to wait for Roshan now on Tundra, right, and just easily steal away the Aegis.
Yeah, I mean, Tundra, they can do whatever they want, right? Like, they've got a whole lot of this map control floating around. I'd love to see what the win probability has been, because before we went in this series, I did say that my Dota Plus ran out, so haven't had time to refurbish it just now. So I feel like this is probably somewhere around about the 80-90% win probability for Tundra.
I can tell you.
It's like 92?
96.
Oh, okay, I was close. I wasn't quite sure if they were going to lock this one out so far, because I know that Dota Plus has been leaning towards Morphling throughout the entirety of this tournament. So it definitely feels like Tundra are in the driver's seat. The only real way that I think I would see them lose here is if 9 gets caught out with like a dieback weird play or something like that. But Tundra, they want this fight.
Weird plays. Yeah. Brow going on to Skeeter here, or vice versa. Not sure who made the initial jump, but I'm sure that Saxa's the one that tosses him back into the fight. Bryle will die to these Arcane Orb hits flying in from the 9 OD. My gosh, how much damage was that? It's an obscene amount of damage coming in there, and they tried everything. They even dropped the allied Lincolns, hoping that will provide salvation. Turns out not to be the case. Now they're going back middle. They're looking towards Saberlight. 15 seconds until he has access to the split again. So they can't afford to lose him on the side of TSM. And they also just bought out for his Aghanim Scepter, so he lacks buyback right now. But even worse is Tomato. Tomato can't get caught. They'll have a full ultimate dropped on his face by the OD, but that's not the issue. The issue is that when he comes back, he has nobody to save him from the damage of the rest of the side of Tundra. They've killed Tomato. They're breaking through this mid lane of Rax, and OD just feeling oppressively strong. Doesn't have access to this Aegis, of course. That's sitting on Skeeter. He's waiting for access to Blink so he can go forward. Once again, they're going to go out to Dubu. Dubu bursted down by these Phantasm Illusions. They will at least get off the Primal Split. Going back with the buyback. Dubu has access to the ultimate. Can he get close enough for the chaotic offering? He's waddling over. He's doing his best. Finally, the spell will come out with the full usage of the big fatal bonds, but unfortunately they just don't have damage. Bryle has ended up losing his life as well. Saberlight tossed out into the fray. He just has to watch himself lose his life slowly but surely. And as they clean this one up to grant Skeeter an ultra kill and grant Tundra a team wipe, they have earned themselves a game 2 victory and tied up this series 1-1 against the side of TSM.
Yeah, I mean, a bit of stroke of genius that comes out there from Tundra Esports. I think this draft was immaculate. They had a lot of good ways at winning their lanes. They had good answers towards the Morphling as well. Felt like it was a little bit awkward from TSM FTX putting Bryle on this Marcy. It was never going to be a lane that he was going to be able to win. It was going in towards an OD. That meant that 9 had a relatively free time. A lot of the team fight felt a little bit awkward that came in from TSM just because Saberlight had a rough time as well. And I mean, Tundra, they played well. They understood how they wanted to play this game. They gave Skeeter a really good lead. Yeah. They gave him a good carry-to-carry matchup. 9 had an immaculate game on this OD. And we just see what the counter looks like. You know, Tundra going with this 33, Visage is kind of their core hero. They give Saxa a hero that's able to do a lot of work and move around the map, and then they just give 9 and Skitter these kind of signature heroes, and they kind of dismantled TSM in this second game. And I think this is going to be something that we're going to be looking towards for the remainder of these group stages, is maybe this OD might be the answer to the Morphling.
For the sake of pub players all across the planet, it's probably a good thing that we don't have that many OD specialists left in the tournament right now, thank goodness. True. So it might only be Tundra playing this one often. Another big thing is that they finally get themselves the 33 Visage W here, something that's been eluding pretty much every other squad. But Tundra, they just played this so clean. We were speaking about it off air just in between game 1 and 2 about one of the aspects of being a great player is knowing when to be aggressive and when to make your retreats. And Tundra were almost picture perfect in that regard in this particular game. Always able to move at the exact moments in the team fight. Even this in the midst of this chaos here. You see 9 getting out the Astral onto the CM to ensure that she doesn't die. You see the rest of the squad just making sure that, okay, where's the damage coming from? Closer, that's where we should position the Wraith Pack. Put 33 on the other side of things, and that'll prevent them coming into us. Just honestly, an immaculate game coming in right now from the side of Tundra. And a hopeful one. I'm glad that they performed this well. After game 1, I will be honest, I was was a bit worried. Let me not lie to you. I was a bit worried. I was like, this is not the Tundra we came to see. This is not the Tundra that many were like, yo, these are also some dark horses for the TI victory. But this Tundra, good sir, I can take it. I'm fine with this.
Yeah, they definitely played extremely well, and it goes to show that these guys have a plethora of heroes that they can play and they can pull out at any moment. You know, Chaos Knight, we've been seeing a little bit of it throughout the tournament so far. As you said, this is the first time we've seen an Outward Devourer, and what a good opening performance from Nine here. I said in game number 1, the Mirana really didn't feel like a hero that he can kind of shine on and really kind of pull this Tundra team together. This OD has been one of his classics of recent as well. So being able to pull this one out in such a good performance up against Tomato, who looked really, really good on the Morphling previous today. He had a relatively free game, but you kind of just see how this works out and the way that these guys go into it. And I mean, Nine coming into it and being our MVP here as well. Like, I don't think you can give it to anybody else here, Snare, because he came in on a niche hero. First time we're sitting here on the tournament, and it goes to show that it is a hard counter to one of the dominant carries that we've seen so far in the Morphling.
He had just a perfect performance coming in. Everything his team needed him to do. He did well in the laning phase, was able to make the correct calls as to when I want help to help me in that part of the game. Survived a bevy of different ganks coming in his direction. And just the most important thing I think about how Nine performed in this particular game is that he was never selfish about trying to get a kill. He was always like, it's more important that I save an ally than we guarantee a kill, unless that kill is on Tomato. But in that case, we drop everything. But as soon as he got access to the Aghanim Scepter, you could see his rationale is keep these heroes alive, because if I keep my team alive, they will run out of spells. They will run out of damage. And for the most part, their only damage dealer was Tomato on that Morphling. One thing about the 9 OD as well is, we're talking about the Midas timing. Check this out, right? So I had a quick gander here as to exactly how fast it was. All time, Fluke, all time, he's number 8 on this OD Midas. All time. So
that's fast.
I think he's pretty good. Knows exactly what he's doing on this hero. Before we go, though, one question for you, good sir Fluke. Now that we are 1-1 between these two squads, where do you think their actual level is at? Have we seen either of them demonstrate, in your mind, upper bracket capability, or are they still somewhat mired in the middle until you see more games from them?
Yeah, I think TSM are still kind of trying to find their feet here. Bryle playing the Marcy doesn't feel like TSM to me. I really like seeing Bryle on these kind of harder carries and trying to give him a lot of these heroes that can kind of take over the game. And for Tundra, again, the same thing. I think if they're really able to kind of set up their mid laners for success, we saw in Game 1 and Game 2 what they're able to do. It was kind of like night and day, right? Bryle playing the Shadow Fiend Game number 1 looked really, really good. Nine on the bottom didn't really have that much of an impact. Game number 2 rolls around. Nine's playing the Outward Devourer, looks extremely strong, and then Bryle playing a Marcy wasn't really able to have the impact that you'd hope there on a mid-Marcy. So I think both these teams are definitely middle of the pack, but I definitely feel like they have some really high ceilings as well, especially once TSM and Tundra find their niche and find the heroes that they like to play throughout the group stages. I feel like they can definitely do a lot of damage.
Let us hope going forward for Tundra we get 9 a.m. and not 9 p.m. in terms of his awareness of these games. And for the side of TSM, we want them to also find their identity and give us the kind of performances that can lead into grand finals. Of course, here on Stream D, we are not done for the day just yet. We're in the group stages for TI, and we still have one more series to go. Boom Esports taking on the side of RNG will be coming up very shortly with myself, Snare, and Fluke. So y'all at home, don't go anywhere. Get some water, stick around, and we'll see you shortly to continue the hype and to continue the International 11.
the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
welcome once more one and all here to TI11. The group stages are about to continue as we've already seen TSM and Team Tundra go 1-1. Now we move on to the final matchup of the day, which is an exciting one. Boom Esports taking on the side of Royal Never Give Up. Of course, Boom Esports for a long time was regarded as the best team out of Southeast Asia. RNG were the challengers to the LGG throne, and on more than one occasion actually managed to beat PSG LGD within China. So now we get a true Asian clash here happening on the final game of the day. My name is Snare, and I'll be joined by Fluke to help bring you this action and break it all down. Good sir, how are you feeling? I'm gonna put you on the start to start with. Who's winning this series and what's the score?
Oh, I mean, we've had such good games today, Snare. I feel like maybe they might want to start calling us the 1-1 Bandits here, because I think we're going to have a pretty straightforward series. I think this might be a 1-1 from Boom and RNG. Obviously, Boom sitting right now at 1-3 in the group, and RNG at 3-1. So I think this is going to be a tightly contested affair, and I really feel like that if Boom are able to shore up some of the issues they've had throughout the day, you know, some of their drafts have been a little bit weird here. They haven't really been able to, you know, really kind of get into some of these games and come into this series up against Royal Never Give Up and kind of just not get outdrafted. I think they can have a really good series here. Whereas RNG, they pulled out some kind of weird and wacky stuff. You know, we saw a Ghost Anti-Mage today. Someone has been playing a lot of Leshrac. They played around. They had a whole lot of Brood Mother that was going in here. They had some Naga Sirens as well. So, like, RNG have had a plethora of different heroes, same with Boom Esports, but to varying success. I think RNG have definitely started out today in much better form than what Boom have, and I feel like there's probably a little bit of pressure coming in from Boom. Obviously, being Southeast Asian team, they want to come in towards Singapore here, they want to have a nice little showing, and it is also one of those scenarios where Boom hasn't had this international competition for a little bit of time as well, and coming into today, it's relatively hard for them to come into a lot of their series as well. They played against OG today, so that's already a pretty rough one for them. They went 1-1 with Hikori, so probably at the start of today, you'd probably think that one might be a little bit of a question mark for Boom not getting the 2-0 there, but starting out in these group stages, if you don't get off to the hottest of start, because there are 10 teams in your group right now, there's still plenty of Dota to go, so wouldn't be too sad if I was Boom fans right now. They've still got plenty of gas in the tank, and I think RNG right now are starting to hit their form. I think they can be a pretty scary team throughout the entirety of today, and that's why I like that both these drafts are starting to go a little bit slow here. RNG used a whole lot of their reserve time for that second ban on the Dirge, because they understand that Boom Esports, they're the ones that get the 1-2 counter punch, and they want to make sure that their first pick that is coming out of this draft is going to be a good one.
So it's Enigma. I was about to say Enigma actually let through in the draft. Normally, it has been banned out, so does find its way up in here, so we get the Enigma potentially in the jungle. Well, I don't know if it's going to be in the jungle, but we do have the Enigma available. One thing that's going to be peculiar and interesting about this, between these two teams, right, is that RNG, they're sort of a team that's on the come up. For a very long time, they've been trying to just establish themselves and show, yo, there's a reason why Ghost is in the squad. This is not a mistake. This is not because we ran out of options as to who's going to play carry for us. We kicked carry players serially throughout the year just to make sure we could get Ghost. And I'll be honest, in terms of the prior competitions where they were able to perform with him, it didn't look that great. But here at TI, they are looking phenomenal. And they, of course, already have the Enigma for Chalice. Silencer Tusk comes in from Boom. The Silencer hero, your favorite Fluke, really having all the stocks here in the group stages of TI. You must be very excited about that.
I'm absolutely elated here now. I could not think of anything that is cooler than pressing the R button and things go quiet. That just sounds like a riveting afternoon for me when it comes to Dota 2. I was just having a quick look back here for both these teams about how they interact with Enigma across the entirety of today. RNG have lost to it once, and Boom have beaten it once. So I think today going into this series that RNG, they haven't played the Enigma just yet for Chalice, so this is kind of newfound territory, if you ever want to call that. I think every offlane player in the world wants to be playing Enigma every single game, but it is kind of interesting that Boom have played it up against it once today and have been able to beat it. That was up against Hikori, and RNG actually did lose to it today up against Team Liquid. So maybe a few more of these stocks going in. I do understand the Silencer response to the Enigma. Obviously, you do have that global silence to be able to deal with the black hole. You don't have to be anywhere near it. You don't have to do any of these funky shenanigans to get towards it. So I understand it. I'm not happy about it, Snare. I'm not happy to the fact that we're seeing a whole lot more of this Silencer. I know Moxie's going to stand by my side with that one because Silencer is the worst hero in the game. But hopefully now we see him. It's kind of starting to tear me to bits, right? Because, you know, I love Boom Esports, being a Southeast Asian Dota fan as well. Seeing my boy Yopaj come out on the big screen is always nice, but seeing Silencer win, it doesn't feel too good.
We're gonna have like a deep amount of internal conflict about this one. Right now, I'm loving this tiny pick that they have. Of course, I'm imagining that this is gonna be the Kaka hero. Ghost not gonna play this. He did play it at times when this hero was still played in the safe lane, and so did Somnus. But Somnus always feels his best when he's playing a hero that can make a lot happen in a game. You were mentioning some Leshraks. I know that he's definitely gonna play Ember Spirit in this tournament. So just any of these kind of heroes that can make the map their own. They did have a Shadow Fiend the other, was it yesterday, I think? Earlier today they had a Shadow Fiend.
Yeah, they played SF today,
yeah. Interested to see where that goes as they get deeper into the draft for Boom. I just want to make sure that this is not a game where Skem is feeding a lot. You know, it's actually interesting that Skem plays under the style of heroes. A lot of the heroes he plays are heroes that like naturally belie themselves to dying over and over again, and normally you wouldn't mind, but for some reason they just perform a lot better when he's not being targeted. We can just control the game from afar and say, this is what we're doing. If FBZ has to be the one that tanks the kills, if it's Tims, it's okay, but the captain must stay alive so he has a game to be able to command from his perspective. Let's see here. Morphling only banned now in the second phase.
Yeah.
Should they have gone for this first phase, do you think, from the side of Boom?
I don't think so, just because like when we look across at Jackie, he's been really kind of leaning towards a lot more of these illusion-based heroes throughout this event so far. Interesting enough, though, that I want to bring up here, when they did play up against Hikori, they did open with the Silencer and the Tusk against the Enigma, then they followed that up with a Death Prophet, Mars, and a Templar Assassin. So maybe something of those heroes along those lines is probably what Boom are going to try and lean towards this time around, to see if they can kind of have the same draft up against an Enigma, because they want to have these heroes that have that little bit of extra pace. That's why I like this Death Prophet ban, because if you black hole a DP who gets like one Spirit Siphon off and an Exorcism, then it feels really, really bad, right? Because she's already utilized everything in her kit. It's going to be A-OK. The Global Silence is generally going to come out on top, Snowball save to be able to keep her alive, and she still does damage inside of it. So I like that ban that comes in from RNG. Getting rid of the Morphling as well from Ghost has been one of the heroes that he has really leaned towards in the past as well. So not too sad about that. It kind of leans us more towards Boom picking up this Mars, because, you know, Morphling as well as Ursa are two heroes that deal really, really well with the Mars. They have been playing on a few different members in their games as well, so they're just going to go with the Tide Hunter. So another one of those heroes that is very similar to the Mars, really wants to not play up against these melee hero lane dominators in the Morphling and the Ursa, and they just want to be able to have that extra bit of team fight. And this is what they kind of did in response to the Enigma coming in from Hikori as well. They just had a boatload of team fight. They had the Death Prophet, they had the Mars, they had the Tusk, and they had the Silencer. So Boom looks like they're going to be doubling down on the team fight here and looking towards to see what RNG want to do, whether or not they want to double down on their own team fight here and try and have some of these heroes, you know, maybe even the Disruptor wouldn't be too bad of a shout right now, being able to catch out the Tide Hunter, one of those heroes that has an ability that's actually able to deal with the Kraken Shell. The fact that the Static Storm can really kind of help them out, and obviously it has been a CIS classic for a little while now. We've been seeing his stonks rise, so I would love to see a Disruptor come out here for RNG. There it goes.
Disruptor Luna, let's go.
Yep.
We already have the Disruptor, like you outlined, phenomenal versus the Tide Hunter with the Kraken Shell. Static Storm, just really, really good. Weirdly enough, can also be quite positive versus Silencer, so that if you do catch him out in an awkward place, you hold him in position with Static Storm, and Tusk doesn't actually want to jump in there to save him for fear that he gets silenced himself, and then just gives you 2 kills on the bounce. So love this Disruptor pick. We've also seen good combos with the Disruptor and the Tiny as well. Like the Tiny can help set up, Disruptor drags you well out of position, Tiny drags you even further by tossing you into the team. But RNG, they do not go for the Luna, they go back for the Slog here. So in principle, the idea was like what? You eat this Tide Hunter, you get like an obnoxious amount of stacks out of him. Ravage doesn't really hurt you that much, that you can just Q through it. You buy BKB and or Manta at times, so you're not that hard done by the Silencer. They don't have that much burst just yet from the side of Boom, right? And the only AoE coverage they have is Ravage at this point in time. I'm a little bit concerned maybe about the laning phase, but overall it does feel like it's going to be a pretty decent slot game. And what's wonderful here, Fluke, is that here is a hero that can go and hunt down your silencer and pretty much solo kill him any single time in the game.
Yeah, this is some pretty textbook drafting that's coming between both these teams. They're just kind of responding to each other right now, because we saw in that second phase that there was kind of up in the air about where each team wanted to go, whether RNG wanted to double down on that team fighting route and what Boom wanted to make the response here. So the Slark is perfect response to the Tide Hunter. You can get the Splish Splash going if you're able to get out of the Global Sards. Definitely thumbs up there for Ghost. If he's able to Dark Pact off a Global Sights, he feels really good. And the natural response coming in from Boom has been the Leshrac up against the Slark. The only other natural counter for the Slark is the reason why I really like this for RNG has been Tiny, because you go for this Aghanim Scepter build up and he just does so much damage that it doesn't even matter if you get the Shadow Dance off. That if you've got this tree volley going and Tiny is anywhere in that AoE, the Slark will literally just die, and he can't even fight up against the Tiny. So having the Tiny on your team for RNG really just makes this Slark pick a whole lot easier. Now he has to be a little bit more careful up against the Leshrac, but we talked about this a little bit off air. Where's the battery that comes in for the Leshrac? Are we going to be seeing a last pick IO? Maybe Boom can do like a mid Tuskar for Yopaj, or maybe even a mid Silencer, and have a Wisp being picked up for Tims, and then be, you know, Skem playing something like this this Tuskar or something like that. Maybe we might see that from Boom, but I think we might just be seeing, you know, the regions outside of China and not give them a save and not give them a battery to try and keep this Leshrac going. And I like these final couple of bans coming up from RNG as well. Just keep making sure their Slark just doesn't have too many more of these issues. It just has to deal with the Leshrac.
RNG's turn to pick.
You remove the vision control from Bloodseeker, make sure there's no AoE song with the Naga. And I would actually like that idea that you mentioned. Somebody played mid-Tusk earlier. I forget which team. It's been a lot of Dota today. But they played that mid-Tusk. And I would actually not be too upset by this. Like you said, we speak about this all the time because I'm always adamant that Leshrac does his best work when he has a battery. I always think back to when Team Aster, when Lanem was on the team, when they had this hero. White Album was still there as well. Whenever they played Leshrac, they always had a battery of some kind. And RNG, yes! Yes! No bias on the casting desk here, but Ember Spirit with Somnus, this is a treat. This is just a treat. Is it my birthday right now? What is going on? Lost pick Somnus for the side of RNG here. So they have some aspect of team fight with the Enigma Tiny and the Ember Spirit, you know, some skirmishing potential. They have some really, really, really good mobility going into this game. Tiny's going to buy Blink Dagger at some point. Slark and Ember are uncatchable. And with Boom Esports, yes, they have Ravage. Yes, they have Split Earth. But both of these are long wind-up spells, right? Embers and Slarks can dodge these kind of spells, especially if they start to happen pre the Tide Hunter picking up the Blink Dagger. So it is a statement of confidence, I think, to go with a draft like this. You're assuming and you're saying, heads up, we are going to win pretty much every single skirmish. If they start falling behind, it starts to look really, really bad for them because they are not that great at like de-pushing these waves if they come out. Sure, you can keep sliding through, throw in the avalanches and stuff, but you suck at dealing with the big ball, so you just have to ensure you're always on the front foot, always dragging heroes out of position with the Disruptor and the Tiny. This feels good to me because if you're an RNG fan, you would imagine and envision them playing this only if they're supremely confident that they are the better team. So Boom Esports, what do you want to see as a response here at the very end of the draft for this Ember Spirit to deal with him? So far, it's what, him matched up against the Leshrac in the mid lane?
Yeah.
Is there something else you'd like to see? Maybe they put some Invoker in for Yopaj and then shift Leshrac into the safe lane?
Yeah, I feel like they might have to go for something along those lines. Okay, they're just going to go fall back for the Pudge. Okay, I like this Pudge pick. You know, Jackie's been able to pick that up a few times for Boom Esports, and your Pudge is going to be able to pick up the Leshrac here. So I think they were kind of in an awkward spot. Maybe if it wasn't an Ember Spirit they came out for RNG, I still would have liked them to go for the Wisp and then try and transition this Tuskar into something like a mid lane. Maybe that still would have been a relatively A-OK way for them to do it. You know, Jackie's been able to pick up the Leshrac and then Yopaj picks up the Tuskar and they have this Tusk versus Ember Spirit matchup. I'd imagine that matchup's relatively okay for the Tusk. He's naturally kind of got a lot of stats and should be able to fight out a lot of this this damage that comes in from the Ember Spirit, but I like the response to the Pudge. My only issue is, though, the Pudge into the Slark matchup. If Slark just has this good time where he's able to freely steal a lot of these stats coming in from the Pudge as well as the Tidehunter, these team fights start going a little bit longer. They get kited out by the Glimpse, by the Avalanche tosses, by everything that the Ember Spirit's been able to do, that Boom's going to have this kind of issue of sticking on some of these targets. But I think outside of that, they should have relatively good lanes, good ways of being able to deal with it. FBZ is going to have a bit of a rough time. He's always kind of been put on an island, but I'm looking towards Tim's to make these rotations and alleviate a bit of pressure here for Boom, whereas RNG, I think their draft is relatively straightforward. You know, they've got an Enigma, they've got the Ember Spirit, Somnus is going to do Somnus things, Ghost just going to have to get up that Aghanim Scepter, get up that BKB, probably try and get in towards the Silver Edge as well, get in towards the back line, start doing some Slark things, and play on the front foot is exactly the way that you put it. And I think that's the best way to play here for RNG, always on the front foot.
Yeah, that is the one thing that's going to be iffy about this, is that there will be a period of time at the very early portion of the game after the laning phase has broken down and in the earlier parts of the mid game where RNG are going to be feeling a little bit of a lack of damage. They won't be able to burst down targets very quickly all the time. They'll have to rely on Somnus just popping off and the help of the Tiny to do so. But once they start kicking into gear, once they start getting bigger and bigger, elongated fights will pretty much be impossible for Boom. Yes, they'll have the Tidehunter, yes, they'll have this Pudge, but you'll also have the Slark, like you mentioned, just happy to chomp people up, move into the edge of the fight, and come back because they'll have this massive mobility advantage. But let's find out where this goes. Is it the Slark game for Ghost? Is it going to be the Jackie Boys Pudge winning things out for the side of Boom Esports? Game number 1, the final series of the day here on Stream D. Let's get into it, Fluke. Which way are we going? Which way are we going? I mean, I feel like anybody who's ever heard me on a microphone doesn't even have to ask which team I'm rooting for. Yeah?
Yeah, definitely a little bit of the Chinese bias coming in there from Mr. Snare, but I don't know. I really like both of these drafts. I like the response that came in from RNG, but I definitely feel like Boom got some good heroes to make their own transitions here. We've seen Pudges kind of fall flat today, but we've also seen Pudges pop off pretty hardcore. I'm just going to give Boom a slight edge. I think this is like a 60-40 towards Boom, where RNG, I feel like, as you said, in the early stages of the game, they're going to run out of damage at a certain point, and I think that's when Boom's really going to be able to take advantage of that and try and get a lot of these towers going.
No matter what, this is going to be a very fun game of Dota.
Yeah.
Boom already stacked up on the high ground. We're looking for some cheeky kind of hook play, but I think they realized that RNG is probably cotton onto this. And indeed, RNG did emerge with 4 heroes of their own to try and contest. So nobody's dying first blood. It's all good. It's all chilled.
Yeah.
And
okay.
will there be any normal trades? Yep, nothing spectacular it seems is going to happen. Well, actually, RNG have been able to pick up an additional bounty rune. If Kaka or Chalice goes to check in the jungle, they could wind up with 3, but it's very dangerous to walk up the hill. Definitely not worth the outlay of gold that a bounty rune at minute 0 gives you.
Check it, FBZ. Nobody's getting the lowly little bounty rune. It's the radiant bounty rune. It's gonna be stuck there. Nobody's gonna get it. Nobody wants to check it. Both teams were too scared to go in towards that radiant bounty rune. They're just like, yeah, nah, we don't want to be a part of this. They also did have the lane swap as well, so Boom are definitely a team that didn't want to have to show this early on. So a bounty rune's just going to go begging for a little bit here until somebody makes the first rotation at 3 minutes. But I like this transition from Boom. They know that they can put a lot of pressure on towards top, especially if they get a few of these hook plays, especially with Scam and Tim's here as well. They're forcing X-Nova to TP back towards a tier 1. So I like this opener that comes in here from Boom. They understand that they can put a little bit of extra pressure on towards the Slark because he is one of those weak laners in the first couple of levels. And if they're able to get a few kills early on, FBZ is just going to be FBZ Tidehunter in the bottom side, and now it's all about this musical chairs. Ghost is dead.
Unfortunately, that musical chair might require us to have Ghost killed first, and Jackie emerges with the first blood. Tims might end up taking a tumble here. Unfortunately, is there enough damage? No, there isn't. Survives on 25 HP. You see the danger levels that can be expressed on the Slark though. At level 1, he only has a point into the dog pack, no pounce available, so cannot remove himself from the ice shards. And they immediately bring him bottom. They're like, well, we don't want to do with this, but guess what? His homies are coming with him. It's a party. They're all down bottom.
Yeah, this is the TI musical chairs. This is my favorite time snare. This is where I love seeing these mind games that come out between these teams. Only at TI is when you see these lanes go out and you know that it is all about the musical TP scrolls, right? Where Ghost says, well, I've died, so I've got to TP to some lane. my Enigma's already here, so I guess I've got to go bottom. And then Jackie just goes, okay, I'm going to follow you too. Now you don't have a TP scroll. I don't have a TP scroll either, but are you really going to try and walk top? I'm going to take those couple of minutes of CS and experience and be perfectly happy with it. So it's always good to be the team that makes the first rotation when it comes to these lane swaps, because 90% of the time you're going to end out on top, especially if you get a kill.
Yeah, bottom though, we might actually have a kill happening as well here onto Kaka. He's attempting to run away from Tims. Tims has access to the snowball, and Ice Shot again just came back on cooldown, so it's going to lead into another kill. Feels very, very good, and they're committing still to this full tri-lane idea. They're not going to come in dribs and drabs. They're like, yo man, you're playing into a tri-lane Ghost, and there's nothing you can do about this. FBZ has migrated to the top lane, but he's playing into Disrupt to Enigma. He'll be fine. He'll be okay. Yep. And here comes another one. Kaka's coming top. They're actually going to try move in for a kill, though. X-Nova has access to the Glimpse, and Chalice does have the Malefice stun. So FBZ should die. Ghost doesn't want to get left out of the party. So he shows up as well. They surround FBZ. They really want this Agi. FBZ does not want to give it to him. The flag bearer creep actually blocking a bit of the approach here. Ghost finally able to get on top of him. Can they give him the kill?
Oh, no.
Bro, he is making them work for this one. FBZ, my god. Will eventually end up dying. But Slock, no bonus Agi for you, my friend. And FBZ, that's how you lane a side hunter. You draw 4 heroes to the top side of the map for a whole 30 seconds. What a player.
FBZ must be absolutely chuckling to himself right now, because that is probably the funnest thing that I've seen all throughout the entirety of today here, Snare. The FBZ, he knows that Ghost wants the permanent Agi, so he's just trying to stay away from Ghost as much as he possibly can. And now they're in this awkward scenario where their Enigma's back bottom once again. They got the bottle refill from FBZ back here on to Japoy, and he's going to be going towards this this water rune as well. And I don't know what it is in the water of Boom Esports today, but they are doing some funky, wacky stuff. There are heroes absolutely everywhere at 4 minutes into this game. And I don't think they're going to be slowing down, because they understand that the heroes that they have, all they need is experience, right? You know, they've got a Pudge, they've got a Tidehunter, they've got a Leshrac. Like, these heroes, yeah, they do like a little bit of gold, but they don't need gold to keep fighting. Whereas, you know, on RNG, the Slark needs a few more of these extra items. Chalice really wants to start to build towards his aura items, his Spirit Vessel, all that kind of jazz. And that's where they're able to just kind of walk around the map and be these kind of goofy little goofballs and just make this game weird. I think that's the best thing for these teams, that when they come into some of these games where they might be considered the underdog and might be a little bit hard for them to try and overcome some of these heroes, is if you just make it weird, but you make it weird on your terms, you're going to be the team that actually half understands about what things are going on. You can kind of play that kind of weird Dota style.
The compatriots of RNG back in China on Extreme Gaming are a squad that often plays that style of Dota of just making the game as strange and bizarre as humanly possible. So RNG will have practice against that. We'll see how things go and if they're able to adapt to the changing tides that are happening right now. Let's take a look middle. The only lane that only has 2 heroes involved with each other. Hopefully nobody just goes to try and kill each other on the side. So far, very even on the CS charts here. Of course, Somnus does have a bit more responsibility, right? Because he has to actually do stuff on the map once he hits level 6, level 7. Erstwhile, your Page can just wait for him to leave and then just try and muscle over the tower with the Diabolic Edict. If you're Somnus, where do you think you want to go on the map right now as he starts to accrue levels?
I think the best place for him to try and get a kill is trying to just kill Skem early on. Obviously, Jackie's feeling pretty good with how his Pudge is going right now. He's got the phase boost and he's just putting a lot of pressure onto Chalice. So I would like to see him make a rotation with the Disruptor, try and kill onto Skem, or maybe if they can take your Pudge here as well. An awkward fight at top.
Very awkward fight. X-Nova should end up getting burnt down here. Try to glimpse back on one of the targets, but unfortunately, glimpse is counteracted by the snowball. Somnus in the meantime is actually chasing Skem around. Doesn't have access to the chains, but should be able to get this kill. Unless Skem is going to go for the most epic deny ever of all time. He's just going to waste his time. Well, I think he took some cues from what FBZ was doing in the top lane and being like, you know, sometimes just frustrating them, wasting their time makes it a lot easier.
Yeah, just buying a bit of extra time, right? Like, you know, the fact that it took that extra couple of seconds for Somnus to get that kill there on a Skem meant that Yopaj was able to clear off a creep camp, get himself a few of this extra bit of gold going his way as well. And Leshrac can abuse a lot of these stacks that are going forward, and that's what he's going to try and do right now. Make a triple stack here on the hard camp. He's going to have the Pulse Nova. He's going to have Schem here as well to be able to get that going. But first, he just needs to push out this mid lane, be okay with it, and then Yopaj is going to have a lot of gold going in towards his pocket. So game state has started to calm down a little bit here. RNG relatively okay with how this is going. Ghost, considering the musical chairs that he had to play at the start of the game, has recovered nice and well. He's at the top of the net worth right now. He's feeling really good with how things are going, and Boom really haven't been able to get any more of these extra kills after the opening 3 that they got. So you're pretty happy if the RNG. You know, Somnus has been in his own little bubble. Chalice has been getting his farm up as well. He's almost on that level 6. He's already got the urn built up. So, yeah, all in all, RNG feeling pretty good with how this game is going. And I guess the same thing with Boom as well. We're not all too sad with how this game state is.
Not everybody is that happy, though. Scambelu about to have a bit more misery injected into his experience as he gets taken down in this bottom lane. All right, so that's nice for Chalice as well. Sometimes you get to farm heroes. It's very enjoyable.
Radiant's middle tower
And then
is
after
under
you do that, you just keep chilling. Get that early Wraith pack going as soon as possible. Somnus needs to be careful here, playing around where Tims is. Yopaj has come back to try and assist. Of course, the split earth, pretty difficult to try and lock down there. Came very close to killing Tims. Man, Somnus starting to feel some of their lack of experience from this mid lane between himself and Yopaj. He was able to get like CS on par with the Leshrac, but he was out denied, so he is behind on the levels. Doesn't have access to the Searing Chains just yet. If he had chains, like, there's so many moments up until this point in this game where Searing Chains would have made such a difference. But he'll get there eventually, even if he doesn't see it just yet. Hook shot, or hook rather, thrown out onto the young Tiny. Tims almost died inside this Midnight Pulse. They do get the kill onto Kaka first. Somnus, though, makes his way towards bottom. And that is an answer towards the question I asked you earlier. Where is he going to go first? Turns out he's going to go bottom, and he's going to immediately get a kill as he does so.
Yeah, I think bottom was probably going to be the best way for him to go there. Just kind of gives them a little bit of this extra pressure. They've always got kill threat with Chalice as well. It's going to be oh so hard to try and kill this Tidehunter. Yopaj understands that as well. Understanding that Ghost as well as X-Nova really don't want to be a part of this, and the fact that you've got a level 9 Leshrac now maxed out in Diablo, Edict, FBZ. Level 6 on the Tidehunter, so access to the Ravage just means that Boom are going to have this pretty strong ball that they can kind of just smash in towards these tier 1 towers. And who's really going to respond, right? You know, RNG. They don't want to send Chalice there because he's getting ever closer towards his own side of his offering. Ghost still extremely far behind, having to go for this Mage Slayer early on. That's the kind of only real response that you have as a Slark against this Leshrac counter to your hero. Is getting the Mage Slayer early on and just trying to get some of these fights where you can build up some of these stats early on and then get towards things like the BKB and the Skadi. So they are understanding that RNG need to try and alleviate a bit of the pressure that's going to come to them in the next couple of minutes, right? It's starting to hit that exponential point, especially now with Jack Boy being able to catch out Kaka.
Dire's middle tower is under attack.
Trying to force a fight. The silence will help them get this kill. Somnus showed up, but Somnus has no mana here. Forcing the envelope a little bit. Does have more bottle charges at the ready. Will choose to pop it. The Indus do come out. Really would like to chase down Jackie, but at this stage of the game, probably not going to end up happening. So, Somnus already showing us the style of Ember Spirit we can anticipate out of him today. He's going to be moving around the map quite a lot. Because they're unable to get that kill, though, that does leave FBZ very happy in his lane, getting closer towards having Blink Dagger. Tims is doing the same. I must say, as much as RNG are probably like, okay, we're getting the farm that we want, Boom, starting to get into that slight moment of acceleration, especially with Yopaj. Already finished off the full Hood of Defiance. Yule Scepter coming soon, top of the net worth. This Leshrac, for a significant portion of time, up until there's like Mage Slayer, maybe 1-2 items, maybe even a Blink from Enigma so he can black hole him, this Enigma's going to be, or the Leshrac rather, going to be a big, big problem in this game.
Yeah, I think Yopaj is really starting to hit that nice little item spike that we've got right now. 11 minutes in. Not really that many items completed on the side of RNG. Getting ever closer towards that Mage Slayer here for Ghost, and maybe they're able to defend some of these towers, but nobody's really making any of these extra moves. The only real tower that we've dropped so far has been this top tier 1 tower. FBZ is doing a good job to be able to hold the bottom one up against Chalice there, and both these teams just happy to farm out. You know, obviously we know that RNG, they want to build towards this Mage Slayer +1 item for Ghost. Somnus still hasn't gotten his first item yet. I like that he's decided to fall back for this Orb of Corrosion as well. This means that he gets that little bit of extra damage to try and finish off some of these kills that he missed out on early on. And then he's going to go in towards the Blade Mail. Just a natural counter up against the Leshrac. He wants to try and stand in these team fights with the maxed out Flame Shield and kind of just stand there and take everything from Yopaj.
Dire's middle tower has fallen.
Somnus inside Radiant jungle right now.
Radiant's
As the
bottom
mid
tower
tower gets
is
taken
under
down,
attack.
Yopaj is way too strong. So
Radiant's
they don't even
bottom
bother
tower
trying
has
to mount a
fallen.
defense here. Ghost also just feeling a little bit fragile. Only 1,000 HP available on our slog. So it doesn't want to force any issues.
A tithe to the impurity.
I'm kind of intrigued as to what RNG's plan is soon. Let's just drag back FBZ like they want to try and go onto him with Somnus. They will have access here to the Flame God, but unfortunately they lack the damage. You know, we spoke about this earlier, that at this early point, man, they just don't do anything, RNG. It takes so long before they get to the point where that starts to change. And we still don't have access to the Searing Chains from Somnus, so you can't hold these heroes in position for the catch-up. We see elsewhere on the map, the Silencer did end up getting picked off by Ghost and Kaka. And bottom, they can't really put pressure onto FBZ. Chalice even gives away a small Eidolon on me. That can't feel good, but FBZ ecstatic about this. They've held the tower. They forced commitment of moves, knowing full well that these heroes can't really do anything else but farm on this side of the map after the move doesn't connect. So, Bloom Esports just generally feeling themselves on the map right now. Xnova, is he dead or is he very dead? Let us find out. Oh, he's not dead. Not neither. He's cool. Glimpse sends back the assaulting hero. Hence they came, so he doesn't have to worry about himself.
Yeah, getting the glimpse back there on FBZ. I thought maybe they might want to commit an early Ravage here just because they know that RNG don't want to have this fight too early on. So feeling like that they can try and sit back and farm a little bit as well, but still being able to hold on to this. Yopaj is getting ever close towards this Bloodstone, and we talked about a lot of these item spikes coming in from Boom. I think this Bloodstone from Yopaj is just going to mean he's going to be able to turn up the aggression to 11. We've seen throughout the entirety of LCQ and throughout the entirety of this group stages today what Leshrac can do with the Bloodstone. I was talking to you as we were in the break before we got into our series here on the D stream, and I can't believe that one specific hero makes one specific item look so broken that it actually needs a nerf. And that is the Bloodstone and Leshrac combination. If they find Ghost here, this could be big. Boom, looking for a bit of aggression. The Global Silence comes out.
Oh,
they need to connect.
That's a great global. He's dead. He's so dead. They do find him. Oh no, I need to stop saying that. How did they? So, what happened is that I don't think did he take the Leshrac in the snowball? I don't think he did.
I don't think he did.
So they couldn't.
Radiant
I couldn't
are
close the gap to get off the split earth. It's a bit unfortunate. Oh well, these things happen.
Yeah, I mean,
These
it
things do
was a
indeed
nice
occur.
idea with the Global Silence, but just not being able to follow it up with anything more, right? Like, you saw the Global Silence and Ghost just had to tuck himself in towards those trees. He was able to do that, and Yopaj just wasn't close enough to split it. But now with Global Silence down, I think this is a good time here for RNG. You can see that they want to get aggressive. They've got the Black Hole, they've got the Static Storm, FBZ, perfect target.
They are a bit worried about the Ravage, but let's see if they have enough damage to kill him off before that becomes an issue. Looks like that will be the case. Although there are heroes streaming into the tier 1 tower, they don't want to fully commit into trying to jump on the high ground, especially with Jackie still farming the triangle right now. So Tidehunter does find himself being brought down in this mid lane. And they're going to keep this push onto the tier 1 tower mid as well. Okay. This is decent timing here for the side of RNG. They bounce him out the jungle. They get the kill. It is unfortunate that it does require their entire lineup. That's the issue with their draft right now, right? They don't have enough power spikes on the Slok nor the Ember Spirit that either of them can be left out of this rotation. It does require everybody to be involved to make things happen on this map.
Meanwhile, on the other side of things, Jackie's just really been able to farm up. He's getting ever closer towards that Aghanim Scepter. FBZ has the Ravage. He's going to Ravage from the trees. Looking towards Somnus. He's got a Remnant.
Okay. Remnant's out. The thing is, it's such a hard decision to make, right? Oh, wait, hold that thought. They toss him forward. Kaka throws him into the rest of the squad. Might have set himself up for failure, though. Gets himself killed very early on. Fortunately for him, doesn't seem like Boom Esports was set up to take advantage of a Ravage, so FBZ would not let it rip. Yopaj does finish off the Bloodstone. That was a weird-ish kind of fight that ended up happening here. it felt like neither side really wanted to use any of their spells, right? For fear of what would happen immediately afterwards. Like, well, we use the spell now. Now we don't have it available to fight for the next X amount of time. As is the older dodge. It's not the black hole, it's not the ravage, it's the fear of set spells at times. So not committing them makes sense.
Yep, it's all about the posturing. It's all about the fear of the 5-man ravage. Can FBZ hit the sickest clip of his life? Or will RNG be able to sidestep it? They've got a lot of items coming up now for RNG that are able to kind of weather them through this storm that was going to be this this awkward kind of mid-game timing for them. Kaka's got a Blink Dagger. Somnus is getting about 100 gold away from his Maelstrom as well, so their damage is going to start to ramp up. This Wraith Pact as well as the urn that comes in from Charles. I like this kind of Enigma build where you're not relying so heavily on the black hole. It's much more about you being in the team fights, utilizing a lot of your spells and a lot of rounds of those spells. Means that he's just able to stick in these team fights and do a lot of work. Obviously, X-Nova being the position 5 player is generally lacking on the net worth, so he's a little bit further down the tree than everybody else would like, but everybody else around him on RNG are definitely starting to hit these item timings. Slack's getting close towards his Aghanim Scepter here. He's only the point booster away, and once that comes up, then Boom really haven't been able to abuse their kind of early game timings, and that's when we're really looking towards Jackie, who now has the Aghanim Scepter, to be able to come into these next couple of team fights. And imagine there's going to be a whole lot of clashes in the next couple of minutes here, Snare.
They are certainly trying to open up the map more with these timings being hit. Ags being picked up by the Jackie Pudge. Not too long ago, we did see the Bloodstone completed for Yopaj. So if there's ever a time to try and make things happen on the map, now is that time. Scam obviously still holding on to the global silence. They're going to put some pushing pressure onto the tier 2 tower. Given that this is Diabolic Edict, this goes by very, very quickly, but the Enigma push down bottom is also not slow by any state of, or by any stretch of imagination, so should be just a straight up trade between the two sides. I don't think anybody really wants to risk a awkward defense here. Now with both of these tier 2s gone, outposts are going to get traded. And it's going to become about who can get control of the Roshan pit first here, Flu. We've seen that really be the thing that determines how the early game actually ends, is who is in possession of that first and all-important Aegis. Now that Ghost has also picked up access to this Aghanims, they really want to force a fight somewhere. Look at this, they're actually trying to force a fight down bottom. Having Chalice force this push in, and then X-Nova waiting in the wings so there's somebody pokes their head out, they either get glimpsed back to the other side of the map or get held in position for a bad fight. And there's Kaka, just goes in raw. Static Storm gets unleashed onto FPZ. Do they have the damage for this though? I'm not 100% sure. Ghost really trying to get this kill, and they don't have the damage. Glimpse back. Who did they send away? Nobody, because Tims is going to be there with the snowball to prevent it from happening. Dodging the glimpse, ensuring that Boom has 5 members back to defend. RNG will be forced to retreat away from this bottom lane if they want to keep their lives.
Yeah, that was big there from Tims. I feel like if that glimpse went through there from RNG, they would have been happy. I believe it was on Tims himself. They got glimpsed all the way back towards the top lane. So now, Boom, they really want to try and run forward. Nobody utilized anything too large. There was only the Shadow Dance as well as the Static Storm. So Boom are more than happy to try and get on the front foot here and really trying to press RNG. You talked about the Roshan. I feel like it's going to be pretty hard for both these two teams to try and take Roche. I think the only real team that can kind of have a shout at it is maybe RNG if they get themselves like a DD rune and a little bit of time with the with Roshan himself, but both these teams are really going to struggle to try and take Roche in fast kind of manner. And that's why you can see that they're trying to posture and pick apart each other, right? That's why you see RNG pushing in towards that bottom side. They wanted to see if there was going to be an under-rotation or an over-rotation. They wanted to see if there was going to be too many people that got moved around. And if there was too many people sitting towards that bottom tier 3, they could take control of this top side of the map, get themselves a tier 1 tower, get themselves into the triangle, and hopefully into Roche. But now the smoke up here from Boom, they want to use this Ravage.
Oh my god. Ghost yet again pops
a
rotation from the side of Boom. The last time around he was deeper into the jungle where he stops them from being able to kill him. And now he breaks a 4-hero smoke. Feels good to be playing Slug sometimes. Scouts out what Boom are trying to do here. Kaka is in the trees, does have a Blink Dagger, so I don't think he dies here. Tumbler's Toy. Wait, did he just dodge the Ice Shards of Tumbler's Toy and then blink deeper into the trees? What a player.
Oh, he gets out.
Kaka, God. Kaka, God. What a man. But Boom now they take advantage of this. Look what happens here, Fluke. They read that, well, there's only one place he could have gone under such circumstances. He definitely went home. So he's the one hero that is most influential at breaking us up when we're trying to initiate. So it's time to smoke. Go force a fight somewhere on the map.
But can they get the initiation? That's the big thing for me. Ghost is in the front once again, and go harder needs to catch this slug. What is that?
Radiant's bottom tower is under attack.
Like, it's impossible for them to try and get on top of this slug because they don't want to commit the global, and they don't want to commit a ravage because he's just going to dark pact it off. RNG, like, the way they're playing around this map is extremely well right now. You're definitely upset if you're a Boom fan. Okay, they found Chalice. Okay, ravage that bad boy. Okay, we take those.
It feels like he was trying to bait them into using Ravage just as he finishes the TP out, but he might have also just been like, well, if I bait them into using Ravage, they've Ravaged down in front of their own tier 3 tower. We're fighting here, nowhere else, so now when they want to try and move away from that side of the map, they won't have the Ravage available. They still have access to the global silence, but the Ravage, it's not just a big teamfight spell. FBZ built Blink to make this Ravage good, and now we see Ghost catching out Jackie in the river. I don't think either of them really want this smoke, you know? That's one of those, you're punching each other up for a while and you're like, this is actually not a good idea, is it? Nah. Let's
yeah, I definitely feel like that could have been a scenario if maybe there wasn't a Dark Pact that came out there from Ghost. If they were able to get the bite and then in combination with the Global Silence, that would have been a straight up kill there for Jackie. And it's just been an awkward couple of minutes for Boom. You can tell that they really want to be on the front foot and they want to utilize their big team fight ultis, but they just haven't been able to. They've been constantly running into Ghost, constantly running into Somnus, two of the worst heroes for them to try and catch. Yes, they do have the Blink Ravage now, but FBZ has got that bad boy on cooldown. And now Boom are the ones that are going to get aggressed on from RNG, and this is a very, very slow game. Both these teams are really starting to respect each other and understanding that there's a lot of counterplay and a lot of outplay from both the heroes that they have on their teams as well. Here's Snare, and I think this game is just going to slow down even further until we start getting towards these latter stages with, you know, the BKBs being popped when everyone starts to feel A-okay, but that's when you're really starting to favor RNG. You know, Slark getting towards the late game feels really, really strong. We see what Ember Spirits have been able to do, and we've just seen how awkward it's been for Boom for them to try and get these team fights that win and try and get the team fights they want. So this game starts getting later and later. I'm going to start getting more and more scared, I think.
Dire's bottom tower is under attack.
As it stands right now, still posturing around the Roshan pit. Like you mentioned, neither team has an easy way to go into the pit. They still need to poke and prod. A very low-scoring game as well overall. Might be one of the shallower ones in terms of kills. 6 to 7 at the 25-minute mark. I know some of our degenerate gamblers will be watching this and be like, where's our first to 10? What's happening?
My first to 10. But guys, first to 10? Question mark? That's Twitch chat right now. So Twitch chat, we're not up to it just yet. We're playing League of Legends Worlds here currently. It is coming. Hopefully we get something out of it soon. Only a 1k net worth lead as well. Here's Snare. So really not much to write home about for either of these two teams. Tims went for a early mechanism here on the Tuskar. I don't hate it, but it feels kind of bad now that there's not really that much fighting. Like, it would have been really, really good if we had a lot of these tier fights going on early on. I could imagine the idea was, oh, we've got a Pudge, we've got a Leshrac. We want to constantly fight. We want to constantly be running in towards their faces, and if we have just that little bit of extra burst heal, then maybe some of these fights with the Slark tries to turn around, tries to play the edge of the fight, we're able to turn around, get the kill on the Slark, and then snowball from there. But it just hasn't really worked out, and that's why Tims is going back for this Blink Dagger now. What's Skembaloo got? He's got his 4 stuff up and ready. That's basically all you need is a silencer against the Slark.
Oh, wow.
Oh, no.
Well, what a jump coming in from the Slark. The double pounds, able to catch out and kill the silencer there. At the same time, though, Jackie able to get the hook back onto Kaka, but he's caught inside the Static Storm now, so he might end up dying for this one. Has the BKB at the ready so he can just walk through it, but BKB is not eternal. Somnus activate his own BKB right now. Unfortunately, no real catch available. Ghost gets hooked back, and there's no more access to the Shadow Dance. Ghost is going to end up popping. Jackie finally yoinks him back. They put him inside the Ravage, and that's going to be enough for them to not just kill the Slark, but definitively win the skirmish. RNG started it, Boom finish it, and they feel so good about being able to kill Slark while he's trying to get to BKB.
You just see this first, second pounce that came in there from Ghost. Skem was just trying to force up himself away far enough so the second pounce didn't lash onto him. sometimes in those scenarios you want to just kind of wait until you get leashed because you'll be able to break it with the 4 stuff. But I understand the idea there from Skem just trying to get himself completely out of dodge. But losing the silencer early on and not using the global silencer, still getting the kill onto the Slark there. You're pretty happy if you're Boom right now. Jackie's really getting towards that point where he's starting to hit his critical mass on the Pudge. I talked about the Slark enjoying going in towards the Pudge, but I think the reason why that Boom decided to pick this Pudge here is he can kind of outscale the Slark at an exponential kind of rate, right? Well, they're going to go in on FBZ in the middle lane. I'll hold that idea for
Try
a bit.
to at the very least. They haven't been able to really put a dent into him as of yet. Somnus shows up to just clear out a creep wave. They're still posturing around each other. The pings are going on for the Roshan pitch here from the side of Boom.
Oh, the glimpse.
Glimpse back onto Jackie. He has BKB, but really didn't want to use it. Now goes in for the BKB during the Static Storm. Eats and dismembers Chalice to prevent the Black Hole counterplay here. So he will able to rot down and kill the Enigma. In the meantime, elsewhere in the fight, Somnus forced to try and TP away from this one. Ghost trying to flee as well. Not going to be allowed to do so just yet. X-Nova throws the Glimpse back, just so these heroes get kept as far away from him as humanly possible. But that is RNG losing out on 2. After yet again, they're the ones that initiated the fight. They brought Jackie deeper, but they couldn't find the Black Hole before the BKB dismember came out.
Yeah, I think that was a little bit of an awkward interaction. You want to try and catch the Pudge on top of the Midnight Pulse as well, and this is kind of circling back to what I was just about to say about the Pudge. The reason behind the Pudge is he can kind of outscale the Slark at a faster tempo, right? We've seen what happens as soon as he hits this Aghanim set the BKB timing. Like, what are you supposed to do against this Pudge that does so much damage to you in such a huge AoE? Like, not everyone is able to have these BKBs to try and deal with him, and they have to try and find this fine line of committing enough to kill Jackie, but committing enough to kill Jackie in such a fast time that he doesn't kill somebody else with them. We saw how fast he was able to melt through Chalice there as well on the Enigma, and now that he has a Paladin sword, I don't know if you're going to be able to kill Jackie. Like, I think it's gotten to a point now where RNG have kind of just left this Pudge to his own devices for a little bit too long, and the Slark is going to have to get 1 or 2 more items before he can actually deal with this Pudge in these team fights.
I think Ghost is right now a serious sufferer of 1 more item syndrome. It happens. You play these like Slogs, Clinkses. You're just like, man, if I just had this 1 more item, I feel so much stronger. Yeah. He needs BKB really, really badly. I mean, we talked about this AoE damage from the Pudge, but we still have to contest with and deal with the AoE damage from this Leshrac. So until you have BKB, just fighting into the squad is an absolute no-go. And even after that, probably want the Sky of Skadi as well. Might even want a +1 item. It's a long road for Ghost. If he gets there, the game does become quite playable for him, but right now, you just stay the hell away from the side of Boom Esports as they continue to muscle down some towers. They've taken the tier 1 down bottom, looking to clean up yet another tier 2 down in this side of the map. RNG, there's no real big response to this, right? I think you just hold off, try finish BKB for Chalice. He has Blink Dagger at the ready, so if they come up the hill, nice, fine. He's fine, dude. He's still a Shadow Dance. Don't scare me like that, Luke.
I'm getting jumpy. I'm getting jumpy, Snare. I know you're on a really good point there, but I'm getting jumpy, brother. It's getting spooky for RNG.
Well, spooky for Kaka right now. Gets caught by the tier 2 tower, gets taken out. This will lead to them taking the tier 2 in short order. This is so scary, just how quickly they can knock these buildings over. Positioning FBZ further forward so that they can both scout out further movements and be there for counter initiation. And then Yopaz just presses a solitary button and the building just falls over. They might not be done just yet. They still have access to the Aegis, so they might want to try again to go up onto the high ground here. They've already committed the Bloodstone though, so that kind of sucks. Chalice gets jumped on. Oh no, that's the worst target. No Enigma means no Black Hole, which means also, Fluke, absolutely no team fight. Aren't they going to come back to defend this?
I think you have to let this go. You're not going to get mega creep. There's still tier 2 towers in towards the mid lane, but like, what is your response supposed to be here for RNG? I don't think they have a response. One, they can't deal with Jackie, and I don't think they're going to be able to kill your Pudge twice. He has BKB, he has Aegis, he has Bloodstone. So it's now gotten to the point where RNG, they go, okay, we're just going to let this first barracks go. We're going to be okay with that. We're just going to leave it be, and then we're going to try and get a few more of these items back up on our members, because Chalice, he needs a BKB. You know, Slark needs a BKB. Somnus needs a BKB. They've at least got 2 of them. But they need the third one here on Chalice, because you saw as soon as this Pudge gets anywhere near the Enigma, he's just dead. And he will just instantly die as well. So RNG understand that they're in this very awkward scenario where they can't really deal with the Pudge, but they don't really have a good way of getting there without items. You know, maybe, you know, in some other instances in some other games, you might be able to out-team fight him, you know, kind of put him in a weird position with things like the Spirit Burst and stuff like that. But they understand they kind of need to black hole the Pudge by himself. They need to get the BKB so they don't get ravaged. They need to get the BKB so they don't get, you know, randomly global silenced. And I think RNG are just going to have to try and fight their way out of this. They have to get the black hole onto the Pudge, but then they also have to make sure that this global silence is at an awkward time as well. So there's a lot of things that have to go right here for RNG, Snap. They are definitely falling a little bit behind, and my originally purchased Dota Plus has told me this is 91% in favor of Boom. Woo! They're feeling good. They're definitely in the driver's seat for this one, brother.
What?
We started the day with a comeback from a 96% margin. So
True.
A lot can still happen. There's still some hope here as well. The Disruptor has access to this Aghanim Scepter, which I'm not sure if it's been scouted just yet. But if not, could certainly end up surprising Boom Esports. And we're about to find out if they know about this or not as they smoke up, heading into the Dire Triangle. Ghost, yet again, positioned to try and break this one. Who's the first one caught? Oh no! It's Chalice caught first, and the Ravage from FBZ is onto both supports. X-Nova won't be able to escape. Kaka's going to try. He, at the very least, is allowed to live, but Yopaj denies X-Nova that privilege. Two heroes have fallen here after a massive jump. Somnus caught out with the Yule Scepter. Okay, no, they're trying to hold off onto FBZ and Tims, prevent them from being able to connect with the rest of their team. Aegis has now expired, so Boom Esports are not playing with immortality anymore. You need to be careful. Nonetheless, they're looking quite good here, Fluke. There's no buybacks on the side of RNG, but at the very least, they've been able to delay this upcoming push. Are they going to take this fight, or do they give up yet another lane of racks once the respawns happen?
Oh man, it's so hard. It's like, at some point, yes, you can keep giving up ground, but eventually you're going to lose all that ground, right? Like, you know, we've got the Aghanim Scepter that's been built up here by Somnus. They've got the Aghanim Scepter on X-Nova. They at least, they have ideas. They have good items to be able to get it, and if they're able to pick off Tims here on the Tusk, that's going to be a nice little start for them. So RNG, they take one tiny little step. They get kill on the Tims there. They get themselves a little bit of gold in their back pockets. They move closer and closer to some of these final couple of items. But RNG, they need to have a team fight on their own terms. I think that's the biggest thing for me here, Snare, is they need to make sure that they don't just have Jackie blinking into their backline as a Pudge, hitting a Shiva's Guard and hitting BKB, and then just going, oh crap, what are we supposed to do now? They need to be on the front foot. They need to get this Aghanim Static Storm onto the Pudge, preferably onto both the Pudge and Yopaj at the same time, to be able to try and burst them down in that duration. But it's going to be a hard task, but if any team can do it, you've got faith in RNG.
They've got literally perfect vision of Jackie right now with this high ground ward in the triangle on the Radiant side. So they know where he's at. They know that he's not alone, that he's got his crew with him, but it looks like they're actually trying to stack up for a fight themselves on the side of Boom. How are they going to look for this approach? RNG, is Kaka going to look for the toss-back play that we saw earlier? I think he is. He's going for it. He's going for it. Here we go. Oh! Outplayed, baby. Jackie knew it was coming, prepared for it, and he's now gotten the positioning because he knows where RNG are standing. They're going to get some D-wards in the meantime as well. And it's not looking good for RNG in this situation. They have to try and back as quickly as possible. Somnus, oh no, gets hooked. There's going to be the BKB though coming in from him. Does manage to remnant away. Jackie didn't commit his own BKB, but Somnus could not take the risk of not doing the same. So that is now a BKB down. Roshan is not available, so they can't just mosey on in there on the side of Boom Esports, but they can just reassert control over this dire jungle and make sure that their approach to Roshan is much easier than RNG's.
It's about 30 seconds until we figure out when this spawn is going to be here for Roshan as well. You can just see the movements for RNG. They understand that they need to try and get one of these team fights on the front foot, but it's so hard. They have to hit such a mechanically difficult kind of team fight. They need to isolate the Pudge and then be able to dump their spells on top of him, and they need to be able to do it in such a quick time that Boom Esports aren't able to react. They need to be able to react with their own BKBs to make sure they don't get constantly ravaged, and make sure that Yopaj can't get into this team fight as well. And at the end of the day, Tims can always save as well because he's got his Blink Dagger now on the Tusk. So yeah, It's a very steep hill here, Snare, but at least they have ways of getting it. They definitely have a clear path, but the path is just very spooky and very hard to try and traverse here.
Basically like going to university or trying to gain MMR in Dota. RNG, they smoke up. It's their opportunity right now to try something. They've tried many things. Unfortunately, like you mentioned, the chain of events that has to happen for success, quite difficult to muster. And boom, they've just gotten a refresher on Jackie's Pudge. Okay.
Okay.
That's
It's an item.
a lot of Magic immunity. It's double Shivas in the midst of this fight. Double Dismember as well. We've seen how influential that spell can be. But now here comes the first big clash in quite a while. Ghost gets scouted. Ghost gets hexed. Gets off the BKB though because they did have the dog pack going. Has to go to the very early Shadow Dance. They haven't been able to find the Black Hole or the Static Storm. There comes Black Hole at long last. Black Hole does get cancelled thanks to the Global Silence. So now Chalice, his life will be forfeit. Ran down by Jackie. The first casualty of this fight. But now Somna's trying to go back in. There's the Static Storm though. Onto 2 from X-Nova. They have enough to kill Jackie. And now they're leading onto FBZ as well. He does find the Ravage at the end of the day, but it's not going to be enough to save him. Yopaj on the other side of things though, able to solo kill onto Somnus, but I'm not sure if he'll be allowed to escape this fight. Tim's brought back, coming in on the outpost. He's TPing in here just to ensure that Yopaj is not isolated and alone, but he might still be in a rough spot. Yopaj needs help. Yopaj needs a miracle, but miracles are in short supply as Tims gets glimpsed back into his death, which is a dieback as well. It cost the lives of Chalice, the life of Somnus, but nonetheless, they win the fight at long last here, Fluke, and they force a dieback. And guess what they've done as well? We've opened up the path to the big man as a double damage rune spawns.
Oh, you take that every day of the week. If you're RNG right now, they get themselves 3.8k gold. Looking back at the replay here, they just got baited into that little corner. They were just not completely focused about that Ag Static Storm. FBZ with this Wind Waker being able to get himself away from the Slark. If he didn't have that Wind Waker, Ghost was able to directly get on top of him. I think the fact that at the start of this fight that the Dark Pack came out from Ghost, got rid of the Hex that came out onto him as well, coming in from Yopaj. He put himself in such a good position, and now it starts getting very, very scary for Boom because RNG, they've tasted a team fight victory. They tasted exactly how this goes, and we've seen Slark games like this now. Everybody's played against the Slark where they absolutely dumps this hero for the entirety of the game. He wins one team fight, he gets a whole boatload of these Eshin Ship stacks, comes back with 1 or 2 extra items, and then the game feels over. So RNG, they're still a little bit behind here. Definitely a little bit behind. They've eked this back from about, 96? It was 94% at the highest point for the win probability, and now they've eked it back to 78. So they're definitely at a point here where RNG are starting to wrangle this game back, and they have the late game Slark. So this is where this game really starts to feel good, and maybe Boom may have kind of put themselves behind the 8 ball by not being able to finish the game just in time.
Yeah. Still do have that lane of racks to be happy about since it's a source of constant push-in on the bottom side of the map. An additional worry for RNG, so they keep having to address it. Life would be much worse right now if the lane state was even. But like you mentioned, Ghost is starting to get stronger. So is the Ember Spirit. One thing that can be frustrating as well is there are some limitations to exactly how you can itemize to become unkillable on the Leshrac. So that entire responsibility is on Jackie, but Jackie still has to deal not just with the Static Storm coming in from the Disruptor. We do have a Silver Edge available now for the slot. So both Pudge and the Tidehunter not too happy about this. Being broken always sucks. The outlay of damage not fun to deal with.
It definitely feels bad to be able to have that extra bit of bonus damage as well, especially the fact that you get the crits to come in from the Slark as well. So not only is he stealing your stats, but he's also dealing a boatload of damage to you as well. Ghost is feeling pretty strong on this high ground as well. He's got the Witch Bane, so he's able to deal with any of these Ghost Scepters and any of these Shield Scepters that come up as well. It's a Hex that comes down, the hook hits on.
Kalka right back into Jackie, will find himself being dismembered up. Ghost already on it, trying to force this fight right now. But he forced the BKB coming out of the Pudge. Somnus lays out a Remnant, thinking about making the big jump. Ghost still has access to the Shadow Dance as well as an Aegis. So very, very far from being in a threatening position. And they successfully managed to bail out Kaka there. I'm very surprised by this one. I thought that surely FBZ, at the very least, might come in for an Anchor Smash or two. Maybe they throw in some Lightning, but after that last fight, and given that they have an Aegis on the side of RNG, they'd rather not overcommit for a lowly tiny. If that was like Slark or something, maybe you try chance it, but just for Kaka, you are prepared to let it go. But that does mean that RNG are also prepared to take more farm on the map. The net worth lead has been shaved down to only 4k. At 40 minutes, 4 or 5k, literally nothing. Absolutely none. So Boom Esports, they're also about to lose a tier 2 tower in this mid lane. They can deny it now or have it die on the next incoming Eidolon wave, but either way, it is forfeit. And this game is starting to feel a lot better for RNG. Will they get caught here though? Because it looks like Boom Esports have some awareness of this 2-hero avalanche into the Static Storm. FBZ though, he didn't get caught by the kinetic field. He's allowed to escape here. Somnus, no BKB at the ready. We see all of these heroes trying to escape. Glimpse back onto Yopaj. He's not allowed to go home. And they know now that he has no allies. Kaka finds him with the avalanche toss. Here comes Chalice. Had the BKB active. They only want Yopaj. They only have eyes for the Leshrac and they will find him. The Rainbow Pony is dead. And RNG have taken down 2. And now there is no net worth lead officially. Fluke, what's the number now? What does Dota Plus say?
Dota Plus is starting to lean pretty heavily towards RNG. This is starting to get... it's still 65% for Boom, so they are still ahead, but I think anybody with some eyeballs and a little bit of Dota sense are definitely feeling that this is starting to go towards RNG pretty heavily. Felt bad for Chalice in that last team fight. He BKB'd up to the high ground to try and black hole the Leshrac, and then X-Nova glimpsed him all the way to the other side of the map, so Chalice kind of walked around as this big gold man. But at this point right now, RNG, they're looking in a really good position. They've still got 20 seconds left on this Aegis as well, so they need to make sure they don't overstep their bounds. They don't have the Static Storm in their back pocket. They still have the Black Hole to be able to utilize here, but with Global Silence as well as Ravage at the ready, RNG, if they overstep just a little bit too far, they can definitely get caught out here. So they don't get the tier 3 tower, they're just going to fall back. They don't want to overplay their hand, and then RNG are just going to sit back and farm here. So, Boom. They're still in a good spot. I think the Pudge can do a lot of work to a lot of these backline kind of heroes, but I just don't know who's going to deal with the Slark at this point. Yopaj is built for a little bit more of this lockdown. He's got a lot of damage with the Kaya and Sanj, but Ghost is happy to just kind of play around these fights, man. Like, he's more than happy to just duck and dive, go back in. Now he's got the Lincoln Sphere, so he doesn't ever have to worry about being blink bitten or even just blink hexed as well. So Ghost is definitely in a good spot here to be able to ramp up. He doesn't have any like crazy amount of damage just yet, so I think that's one shining light here for Boom, is that Ghost hasn't got like a Skadi or an Abyssal Blade or like a Butterfly or a Moon Shard. He's gone purely defensive kind of items, and the only thing they really have to be worried about is this Silver Edge. So they catch him.
Jackie and the gang. Still not yet having conceded a lane of racks. They still have that advantage for themselves. They're actually going middle. They're going to try force a fight onto Jackie. Will they be able to take this? It's only a 6-second BKB. He does have a refresher if he wants to go for it though. In the meantime, they jump the silencer. Does have buyback, but now there's no logo. Static Storm catching FBZ as well as Jackie. They brought down Jackie. FBZ attempting to run. He's going to dodge the 1 pounce. Another one is coming soon. He's been stalled out with the avalanche. They have so many spells to manipulate your movement. And there's going to be the pounce eventually. Ghost finds the double kill. More north towards the fight. We have Tims delaying the inevitable by going into the snowball. Kaka is there. Oh, Tims actually manages to blink away. Will he actually survive this? Doesn't have TP at the ready. His mech is already off cooldown. On cooldown, rather. And they give the kill towards Kaka. They wanted Ghost to get the triple, but they don't really care about that. They more care about the perma-agi, and they found it. Ghost and the gang will be able to find another massive fight here. This is a big problem, Fluke, because that was without them having to commit anything but Static Storm. That's the only big spell expended. Black Hole is still at the ready somehow. And because they didn't have to commit all that hard, they can take this lane of racks and probably get out without having to suffer too many penalties from Boom.
Yeah, I think this is going to be a 2 racks combo deal here for RNG. They're going to walk in and see if they can find a Yopaj for the side. Come back around
the toss back onto said Yopaj. BKB is there, but as soon as this duration is over, he knows that he can't actually get involved in the fight. I say that, but he jumps forward. Yopaj! Yopaj! Oh god, he died. FBZ brought back, hoping to connect with him at the same time with the Ravage, but not going to be able to do so. Instead, Yopaj dies without buyback. RNG, not feeling super confident though. They don't know themselves that this Leshrac lacks buyback. So
Dire's
with
middle tower
FBZ
is under
alive,
attack.
the threat of the Ravage being available, they
Dire's
will
middle
decide to
tower
retreat.
has
And somebody has to go home. Remember that they got racks down bottom, so
True.
these super creeps actually took the tier 4 tower in this mid lane as well.
We're okay if we're RNG with that one, though. You know, tier 4 towers, who needs them? We don't need them if we're inside the enemy base. It is a little bit of a win con, though, for Boom. So it is actually getting towards that point where it can start to be a little bit important. Yopaj got completely blown up. You know, I'm really starting to feel for Chalice's R button right now, because I think he's pressed it a grand total of once this entire game. So if he gets given the refresher shard here, I'm actually just going to give it to myself. Refresher for his second and third uses of the black hole in the entirety of the game. And Chalice has been doing a good job at kind of playing the peripheries. I don't think he really has to black hole all too much. The one black hole that he has gotten off, I believe it got cancelled by the Global Silence. And it's like this game of chicken, right? We've seen this throughout the entirety of Enigma's stint in Dota 2. It's all about the chicken, right? Like, you want to make sure that you're hitting a good black hole, but you've also got to make sure that the ability that is going to counteract your black hole has also already been used. So we're looking at a point now where Chalice is just sitting around in these team fights and going, I can't really get a good black hole off, but the threat of black hole is still always there and it's still always real. I like that they've given it to X-Nova, so the refresher shard means we're going to have double static storm, and we've seen what X-Nova's been able to do with these static storms so far, man. So I'd be pretty sad if we weren't seeing it in his hands.
Real talk, right? Double black hole would be cool. Black holes are nice, but X-Nova shows that you don't even need black holes when you have static storms in the way that he's been throwing them out. It's been like they lose this game 100% without his static storms with the Aghanim Scepter. So he has been a monster. He certainly deserves the refresher. And Chalice, like you mentioned, he can just sit back and have that threat of the black hole. RNG, their prime job now is just going to be to push out this bottom wave, get back into a position where they can push on the high ground, equalize the lanes, make it as normal as possible. Let's talk about the side of Boom here, though, because things are looking quite rough. Sure, they're trying to build into this refresher for Scam, but for the core heroes, is there any item on the horizon that can actually change their fortunes right now?
I'm just trying to look to see what Jackie has. I'm feeling like he's starting to regret this refresher right now. It doesn't feel like it's really doing much for him. It's a whole lot of gold that he's invested into really not much. I can't really see anything else that would have been all too good for him. Maybe an overwhelming blink for them to try and end some of these games earlier on. Maybe even just an Eternal Shroud. Wouldn't have been too bad early on here for Jackie, but I think it's kind of gotten to the point now where Pudge and Leshrac are just kind of at that point where their heroes, I don't think any items are really going to save them all too much. Maybe we see something like a heart, or maybe even just like an E-Blade can come in from the Leshrac, or maybe in something along the lines of like an Aghanim Scepter with an Nihilism. Can do a lot of work, but you just see how hard it is for them to engage on this Slark, right? He's got an Aegis, he always has the Dark Pact at the ready, and they just get a free lane of racks, and at the back, you're always going to be worrying about X-Nova. You're always going to be worried about Chalice. These guys, if they hit their R buttons on 1 to 2 heroes, these team fights are over.
Yep.
They're just going to try to
even more difficult here. Ghost came through with a Bloodthorn, so all the BKB durations are very, very low. Both of them for Yopaj as well as Jackie. As a result, if your BKB finishes and you're Yopaj, you're going to get silenced and killed. It's going to be great. Ghost, though, there will be the combination, split Earth into Hook. But as per usual, Ghost somehow managing to get off one of his defensive spells. This time around, though, he committed the full Shadow Dance instead of just popping the Dark Pact. So that will bounce back RNG for the long, overwhelmingly long duration of 20 seconds. Dude, this Shadow Dance spell, honestly, this needs a rework. Needs a long
they've got him.
They make the jump now onto Ghost. They have it jump, but the Static Storm is there from X-Nova. Yeah, nobody's gonna survive this one. Yopaj is gone. Jackie was able to get off the secondary BKB. Nobody's dead just yet on the side of RNG though. Kaka, they blink onto him on the left side. Chalice finally gets a black hole, but it's on mid-air because he gets snowballed into by Tims. But he refreshed. He can come in for another one. He bought the full orb. Global Silence has been thrown out. Ghost jumping onto Yopaj. Yopaj able to get back right now. Nice little hook onto Kaka, dragging him into the base. However, Somnus is going to come back to join him. There's the second black hole. The Wind Waker will try and save the Pudge, but not going to be able to do so for much longer. Somnus trying to make this jump back in. Somehow, Jackie is still alive. He will eventually be brought down, though, by X-Nova, who throws in the Thunder Strike onto his face. And that is one big Pudge, dead and down to rights. Your Pudge, how many options do you have, my friend? He's taking this damage from the slog. He's being controlled by Kaka. He pops the Bloodstone, though, to try and hopefully stay alive, and it enables him to at least kill the slog. But thanks to the glimpse back, as soon as the BKB is over,
Give him the
he
rampage.
gets taken out. And they give Somnus the freaking... Wait, come on, do it!
No!
Oh, Ghost. I'm done. All right. You're working alone from now on, Fluke. I'm done. I was going to be hyping up RNG and say shout out to them for winning such a phenomenal game, for a great comeback. But Ghost, I know you helped carry that game, fam, but you're not going to give Somnus a TI-11 Rampage? Down with RNG, man. I'm very unhappy about this.
RNG, man, what a good way for them to start out this series here against Boom. I think the way they drafted was really, really good. They just had perfect answers for everything that Boom wanted to go for. They opened up with this Sansa as well as the Tusker, and then they went directly into this Tidehunter. Perfect response with the Disruptor as well as the Slark, two great heroes up against the Tusk. And then Boom, they had their good own kind of responses, but this is the fight here. This is where it all starts going bad. They throw the Jackie on towards Chalice. Chalice has no BKB to deal with the Aghanim's BKB on towards the Pudge. They have to get Somnus to TP out as well. It starts looking spicy here because this is where it is really able to, for Boom to start to take control of these team fights. You just see how strong Jackie is on this Pudge. He walks forward. There's not really much that RNG can do, but then this is the ultra turnaround. You touched on it in the game. That X-Nova coming in with that Aghanim Scepter. They were able to just walk in towards a lot of these team fights. They get the Static Storm going forward, and as soon as they catch out multiple heroes, every single one of these team fights started to turn around. And with the late game secured with the Slark, RNG got it done, man. And, you know, shout out to them to be able to pull that one back. That was only 95%. It wasn't 96% this time around, Snare. But we've seen some big comebacks today, man. Some big comebacks in TI.
Some amazing comebacks at TI. We started the day with incredible comebacks, and we get yet another one here. Massive, massive, massive turnaround of their fortunes for the side of RNG. And it's not just the kind of victory that you feel good about winning the game, but being able to demonstrate that you can come back in these situations. There was a conversation I had with Kezu on the Last Chance qualifiers in the first couple of days, and he was saying something very important, that it's more important to be able to win unwinnable games than to be able to stomp games where you have the natural advantage. And RNG, this is the kind of performance you want to see from a team pretty much slated for the upper bracket. Ghost 10, 2, and 11. Despite how, on paper, I see a Leshrac, I see a Pudge, I see a Tidehunter. I'm like, okay, even if Slok wins the game later, he's going to have a period of time where he's just dying serially. That just didn't happen. Only died twice. The same is true for Somnus. Somnus was supposed to have a much more difficult time, but we saw Ghost breaking so many smokes. So many of the attempts for Boom to make things happen on the map were either broken by Ghost or by X-Nova. Every now and then, Kaka would also just be like, I'm going to give up my life for the cause, because if we lose the Tiny, who cares? It's fine. They've committed all these spells. We have space created on other sides of the map now. Truly a great game coming out of this one. But of course, the MVP, might be one of the few times that I wholeheartedly disagree, but we are getting the MVP vote in favor of Somnus on the Ember Spirit. As much as I was gassing up the Somnus, as much as I was telling everyone at home that it's a treat to be able to watch this, I am blessed, Fluke, just to have been in the same lobby as this X-Nova Disruptor. This was honestly an inspirational performance coming out of him.
It definitely was, and X-Nova has always been one of those support players that's able to pull the kind of cat out of the bag and really kind of have these clutch plays for his team. And I mean, the way that RNG played, man, they just played extremely well to be able to pull that one back. They understood the timings they wanted to hit. They understood the kind of item timings they wanted to go for. Their target prioritization was sick. They were able to kite out the Pudge in some of his stronger moments as well. And I mean, praise be to RNG. I think they really pulled this one out. But Boom, they can still pull this back. We can still get a 1-1 here on the D streams now.
We can, but this is the wrong group, unfortunately. The group that we're a part of right now, in Group A, this is the 2-0 group. So we're going to be seeing if RNG can make that happen for themselves, or if Boom Esports can utilize the frustration of losing such a close game to come back into game number 2 and make this a 1-1 series. We'll be finding out after a very short break. So in the meantime, go get some water, go outside, breathe some fresh air for a second, and be right back in about 10 minutes to join myself, Snare, and Fluke for game number 2 of Boom Esports versus Royal Never Give Up.
shields and our swords, we pave the path to victory. With our shields and our swords, we temper our courage. With our shields and our swords, we're making history. With those who make the game a reality, we're the vanguard. We're with the best. Let's raise our shields.
Welcome, one and all, back to TI11 group stages. We are going to be continuing with group number A, witnessing the series between Boom Esports and Royal Never Give Up. RNG are currently one game up in one of the most exhilarating comebacks of the day, which, trust me, is saying something, because we've seen a lot of those happening on this inaugural day of group stage action. But now that they are in the pole position, now that they are leading the series, Fluke, I present to you the question of whether or not they can keep it that way, go 2-0, and unfortunately, because EG is there right now, they can't go to the top of the group, but nominally will have a very successful opening day of competition.
Yeah, I definitely feel like they can. They can improve to us in that last game that they have a very good grasp about how they want to play these fights, about how they want to move things around and how they want to get things going in these games. So I definitely feel like that RNG can make this a 2-0, but you know, to be fair to Boom as well, I think the one kind of criticism I have is just, you know, being able to close the game out at the right time, being kind of baited into some of these fights. They got one of those lanes of racks towards the bottom side and then just got baited into this awkward fight, and then the game kind of slipped out from there. It felt like it was kind of a snowball effect for them where they were ahead for a lot of it. They felt like Jackie was completely untouchable. It didn't feel like there was anything they were able to do on RNG. And then there was just that one big team fight where him and FBZ just got caught out by X-Nova, and it was kind of everything kind of got blown apart from there. So I think Boom are definitely in a good spot to be able to come out on top here. They've proven to us today that they can get some wins, albeit up against Hikori. But, I mean, if they change a few things in the draft, then maybe they're able to get it done. I feel like their draft in game number 1 was good, but it obviously just wasn't enough to be able to take down RNG.
Yeah, I think it's exactly that you mentioned, right? Pretty much all the comebacks that we have seen today have been under similar circumstances. A team that's very far ahead, able to get an early lane of racks, an early tier 3 or something like that, but just unable to close it out, unable to go for the jugular. And then once that happens, the other team probably has 1 or 2 heroes that scale better than yours, and then as the game goes on and on and on, starts to feel just very complicated to play. So for Boom Esports, I do hope that in this upcoming game that they have additional win conditions, not just the Leshrack for Yopaj. It did also feel like as much, there was some point in time where Jackie felt uber strong in the game as the Pudge, but I don't know, just something felt off in terms of how Boom Esports themselves were playing the hero. Like the balance between the Pudge safe lane and the Leshrack mid didn't always feel like it was in sync with each other as the game went on. But they have a chance for redemption, a chance to change the narrative about their day of action here today as we get into the second game, the final one of the day here on Stream D. One of the last games of the day of the group stages in general.
Yeah.
Boom versus RNG, draft number 2. Who's getting banned first? Are we going to see any heroes from game number 1 taken out, or is it still just going to be the similar pattern we saw emerging earlier on? Ban Shadow Fiend, ban out the Smarcy, and then take out the Broodmother, etc.
I probably want to see an Enigma ban. Seeing into this second game here, Boom have first pick, so they're going to have the precedence in this about what RNG are going to let them have as well. So wouldn't hate to see if we see probably just a Primal Beast ban coming out here from RNG. Then I imagine Boom is probably going to be the one that bans the Marcy. They're more than happy to be able to play a bit of Broodmother themselves, be able to play some of these heroes like the Enigma. So I think for Boom, you kind of just, I'd imagine you just maybe ban the Marcy right now and leave it up to RNG to determine between the Enigma and the Undying for an opener for you here for Boom.
They're really thinking about this on the side of Boom. They have the first pick. I think the conversation is with FBZ. They're like, yo, G, are you going to play Enigma or not? He's like, nah, okay, ban Enigma. They can't give up that hero again. It just looked way too good. And not even just look way too good, the fact that it didn't even have to use the signature spell for a large portion of the game. And even when he did use them, whatever. Like he missed the black hole inside the enemy base and it didn't even matter. They won the fight anyway. So once you're at that point, it does feel like the hero just cannot see play. Must be removed. Shambolic for my predictions, but what can we do? So now the question is going to be for RNG, which hero are they prepared to give up? Are they going to give up Marcy? Do we give up Marcy? Do we give up Tusk? Do we give up Morphling? Do we give up Undying? What is the option here for RNG side?
So it looks like Ohio just coming in as the fresh coach there for Boom, really just hyping up the boys. I like to see that coming in from Ohio, just kind of giving these guys a little bit of that pep talk. He came in, giving them a whole lot of energy. You know, obviously a lot of these guys are pretty young, and being able to give them a lot of the energy and really move in towards some of these games, they can start to pull things back. So it is just the Dirge that gets banned out here from RNG. So same bans coming in from RNG. The only change this time around has been the Enigma got banned from Boom, and now the Marcy is open. Surely Boom, you pick up the Marcy. We've seen it do a whole lot of work today. The only issue that we saw earlier on was when TSM picked it for Bryle, but I don't think she's one of those kind of mid heroes. So they're just going to pick up the Marcy here. Tim's has been able to play it extremely well. Obviously FBZ can play it as well here in the offlane, but it's mainly just been a position for throughout the entirety of today. But what is going to be the response here from RNG? I'm just going to have a quick look back at their series. So yeah, they went Lich and Earthshaker against Bet Boom when they opened up with Marcy Batrider. So I'd imagine this is probably going to be Lich Morphling is probably going to be their opener here for RNG. Both really strong heroes. We've seen what Lich has been able to do with a lot of that solo killing potential. Up against Liquid as well, they never gave Marcy to Liquid, so we don't have any more information about that. But yeah, it seems like Lich has been the response throughout the entirety of today, so I'd imagine this is going to be Tiny plus Lich?
That feels weird. Tiny
Lich.
Lich.
It does feel kind of weird.
We saw Primal Beast Lich earlier, and the Primal Beast sort of took the place of where Tiny would be. I imagine in that game, Tiny was probably banned. As an opener, Tiny Lich does feel weird. So they could hold onto the Lich for a little bit later into the draft. I wouldn't mind seeing Tiny Morphling though.
There it is.
No, it is Tiny Lich. Okay, cool.
Okay.
Tiny Lich, let's go.
They are opening this up to themselves getting Morphlinged here. Morphling into Tiny. It's not really the best core-to-core matchup. Even the position 4, Tiny can really kind of catch you out as the Morphling, but we've been able to see what Morphling's been able to do throughout the entirety of today. Doesn't really have all too many issues with the Lich, but if Lich is able to catch him out early on, you would probably have to see like an early Lincoln Sphere build if we do see the Morphling that comes out here from Boom. Jackie has been one of those players that has definitely been able to stand out on the Morphling as well. They're just going to go for the Chen here, so the Skemblue Classic. I like this. It's able to soak up a lot of the Chain Frost hits as well. Yes, the Frost Shield does a lot of work to try and defend these towers, and the Tiny can do a pretty good job of being able to clear up and stunt up a lot of these creep pushes that can come in from Boom here. But yeah, I like both of these openers. Both these two teams probably getting their 4s and 5s here. It's not really what we see from seeing a whole lot today, where you get, if your first pick, you get that carry as the 8th pick, and then you're able to cover it with 3 bans. Whereas now it's just going to be double supports from both these teams, so I'd imagine it's going to be a whole lot of these cores are getting banned. Morphling's probably going to be on the chopping block. Another hero that really deals with the Chen, just something with a little bit of extra cleave. And maybe something along the lines of, we've seen a bit of Sven that's come out today. It was from the South American teams that we saw the position 1 Sven. We saw a lot of support Sven, so sure these extra heroes.
One thing I find, don't you find that kind of interesting right now that both squads have opened up with their 2 support picks? I mean, unless Boom are going to be flexing the Marcy into the offlane, it's already peculiar enough when one team does it these days. Extremely rare for both squads to go in that direction. So kind of intriguing for me. Not exactly sure what to make of this, but I suppose RNG are better off in this kind of circumstance, given that they have the last overall pick of the draft, and there'll be less opportunity for Boom Esports to have uber flexible heroes deeper into the pool. But a lot can still happen. We see them banning out those Batrider to make sure they don't have that insta clear that you were mentioning onto the Chen army. You need that available, and just Batrider. Stupid hero. I would hate to be jumped on with like a frost shield going, and it's like, oh great, this is fun and very exciting. I can't move away, I can't turn, I just burn inside the ice. It shouldn't make sense. Maybe, you know, frost shield should stop the firefly, but whatever. What can we do?
That's the next iteration of Dota Snare is where we have the elements. I remember when Panda had Cinder Brew, that was technically a thing that was part of his kit, was the fire damage, where he was able to amp up things like Firefly and Dual Breath and all that kind of stuff. But I think that is definitely an interaction that Valve do not want to try and touch and deal with, because there's been so many different weird interactions that we've seen throughout the entirety of Dota. If you just add more complexity of these elements floating around, it's gonna be pretty hard. I like this Terrorblade ban, by the way, coming in from RNG. They want to try and pick a Jackie hero that is kind of the buff carry for them. Yopaj tends to try and play these more kind of space creating heroes and more kind of these heroes that enable Jackie. And what he's been playing so far has been a lot of these illusion carries. So RNG understand that this ball is going to be coming towards their face, and they don't want to be a bar of it. I wouldn't hate to see a Pangolier ban coming in here from Boom either. Just another one of those heroes that deals with the ball. They're just going to get rid of the Morphling as well, though, because they don't want to have to play the Morphling chicken with RNG.
Dude, if they don't ban that Morphling, it's definitely getting picked second phase.
Oh,
I would even see RNG like banning AA right now and then quickly coming back in for the pick onto the Morphling. So I certainly understand why you would want to dodge that right now and not have that be a thing to deal with. At the same time, now RNG, I think they actually probably wanted Morphling, the way that their draft is reading right now, so they have to sort of adapt. They take out this Lina, and they will be putting in the Leshrac. So you were speaking about it in game number 1 when we did see the Yopaj Leshrac emerge, that it usually has been Somnus for the side of RNG. Interestingly enough, though, this is going to be one of those games where he does not have a natural save. Only has the Lich Frost Shield, potentially like a toss back on the Tiny, but unless they're going to be shifting the Tiny into a more core role, it does feel like this is going to be one of the more naked Leshracs coming in from Somnus.
Yeah, we touched on it in the first draft, right, where a lot of these Chinese teams really do like to have the battery and the save. For RNG, we got the Nyx Assassin as well as the Ember Spirit. So we are transitioning this Marcian towards a core role, but this Nyx Assassin has been such a good response to these Leshracs and Liches, and I'm surprised his stocks haven't been so high here, and Boom are definitely in a really good spot right now. Yopaj playing the Ember Spirit has been one of those heroes for the last couple of years that has been a standout for him, and we've seen what happened in the last game with Somnus being able to play the Ember Spirit up against the Leshrac, and now in combination with the Nyx Assassin. Boom, they're in a really good spot to be able to set up for these pushes, right? They've got the Chen in the front line, Nyx Assassin can go around the back with the Vendetta, they catch out one of these heroes, Ember Spirit goes in combination with the Marcy, bouncing off some of these creeps, and then all it takes is Jackie to be able to play one of these heroes that actually takes the tower. So RNG, I want to see Chalice to be able to pick one of these beefcakes that can kind of sit in the front. I was going to say before I would have loved to have seen an Underlord, but now with the Nyx Assassin, feels pretty bad for Chalice. Oh, okay.
Y'all at home might obviously weren't privy to a off-air conversation I was having with the boy Fluke here, where I was literally complaining about Nyx, just talking trash about this hero, how much it sucks to play into, how bad it's to play into with like Underlord heroes. Leshrac, this AoE, uncontrollable damage, Nyx loves it. Even Tiny doesn't really have the best of times because now you're playing the scouting game, right? Who has superior vision? How do you know that the person you're tossing into isn't actually a trap? And here on Boom Esports, they do have several heroes that can get away fairly quickly. It's only really the Chen that's like a stationary hero. But I'm liking this Lone Druid pickup. Now this seems to suggest to me, fast game. No matter which direction this goes, this is going to be a fast one, it feels like. This Ghost Lone Druid in tandem with Leshrac, like you put the Frost Shield not on the Leshrac, I suppose, but on the Lone Druid Spirit Bear. It's the one that tacks up all these shots. It's at the forefront of the tower. How does Boom Esports deal with this if their own ball on the side of RNG starts to come in around this like 25-minute mark, beating on your towers and demanding that you open up?
Yeah, that's going to be the hard part, right? Because, you know, Marcy, when she usually wants to jump in, she wants to try and jump in, pop BKB, and hit that Unleash. And, like, you don't really have a good target, you know, going in towards the Lone Druid because you want to set up his bear, but you also want to be able to kill the actual Lone Druid. So it feels kind of awkward for the Master to be able to engage in here, and that's why I like that Boom get rid of the Mars. I want to see now that they have to try and transition into one of these heroes for Jackie that can kind of clear these waves out. They need to make sure that they don't get caught out into a position where RNG are just, as you said, kind of just knocking on their doors. They need to have somebody who can kind of clear out a lot of these waves and also has a relatively good matchup against the Lone Druid. You're going to ban out the Drow Ranger here as well. I imagine
10
feels like
seconds
it's a
remaining.
pretty bad PL game. What's another hero that Jackie has really been playing? I'm going to have a look back at some of these other drafts and see what Jackie has been playing. So he played a TA game 1, and he played a Terrorblade game 2. And in their series up against OG, he played Phantom Windsor and Terrorblade again. So
Yeah.
all those heroes are out right now.
I don't think you play Tia here. I mean, if it was going to be purely just matched up in the mid lane as things used to be, you could be like, well, not that big of a deal. But no, the way the game is being played right now, it feels like TA not the full fit here for Jackie. How about Jug? But Jug also sometimes struggles with Lone Druid. Just get beaten down by the bear during spin. SF's already been banned. There's no Morphling.
The only other hero that I've really seen floating around has been the Luna, but Luna also has issues going in towards the Lone Druid just because Eclipse feels kind of bad most of the time. It's a kind of Jackie hero. Maybe it has to just be the Juggernaut. Maybe it's just the Juggernaut just for the spin.
10 seconds remaining.
Naga feels a bit awkward into the Leshrac as well.
5 seconds remaining.
I mean, I could potentially see Naga. Like, it's not that big a deal that your illusions die that quickly. You can still
Do we
set up.
just pick Sniper? There it is. Yeah, I was gonna say, surely you just pick Sniper here because there's no real way for RNG to get on top of you. It gives you that nice little bit of wave clear. You've got the shrapnel. Has been something that we've seen throughout the entirety of the tournament. Has been this Sniper. You're able to deal with the. You don't really have to worry about the Lich kind of solo killing your carry either. For what we saw in a few series earlier on today. So I like this Sniper. They still need to make sure that they can at least peel for him. Because they've got a lot of heroes that can go forward and a lot of heroes that can deal with this. Okay, Lycan. Okay.
Wow.
All right.
Wow,
okay.
dude. Lycan, Lone Druid, and Leshrac here coming in from the side of RNG. So just push on, push on, push on, push on, push. Like you mentioned, they can't really reach the Sniper for Jackie as long as he's positioned properly. I mean, Kaka's going to buy Blink Dagger eventually, but it's going to be extremely difficult to reliably find the Sniper. He has other heroes in front of him that can buy time as well. There's the Chen All Heal. This Nyx Assassin can be a perpetual scout to make sure no one's coming in. Do you like Boom Esports' draft enough that you think they can withstand this overwhelming push that RNG are angling for in Game 2?
It feels like a lot of it is just is on Jackie on the Sniper. I feel like they're going to have some issues trying to deal with Chalice running in towards the back and then also trying to deal with the Lone Druid and Somnus at the same time. There's a lot more lockdown that Royal Never Give Up have. Boom. If they're on the front foot and they're knocking on the doors, then I feel like they can do a decent amount of work with FBZ being able to link up with the Nyx Assassin. There's going to be a lot of effort and a lot of pressure being put on Jackie in this game. And sometimes when the Sniper stands tall, he can stand tall. And from what we've seen so far, these latter stage of these Sniper picks have been really good. So I'm gonna put this one on Boom this time around. I feel like they can get this one done.
In the history so far at TI11, both involving the group stages and the last chance qualifiers, the later in the draft the Sniper emerges, the higher your odds of winning the game with him. In this one, they have to deal with a really, really, really fast push coming in from RNG. Have to brawl a lot because they don't have that many high cooldowns. But let's see how it goes. Game 2 between Boom Esports and the side of Royal Never Give Up here in the TI11 group stages. One of the last games of the evening all across TI, but definitely the last game of the night here on Stream D. So let's get into it, see how this goes. This is Group A, right?
Yep.
I'll be fine being biased in favor of RNG. Let's go. Let's go, Somnus.
Now let's see what RNG are able to do. As you alluded to a little bit earlier on, EG sitting at the top, 6-0, and they're to the best. I'm feeling pretty good with how Group A is going. But if RNG get the 2-0 here up against Boom, then they are very close towards the top as well. And getting the upper bracket of TI is very, very good. It gives you that extra second life. Also means that you don't rest too hard on your laurels here. So I really feel like Boom they kind of have to play peel for this sniper. They
30
have to play so
seconds to battle.
Yopaj can be in the front line. They need to try and play around the fact that the sniper is going to be the one that's going to be ran at. Unless they are on the front foot, and then this Jackie sniper can do a lot of work. So RNG though, man, their push is going to be fast. If they come out with some good lanes, Somnus comes out on top a little bit here. Chalice gets an early, Helm of the Overlord. We get something pretty early on here for Ghost. If he gets, this Desolator Mask of Madness timing, these towers, they're going to fall. They're going to fall relatively fast as well. I'm not really sure what Boom's going to be able to do with it. At least have
Basically about
Shrapnel,
to
I guess.
see- so they have Shrapnel,